This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 638. Deborah, you did a good job. Mr. Ivan? The familiar breath and familiar tone made it difficult for Deborah to recognize the person in front of her. In her opinion, this man was more mysterious than she had imagined, and he exuded a different kind of wisdom. Yes, I am Ivan Marichatin. Ivan nodded and kept checking his own condition. He is not a creature from the fairy plane, so he is naturally suppressed by the surrounding environment. This is understandable. However, the suppression here is a bit more fierce than expected. The initial estimate is close to 35%, and this suppression will increase rapidly over time, and it will be distorted or assimilated after a certain limit. I need to borrow the power of both of you. He waved his hand, and a small stone statue floated out of his pocket. Without waiting for anyone to answer, he began to use the power of the small stone statue and Templar to cover up his existence. The small stone statue was Mavis in disguise, and he brought it into the fairy plane. Of course, for Mavis, it was just returning to her own plane. Seeing this, Deborah moved her lips slightly, but didn't say anything after all. In just a few seconds, the suppression on Ivan was reduced to about 20%. This was the only level he could achieve in a short period of time, which was enough for him to exert most of his abilities. Follow closely. We are all ancient kings, I will not fall behind. This time, Ivan took the lead, and the group approached the most violent part of the strong storm again, and the speed of travel was much faster than before. The closer to the core area, the more complicated the storm became, and it was out of the scope of ordinary storms. Did you find anything special? Ivan suddenly asked, and the person he asked was Mavis. Among the few people, only Mavis knew a little about the Emerald Spirit Realm. There is a location here that connects to the energy node of the Emerald Spirit Realm. The node should correspond to the outlet of chaotic energy. Combined with other factors, it will set off such a big storm. Mavis did not disappoint him, and gave a solemn answer. This answer was not unexpected by Ivan. It was precisely because the situation was so complicated that it was possible to sneak into Antoinette's trap place in the chaos. If he took the normal route, he would be discovered by Antoinette's enemies at the first time. Speaking of which, Antoinette used to be quite naive and unlucky, and was actually tricked by her good sister and outsiders. The bitch she mentioned was her good sister Virginie. After so many years, Virginie has been paying close attention to her, and I don't know how many traps she has set to harm her. As for why the other party didn't kill Antoinette, Ivan didn't know. He guessed that it might be related to Antoinette's identity. Time passed by minute by minute. Under his leadership, the group passed through many storms and chaos, successfully arrived at the core of the eye of the storm, and stopped on the outside of the storm. It's so quiet here, Deborah muttered. Don't move around, be careful of unpredictable consequences, Ivan warned in a low voice. Inside the eye of the storm, there was no wind or waves, only a heart-pounding silence. It seemed that there was no vitality here, and it was dead and heavy. In fact, this was indeed a land of death. From Ivan's perspective, he could see a large number of space cracks that were so small that they were difficult to detect. These space cracks looked small and not worth mentioning, but they actually contained terrible power and were extremely restless. It gave him a feeling that a slight movement could break the balance and cause a fatal disaster. Hearing the warning, Deborah's face became serious. She was not a person without measure, and could distinguish the priorities of things. Listen, there are countless terrifying space cracks ahead, densely covered like a net, full of murderous intent. Ivan continued, and ordered Mavis, try to sense Antoinette, and see which crack connects to her trapped place. As soon as these words came out, Deborah couldn't help but stare at him with wide eyes, wanting to confirm whether what he said was true or false. You have to know that the Queen of the Ocean, an ancient king, can't even see the space cracks completely, nor can she see them clearly, which shows how dangerous it is. According to Mr. Wizard, he actually wants to forcibly tear open a space crack and then sneak in. Let's not talk about whether this kind of thing can be done. In the process of action, as long as one action is not considered comprehensively, it is very likely to trigger a chain reaction, and the outcome must be very bleak. However, Ivan has made up his mind and ignored her inquiring eyes. I try my best. Mavis, who has turned back to normal size, didn't think much. After hearing his instructions, she began to carefully sense her own body's breath. Ivan was not idle, pointing out the locations of the space cracks for her one by one. After half a day, Mavis selected 19 space cracks. After another half a day, her forehead was sweating, but the final result was still uncertain, and there were still 8 cracks left. Not good. How can this happen? Be patient, this wizard is watching for you. Suddenly, the space flickered for no reason, and the positions of a large number of space cracks shifted. Seeing this scene, she was so anxious that her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Until Ivan's gentle voice sounded in her ears, she did not make a rash move. Mavis, when else can we use the lucky compass? Yes. Mavis' eyes lit up, and she took out a compass made of a glass mirror from her body. The glass mirror is the treasure of the Xiangmei clan, who have the blood of the fairy Succubus, and is related to the power of the goddess of luck. In the past, the Xiangmei girl Dafu took the initiative to offer it. Now, it has been refined by Mavis into a lucky compass, which can point to what you want in your heart. Her bare hands held the compass motionlessly, and she nervously activated the great power in it. An invisible force swept over her body, and there was no other movement, as if it had no effect. Start with the 8 space cracks, and then explore the other 11. Don't miss the others from strong to weak, until you find it, Ivan reminded softly. I found it. It's that one. Before he could finish his words, Mavis exhaled in a joyful voice, and at the same time stretched out her finger, pointing to one of the 11 space cracks, with a very sure tone. The lucky compass in her other hand had lost most of its luster. Okay, let this wizard handle the next thing. Ivan nodded, and without further ado, he directly signaled the 3 to retreat first. After all, the next situation was unknown, and he couldn't guarantee that he could retreat unscathed, so how could he have the energy to protect others? I have to go, Mavis said stubbornly, and immediately shrank her body, and turned into the small stone statue before. Whatever you want. Ivan stuffed her into his pocket, flashed his body, and swept towards the middle, and walked a distance in the blink of an eye. Be careful. Deborah couldn't help but speak while standing there. Wait for our news at The Hague. When answering her, Ivan had already turned into the virtual king spirit body. The extremely restrained virtual king spirit body was like a lion snake, winding around and approaching the target. Seeing this, Deborah had to leave first with Temple. Not long after the two left, the king silkworm that Ivan turned into crashed into a certain space crack, and the crack opened slightly, swallowing it in, and completely disappeared. As expected, the cracks were filled with extremely active space energy and space turbulence. If he hadn't boasted of his extraordinary knowledge of space, he would have turned around and left when he encountered such a dangerous place. The place where Antoinette was trapped was certainly not a good place, but a special space called the interplane layer, which was equivalent to a thin film gap close to the outside of the plane. Such an interlayer position is mobile, like a floating bubble. It is only possible to enter at a special time, in a special place, and through a special channel. At present, the 3 factors of time, place, and people are all accounted for, and Ivan believes that this wave will win. Reality is not subject to human will. After a while, he was cut by the omnipresent turbulence and was bleeding. Even the Black Soul Tower could not protect him. The weirdness of the power of space is nothing more than this. Ivan, is there anything I can help you with? Mavis said worriedly. Lock Antoinette's breath tightly for me, don't relax, be careful of sudden changes here, and waste time in vain. Ivan didn't think there was anything wrong, just looked scary. He himself is not only a virtual king wizard, but also a legendary star master. His vitality is extremely strong and tenacious. Some wounds can be recovered in minutes. As long as the recovery speed is fast enough, the damage caused by the space turbulence will not catch up and cannot seriously injure him. In this way, Ivan faced one obstacle after another, and he didn't know how many knives he had suffered along the way. Finally, he squeezed into a thick barrier along the deepest crack. It was another dead and silent space. There was no light, only darkness covering everything. After getting down to earth, he was surprised to find that his perception was seriously blinded, just like returning to the time when he was a 2nd or 3rd level wizard, and there was no comparison with the previous time. We are here, the main body is not far over there. Mavis and Antoinette have a unique relationship, they can sense each other's existence without relying on perception. Ivan did not doubt it, stepped forward, and walked to the other side with Mavis. The footsteps were faint. In fact, there was a strange situation. They were all there, but why didn't Antoinette respond? This made people have to think more. Could it be that Antoinette had used up all her strength last time, or did she have other changes? After the two of them passed through the darkness, a faint dark red light emerged, illuminating an area in front of them, as well as the people and objects in the area. Looking at that place, the two of them were stunned for a moment. Ah! Turn your back quickly. Mavis suddenly reacted and quickly pulled Ivan to stand with his back turned. However, he was not so easy to forget the impact of the scene just now. The ancient goddess was hanging upside down there, naked, with a strange dark red flower floating behind her. The flower was taller than a person, like a big mouth, breathing something at her. He didn't know what to say. This method was too low level. However, he changed his mind and thought that maybe this was the excellence of the other party's good sister Virgidina, who clearly wanted to humiliate Antoinette with such a low-level method. No wonder Antoinette didn't respond. It turned out that she was pretending to be asleep. "Ivan, you can turn around now." Hearing Mavis' voice, Ivan turned around and found that Antoinette was already dressed, but the clothes needed to be protected with strength, otherwise they would soon melt away. Antoinette was also tied there with a strange rope. "Little wizard, you did a good job. This god was not wrong about you, but this is not enough." The four looked at each other, and Antoinette's face was tense, trying to maintain a majestic look. It must be admitted that she is worthy of being a naturally delicate god, with an outstanding appearance, figure and temperament. Among the women Ivan has seen, Queen Lelugia of Calmore is in the upper half, and Antoinette is a little better than the other, and is simply the only one in the world. Even if she was hanging upside down in the air, in an indecent posture, she still looked charming. "Asshole wizard, are you thinking about something rude?" In an instant, Antoinette lost her composure and stared at him with bulging eyes, as if she wanted to pierce him. "Ivan," Mavis said coquettishly, "I was wondering what the flower behind you was. It seemed to be between reality and illusion. Is it unique to the fairy plane? Will it cause any bad effects?" Ivan changed the subject directly. Seeing his serious look, the two of them didn't care about it anymore. After all, they hadn't escaped yet, and time was running out. "You guessed right. This flower is called Charming Greed. It comes from our plane. It has only one function, which is to induce evil thoughts in the hearts of living beings and lead people to evil. It's no problem for this god. When I escape, I will tear up this disgusting thing at will." After listening to Antoinette's explanation, Ivan didn't ask any more questions and looked at the vine rope that tied her. "I know this very well. It's just a special elementary force weapon, the thousand-withered demon rope, which is extremely tough and is specially used to bind people. It will also continuously absorb the power and physical strength of the bound person, causing them to dry up and decay. Damn bitch. Back then, in order to take care of that bitch's self-esteem, I deliberately threw the thousand-withered demon rope in a clever place so that she could find it by accident and plan an adventure. I didn't expect that she would use it against me. How unreasonable," Antoinette continued to say, and she started to curse halfway through her words. "Come to think about it, being hung here in this way for countless years, how aggrieved and humiliated it is, and the key is that she can't explain it to outsiders or clones. Over the years, she probably doesn't know how many times she has cursed Virgidina. With the induction of the charming greedy flower, it is not surprising that her personality has changed. Since the thousand-withered demon rope was sent by Antoinette, she must have a full understanding of this forced treasure. What she lacked was the power to break through. Antoinette, do I have enough power?" After she finished scolding, Mavis couldn't wait to ask. The reason why Mavis insisted on coming here was to complete her mission, to transfer her accumulated power to the main body, so that the main body could gain the energy to break free from the shackles. Under the restraint of the thousand-withered demon rope, only this effortless method can win time for Antoinette to break free. "Enough, let the little wizard cooperate with me, the combined power of the two of us should be enough." Antoinette nodded gently. "That's good." Mavis smiled. Then, both of them looked at a certain wizard. This matter still needed his cooperation, and he had to act decisively, otherwise it would be easy to cause accidents. Once the enemy Vigidina finds out, not only will they be unable to escape, but the situation of the other two people will also be worrying. Chapter 639. Of course Ivan understood this. His eyes met Mavis's, and he saw the earnest pleading in them. He nodded imperceptibly. Seeing this, Mavis smiled with relief. Then, a large amount of power from her body madly flowed into Antoinette's body. Antoinette became more and more energetic, while Mavis's breath dropped precipitously. "Ivan, take care." Mavis looked at a wizard with nostalgia for the last time, and her whole body turned into a bright glow, entrusting the remaining power to Antoinette without any reservation. Only a shrunken stone statue remained in the air, and it turned into ashes in an instant and merged into the endless darkness. This was Mavis's mission, and the meaning of her birth. No one could change her will. "Little wizard, don't stand there stupidly, help me. How do you need me to cooperate?" Ivan had a lot to say, but he could only fulfill her wish. The most important thing at the moment was to help Antoinette escape from the shackles of the elementary force weapon, the thousand-withered demon rope. Don't let Mavis's efforts go to waste. At this moment, Antoinette was full of confidence, and Ivan was naturally willing to follow her arrangements. Immediately afterwards, a long spell was chanted from Antoinette's mouth, and her power turned into spring thunder, and turned into a ray of lightning that hit the nodes of the thousand-withered demon rope. The thousand-withered demon rope was indeed much looser. At the critical moment, a scepter with emerald green gold patterns appeared, forcibly suppressing the thousand-withered demon rope further out. Ivan saw clearly that this scepter should be the opponent's throne, but Antoinette was in a very bad state at this time, and could only mobilize a small part of the throne's power. "Quick! Now!" Antoinette shouted at him. Understood. Ivan immediately controlled the Black Soul Tower, carrying a heavy soul fire to bombard the part of the thousand-withered demon rope separated by the scepter. Seeing that part of the thousand-withered demon rope was bombarded, and the power was obscure, the originally perfect binding and sealing power had a gap. Antoinette struggled hard, and the thunder and divine light on her body became stronger. Before she could be happy for a while, she aroused the hidden fierceness of the thousand-withered demon rope, and the power of suppression soared sharply in an instant, suppressing her momentum, and even the scepter she was controlling became shaky. Seeing that the Black Soul Tower was not strong enough, Ivan then threw out a blue treasure book and suppressed the thousand-withered demon rope as well. "The treasure is good, one more will be enough," Antoinette said with appreciation. Ivan rolled his eyes when he heard this. The prophet's book was the best treasure in his hand. In terms of overall quality, it was not as good as this magic rope, and the Black Soul Tower was only a half-force magic weapon, and it was still the first level. In this battle of force treasures, no matter how many other things came, it would be useless. He could only say that Antoinette's vision was too high. Can it work? If not, this wizard will think of other ways later. He did not answer, but tried his best to maintain the power of the two treasures to relieve the pressure on the other party. This god has been secretly planning for so many years. How could there be any mistakes at such an important moment? Little wizard, just watch it. Antoinette said it with a solemn oath, but her tense face that turned cold and blue showed that she was not relaxed. At this moment, the divine light bloomed in a squeeze manner, brilliant and heroic. Finally, under Antoinette's desperate struggle, the Chienku demon rope broke into two pieces and flew out of her body. The suppressed divine light rose up, tearing the nearby Meiji greedy flower into pieces and quickly turning it into ashes. What a vengeful woman! Ivan glanced at it regretfully, missing a rare material to study. "Asshole wizard, what are you thinking about?" Antoinette's faint voice sounded, and the divine light on her body shrank in a blink. "I think you are very clear about gratitude and resentment, and you are happy to repay gratitude and revenge." Ivan took back his Black Soul Tower and the prophet's book. Without the light of the charming and greedy flowers, the small space became pitch black. Due to the interference of special factors, it was best to describe it as pitch dark. He felt someone approaching, and then a soft body rushed towards him, and was immediately filled with fragrance. "You are sensible. Which way are you going?" Ivan was not self-indulgent. This vengeful woman had obviously consumed too much power, and was unable to travel normally, and what they needed was speed. Such a big change here must have alarmed Virgidina and others, who set up the dilemma. The two must hurry away. "Let me think about it. Forget it. Your power is just like that. Let's go back the same way." "Sorry." Hearing her words, Ivan didn't care so much, hugged the goddess of spring around the waist with one hand, and ran quickly in the previous direction, even ignoring the Chienku demon rope that was broken into two pieces. He had no choice. If he took the enemy's treasure now, it would be like giving the enemy a guiding light. "Antoinette, where do you want to go, you bitch who likes to be naked?" Soon, Ivan came to the space barrier. Suddenly, a female voice sounded, so close that his heart jumped. These words directly hit Antoinette's pain. "Focus on the road. Don't pay attention to that bitch Virgidina. She won't get here so quickly." Antoinette was furious when she heard this. After all, she has lived for so many years, so she still has some patience. She immediately pointed out that the enemy was bluffing. "How long will it take for you to recover your ability to move?" Ivan was relieved and transformed into the virtual king spirit again, squeezing into the crack of the barrier again. "It will take 3 days to initially remove the alien power in the body, and at least 5 days to fight that bitch." Antoinette was multitasking, cleaning up the things the enemy had placed on her body, and at the same time she had to allocate a little power to relieve the suppression of Ivan by the plane. This answer was somewhat beyond Ivan's expectations, not too slow, but too fast. As expected of a natural god, this kind of person can be called the darling of the plane, and the affinity of various powers is absolutely the top, which is beyond the reach of ordinary creatures. However, It also shows one thing: he needs to persist for at least 8 days, and the first 3 days are the most dangerous. At this point, Ivan can only bite the bullet and take on this important task. After a while, he returned to the channel full of chaotic space power. After dozens of seconds, he still couldn't resist the ubiquitous space turbulence, leaving himself covered with bloodstains and bloodstains. Especially since he had to protect a certain goddess of spring. "You are so lame." Someone was venomous, and said something sarcastic. "You really have time to spare," Ivan retorted unhappily. "If you have the ability, you can get a higher quality body protection treasure. This wizard can definitely prevent a single blade from touching me." Antoinette choked. The things in her hands had long been spoils of war by others, and even her special authority had been divided up. Now she was penniless. Thinking of this, she felt a little sour in her heart. That bitch, and those bastards, just wait for me. Seeing that the goddess of spring stopped talking, Ivan was happy to hurry on his way. After a while, his heart jumped again, because Virgidina's voice came again, and it seemed very close. "Oh, there's a handsome young man. Could it be that you picked up a lover from somewhere? Antoinette, this is probably just a bluff, right? Hee, you're a cute little guy from outside." The enemy's laughter responded to him. Ivan didn't mind being teased. After all, he was indeed very young compared to the two old women. What he cared about was the distance between the enemy and himself. He had a bad feeling in his heart. "Bitch. It's not enough that you have harmed me in the past. You are so shameless that you have stolen my divine power. You will be punished by heaven." Antoinette couldn't hold back her emotions. She found that part of her former power was occupied by the other party using her identity. No wonder the other party's means of suppression were reserved. I'm afraid it was just to use her. When she thought of the bitch on the other side, who had been using her things to deal with her, causing her such a miserable situation, Antoinette couldn't suppress her hatred. "Yours? Pa! I hate your self-righteous attitude the most. Yes, you were born with everything, power, authority, treasures, while we have to work hard and snatch like vicious dogs, but in the end, we still don't have 1% of what you have. Does this make you more noble? Does this make you superior? Why? I just wanted to try and see if I could knock you down to dust and strip you of everything you have. Obviously, we succeeded. This shows one thing: everything you have does not really belong to you. You are the thief. You are a fool who never knows it." Vigidina's words kept coming, constantly stimulating Antoinette's heartstrings. Antoinette finally understood why her closest friend in the past betrayed her. There was only one reason: that was jealousy in her heart, and she didn't realize it at all. "Miss Antoinette, now that things have come to this, don't think about it so uselessly. Think about how to evacuate. You should not want to go back to that place that makes you feel ashamed. As the saying goes, a bystander sees more clearly." Ivan could see that Antoinette had fallen into a trap and was distracted by the enemy, losing her sense of priority. As he reminded her, Antoinette shuddered when she thought of the previous scene. She absolutely could not go back. Vigidina was not far away. What to do? She sensed that there was something familiar nearby. It was the breath of the Emerald Spirit Realm. The only way now was to try again. Success or failure depended on fate. Even if she was unlucky in the end, she would not let that bitch have an easy time. "Let's go over there and bet our lives." "Okay. The fairy plane is the best among the large planes. The strong men born there are also the best among all the planes at the same level, not to mention an ancient throne with the power of gods." Ivan was very reluctant to face such a terrifying enemy. "Little guy, you may not know that the place connected to the extinction place of the Emerald Spirit Realm is called the Intestine of Annihilation. No living creature can go up from the Intestine of Annihilation and reach the Emerald Spirit Realm. I advise you to stop here and hand over the bitch in your hand. I can spare your life." Facing the shouting coming from nowhere, Ivan would certainly not be fooled. Who would dare to believe a person who can betray even his sisters, who are so sincere to him? Anyway, he didn't dare. At this moment, he really tried his best, and didn't care about the injuries on his body. He rushed at full speed in the direction pointed by Antoinette. Soon, a more fierce breath came from the front, which made people's scalps numb from a distance. But there was also murderous intent approaching from behind, which could be said to be attacked from both sides. "Don't hesitate, go." Seeing him hesitate, Antoinette shouted. "Okay." Ivan made up his mind, and didn't slow down his feet. He plunged into the mysterious gray spiritual airflow in front. The resistance on his body suddenly increased, as if there was a tidal wave rolling over, and there were all kinds of filthy smells that made people sick. It turned out that this intestine was similar to a sewage outlet in the Emerald Spirit Realm. It was estimated that the things on it were crushed and discharged. You are anxious to die, I will fulfill your wish. Fortunately, he didn't stop, and Virgidina caught up not far behind. This rival was also very charming, but compared to Antoinette, she looked much less attractive. A real green scepter stretched out from her hand. The scepter stretched straight into the bowels of the oblivion, rushing towards where Ivan was. The scepter carried the power of the chaotic space around it, and its momentum was particularly turbulent. Muse and staff. Antoinette gritted her teeth and shouted. This was originally her favorite thing, the most handy medium-level treasure, and it complemented the power of the throne. Now, it has become a sharp blade stabbing at herself. She knows her things best. The wizard next to her will definitely not be able to block this attack. At that time, neither of them will survive. Don't look back, keep going up. Leave it to you. At the critical moment, Antoinette stepped forward and blocked the wizard, who was ready for battle, using her body to resist the attacking treasure. This move made Ivan's scalp tingle, and he didn't have time to stop it. Fortunately, the power of the scepter was reduced a little, and then it hit Antoinette and the wizard behind her. The two lost their balance in an instant, and were knocked out, crashing into the deeper part of the intestines of oblivion. Another stream of light came and hit Ivan at an incredible speed. The stream of light sank deep into his body. This was a curse power. It's cruel. Ivan didn't have time to explore more. He took Antoinette, who was already in a coma, and accelerated forward along the momentum of the collision, continuing to move upward. At the same time, he turned out a compass in his hand, which was the lucky compass that had lost most of its luster. I hope the luck on it can give them some protection. There is no doubt that this is the most dangerous place he has ever been to, and he is also facing the biggest crisis of his life. Chapter 640. It is indeed a place of extinction that even the powerful throne masters are wary of. It is really a headache. The only lucky thing is that the woman has not gone completely crazy, and has not chased into the intestines of oblivion. Ivan thought with a smile in his heart. At this moment, he has gone deep into this strange passage for an unknown distance. There is no clear road in front or behind. It is really difficult to distinguish the correct direction. He can only go as far as he can. As a wizard who is used to acting according to strategy, he actually dislikes this feeling the most. In this sky full of undercurrents and black smoke, he went forward for a distance and heard a slight click in his ear. It turned out that the lucky compass had completely lost its luster and cracked. He was not disappointed. This unexpected compass had already made great contributions, and he could not ask for too much. Antoinette is right. This time we are really gambling with our lives. Unlike the previous passage, here, Ivan can really feel the fatal crisis coming from the surroundings. If he is not careful, he will be in danger of being buried here. He can survive until now, mostly relying on his extraordinary spatial attainments and extraordinary recovery ability. If it were any other ancient king, they would probably have given up long ago. There is one person who is more comfortable than him, and that is Antoinette, who is protected by him. Although the body of this goddess of spring is soft, her strength and toughness are unexpectedly high, even more outrageous than that of him, a legendary star. I don't know if it is born. He accidentally discovered this when he encountered a big crisis more than 10 minutes ago. The result is that he himself is in a mess, while someone else has nothing to do except that his clothes have become tattered, and the main thing is to be tough. If there is another turbulence that cannot be stopped, I will use you as a shield. Ivan just muttered, and then he felt a cold gaze staring at him. He looked down and saw a goddess of spring staring at him with anger in her pretty eyes. Ahem, when did you wake up? When their eyes met, Ivan put her aside in surprise. If we don't wake up, we will really die. Antoinette flashed, and lay lightly on his back. Don't try to be lazy. This god was seriously injured because of your current attack. Whatever you say, hurry up and make it clear. What do you mean by the first half of your sentence? Literally, the direction you are heading at this time is the forbidden place for living beings, gathering unprecedented cutting and strangling power. If you rush through it rashly, you will definitely die, and it will also affect me. Hearing this, Ivan couldn't help but stop. The most frustrating thing about this place is that it is blinded by all kinds of filthy smells. Only when the crisis is imminent can we realize the clues belatedly and respond hastily. Don't stop, keep going, Antoinette urged. Are you sure? Ivan was puzzled. Let's go! I dreamed that there was a ray of hope ahead. You won't understand even if I tell you. In short, this is the fundamental reason why I force myself to wake up. Trust me, Antoinette said seriously. Okay, I listen to you again. The little wizard is really good. Ivan himself had no better way, so he could only follow the advice. As for the other party's ridicule, it didn't hurt him, so he was too lazy to pay more attention to it. Secondly, the other party was indeed older, and what he said was not wrong. What's wrong? He found his neck a little cold. My intuition tells me that you are thinking about something very rude again. A certain goddess of spring said coldly. Ivan was speechless. At this time, this person was still caring about such a small matter. The goddess was sometimes unreasonable. He ignored it, and kept flying forward. Suddenly, Ivan felt goosebumps all over his body. A great crisis was at hand, and a strong pulling force had spread to his body, trying to pull him over. There seemed to be a huge mouth of the abyss that could swallow everything in front. Such a terrifying breath made him hesitate. In this kind of place, are you sure there is life ahead? Don't you fall into the tiger's mouth? Don't talk nonsense, just rush through. For Mavis' sake, I will trust you again. Ivan gritted his teeth, and let go of the resistance, allowing the power in front to pull him over. At the same time, a gentle, holy spell sounded in his ears, familiar yet unfamiliar, clearly the blessing of the real goddess of spring, and the warm divine light enveloped him. The next moment, he fell into the misty darkness. The whole person seemed to be caught in a whirlpool, completely losing control of his body, with only endless pulling and crushing, alternating repeatedly. Compared with this moment, the previous situation was really child's play. Fortunately, Antoinette's divine light was indeed strong, increasing his abilities in all aspects several times, so that he could barely hold on, and not be completely torn into pieces, or crushed into slag. The breath behind him was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he couldn't help but sweat for the other party when he saw it. Leave it to you. Not long after, familiar words rang out, and as expected, the goddess of spring fainted again. He was suddenly thrown out by a force, and the restraints around him were swept away. However, before he could stand firm, the black soul tower that protected his body broke into 18 pieces with a crisp sound. A good treasure of the clan was scrapped. Next time, you will come to the fairy plane because you believe in evil. Ivan's face darkened and darkened. He put away the fragments with heartache and ran in another direction. He still didn't know where he was, but compared to the other side, this place was indeed more peaceful, but it was also full of dangers, and it was impossible to accurately identify the direction. Obviously, he had not escaped from the intestines of oblivion. At this point, he could only go one way to the end. Something unexpected happened again. The prophet's book in the soul sea suddenly moved, and he sensed a guide. Something attracted him over. A glimmer of hope. Ivan didn't care to think too much, and decisively changed the direction and moved forward according to the guidance. After a while, he violently crashed into a barrier that suddenly appeared, and a new world appeared in front of him, and he immediately landed on the ground. This is a gray space. The space is not large, with mountains, houses, fields, flower gardens, and forests. The stones on the ground are also engraved with the words of the fairy plane, the residence of gray crows. The scenery in front of him is undoubtedly shocking. When he looked around warily, his arrival startled a pair of gray crows that were perched there, and the crows, which were as big as eagles, became restless. Caw, cackle. Little gray, big gray, what's wrong, what's wrong? The door of the wooden house creaked open, and a bright girl in a floral dress walked out. The girl was stunned halfway through the walk, and she noticed someone coming. Lord? Ivan noticed the girl at the first moment, and her strength was only at the Lord level. How could this be possible? If his memory was not wrong, this place was still inside the intestines of oblivion. In such a place, he, a virtual king wizard, could hardly move, let alone a mere lord. The two stared at each other, and neither spoke. Ah! The girl suddenly screamed, which increased Ivan's vigilance. Antoinette, is that Princess Antoinette on your back? The girl stared at his back with joy, revealing an unbelievable look. Ivan was confused by this. Who are you? We don't know each other, but I know Antoinette, the goddess of spring, and the princess recognized by our clan. It turns out that she is not dead, which is really great. The girl explained excitedly, and at the end, her eyes were filled with tears. Ivan was unmoved, and then looked around to see if there were other people here, but found nothing. Sorry, I lost my composure. Sir, it should be you who saved Princess Antoinette. I think she is not fully recovered now. Can I take a look? I can heal her wounds, and I can also heal you. The girl noticed that Antoinette's face was unusually pale, and then realized that both of them were seriously injured at the moment, and quickly offered to help. No need. The situation was strange, and Ivan didn't dare to act recklessly, so he refused. If it is convenient, please give us a place to rest, and we can heal ourselves. Convenient, of course it's convenient. The girl saw that the man in front of her was determined, so she didn't force it and prepared to arrange the two of them to the wooden house where she lived. However, before she could make any move, Ivan put Antoinette on the ground, sat on the ground beside her, closed his eyes, and divided his attention, guarding against the outside world while exploring the situation in his body. This made the girl stamp her feet in anger and waved her fist at someone in dissatisfaction. After a while, she could only do other things. At this time, Ivan opened his eyes again and shook his head helplessly. It's not his fault for making a fuss. It's really that since he entered the fairy plane in person, the situation along the way has been too bad, so he has to be more careful. Who knows what weird things are hidden here? He also noticed that the thing that attracted him to this place was in the other party's flower garden, so he didn't walk over rashly. No matter where this place is, everything will be said after Antoinette wakes up. On the first day, the girl brought some things, 2 cups of sweet spring water, 2 portions of fresh fruit, and left them not far away. On the second day, the girl brought some sweet potatoes, and glared at a wizard angrily for a while. On the third day, the girl brought 2 plates of flowers, stood in the distance and curled her lips, and then busied herself with her own things. On the 6th day, Antoinette woke up. Little wizard, how is it? You are more resilient than I thought. If such a serious injury were to happen to other people, they would have fainted for several months. Antoinette only took 6 days. To be honest, Ivan has never seen anyone more resilient than Antoinette, and his own proud recovery ability is simply not worth mentioning in front of her. You're asking for a beating, who asked you that? Antoinette found something on the ground, picked it up and stuffed it into her mouth. Where did you pick it from? It tastes good, Unique. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Ivan stretched out his hand, but he didn't have time to stop him, so he could only put it down. Someone gave it to me. Here it is, your admirer. The girl was still wearing the floral dress, and she walked quickly to the front, staring at the goddess of spring with burning eyes. Her excitement was beyond words. What are you looking at? Anto. Stop talking nonsense. Bring all the food here. I haven't eaten for many years. My stomach has been empty for a long time. Don't stand there stupidly, go quickly. Oh. Hearing Antoinette's words, not to mention the girl's complicated mood, she turned around and went to get the food obediently. Seeing the attitude of a certain goddess of spring, Ivan, who was standing by, felt relieved despite having many doubts. He stopped being polite and picked up the fruit on the ground to eat. It tastes good, he praised. It was more than good, it was simply a top-notch product. After eating it, a wonderful ethereal air was generated, moisturizing all parts of the body, but the amount was a little less. Of course. The girl brought out a large bowl of fresh fruits and sweet potatoes, and deliberately placed it on the other side away from a certain wizard. What's your name? Ivan didn't care about these details. With a casual gesture, those seemingly insignificant fresh fruits flew over. Angie Chichimiyumi. The girl curled her lips and answered. I'm talking about fruits. Ivan said. You are such a rude man. Angel Chichi choked, brewed for a while, and cursed softly. This made Ivan think of Mavis. He glanced at the goddess of spring next to him. If you have something to say, just put it down. It's okay. TSK. A man who says one thing and means another. Antoinette sneered and swept the food in the bowl. Her careless look made the girl not far away hesitate to speak several times. The girl obviously had never seen the goddess of spring like this. But Antoinette didn't want to pay attention to her. Ivan looked weird, but because there was a guy who could see through people's hearts next to him, he wisely didn't think too much. How long will it take you to move freely this time? Are you in a hurry to leave? Antoinette glanced at him sideways. You guessed wrong. There was something wrong with my body. The woman gave me a curse at the last minute. It was similar to a kind of demon-burning curse, but it was higher in level and more peculiar in effect, so as to restrict me from leaving this plane. Ivan shook his head slightly, and then explained a few words. This curse is really strange. It not only restricts him from leaving the realm, but also eliminates the suppression of the plane for him. It should not be a simple curse, and this kind of power is very difficult to deal with. The curse of demonic resentment that he suffered at the beginning is like this. That bitch only has this trick, Antoinette said disdainfully. I can clear it myself, but it will take at least a year. You are really lame. Yeah, it's not like you were born a god. Humph. Mentioning this identity, Antoinette immediately thought of some bad things and glared at a certain wizard. This guy must have done it on purpose. Ivan was helpless. He must have done it unintentionally. It was just that someone was too sensitive. Since this Grey Crow residence is safe, he doesn't mind staying for a while, so as not to be hunted down if he goes out. With the degree of vengeance of that woman, once she senses something, she will kill him immediately. By then, he won't even be treated like a certain goddess of spring. Thinking of this, another pair of cold eyes glared at him from the side, making him smile awkwardly. Chapter 641. After a while, Antoinette satisfied her appetite and looked around the place named Grey Crow Residence as if she was strolling in her own vegetable garden. Angelica Miyumi, right? Yeah. Are you the only one here? There are Big Gray, Little Gray, and Vanessa. Seeing that she was willing to talk to her, Angelica quickly moved closer and answered her questions, very well behaved. It's not a good habit to love lying at a young age, Antoinette said bluntly. No, I didn't lie. Angelica was a little at a loss when she heard this, and her hands kept waving. Then tell me who Vanessa is. If you can't tell her 1, 2, 3, you are just a little girl full of lies, Antoinette said coldly. Vanessa is the mother of Big Gray and Little Gray. In the past few years, she has transformed into pure gray light and integrated into every inch of space here, often accompanying Big Gray and Little Gray. Quack! Quack! Angie explained seriously, and her words attracted the echo of 2 gray crows not far away. At this time, Ivan was several steps behind the two. He just felt funny when he saw the goddess of spring bullying the little girl from behind, especially when the goddess of spring suddenly froze. Little wizard, what do you think? Antoinette did not let him go. Why don't you take a look in the flower garden? Okay. The two sang in unison, and under the leadership of Antoinette, they walked quickly towards the flower garden on the other side of the wooden house, leaving the owner behind. The flower garden is not big, and is full of various ordinary and extraordinary flowers, plants, fruits and trees, with flowers accounting for the majority. The food I ate before came from here. Ivan's sight fell on the center of the flower bed, where a light blue and transparent 7-leaf clover stood upright, looking unique. What's more, this 7-leaf clover was filled with a subtle breath of wisdom. He knew in his heart that it was this 7-leaf clover that attracted him to the residence of the Grey Crow. What was regrettable and strange was that in the fairy plane, this 7-leaf clover did not have any spiritual wisdom. Want it? Antoinette said. Ivan glanced at her, and did not answer this question. This is the 7-leaf wisdom grass, an extremely ancient plant. Generally speaking, only a very small number of seeds remain in the world, and it looks like a stone. But if it is placed in the hands of a certain person, it may sprout and take root, that is, the spiritual messenger of the Emerald Spirit Realm, the 4 Seasons Goddess. Antoinette came to the center of the flower bed in one step, stretched out her hand and gently stroked the 7-leaf clover, with a touch of nostalgia in her eyes. Hearing this, and Chi-Chi, who followed behind, nodded constantly, with obvious pride on her cheeks. 4 Seasons Goddess? Ivan looked at the two of them separately, thinking, this should be the origin of the relationship between the two, but compared to Antoinette, and Chi-Chi is much inferior, clearly not a god. The strength is even more incomparable. Tell him what the 4 Seasons Goddess is, so that this evil wizard won't make random guesses and annoy people. Oh, okay. Speaking of this topic, and Chi-Chi was very interested, which showed that she had won the recognition of Antoinette. After her statement, Ivan knew what kind of person the 4 Seasons Goddess was. In fact, it can be summed up in 4 words. The Goddess of Destiny. The Goddess of Destiny, as the name suggests, is a noble lady born to be destined by heaven. The prefix of 4 seasons is because the goddesses are in perfect harmony with the 4 seasons. The palm of the goddess of spring has the power of spring, the palm of the goddess of summer has the power of summer, and the same is true for the goddess of autumn and winter. A long time ago, when it was still the first generation of goddesses, the goddess of 4 seasons was the actual master of the Emerald Spirit Realm, covering the entire fairy plane. Antoinette belongs to the second generation of goddesses, corresponding to the spring season in the 4 seasons. And Chi-Chi is the 3rd generation. It is not difficult to find that as time goes by, the goddesses of 4 seasons are weaker than the previous generation. After the first generation of goddesses disappeared, Antoinette became the strongest one. The word princess is the honorific and affectionate name given to Antoinette by other goddesses. So, you goddesses are all born by nature in the Emerald Spirit Realm? Ivan couldn't help asking. Is this strange? And Chi-Chi asked back. Hearing her words, Ivan thought about it and realized that this was indeed not strange. After all, this is the fairy plane, where everything can be born with intelligence, and everything can be transformed into a fairy spirit. Creatures with the same characteristics should be classified as one family, which is not much different from elemental creatures. Which season do you correspond to? Autumn. Ivan did not know the difference between the spring fairy and the Autumn Fairy, nor did he know whether the Four Seasons Fairy really controlled the power of the Four Seasons, and whether it was related to the legendary power of time. He rationally did not ask in depth, because if he asked further, he would dig into the root of the matter. Originally, our family lived a comfortable life until Princess Antoinette was suddenly attacked and disappeared. Since then, the situation of our fairies has deteriorated day by day, and we have always been attacked maliciously, and many people have died. In fact, these are what I heard from other companions. I was born later. After my identity was exposed, I was hunted all the way and spent many days hiding. During a very dangerous escape, I had no choice but to jump into this bowel of oblivion. I thought I had no chance of survival, but Vanessa appeared. It was Vanessa who saved me and brought me to her home until you came today. Angie Chichi may not have talked about this with others for a long time. After a few seconds, she talked about the situation after Antoinette's accident. The fate of the Tiandu tribe has taken a turn since then. They have become the target of others' hunting, which can be described as miserable. The halo of your tribe has been torn apart, leaving other creatures without scruples in their hearts, and the following situation is inevitable. Ivan sighed after hearing this. Racial survival is nothing more than this. Once a flaw is exposed, who doesn't want to take a bite? Those bastards will definitely suffer a great disaster. Antoinette said bitterly. She hated the bitch Virgidina even more. That bitch was the culprit of all the tragedies. When she recovered, she would definitely find that bitch to settle the blood account. She was speechless about the fate of other celestial maidens. After all, she had also had a hard time these years. Inside and outside the flower garden, there was a moment of silence. What's your name? Evan Marichavin. Did you rescue Antoinette? I guess so. We are mutually beneficial. Her clone helped me in the early years. Mr. Evan, this 7-leaf clover is for you. Please don't refuse it. It's my little gift. Thank you for helping Princess Antoinette. After a while, Chichi broke the atmosphere with her words, but what she expressed made Ivan stunned. Ivan looked at her in astonishment, and found that her expression was extremely sincere. Could it be that this is the character of the Tiandu clan? Mavis is like this. From Mavis's words, it can be analyzed that Antoinette should be like this before, and now there is another Chichi Miyumir. I am a wizard and advocate equal exchange. He didn't want to bully someone with a very sincere attitude. Hypocrisy? Antoinette muttered, but did not stop the two people's behavior. She ran to the other side to appreciate other plants. There are more than one exotic flowers and plants in the flower garden, such as the 7-leaf wisdom grass. For you. Chichi repeated, and explained. In fact, these in the flower garden are not all my credit, but more with the help of the special environment of the Grey Crow residence, which is very suitable for growing exotic flowers and fruits. You don't have to be modest. Let's exchange. Ivan counted his things carefully, and found that there were not many items suitable for the other party. After thinking about it, he summoned a silver-white moon blade as tall as a person, and flicked the floating moon blade over, and sent it to Chichi. This silver moon blade was obtained from the Dark Night Mother Goddess, which is equivalent to a semi-force treasure. After he became a virtual king wizard, he basically didn't use it much, so it should be suitable for people like Chichi. What a beautiful crescent moon. Chichi looked at it, and her eyes lit up slightly. As long as you are satisfied. Ivan smiled. I don't mean that. Chichi waved her hand to deny it. Change it. If you don't want to use the silver moon blade as a sharp weapon, you can use it to decorate the Grey Crow's residence in the sky. I see that this place just lacks a bright moon. After hearing what Ivan said, Chichi subconsciously looked up, and was somewhat tempted. Ivan laughed dumbly. Finally, after he emphasized it again and again, Chichi accepted the moon blade. As for how Chichi would use it, he didn't care. It's just a 7-leaf wisdom grass. Look at your useless appearance. While he was observing the 7-leaf grass carefully, Antoinette came back, and was still unforgiving. If this wizard remembers correctly, someone seems to have said that after he successfully escaped from the predicament, he would definitely give a satisfactory gift. Ivan didn't look back, and murmured in a low voice. Yes, that's what I said. Antoinette is not someone who denies her words. This god keeps his word. Just wait for a while, and I will definitely convince you. How about this, you deal with someone for me? You should know that the old guy with green antlers is also a creature from the fairy plane. No need. That guy has been unlucky with me before, and destroyed a lot of my arrangements. I will make trouble for him. In this way, Ivan and Antoinette stayed temporarily in the Grey Crow residence, taking the opportunity to take good care of the injuries left before, and also thinking about future plans. As the owner of this place, and Chi-Chi welcomed this with both hands. Among the three people, there was Antoinette, who was used to Falmouth, so it didn't seem deserted. Days passed by. Whether it was Ivan or Antoinette, their recovery ability was extraordinary, and the injuries of the two were getting better day by day. Ivan's injuries were not as severe as Antoinette's. In less than a month, except for the stubborn curse in his body, he had recovered to his prime. Afterwards, he could not wait to run to the flower garden and dug out the 7-leaf wisdom grass that belonged to him. He turned back to the newly built wooden house and began to extract the power contained in the 7-leaf wisdom grass, one by one, into the Blue Prophet's book. Originally, he was still worried that the power was not harmonious enough, but the two were like a perfect blend, without any obstruction. I didn't expect that I still took advantage of others. Ivan only then knew what the ancient relic was. The volume of this 7-leaf wisdom grass seemed thin, but the wisdom power contained in it was extremely heavy, and there was a feeling of being bottomless. At the same time, the power of the Prophet's book was increasing little by little. When the time was right, the Prophet's book took the initiative to attack and took the entire 7-leaf wisdom grass into its body. In just a moment, the blue color on the book became stronger. Ivan could sense that the quality of the Prophet's book had risen to a considerable level. Converted into a force treasure, it should have become the best among the primary quality, only a step away from the medium quality. You know, according to the classification of force treasures, the primary level corresponds to the throne level, and the medium level corresponds to the 7th level of the Supreme, which is evident. Before he finished praising it, a vivid picture appeared on the Prophet's book, and the predictability of this treasure was triggered again. Ivan held his breath, and stared at it without blinking. This time the picture was still weird. His own figure appeared first, flying forward in a white place, and then hit something hard. Looking closely, there was an extremely large ancient tree in front of him. He seemed to know something, and used his hands and feet to climb up along the trunk. Then the picture flashed, and he found something, reached out and grabbed it, with a happy smile on his face. "What do you mean?" The picture stopped abruptly, and Ivan came back to his senses, but he was a little confused. This was much more vague than the last prediction. The last time, there was the old tree man Meg in the picture, and it also showed that they were going to find the throne together. The last prediction was extremely correct, and they really found two special thrones in the end. In the prediction of the future, this time I also found something, which I think is not worse than the last throne. No matter how vague the picture is this time, he can't give up easily. The only thing that makes him afraid is that now he is in the fairy plane, there are still many powerful enemies that he can't afford to provoke. The curse on his body is also a troublesome factor. The Hague Castle. On this piece of land like a fawn, the storm is still sweeping around, but it is not as pressing as a few days ago that everyone has to avoid its edge. Are you sure? The Lord is definitely fine, otherwise how could I not be affected at all? That's good then you. I can't summon him, but don't worry, the Lord is definitely not trapped in that place, we just need to wait quietly. Located in the city at the front of the Fong, Deborah and Temple waited day after day, but never saw the person they were waiting for return. Deborah didn't know how many times she asked this question, Temple had heard it by heart, but he still gave the same answer, and he could answer first. He. Deborah laughed strangely, and Temple suddenly had a bad premonition. Mr. Temple, guess what I want to say now? What? Asshole, I want to beat you up. Hold on. Stop it. We can talk it over. In fact, it proves that people should not be too arrogant and can't get carried away, otherwise when others are unhappy, they may become the punching bag. Templeton was born not long ago, and it obviously didn't understand this. Chapter 642. The Residence of Grey Crows. On this day, Antoinette had a rather strange look on her face. She kept looking up and down, carefully examining a certain wizard, as if she didn't recognize him. Is there something wrong? Ivan frowned slightly, turned around and asked the person next to him, "What do you think?" "I don't know. I have never seen the tree you are talking about, nor have I ever heard of it." And Chi-Chi waved her hand when he suddenly asked her. The goddess of spring must have heard of it, otherwise she wouldn't react like this. The two of them couldn't help but look at her, hoping that she could give a specific answer. Antoinette's expression remained the same. "Do you know what kind of ancient tree that is?" After a moment, she murmured in a low voice. "I don't know, that's why I'm asking you." "How can you, a foreign wizard, know?" I said I don't know. It was not difficult for Ivan to see from the spring goddess's expression and behavior that the ancient tree he predicted was not simple, and if so, things would become extremely troublesome. Thinking of the last fight for the throne, he was overwhelmed. However, There is no such thing in the world that does not require risk, and he will not shrink. You must tell me some things honestly, otherwise I will not tell you anything about the ancient tree, and don't even think about asking for it yourself. There are very few people who know about this, and you can't contact anyone except this god." After a moment of suspicion, Antoinette's expression became serious and she said solemnly. Before she could ask again, Ivan glanced at Enchichi and told the truth about the source of his problem. "The prediction from the prophet's book, in the prediction, I may find something that satisfies me, so I care more about it." Prediction? The prediction of the important nodes in the future of this wizard is the important ability of the prophet's book. It is the second time it has been triggered, and the first time has been confirmed. You are the only foreign wizard? There is no reason for this. Hearing Ivan's words, Antoinette still had too many puzzles in her heart, and she pursed her lips and kept thinking. Seeing this, the other two did not interrupt and waited for her answer. "The ancestor of wood, the world tree, have you ever heard of it?" Antoinette hesitated for more than 10 seconds before she spoke two names, which seemed to be two titles of a living being. Hearing this, Ivan and Enchichi shook their heads. "Yes, what you predicted is the legendary ancestor of wood in the fairy plane, the world tree. Let me tell you, the birth of the world tree was long before the first generation of Four Seasons goddess. It is said that the world tree is infinite and omnipresent. It is precisely because of the invisible power of the world tree that the land in the King Food continent can float steadily in the air, and the Emerald Spirit realm is the part supported by the crown of the world tree, which is unique. The world tree is very important to the fairy plane. You understand it now." Antoinette continued to talk. Ivan and Enchichi were shocked by these words. If her words were true, the title of world tree was indeed worthy of the name. However, where should Ivan go to find it? "Are you sure?" He was a little unbelievable. "Believe it if you want to, and get out if you don't." Antoinette pouted. "I believe it." Ivan did not argue with her. After all, the origin of this world tree is really big, and there is really no way to find out. At present, he can only rely on her. "Are all you wizards so cunning?" Antoinette rolled her eyes at him. Although the power of the world tree is everywhere, no one can actively find the world tree, without exception. On the fairy plane, only a few creatures have the chance to see it, and such a person rarely appears in thousands of years. You are still an outsider wizard, and you don't belong to the fairy plane at all. The probability of encountering the world tree is even smaller. You know why I ask why you should not have this qualification. I see. Thank you for clearing up the confusion. Ivan nodded slightly. He couldn't think of any reason for this, but he believed in the prediction of the prophet's book. According to the meaning of this, the world tree must be a powerful creature like the mother of the earth. Just thinking about this, he felt a little scared. Looking for treasure from such a great man, it feels like a dream. "Ha ha, little wizard, are you scared?" Antoinette noticed his hesitation and teased him rudely. "Miss Antoinette, do you know something else?" Ivan looked at her speechlessly, then thought of a possibility and asked. "Guess." Antoinette was upset that he saw through her thoughts. "If you can't guess, please tell me." Ivan shook his head, and his attitude was sincere. "You are really boring. This god did think of some secrets just now, maybe it can solve your doubts." Seeing that he didn't respond, Antoinette felt bored and didn't continue to keep her in suspense. "I once saw a rumor about the world tree in the records left by a first-generation celestial maiden. It is rumored that the world tree used the pseudonym Aoki Motomu and traveled around the world with an old man, leaving their footprints in many places. That old man is the embodiment of wisdom, the wise old man. And you, the little wizard, if it goes as expected, should be one of the inheritors chosen by the wise old man. In other words, you are the descendant of Aoki Motomu's old friend, so it is reasonable for her to take care of you." After hearing her explanation, Ivan was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Ivan had discovered the clues a long time ago, and deduced that the light of wisdom he had obtained was a mysterious inheritance of wisdom power. Unexpectedly, under this circumstance, it was further confirmed. "Are you not stupid?" Antoinette waved her hand in front of him, and forcibly brought him back to his senses. "You are right. Do you know anything about the wise old man?" Ivan didn't mind this and hurriedly asked. "No, I have heard some rumors about the inheritor of the wise old man, but that was a long time ago. It's useless to say more. In addition, don't ask me how to find the world tree and where to find it. This god doesn't know," Antoinette said straightforwardly. Seeing this, Ivan felt regretful, but he was not demanding. He was very grateful for knowing so much information today. It was because of Antoinette's special status that others would definitely not have a way to find out such ancient secrets. You don't have to thank me, the god. To tell you the truth, before I walked out of that damn place, I didn't think you could really help me out. Before you and Mavis arrived, 5 ancient kings with extraordinary strength had actually failed. 4 of them died and 1 was missing. So, you really helped this god a lot. When he was about to say something, Antoinette showed a cunning look and stated another fact. This Ivan didn't know what to say. If he knew it in advance, he would be more cautious, but he would not choose to back down. After all, this was an agreed thing. Didn't that bitch want to use the flower of charm to draw out the evil thoughts in my heart? But she didn't know that I had thought clearly in my heart for hundreds of years before I was trapped, and I would never have any naive thoughts again. Antoinette said with a grim look. This is good. For survival, it should be so. Yes, it should be so. But it's a pity that I didn't figure it out until I was defeated. Your starting point is different. It's not too late to figure it out now. Ivan didn't think it was a big deal. He grew up from the bottom of society. He had to fight for everything by himself. He had abandoned all unrealistic ideas long ago. Angie Chichi on the side was a little bit unbelievable. This was very different from the princess in her mind. Antoinette looked at Angel Chichi seriously, then turned her head and emphasized to Ivan, Listen, in the fairy plane, you are mine, and I will protect you from now on. Are you recovering soon? 10 days, give me another 10 days. Hearing such a positive answer, Ivan was secretly shocked. This person's recovery ability was really terrifying. It was not without reason that her good sister was jealous. What he faced was the bulging eyes of a certain goddess of spring, warning him not to think too much. Ivan was helpless. This was the only bad thing about being with this person. Let's talk about leaving. He looked at Enchichi with an inquiring look. It was not easy to leave the intestines of oblivion, and Enchichi had the most say in this. Vanessa can cross the intestines of oblivion, and now only Big Gray and Little Gray are left. They are not yet adults, and cannot take on such a heavy responsibility. Enchichi immediately understood, and did not hide it. It's okay, as long as you have a clue, let me study it. Ivan didn't care. Mr. Ivan, what do you want to do? Enchichi looked at him warily after hearing this. No, what are you thinking about? It's just an ordinary exploration. Learn the method of Grey Crow crossing the intestines of oblivion, replace it with other means, and turn it into your own use. This is the usual way for us wizards. Ivan didn't expect the girl to react so much, and explained it in detail. This is not a lie. In the wizard's cognition, even the method of cultivation should be derived from this. Only in this way can the more you practice, the closer you will be to those powerful creatures, and have the same powerful power as them. With this god here, there is no need to be so troublesome. Antoinette said. Really? Then I won't bother anymore. Ivan glanced at Enchichi, and saw that she was still wary of him, so he could only express regret. Enchichi made a fist gesture, as if to warn a certain wizard not to have any bad intentions. Then, she thought of something and her expression became gloomy. Consider whether you want to leave with me at that time? If you agree, you must be prepared to kill and be killed. It was Antoinette who said this, and she looked particularly serious when she spoke. Enchichi opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She obviously didn't think it through so quickly. For Ivan and Antoinette, the matter has been made clear. What they need to do next is to wait. After waiting for a while, they will be able to completely get out of the predicament and explore the outside world. Soon, Ivan returned to his wooden house. He studied the wisdom power in his body. There are 2 kinds of wisdom power in him. One is the prophet's book, and the other is the light of wisdom. These 2 are wisdom powers with the same origin, which have evolved into things with different characteristics and abilities. It is difficult to say which one is better. Needless to say, the prophet's book can stabilize luck, predict one's future to a limited extent, and eradicate the invisible negative energy in the body. The light of wisdom, including the data panel associated with it, he analyzed that it was derived from his own needs, which could be said to be tailor-made, which made him understand and learn extremely well, and made an indelible contribution to his rapid rise. However, after he became an arcane wizard and a virtual king wizard, his understanding, learning and research abilities became extraordinary, and gradually, he needed less and less the light of wisdom to increase his understanding. His understanding of the light of wisdom, and the light of great wisdom was no longer limited to enhancing his understanding temporarily. There is no doubt that this is a testimony of growth. With a higher level of strength and a higher vision, he could understand everything. Over the years, due to the improvement of subjects, he has accumulated a lot of light of wisdom and light of great wisdom, which are all wisdom power. Ivan's way of acquiring wisdom power is similar to the power of favor of the great will. To acquire the power of favor, one needs to do something that is beneficial to the way of witchcraft or the plane, while the power of wisdom requires one to increase one's own knowledge and upgrade the subjects on the data panel. This is a clever way of inheriting power, perhaps left by the wise old man. Nowadays, all subjects have reached a relatively high level, corresponding to the level of strength of the 5th level virtual king, and each subject is clear at a glance on the panel. Level 16 subjects: Witchcraft Civilization, Curse, Linguistics, Pharmacy, Astrology. Level 17 subjects: Night Breathing, Plane, Enchantment, Biology. Level 18 subjects: Meditation, Energy Particle, Rune. The lowest level is 16, and the more special Witchcraft Civilization is among them. I remember that in the years before leaving the Danila plane, he had new creations one after another, such as the Spirit of the Tower, the Teleportation Array, the Way of the Night King, etc., and corresponding to this, the Witchcraft Civilization was rapidly improved. Previously, a new subject, Astrology, was added, and now it has been rapidly upgraded to level 16. The subject experience value has naturally increased accordingly. Level 16 corresponds to 30,000, level 17 corresponds to 40,000, and level 18 corresponds to 50,000. For him now, this is not a big deal. Only by breaking through the level of the 5th level virtual king and advancing to the corresponding subject of the 6th level true king, it is more difficult due to the limitation of his own strength realm. He understands that after his strength level is promoted, his realm will increase, and the subject upgrade will become a natural result. These lights of wisdom must have other wonderful uses. When more inherited knowledge or items are found, they can be of great use. Now it is better to accumulate them well. Ivan has enough patience and ambition. He hopes that one day, he will take all this wisdom inheritance for himself. Chapter 643. Time flies, and nearly a month has passed. Why, you are reluctant to leave? A little bit. In the Grey Crow residence, the person asking the question was Antoinette, but the one answering her was Ivan. Ha ha ha, look at your lack of ability. Don't say you are my man when you go out. Antoinette teased unceremoniously. You want to regret it? Ivan pointed out immediately. A little bit. Antoinette nodded. It's up to you. Anyway, I came all the way to the fairy plane and risked my life to help you out of trouble. It was just because of the agreement with Mavis. It has nothing to do with you, the goddess of spring. You don't have to take it to heart. No, this god has never had the habit of taking back what he said. If I say I will protect you, I will protect you. Seeing that he didn't argue, Antoinette didn't refuse. This scene was seen by Enchichi next to her. Of course, she knew what was going on. What the two did and said didn't avoid her. These days, her impression of a certain wizard has improved a lot. After all, no one would dislike a diligent, studious, knowledgeable, and skilled in cultivating spiritual plants, except for the goddess of spring who often asks questions when caught. Before, a certain goddess of spring said that she would protect Ivan in the future. Of course, Ivan would not be polite. In his opinion, on the road to pursuing knowledge and truth, some insignificant things can be ignored, such as face. You know, when he was in the Shigong Chamber of Commerce, he only asked 2 questions, and the result almost emptied him out. Compared with Shigong, Antoinette only needs to coax a few words in various ways, which is really too cost-effective. Wizard Ivan, are you thinking something dirty? I'm praising you for your rich knowledge, generosity, and informality. You are a rare person in the world. You are sensible. Of course, Ivan is impressed by your knowledge. At this moment, Ivan said this with absolute sincerity. Through contact, he found that the goddess of spring in front of him was a vast mobile knowledge base with an inexhaustible source of information. In the past few days, he has been asking for advice with an open mind, and now he has benefited a lot. Such a wonderful place to learn, of course, he is a little reluctant to leave. Another person who is reluctant to leave is Enchichi. She has made up her mind to follow the princess of the Four Seasons goddess clan and return to normal life. It's time to go. Big Gray and Little Gray, I'm leaving with the princess. You must grow up well, protect the Grey Crow residence, and wait for me to come back with Vanessa. Quack! Quack! Don't look at these Grey Crows as inconspicuous. They are both strange beasts born from the terrifying place of the Bowel of Oblivion. Once they grow up successfully, they will at least be no less than the Lord level. However, the growth cycle of such strange beasts is usually very long. The Bowel of Oblivion is the most suitable environment for their growth. It is wise to stay. Antoinette stretched out her hand, and a strange breath was drawn over, wrapping around her white fingertips. Some kind of spell was silently recited from her mouth, and the breath increased greatly, and then expanded, and instantly turned into a gray crow with a body length of more than 3 meters, which was obviously an enlarged version of Big Gray and Little Gray. Such means are beyond ordinary. Come on. Antoinette jumped up first. Seeing this, the other two jumped up quickly, and also sat behind the Big Gray Crow. The Big Gray Crow made a crisp cry, flapped its wings immediately, and flew outside the Gray Crow's residence. After flapping its wings a few times, it came outside. At this time, the Big Gray Crow's body had grown a few meters. The 3 people in the group sank into the Big Gray Crow's body, protected by the strange energy around them. And Chi-Chi couldn't help but look behind her, but she couldn't see the Gray Crow's residence anymore. She blinked in disappointment. It's normal to break up and get back together in the long journey of life. Well, I will come back. Ivan sat not far behind her and said a word of comfort. Antoinette was at the front, controlling the Big Gray Crow to hurry on, and the direction was clearly against the intestines of annihilation. It must be said that she was very stubborn in some aspects. Ivan didn't think much, but observed the changes around him. One thing overcomes another, and the power of the Gray Crow is indeed specialized in dealing with the complex situation here. What concerned him more was Antoinette's method, which was so light and exquisite. I wondered if it was due to the authority of the gods. The authority of the gods is to borrow or occupy the ability of the plane itself. The power of the sky does have an ability different from that of most creatures, and can do things that most creatures cannot do. For example, his identity as an outsider was easily solved by Antoinette. In the past 10 years, he did not need to worry about the suppression of the fairy plane. This method was far better than the methods used by the virtual kings in the past to deal with the same problem for the wolf. The curse left by Virgidina was also cleared. In this way, he could walk calmly in the fairy plane and strive to find the world-reaching Miyuenmu during this period to complete the things predicted by the prophet's book. Mr. Ivan, are all wizards like you? Miss Chi-Chi, I have to correct your statement. I was born in the human race. Wizards correspond to a way of cultivation. We just call ourselves wizards in our daily lives. What to cultivate? Spiritual power, that is soul power. If you are interested, I will give you a meditation method for cultivation, which can just kill time on the road. Traveling through the disordered space, Chi-Chi may have taken the initiative to talk to him in order to relieve her anxiety about the future. Ivan was very kind to this little goddess, who helped a lot, and immediately gave Chi-Chi a high-quality meditation method. The 4 seasons goddesses are all talented people, and Chi-Chi is also a real lord. It is not a problem for her to quickly understand a meditation method. So this is the practice of wizards, it seems like. You can tell me. Then I tell you straight, this power seems to have a lot of similarities with the devils in the abyss plane, am I wrong? After a while, Chi-Chi discovered something, and only after getting Ivan's approval did she speak out. You are very perceptive. According to my own analysis, there is indeed some kind of origin, but I don't know what it is. After all, I haven't met the devils yet. Ivan looked at her with appreciation, but he didn't hide the connection between wizards and devils. The specific connection, he actually guessed it, is a special ability of the Dayanala plane, which is open to all, and has carried out a series of integration and transformation of the power of other worlds, and finally completed localization. After the devil power is localized, it is transformed into the wizard power. This involves Danela's ability. Of course, he will not tell anyone, not to mention that the speculation has not been confirmed. Mr. Ivan, as far as I know, there are creatures of the devil race in the fairy plane. Really? I must see them if I have a chance. The Big Gray Crow moved forward quickly. Ivan and Chi-Chi chatted casually, while Antoinette fell into a rare long silence. It has been more than 800 years since she was trapped. More than 800 springs and autumns. I don't know how many things have happened, and how many times she has experienced hope and disappointment. How can she not feel sentimental? As the Big Gray Crow danced, the days passed. Under Antoinette's day and night management, after more than 20 days, they finally got out of the intestines of oblivion and left this place full of chaos and filth behind. Huh? Finally out. Antoinette waved her hand and dispersed the Big Gray Crows that had condensed before. After arriving at the Emerald Spirit Realm, all the feelings on her face disappeared, leaving only joy. Where are we going now? Ivan looked around. The vitality of this Emerald Spirit Realm was extremely abundant. Even the energy particles had a unique vitality, and the concentration was not low, comparable to the outer city of the City of Truth that the wizard had painstakingly built. And where they were at the moment was just a random location in the Emerald Spirit Realm, not a core area. Go get something handy. Antoinette identified the direction, and flew to a place with the 2 of them. Hasn't your stuff been divided up by others? Ivan said in surprise. Antoinette turned her head and rolled her eyes at him. He really mentioned things that shouldn't be mentioned. This little wizard is annoying. They are all useless things. I put them in a warehouse at the beginning. The place is very remote. Even I almost forgot about it. I think no one will visit it. Now I'm going to take some things to deal with it. Hearing this, Ivan didn't know what to say. He dared to conclude that it was a treasure house that had been sealed for a long time. After all, the vision of the goddess of spring was not ordinary. If it was a casual thing, the other party would definitely not make a special trip. After Antoinette finished speaking, she ignored him. Thinking of something, she stretched out her hand and rubbed her face. The face that looked like a work of art turned into another look, and the remaining 8 points of beauty. The princess is recognized as the most beautiful woman in the fairy plane. Once her true appearance is seen by others, it will cause unnecessary trouble. She usually wears a mask when traveling. Seeing this, Chi-Chi suddenly explained. This is what she heard from other goddesses. Really? Ivan nodded slightly. With the other party's outstanding appearance and figure, this possibility does exist. That's just the most inconspicuous of my many titles, not worth mentioning at all. Antoinette did not deny it, obviously it was true. Angel Chi-Chi, you are not bad looking either, let's disguise together. Ivan paused and decisively changed the subject. As he spoke, he also made changes, including his face, figure, and breath. At first glance, he was familiar with the place, which could avoid some trouble. I'm still far away, so there's no need for this. Angel Chi-Chi subconsciously glanced at the goddess of spring, and waved her hand shyly. She hadn't left the Great Crow residence for a long time, so there was really no need to disguise herself, and no one asked her to. The Emerald spiritual realm lived up to its name. Everywhere you passed, there was a lush scenery. Flowers, plants and trees in different seasons bloomed first, and even flourished to an excessive degree. After another journey, the three of them arrived at their destination. Antoinette hid the treasure house in a remote cliff. As she said, there was nothing unusual here, and most people would not deliberately look for anything here. There's nothing to see. I just passed by here one time, and suddenly became interested. I stayed here for a while, and I was a little bored, so I suddenly had the idea to build a special warehouse here. Later, I said some odds and ends here, that's all. You two hurry up and follow me. The scene at that time flowed through her mind, and she raised her hand to wipe away the outer layer of rocks, revealing a solid rock passage. Antoinette walked into the passage quickly, and Ivan followed closely behind her. The passage of the rock city was not shallow, and there was no breath of extraordinary power at the end. Pushing open the thick stone door and entering the warehouse, it was the same. There was only a simple warehouse inside, with many things, but the value was not in the eyes of the three people. This made Ivan and Chi-Chi a little confused. Don't ask too much, follow me quickly, you will understand in a while. Antoinette was too lazy to explain more, and signaled the two confused people to follow her closely, and the three of them walked out of the simple warehouse. 1 in and 1 out. 2 in and 2 out. 3 in and 3 out. The last time they walked out, the rock passage was no longer the original passage, but a long secret room, just like the treasure house that someone mentioned and was about to be forgotten. It is not difficult to guess from the way of entering that someone left this treasure house, probably for the lucky ones who accidentally broke into it. According to her character at the time, she would definitely do such a thing. Ivan found the clues when he came out of the warehouse for the first time, so he was not shocked at this time. What surprised him was the things in the treasure house. As expected, there were quite a few treasures containing the force, and there were also a system, which just proved the saying that a hair on someone's leg is thicker than your arm. While he was looking at the treasure house, Antoinette began to pick and choose. After picking a few things that were acceptable, she was ready to start fusion. Wait for me to smelt it and use it. You don't have to be polite. We will go to another warehouse later. There are more. Well, I remember that I seem to have built 5, but like this one, there are some things that are not very useful inside, and there is no complete force treasure. Seeing Antoinette's matter-of-fact look, Ivan was a little choked and spoke. How rich this guy must have been. Facts have proved that there are many lucky people in this world. The three of them searched all the way, and found that there were only 3 of the 5 warehouses left, and one of them was quite special. The things in that treasure house were taken away. However, after the lucky guy became stronger, he returned to this place and stuffed some things into it, making the treasure house fuller. What? You don't even know how to give me something decent in return. Hee hee, I'm just following the rules you set. In this special treasure house, Antoinette was surprised and disappointed. There was no primary level force treasure in the things she stuffed back. Finally, she relied on her superb skills and used a set of semi-force treasures as the main materials to smelt 3 complete force treasures, and the quality reached the level of primary force treasures in one fell swoop. This is definitely not as good as her most handy muse and staff, but it is not inferior to most level 6 strongmen. Ivan got some stuff from them. He was going to add the broken pieces of the Black Soul Tower to refine a new protective tower. But Antoinette couldn't bear it, and melted it down to make a barely elementary force treasure, the Wood Soul Tower. This made Ivan feel that this trip was not in vain. At the same time, Temple, who was in the Hay Castle on the demonic spirit continent, received a message and learned the good news that he had escaped from danger and entered the Emerald Spirit Realm. Chapter 644. You two, let's go. Where to? Take you to Revenge. Now? After searching 5 almost forgotten treasure houses and spending some time to reorganize them, the 3 of them made some gains, and Antoinette undoubtedly made the most gains. Not long after, she spoke to Ivan and Enchichi carelessly, talking about the next action plan, Revenge. This shocked both of them. It was so urgent that Ivan had to confirm it again. Yes, now. Antoinette nodded with extraordinary certainty. Stop talking nonsense, just come with me. Okay, I will risk my life to accompany you again, and what about her? Ivan did not refuse. After all, he had received a lot of benefits along the way, even the primary force treasure, and he was short of money. I will go with you too, don't think of leaving me behind. Enchichi said quickly. Antoinette simply stopped talking, waved her hand, and a ray of light swept up the 2 of them, and swept them away, far faster than an ordinary level 6 warrior. Since she escaped from the cage, her power has become stronger and stronger. Soon, Ivan found that he had misunderstood. This was not the direction to seek revenge on Vigitina, but to go down to the King Food Land, and the direction looked familiar. After careful identification, he understood that this time, he should go to trouble the Father of Holy Light. I didn't expect this goddess to be so trustworthy. I haven't fought with anyone for a long time, so I just practiced with that cruel guy. Antoinette guessed what he was thinking and explained casually. That's good, I notified Deborah to come over now, Ivan said. Seeing that she had no objection, Ivan quickly contacted Temple and asked Temple to come with Deborah, but the speed of both parties was different, and the 2 might not arrive in time. Overall, the Emerald Spirit Realm was like a continent floating at the highest altitude of the plane. This land was very vast, with an area far larger than any piece of the King's Food Land. The land was surrounded by the misty green light, and there were many dangers, making it difficult for most creatures to approach. With Antoinette, they could ignore this problem directly. After leaving the range of the misty green light, they came to the King's Food Land. Ivan paid special attention, and found that there was land below that was half covered and half not covered by the green light, as if it was being swallowed. Will the land there be integrated into the Emerald Spirit Realm? He couldn't help asking. Of course, the land area of the Emerald Spirit Realm has been expanding over time, Antoinette said proudly. Will this not lead to a continuous decrease in the number of land in the Wanshur continent? No, the number of land in the Wanshur continent has never decreased, and has always been maintained within a certain range. Where did the floating land in the Wanshur continent come from? Could it be that it split from the demonic continent and then floated up? I don't think so. Observe more, and you will know. When asked the key question, Ivan and Enchichi were both listening attentively, but Antoinette was unwilling to answer, and just gave a confusing result. Really? Then I wait and see. Ivan didn't force it. He could stay in the fairy plane for a long time, and see a lot of things. Sooner or later, the truth here will be revealed. He has the patience. Compared with the vigorous vitality of the Emerald Spirit Realm, the King's Food continent seems bizarre. Almost every continent has its own characteristics. Some are barren, some are lush, some are covered by thunder, some are covered by ice, and so on. They look different from a distance. The floating land is located in different heights, and the number of them is difficult to estimate. Under the leadership of Antoinette, they left one piece of land behind them. After a long journey, the 3 of them landed on a piece of black land. Unlike the last time, the black land under their feet now has dense new buds, adding a color to the black land. I go meet him first. Antoinette didn't stop, observed the surroundings, and ran to the end of the black soil plain, leaving the other 2 behind. The battle between the thrones is extremely dangerous. It is definitely not appropriate to bring 2 more people with you, but it will be difficult to let go. What should we do now? Enchichi was a little confused. Of course we can't just wait and look around. There must be other enemies, Ivan said. He was interested in the land of Wangshilichsong and always felt that it was not simple. Oh, then should we look separately? Honestly, how is your ability to survive? I don't know, it should be pretty good. Forget it, you should stay with this wizard. There are not many people left in the Time clan. If you have any problems again, I will not be able to explain it. Seeing Enchichi's inexperienced look, Ivan gave up the idea of acting alone, and he didn't want to go to the valley at the end. The two of them randomly chose a direction to walk around. Before they walked far, they heard a huge noise coming from the other side. Who are you? No outsiders are welcome here. You are the guy who calls himself the father of Holy Light. You look strange. Holy Light Spider? Or Holy Light Dandelion? It should be called half organism and half plant, but it looks a little ugly. Shut up. Who are you? On the other side, Antoinette came to the deep valley surrounded by many towering peaks, looked inside for a few times, and saw the true appearance of the father of Holy Light who was hidden deep inside. At this moment, the whole deep valley shook, and the Holy Light shone brightly, with a cold murderous intent hidden under the light. My common name is Antoinette Marguerite, and I am under the command of the Lord. You are the goddess who was cast down to earth. It turns out to be you. The goddess of spring in the past. We have no grudges in the past, and no hatred in the present. What are you doing here? I am asked by a little mermaid to settle the blood debt with you. Also, I hate you, a bastard who slaughters living beings wantonly. Go and die. After Antoinette explained her purpose, she did not give the other party a chance to talk nonsense and immediately started fighting. The ground around the deep valley shook, and everything squeezed by the aftermath suddenly changed color. The battle situation was clear at a glance, and it was one-sided. Antoinette only tried her skills a little, and she overwhelmed the father of Holy Light, and it seemed that he was about to be unable to resist. Goddess, leave immediately. I will forgive you for what happened. If you can't beat me, then forget about it. I will pluck all your hair off in a moment. Don't go too far. Faced with the aggressive goddess, the father of Holy Light had no choice but to reveal his demon body, causing the earth to rumble continuously, as if something was rapidly crawling in the ground. Roar! In a flash, a huge monster appeared there, stepping on the mountains and looking down at the ground from a high position. What a weird giant spider! Even Ivan and Enchichi, who were separated by a distance, could see it clearly and were intimidated by its momentum. Just now, he seemed to be drawing a lot of power from this floating land, right? Ivan stared at the distance in surprise. This was the first time he saw a giant demon body condensed by a demon spirit. The body was really too big, at least 2 kilometers long. This is in line with the habits of creatures in the fairy plane. They like big guys and big powers. I just don't know how much such a big body consumes in a day. It won't eat itself out of money. Yeah, this should be the throne demon body. I don't know what the specific situation is. And Chichi also sighed. Interesting. Ivan glanced at his feet, thinking that this land must be closely related to the opponent's throne demon body, because the big spider has been drawing power from it, and the fusion is unobstructed. Compared with the big spider, the other party, Antoinette, looks much more elegant. She showed her divine fighting body, wearing a decent and magnificent light armor, holding a divine staff, and her hair fluttering from under her helmet, looking particularly heroic and majestic. The whole scene looked like the goddess was destroying the vicious beast. As everyone expected, the beast was beaten back step by step. Go! Stop her for me. Holy Light Judgment. Sinner, accept the judgment. As a last resort, the Father of Holy Light awakened the messengers of heaven under his seat, and ordered them to rush towards the enemy in one go, just to delay some time. How could Antoinette give him this opportunity? She chased after the big spider. In the end, the throne of the Father of Light was torn into pieces, and it looked miserable. Look! Something is happening. This land is rising rapidly. After the battle, Enchichi made a new discovery and pointed outside. This wizard saw it. Ivan nodded. Now was not the time to talk about this. He motioned Enchichi to follow him to welcome someone who had returned from the battle. After a battle, the two of them were just watching and did not exert any strength. It was quite embarrassing. It's really unlucky that the guy ran away. Antoinette fell to the ground with a little unwillingness on her face. The throne is not that easy to kill. This level is enough to show your strength, Ivan said. Not enough, this is just a person who has condensed the earth demon body, while that bitch has already condensed the sky demon body, and her strength is more than 1 level higher. Antoinette shook her head slightly. She no longer kept it a secret, and took the initiative to talk about the characteristics of the demon's throne body. Generally speaking, there are two types, Earth demon body and Sky demon body. Each floating land in the King Food continent actually corresponds to a throne demon body. This is because when the 6th level demon condenses the Earth demon body, it must create a corresponding floating continent as the power of the Earth demon body, which can be used for the demon body to consume, recover, hide, etc. One day, the Earth demon body will be transformed into the Sky demon body, and then this bondage can be broken. The fairy plane is really a unique plane. After listening to her statement, Ivan was surprised and not surprised. What is surprising is the number of thrones here, which is jaw-dropping. It is not surprising because Daenerys used to have similar means, that is, fighting for the throne, where all living beings fight for the throne condensed by nature. Unfortunately, after a fierce battle, the Daenerys plane is not as powerful as before, and the fight for the throne is not present. So, what you condensed is the throne of the demon, the throne that can really pry the power of rules? Yes and no, we goddesses are different from other living beings. We can only condense one kind of throne demon body, the 4-season seat body. As for the effect, there are pros and cons. The reason why I have not been able to ascend to the Supreme is due to this factor. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. Ivan did not ask any more questions. If he asked further, it would involve the power controlled by the other party, which is a taboo. Moreover, someone is coming. My lord. Mr. Ivan. This is the goddess of spring, Antoinette Margaret. It was Temple and Deborah who hurried over. They came closer in the blink of an eye, and looked at the wizard they had not seen for many days with joy. Ivan introduced the two to the goddess of spring. 50 years, that guy will not come out to make trouble for at least 50 years, do you understand? Little mermaid. After the two greeted each other, Antoinette told a great news. This made Deborah overjoyed and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Previously, she did not contribute much to helping the other party out of trouble, and thought that the other party would not take action. This result was already very good. 50 years is enough for the creatures of the Songzon Plain to do many things. Antoinette did not have much enthusiasm for Deborah. In the face of her earnest thanks, she just nodded and ignored her. Let's go! Now it's the turn of the other guy with antlers. Do you know the exact location? Ivan's face brightened. He had wanted to beat up the old guy with antlers for a long time. The old guy had spread the curse of evil across the plain, which had tortured them for many years. From the apprentice period to the 2nd-level wizard. It was sealed when he met Mavis, and finally cleared it with the prophet's book. He will never forget such an experience. Of course, who am I? Isn't it easy to find someone in the plain? Antoinette said lightly. Seeing that Deborah wanted to help, she did not hesitate to leave the land under her feet and fly to the higher sky on the right. After crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, the group came to a wider floating land. As soon as they approached, they could hear the noisy movement. This was like a paradise of life with a large number of creatures, which was completely different from the residence of the Father of Holy Light. If you get closer, you will find that the situation is different from what you heard. This is not a good place. Many evil beasts that once wreaked havoc on the demonic continent live here, guarding a green mountain. If someone can get a glimpse of the whole mountain, they will find that it looks like a giant deer lying on the ground. Stale Spring God's divine power, I wonder who it is. It turns out to be a slave who was once stripped naked. Oh, there is also a familiar breath. Isn't this my delicious prey? It came to my door, good, good. The owner of this place is particularly alert. As soon as the group landed on the land, a figure flashed where the mountain was, a rough old man with green deer antlers on his head. The old man is quite capable. He directly revealed the identities of two of them, clearly wanting to give them a show of power. Chapter 645. Compared with decades ago, the face of the old man with deer horns looks a little older, which shows that this guy is just a little arrogant, but in fact he is not living a happy life. Ivan didn't think there was anything wrong with the other party's words. Antoinette's face suddenly darkened when she heard it. Qingnan, dear master, what is your relationship with Virgidina? She is a shameless slave like you. No, she is even more shameless than you. Extremely shameless, and can do anything to achieve her goals. You two are worthy of being good sisters for many years, hee. Qingnan, dear master is obviously the usual name of the old man with deer horns. When he talked about Virgidina, his tone was full of hatred, and he scolded Antoinette at the same time. What a stubborn head, what a foul mouth. From a distance, Ivan was amazed. This person was really courting death. You should know that Antoinette has awakened, and is no longer the goddess of spring, who is kind to others. Now she will really kill people. He mourned for a deer in his heart for a second. As expected, Antoinette was directly enraged. She took a step forward and revealed her complete divine combat body. She was over 100 meters tall, and her divine power was as bright as a prison. One-horned crippled deer, I will make you pay for what you said. Ahem, I have been roaming the galaxy for countless years. How could I be afraid of a stupid slave like you? The Qingnan Deer Lord obviously knew a lot about the person in front of him. The other party's reaction was so fierce that he didn't forget to say anything. It was really beyond his expectation. He paused for a second or two before replying. In any case, he didn't want to lose the battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck him head-on, hitting the incarnation of power. The dark blue lightning was filled with violent destructive power. In an instant, the power incarnation of the Qingnan Deer Lord was dispersed, and there was no power left to resist. Ivan, who was watching the battle, could see that Antoinette's power was stained with a murderous meaning, and it became more lethal. People often say that the most beautiful woman in the fairy plain has a gentle personality like water, just like the spring rain. Now it seems that you have also realized the evil side of living things, and that's right. We should be like this. In this world where you eat me and I eat you, you, the goddess of spring, always have an attitude of not being involved in the mundane world. At that time, you really made the ancestors sick. After the power incarnation was destroyed, the ground rumbled, and the giant deer shaped like a mountain raised its huge head, and the uneven horns were particularly conspicuous. The Qingnan Deer Lord was not frightened by the thunder of destruction, but instead sighed earnestly. You are scared and want to delay time, Antoinette said coldly, obviously not disturbed by his words. Ha ha, bastard, the ancestor never knows what fear is. Hearing this, Qingnan Deer Lord was very unhappy. He didn't waste any words, and issued a killing order to his subordinates. Go, kill all those who dare to offend the ancestor. Leave no one alive. The ancestor has an order, kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the land was turbulent, and a large number of evil beasts living here followed the order and rushed out, their figures spread across many mountains and forests. These evil beasts knew their own limitations, and did not rush to the goddess of spring regardless of their lives, but rushed to Ivan and others who were farther away. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Ivan was naturally not afraid, but he was a little worried about the little goddess. Due to the character of the goddess clan, it is easy to suffer in such a battle. Angel Chi-Chi, learn from your princess. Don't be soft-hearted here. I try my best. Angel Chi-Chi summoned the modified silver moon blade, but she still looked weak. Seeing this, Ivan had to wink at Templar and asked him to follow the little goddess. After he glanced at the Queen of the Sea, Deborah, he rushed forward to meet the enemy. No matter what, he couldn't just stand there and watch. Boy, your meat looks tender. I'd bite it off bit by bit. You're talking a lot when you're about to die. Ivan came all the way to the enemy, and an unpleasant voice came from the opposite side, just like the dear master of these people. He didn't take these so-called evil beasts seriously. To put it bluntly, these creatures were twisted or assimilated by the life essence of the Qingnan Deer Master. They were pseudo-strong people, just consumables. If you really want to calculate, the status is equivalent to the ant guards of the marsh ants, and there is a big difference between the creatures who really practice step by step. Roar! Plop! It just proves the saying that the more you talk, the faster you die. Facing the big evil demon, with a hideous appearance and blood resentment, Ivan did not transform into the virtual king spirit body, but only moved the surrounding space network, turning the space network into space-line blades, forming a net to cut the front. The guy with a mouth full of dirty words was quietly hit, and the huge demon body was cut into pieces. The other evil demons and beasts around were the same. For a while, pieces of meat fell like rain, forming a terrifying scene, which made the people behind dumbfounded. This is too cruel. In the back, and Chi-Chi's face turned pale. Fortunately, such a horrifying scene did not last long. The soul fire spread all over the sky, burning all the still wriggling pieces of varying sizes to ashes, completely destroying the lives of these ferocious monsters that were causing trouble. Mr. Ivan is very good at this. You can't take care of them all. Leave some for me. Deborah came up and reacted very calmly. The Gazan Plain is someone else's breeding farm. People like them are suppressed everywhere. The road to growth has never been peaceful. It can be said that they have walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. She has seen even bloodier scenes. No problem. I just saw your tricks. Ivan said this, but his hands did not stop moving. Almost every second, an enemy died from soul fire or space cutting. There was no evil beast that could match him. Deborah had to stay away from him and block the enemy from the other side. Of course, their side was just a small scene. The main force of the battle was in the center of the land. Every move there brought about a particularly vast movement, which could be called earth-shaking. The throne battle was a competition of the power of rules. The power of rules controlled by Antoinette was the spring of the 4 seasons, which corresponded to her name as the goddess of spring. Before the town was sealed, her rule power was the spring that nourished everything, including the thunder that awakened life, the warm wind that blew everything, the spring rain that moistened everything silently, and so on. At this moment, the power of spring exuded a fierce killing intent, just like her changed personality. The more determined Antoinette's heart was, the deeper her inner awareness was, the more fierce the power of spring in her hand became. The thunder became able to destroy life, the strong wind became able to crush everything, and the heavy rain became able to corrode the heart. Everything was different. After fighting for a while, Qing Mindir Lord deeply realized this point. The rule power he controlled was far inferior to that of the opponent, and the result was naturally a clear loss. Ahem, I lost. You can't escape. I know, I didn't want to escape. I lost, and you can take my life, but I still have a few words to say to you, Miss Antoinette. A few minutes ago, the body of Qing Mindir Lord lying on the ground stood up. A few minutes later, the huge body fell down in a more miserable way, lying on the ground with a lingering breath. But Qing Mindir Lord did not become hysterical because of this, but showed an inexplicable calmness, as if he had seen through life and death. Speak. Antoinette did not relax her vigilance because of this. Although she is not too experienced now, she is also a qualified hunter. From the confrontation just now, can you see what the rule power controlled by the ancestor is? Qing Mindir Lord asked an irrelevant question. Mountains, and the power of extreme evil, these are the rules you have learned. Antoinette certainly noticed that it was a dark power extending from the power of the earth, which made people unhappy. That's right. Qing Mindir Lord nodded. So? Antoinette said. What I want to say is that the bitch Virgidina, please be patient, this is of great value to you, and you must also want to know the other side of that bitch. Qing Mindir Lord continued, but he habitually used obscene words in his words, which made Antoinette want to put an end to him. His next words still calmed Antoinette. Go on. You may not know that the power of rules controlled by Virgidina is also a kind of extremely evil power, the ever-changing dark water, the hidden evil. Her evil power is the same as that of the ancestor, because that is what the ancestor taught her. At the beginning, in order to get power from the ancestor, she begged for it in every possible way and did all the evil things she could do. There are too many shameless, heartless, and betrayal of you. It's a pity that you never noticed it. You always thought she was the same as you. It's really ridiculous. From the mouth of Qing Mindir Lord, some things about Virgidina were revealed bit by bit. In the end, he couldn't help but sneer. Antoinette had a gloomy face and unexpectedly did not refute. I didn't get angry, but I made progress. Of course, this god is different from before. Not enough. Qing Mindir Lord put on the tone of a veteran, which was in sharp contrast to his current miserable state. Stop talking nonsense, it's not your turn to take care of this god's affairs. Antoinette frowned slightly and shouted, Let me ask you, you hate Virgidina so much, I guess she promised you something, but in the end she didn't do anything, and even betrayed you, right? Yes, but this is definitely related to you. Oh! The ancestor asks you, have you ever cleared any evil curse that was deeply rooted in the body of that bitch? Otherwise, with the means that the bitch had at that time, she would definitely not be able to get rid of my grip. The ancestor asks you again, have you ever spent your own original power to condense the medium power that can cause a catastrophe, and then handed it to that bitch? Facing the harsh questioning of the ancestor Qing Min, Antoinette fell silent again. It is not difficult to see from her changing expression that Antoinette did do such a stupid thing back then. The ancestor knew that you were the one making trouble, bitch, you hurt me so badly. Boom boom boom. Qing Mindir Master had a bad temper. Seeing that she was the real culprit, he immediately turned his face and refused to recognize her. He rushed into the air with all his strength, but was taught a lesson by Antoinette again. After being beaten up, Qing Mindir Master finally calmed down and looked even more embarrassed. If you have anything else to say it quickly so that I can send you off. Antoinette looked at him coldly. Okay, you must not spare that bitch. I'm waiting for this day to come. Qing Mindir Master completely admitted his defeat. He didn't even care too much about his own death. Instead, he emphasized one sentence. You don't need to say this, Antoinette said. There is another thing that is closely related to you. This is just a guess of the ancestor. The real purpose of Virgidina imprisoning you and torturing you in every way should be to lead you to evil. She mentioned this plan at the beginning. In the eyes of the ancestor, it was just a small thing, so he didn't pay much attention to it. After seeing your changes, the ancestor guessed that she should have implemented the plan, and the plan was successful. If so, she is now more difficult to deal with. You have to be careful. The Qingmen dear lord didn't care about her attitude and continued to talk about another thing. Speak clearly, what do you mean? Hearing his words, Antoinette suddenly had a very bad premonition in her heart. Her evil power is different from mine. It is more cunning and weird. Leading other creatures to evil should be a way for her to increase her power. Your identity is special and your personality at that time was so ridiculous. For her, leading you to the evil side is definitely a crucial training process. After the success, her current power must have grown greatly, even enough to make the power of rules perfect, step into a new realm, and become a new generation of the king of the true one. Qingmen dear lord thought for a while, and explained in a deep voice. Antoinette's bad premonition became stronger. In the matter of trapping herself, Virgidina did behave a little strangely. Her identity was indeed special, but it was not absolutely impossible to kill her, but the other party let her survive. Of course, this is really just the ancestor's guess. Qingmen dear lord said again. If you have nothing else to say, shut your stinky mouth. Antoinette glanced at him. No, send me to freedom. Qingmen dear lord lowered his head, and lazily lay on the ground. I won't let you go. Antoinette muttered. Bitch. The ancestor swallowed you. The next second, the Qingmen dear lord, who was lying on the ground, relied on the power he had secretly accumulated to jump up, opened his terrifying mouth and bit the person in the air. Whether it was a last-ditch effort or a calm death, he had no habit of dying lying down. However, before he could get close, a cluster of thunder fell from the sky, hitting the jumping head, and the head with a pair of uneven antlers was submerged in it. After the thunder, a headless body fell to the ground, and the ground shook constantly. Antoinette watched all this and found that the headless body was covered with a special net, which tightly bound and pulled, and disappeared into thin air after several seconds. The special net was actually the great disaster song of the four seasons in the other party's mouth, a unique test from the fairy plane itself, and it was always with the other party. Even this power dissipated, which meant that the Qingmen dear lord was completely dead. The matter here was over. Chapter 646. The ancestor is dead, how could it be possible? Damn bitch, this is unreasonable, we will fight you. Be patient, it will be fine in a while, but we can't let you go over and cause trouble for others, your enemy is this wizard. With the death of the owner of this land, the surviving evil beasts suffered backlash of varying degrees, and many creatures were like crazy, and they were so bold as to want to cause trouble for Antoinette. Ivan didn't give these people a chance. If he let these people succeed, he would be derelict in his duty, which was not acceptable. Without hesitation, he revealed his virtual king body, and his power was even more terrifying, unparalleled. Facing a large number of enemies, he didn't let anyone kill Antoinette. What a wizard, the same realm. The difference in power is so big. Deborah noticed this scene, and then compared it with herself. She felt that there was no comparison, and she smiled bitterly. She did not lose her fighting spirit because of this. Her movements became more sharp. There were not a few evil beasts that died in her hands, although they could not compare with the other side. After the Qingmen dear lord fell, more evil beasts fled in panic, and the original situation was gone forever. After a while, Ivan and others quickly ended the battle. Afterwards, Ivan flew forward slowly and landed near the center of the land, looking at the headless corpse of the Qingmen dear lord. He remembered clearly that it was when he was an apprentice. Not many days after he embarked on the path of wizards, he suffered persecution from his mentor twins at the time and had to bear a curse. The source of the curse was the Qingmen dear lord in front of him. At this moment, this long-standing enemy finally fell in front of him. His death was miserable. The only regret was that he did not die at his own hands. If you don't want to be contaminated by the power of the Song of the Four Seasons, don't try to attack the Lord of Qingmen dear. Antoinette's voice came, and then she flashed to a distance. The Song of the Four Seasons? What is this? Ivan couldn't help asking. A special test. If you succeed, your life will evolve. If you fail, you will transform everything with your body. This is for the creatures in the plane. If it falls on you, it will only be a terrible curse, which will make you disappear in the erosion of the power of the Four Seasons until your life withers. Isn't this the curse of demon grudges? Yes, the Song of the Four Seasons is the complete version of the curse of demon grudges. Once you are hit, even I can't remove it for you. Hearing such a warning, Ivan took a few steps back and looked at the headless corpse in front of him with fear. The Song of the Four Seasons comes directly from the fairy plane itself. Its power is unfathomable. The prophet's book is unlikely to be able to resist it. It is better not to provoke it. It seems that all of you creatures have to go through the test. This is unlikely, right? Of course not. Only those who have reached the level of lords and ancient kings have a certain chance to receive the gift. The main recipients are the Earth Demon Throne and a small number of Sky Demon Thrones, like the Qingmendir Lord who slaughters many lives. I see. Ivan understood in his heart that the Song of the Four Seasons is said to be an opportunity for life evolution given by the above, but for most creatures, it is a catastrophe that cannot be overcome. It is like the insect exudement of insects. There are very few lucky ones who can break and then stand up. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is only 1 in 10,000. Otherwise, the Qingmendir Lord would not have gone to great lengths to cross the plane to extradite such power bit by bit to share the pressure he was under. In fact, he was more interested in the methods used by the Qingmendir Lord at the beginning. After all, he had studied the curse of demon resentment for a while. Due to the terrible degree of the Song of the Four Seasons, he could only give up for now. Speaking of which, we wizards also have our own disasters. Are you sure you are not lying? Your news came from Mavis. The reason why she has never heard of it is that our wizards concealed it very well, or in other words, we handled it very well, and have perfectly transformed it into other things. Seeing that Antoinette was interested, Ivan did not hide it, and told the story in a voice that only 2 people could hear. There is a saying that when you are solidifying the abyss is also staring at you. Of course, the abyss here does not refer to the abyss plane. What wizards study is the power of the soul. And the soul is unfathomable, and its peak is even more unattainable, far beyond the power controlled by the wizards themselves. They will naturally be inexplicably eroded and oppressed without knowing it. The higher the strength, the greater the oppression. Over time, it will form a distinct influence. This is reflected in wizards as their obsessions, all kinds of deep-rooted obsessions. For example, Oates' guilt towards Tanya is an obsession that he cannot get rid of. Such an obsession is enough to change a person, making him no longer like his original self, and he doesn't even know it. If it is not properly resolved, in the end, the wizard will only be manipulated by the obsession, completely lose his mind, and become a crazy wizard with a twisted temperament and crazy behavior. On the road to self-destruction. After becoming a virtual king wizard, Ivan was so surprised when he read this special top-secret record from the Supreme Council that he was speechless. After reading it, he realized that the ancestors had solved this problem and integrated the solution into the wizard's practice concept, which can be said to be a permanent solution. As long as you follow the wizard's philosophy, and don't do anything heretical. At the end of the practice, the wizard will only have one obsession, that is, the endless desire for knowledge and the tireless pursuit of truth. In this way, the problem will disappear invisibly, just like it does not exist. No wonder your wizards have many similarities in their personalities. Antoinette suddenly realized. Like your Song of the Four Seasons, this problem also began to appear at the Lord level. Wizards below the Lord level are basically not qualified and are not affected much. Ivan added with a little pride. The predecessors planted the trees, and the descendants enjoyed the shade. Now they are not troubled by the mad wizard. As for the pursuit of knowledge and truth, he is happy and willing to devote his life to it. Hee. I forgot to tell you that we, the goddesses, were born for the 4 seasons. We are equivalent to the messengers of the 4 seasons, and are not within the scope of the test of the Song of the 4 Seasons. Antoinette then added. Hearing her words, Ivan was choked and couldn't speak. It turns out that you goddesses have privileges. No wonder you can say it lightly as a gift. Anyway, you don't need to bear it. Suddenly, he didn't want to talk. The 2 stood there quietly, and the others didn't approach. Did you hear what was said before? After a long pause, Antoinette broke the atmosphere. What? Don't pretend. Qingmendir Lord's words about Virgidina. It turns out that she controls such a dark power. Antoinette's mood was obviously a little depressed, and she didn't show the joy of defeating a strong enemy at all. Ivan certainly knew what she was struggling with. She was affected by Qingmendir Lord's words, and began to doubt whether her change was right or wrong. She was a little confused. Shoo! What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at Qingmendir Lord. If he knew that his words had the opposite effect, he probably wouldn't tell you so readily, and simply seek relief. Antoinette looked at him coldly, and motioned him to continue. You don't have to think about it. His purpose is to make you fully prepared, and seize the time to find Virgidina's bad luck, not to make you think about these useless things. Ivan said immediately. Antoinette is still the goddess of spring in essence. She wants to change. However, she has been out of trouble for too short a time, and her personality transformation is not thorough. She is shaken by what others say. Let me ask you, why did you rush to trouble the Father of Holy Light and the Lord of Cheemandir? Don't say you want to take revenge early. You must have other ideas. Please tell me the truth. I want to prove myself, prove that I am no longer the original goddess of spring. I want to announce to the world the arrival of a brand new Antoinette. That's it. In addition to these two people, I have other targets, all of whom have disgusted me. You see, isn't this good? Good? In the eyes of this wizard, it is very good. The unity of mind and action, self-proving, after this baptism, you are a different Antoinette. Look, isn't your power getting stronger? This is an ironclad proof. Ms. Antoinette, you must believe that you are on the right path, and you should follow your inner choice and continue along this path. In sharp contrast to Antoinette, Ivan never has such troubles. His heart is extremely firm, and he will not be shaken by the words of others. Your predecessors are indeed a group of remarkable people. Antoinette is different from others. She can read other people's hearts. At this moment, she was undoubtedly infected by Ivan's inner firmness, and the haze in her heart was washed away. That's right, I only have one pursuit in my heart, knowledge, truth, and the power closely related to it, that's all. Ivan said proudly. Is that so? I want to give you a surprise after this incident, and spend some power to revive Mavis. Antoinette said suddenly. Ivan was not surprised. He always thought that the goddess of spring had this ability. It just depends on whether the other party is willing. Now, it's just a guess that has become a fact. Wait, the gift you always talked about before couldn't be Mavis? He suddenly thought of a possibility, and looked at a certain goddess of spring speechlessly. Why, you dare not be satisfied? Antoinette did not deny it, staring at him unkindly. It has nothing to do with whether I am satisfied or not. I also have my own clones. How can I not know their truest thoughts? Compared with other people, they care more about their own original bodies, and are more willing to protect them. All others are ranked behind. I don't deny that I have some special feelings for Mavis, but I prefer to respect her ideas. Ivan didn't expect that she really had such an idea, but wouldn't it be awkward? Moreover, Daenerys is too far away from the fairy plane. If it is not necessary, why let Mavis endure the pain of separation? It would be better to let Mavis be with the person she wants to be with the most. As for himself, he entrusted his enthusiasm to knowledge and truth, and was destined to leave very little for others. Oh, you wizards are really heartless. Hearing this, Antoinette was a little unhappy. Mavis has made such a great contribution to you before. Since you have this ability, you should let her return to this world in a better state. Ivan ignored her sarcasm, and looked at her very seriously. You don't need to say more. She will have her own flesh and blood. Mavis will have no less than other creatures. Just know it in your heart. The conversation between the two ended hastily. But what needed to be said had been said. Antoinette was no longer confused, Mavis had a place to go, and Ivan happily accepted it all. Then, Antoinette ran away alone without warning, leaving the others on this floating continent without even saying hello. This made Ivan stunned. Mr. Ivan, did you make that god angry? Deborah came over and asked curiously. How is it possible? She went to cause trouble for others, and we can't help. Ivan shook his head slightly. Forget it. As a woman, Deborah's intuition told her that that was the truth. Let's talk about business, Deborah. Do you have any ideas for the future? Should you continue to stay in the fairy plane or return to the Somzon plane? Ivan changed the subject. Deborah came here for only one purpose, to find out the power behind the Holy Light Church, and then find a way to solve the troubles faced by the Somzon plane. Now, the Father of Holy Light has seen it. The other party was severely injured by Antoinette, and is unlikely to show up in a short time, which has won a time gap of about 50 years for the Somzon plane. These 50 years are crucial. I have to go back. I can get to this point today, and there are too many people who have helped me. I am carrying the expectations of many people. I can't not go back there. Deborah thought for a long time before she made her decision. When you are ready to go back, this wizard can send you back. Ivan nodded slightly. The other party is willing to protect his own plane, which is a very commendable thing. It won't take long, it will be in the near future, Temple. Deborah looked at him expectantly, hesitant to speak. He will stay here. Ivan didn't answer what she wanted to hear, which made Deborah a little disappointed. That's good. Deborah, let me give you a suggestion. You say, based on the situation of the fairy plane and the song praise plane, even if there is no Father of Holy Light, There will be other people like the Lord of Qingmendir. This wizard thinks you can choose to rely on someone who doesn't treat life as worthless, and let him give you some shelter. This is a feasible way. As for what price to pay, you need to figure it out yourself. Ivan has no better way. Sometimes the small plane is just like this, and the situation in the song praise plane is very special. To be honest, in just 50 years, he doesn't think Deborah and her team can solve the problem. I will seriously consider it. Deborah nodded solemnly after hearing his meaningful words, obviously listening to him. Chapter 647. Time is like a stream, always passing by inadvertently. Less than 2 months after the battle with Qingmendir Lord, Deborah went back as promised, back to the Somzon plain that she was willing to protect with her life. As for the matter of joining others, this matter is of great importance, and Deborah needs to go back to discuss with others. 50 years is not so easy to pass. They have plenty of time to plan for the long term, and during this period, it would be great if they can explore another feasible way. Ivan expressed his blessing. In the following years, Antoinette has been very busy looking for trouble in order to prove herself and to practice her own path. During her trap days, those who had obstructed and suppressed her various arrangements, she now named them one by one and went to their doors all the way. In the 4th year of escaping from the predicament, Antoinette did not forget to fulfill her promise and spent a lot of energy and resources to make Mavis recover and come back to this world. As she said, Mavis was no longer a statue of a god, but a living creature with flesh and blood. Compared with the statue, Mavis's appearance and figure were more prominent. She was 9 points as pretty as Antoinette, the first beauty, and was also a real beauty. Then, Antoinette embarked on a journey of revenge again, ready to find her biggest enemy and seek revenge on Virginie. Antoinette handed Mavis to Ivan and asked her to stay with Ivan, saying that she wanted Mavis to help him pay attention to every move in the plane. It was unknown whether she had other thoughts. Ivan gladly accepted this arrangement. Through understanding, he found that Mavis was still the same Mavis, with a pure personality, a soft voice, and not knowing how to refuse people, just like Antoinette in the past, and there were many similarities within Chi-Chi now. However, Mavis was not a goddess of 4 seasons, but her personality made it so. I was so angry, that bitch actually hid. More than half a year passed, and Antoinette returned angrily. In a medium-sized city in the demon spirit continent, Ivan has perfectly integrated into this place, becoming a part of this city and having a temporary residence. It means that your reputation is enough to intimidate her, so that she can only avoid the sharp edge. Seeing someone coming in a hurry, he said leisurely, "That bitch has the ability to take my muezzin staff, but she has no ability to face me directly. How can this be absurd? A bitch is a bitch. She can only hide in the dark corners, and use some dirty tricks to do some things that are not presentable. Such a person actually has the face to hold my muezzin staff. Shameless. Shameless." Antoinette cursed. Ivan couldn't tell for a moment whether she was anxious because she couldn't find her enemy, or because she lost her beloved thing, or took the opportunity to blame someone else, or all of them. In fact, Ivan made a mistake that all men would make one day not long ago. In fact, it was not a mistake. After all, he and Mavis were in love with each other, and stayed together all day. It was inevitable that he would feel uncontrollable. He couldn't bear it. At this time, Antoinette ran back, giving him the feeling of catching an adulterer on the spot. Facing Antoinette's chattering, Ivan could only listen silently, lest the anger really burn on himself. At this time, Mavis heard the noise and ran over. Seeing Antoinette's anger, she couldn't help shrinking her neck, guiltily slowing down her steps, and tiptoed to his side, also listening silently. "Mavis, you have been slacking off recently. I will work harder." "Forget it, come with me, I have something else to tell you." Looking at the 2 people in front of her, Antoinette quickly lost her temper, turned around and left, and took Mavis away, still in a hurry. Ivan laughed dumbly. Given the relationship between Antoinette and Mavis, whether he was indirectly having a relationship with Antoinette, given her personality, she would probably feel very complicated and couldn't figure out the relationship for a while. He couldn't figure it out either. In short, just let it go. In this way, several years passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was the 9th year of the 10-year period. What made Ivan helpless was that he used many methods and searched many places, but he could not find any trace of the world tree. As Antoinette said, ordinary creatures could not see the great existence at all, and even had never heard of it. This foreign wizard was obviously the same. With only 1.5 years left, he searched hard but to no avail, and basically did not hold much hope. Fortunately, except for this matter, he was smooth sailing in other aspects, especially in improving his strength and knowledge. Each plane has its own characteristics. If the Danala plane is a sea that embraces all rivers and 100 flowers bloom, the fairy plane focuses on life and has evolved to the extreme in the development of life force. Because of this, everything here can gain life and turn into unique demon spirits. He stayed in such a plane, and his exploration and comprehension of the way of life naturally made rapid progress. Undoubtedly, both the way of soul and the way of life are extremely high in powers, and no one is necessarily inferior to the other. Through the collision and fusion of knowledge from the two planes, his major soul power has also grown well, and soul energy has progressed rapidly. Physical fitness, 84, spirit, 630, soul energy, medium 62. From the situation shown on the data panel, it can be seen that the soul energy scale is not far from the upper limit of 66 scales of the virtual king wizard. In terms of physical fitness, after becoming a legendary star master of the 5th level, coupled with the exploration of life force, the growth is even more gratifying, but he knows a little about the upper limit of the legendary star master. In addition, thanks to Vinette's generous teaching, he has a clearer understanding of the 6th level, the throne, and the supreme realm after the throne. The 6th level is a transition of power in life, a new step. The throne is after the elemental realm reaches its apex, combining all the power it controls, from quantitative change to qualitative change, achieving a deeper transition, and then leveraging the power of rules. After the creatures condense their own thrones, their own size becomes unique. The Supreme needs to push the power of rules they control to the extreme and completely control it, which is an extremely difficult process. Now, Ivan has realized his path to the throne. He has made up his mind not to continue along the original path of combining soul and fire, but to further diversify and include more things. Only by impacting the 6th level in this way can the throne be condensed in one fell swoop, and the throne can be used to pry a heavier rule power. Such rule power has more potential, and can be deduced to the extreme. This is also in line with his own heart. Therefore, in recent years, he has conducted more in-depth research on the integration of power, and has explored the highest formation of wizards, the multi-phase formation of the Wizard King, and the combined attack formation of the Blue Flame Vine to a very high level. Life is like a song, or passionate, or plain, everyone has his own rhythm. And everything about Ivan is moving forward in an orderly manner with the rolling wheel of time, except for the discovery of the second prediction of the prophet's book. He no longer forces this. In these years, while Antoinette has proved herself, her strength has also been advancing by leaps and bounds. As the best among the second generation of Four Seasons fairies, she was born at the Lord level, and she reached the ancient king realm in her early years, and then she won the throne of Four Seasons Spring smoothly. With her talent and potential, there are very few people in the world who can match her. In the past, due to her personality, she limited her own development. Now, it seems that she has passed a certain level, and the power that has been suppressed for a long time has begun to rebound. The progress is naturally eye-catching. Ivan can feel that every time he sees Antoinette, the pressure she brings to him will increase a little. Such a situation is undoubtedly a happy one. In August of the same year, Ivan was traveling outside. This morning, he met the little fairy and Chi-Chi, who he had not seen for a long time. Mr. Ivan. Good morning, Miss Chi-Chi. Finally I found you. Angel Chi-Chi directly stated her purpose of coming, that she had something to ask him. There is news. She suppressed her excitement and announced. What? Ivan asked uncertainly. The World Tree is the news of the World Tree, the ancestor of wood. Angel Chi-Chi's next answer confirmed Ivan's guess. Are you sure? Actually, I'm not sure either, but you'd better hurry up and come with me to confirm it yourself, otherwise I'm afraid the situation will change. Angel Chi-Chi nodded, then shook her head quickly, looking very anxious. If she hadn't been very particular about etiquette, she would have pulled the wizard's hand and ran away at this moment. Okay, let's go and take a look together. Ivan thought this was the truth, so he didn't refuse. After sending a message to Mavis, he signaled Angel Chi-Chi to lead the way. The two turned into two streams of light and flew high into the sky, flying higher and higher, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. The two of them didn't know that Antoinette came to the place where they met just a few hours after they left. This guy, he is so cautious on weekdays, I'm afraid it's not fake. Antoinette followed the breath several times, and even used the authority given to the gods, but found nothing, and was said to have made other contacts. She had to give up, looking at the sky in a trance with an uncertain expression. She always had a little doubt in her heart about Chi-Chi, who happened to appear on the way of escape. It was not for other reasons, but too coincidental. The Grey Crow residents seemed to be specially prepared for their rest. The identity of the goddess was to cater to her, the goddess of the 4 seasons, so that they would become the only 2 existing tribesmen. The 7-leaf wisdom grass was plotting against Ivan. There were also Grey Crows that could cross the intestine of oblivion. In her memory and cognition, there had never been such a race there, nor was there any Grey Crows. Because this was completely contrary to the rules of the intestine of oblivion, and it was not allowed in the entire plane. There was just one thing that made her unsure. After all, it was not something that ordinary people could do to set up such a big game. She herself could not do it either, so she did not dare to speculate or say anything. However, what happened at this moment made her feel that the matter was confirmed, and that Enchichi's identity was indeed problematic. Hey! I hope you can uphold the philosophy of your wizards and maintain that consistent vigilance. At this point, Antoinette was powerless, and could only hope that the wizard would find the abnormality as soon as possible. On the other side, under the leadership of Enchichi, Ivan came to a place surrounded by rose-red clouds. Such places were not uncommon in the sky of the fairy plain. Go this way, I hope that road is still there. In his confused eyes, Enchichi approached the glow and pushed a small ball of glow aside like pushing a stone. There was actually a winding road deep inside, the entrance was less than 2 meters wide, and the appearance was ingenious. More importantly, he was touched, and something was attracting him, right at the end of the road. He had not felt this kind of attraction before Enchichi pushed the glow. Be careful, you walk behind me. Seeing that Enchichi was about to go in, Ivan hurried forward to stop her, and signaled that he would go first. Then, the 2 flew into the deep passage one after the other. Enchichi also thoughtfully pulled back the group of glow that had been moved away, and then accelerated to catch up. Rose red is only the outer layer of the glow. Pink, vermilion, emerald green, dark blue, etc., all kinds of colorful colors are reflected from the inner wall of the passage. Each color corresponds to a different power, and these powers are all transformed into pure light, which is purer the deeper you go. Gradually, Ivan found that the overall shape of the passage is like an extended branch, but the size is unusually large. No wonder Enchichi said that this place may be related to the world tree. You are really the favorite of the goddess of luck. No, I am the favorite of the 4 seasons. I almost forgot that you are the messengers of the 4 seasons, and you really don't have to pay attention to the goddess of luck. As the 2 continued to go deeper, Ivan's inspiration became stronger and stronger, so he couldn't help but praise Enchichi for finding such a strange place. No matter what the final result is, this is an unusual place. Enchichi is willing to find him, and he has to admit this favor. You can't say that. I still hope that I can get the protection of the goddess of luck and continue to be so lucky. Haha, I will. Going up along the passage, there are other slightly narrow branches occasionally, but the 2 of them didn't pay much attention to them, and kept walking towards more and more spacious places. This walk lasted for 8 or 9 days. Finally there was an exit in front, and Ivan flew out first. After coming out, he was stunned. Wait, don't. Don't what, Mr. Ivan? Before he could stop her, Enchichi had already run out, and the original passage suddenly disappeared, leaving only a vast expanse of white around. This is a place with disordered space and chaotic power. There are many overlaps with the scenes he saw in the picture predicted by the prophet's book, and it seems that he has come to the right place. However, this is not a good place. For Enchichi, there are countless dangers. It seems that he can only take care of Enchichi more for a while. Chapter 648. Angelica, wait a minute. Angelica wanted to check the surroundings and see what this place was. As soon as she moved her feet, Ivan called her again, which made her even more confused. This place is very unusual. Don't walk around, Ivan said solemnly. The more he sensed the surroundings, the more he could sense that something was wrong. He had never seen such a strange situation. Under his sole consciousness, the space kept rising and falling, and the speed of change was so huge that it was unheard of. In other words, everywhere here is dangerous. If you are not careful, you will get lost and fall into the changing space. For people like Angelica, who don't know much about the power of space, it is best to stand still and not move a step. Is there? Angelica didn't believe it. In Ivan's wide eyes, she tried to take a step. There was no change. She then walked left and right, and everything was normal. Look, you can walk anywhere, it's normal. This. Looking at this scene, Ivan raised his eyebrows and his eyes widened. This doesn't make sense. Mr. Ivan, you are really a joker, you just scared me. Enchichi smiled lightly, and she kept walking around to refute someone's words. It seems that my perception is wrong. No matter how much Ivan believes in his soul, he has to admit that there are indeed some problems on his side. Otherwise, how can a lord of the other side jump around like this? Can you leave now? Ahem, Ms. Chichi, it's time to test your luck. Mr. Ivan, I don't think I understand. From now on, you lead the way, and I will observe the situation from behind. If something unexpected happens, I can take timely measures to protect you. What do you think? Okay. Angel Chichi looked at him suspiciously. She had never heard of walking behind to protect someone. But despite her doubts, Angel Chichi still agreed. She chose a direction with interest and flew towards it lightly. Ivan scratched his head and hurried to follow. In his opinion, this is a place full of dangers. Every step must be cautious. If he really walks in front and rushes forward like Angel Chichi, his scalp must be numb to the point of bursting. Is it really that there is something wrong with his perception? Or has some kind of test begun only for himself, not for Angel Chichi? Moreover, the feeling that attracted him to approach was dispersed and existed in all directions. For a moment, he hesitated for a rare time. Alas! Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. For example, Chichi didn't have such convenient worries, and just kept rushing forward. He was not an ordinary person after all. He quickly adjusted his thoughts, and watched the surroundings vigilantly all the way to prevent any changes. And Chichi was kind enough to bring him here. If something unexpected happened, he would have a hard time going back to explain to Antoinette. Mr. Ivan, I think we should adjust the direction a little bit and change to this side? What do you think? I think you are right. I don't know if it was Chichi's luck that worked. The two of them walked forward for most of the day, and I don't know how long they walked, but they didn't encounter any small accidents, let alone other things. The surroundings were still white, without any color at all. Ivan did not relax his vigilance. In this way, time passed day by day. 5 days later, the two were still in this white area. There was no doubt that they had lost their way, and did not know which way to go back. Mr. Ivan, it seems that my luck can't help you. And Chichi was no longer interested in the past few days. Okay, let me lead the way, you follow closely. Ivan immediately understood. He did not refuse this time. After a few days, he had adapted to the different conditions here. Even if it was like walking on a sea of fire and a deadly edge, he could face this perception calmly and move forward calmly. Then, the formation between the two became Ivan in front and Chichi in the back. Mr. Ivan, Mr. Ivan. The two moved forward for a distance, and Chichi suddenly called his name repeatedly when she thought of something. You say. Ivan looked back, but did not stop. It's time to test your luck. And Chichi smiled playfully. Then we wait and see. Ivan was speechless, then nodded. In this case, he simply chose another direction based on his intuition, and flew towards that direction with Chichi. He wanted to see if there was really something different. A new day. It should be noon. Ivan suddenly found a faint black spot in front of him, which made him stunned. After all, other colors had not appeared in his sight for too long. And Chichi followed closely behind him, and also saw this situation. She was also stunned for a while. You are right. The two looked at each other, and Ivan said so. Really? And Chichi was a little disappointed. Of course, this doesn't mean anything. Ivan continued. Then, the two of them moved closer to the location of the black spot. The distance between the two sides seemed very close, but in fact it was much farther than expected. This did not bother Ivan and Chichi. After getting closer, the first thing they saw was a mountain, and there seemed to be a floating island in front. Ivan's eyes were slightly bright. When he got closer, his face suddenly turned black. This is really a life where you meet people everywhere. What a sin! Hey, here come two little babies. The distance was so close that it was no longer possible to avoid it. The creature there turned around, and the huge head and sharp claws came out from under the mountain. It was like an old acquaintance Ivan knew. A giant mountain turtle named Lindbergh. At the beginning, Temple, Deborah, and others came to the fairy plane from the Gazan plane, and were teleported to the back of the other party. They were all captured when they met, and two of them were eaten on the spot. This is an extremely ferocious turtle. I never expected that I would come to this strange place, and bump into the other party again. You have a familiar smell. Forget it, forget it. You two little darlings came at the right time. The ancestor was so hungry that the turtle shell became loose. At this time, the giant turtle ancestor was indeed hungry and thin, with a face like a skeleton. This actually made Ivan very confused. As a powerful king, no matter how hungry he was, no matter how long he had not eaten, he would not be so hungry that he would be out of shape. Retreat! Ivan flicked his hand and sent Chi-Chi to a farther place behind. The little baby looks very tender and delicious. Let the ancestor have a taste of the sizzling taste. Just one bite. I guarantee that it won't hurt. How could the giant turtle ancestor let him do what he wanted? He immediately stretched out his tongue and rolled it over. The tongue was yellow, green, and red, full of mucus, not just saliva. And Chi-Chi saw it clearly and frowned deeply. In fact, Ivan did what he promised before, blocking in the middle and protecting Chi-Chi behind, but Chi-Chi still felt offended at this time. Ivan didn't know this. He was driving the wooden soul tower with all his strength to deal with the attack from the front. You little guy is quite fast. Seeing this, the giant turtle ancestor didn't care too much. He directly swept his tongue over and swept it on the enlarged wooden soul tower, making a muffled sound. The wooden soul tower flew out with the wizard inside. Your tower is not bad. It should be very interesting, ancestor, damn it. Here it comes again. Wait, let me have a bite first. The giant turtle ancestor was greedy for the wooden soul tower again, but before he started the second attack, a sudden change occurred. Ripples appeared around him, and the bottom was broken into pieces and shattered into a gap. The pulling force suddenly came from the gap, pulling the giant turtle ancestor down. Although he complained, he retreated into the turtle shell faster than anyone else. Let's go! On the other side, Ivan was also frightened by this change, and he hurriedly moved away, while not forgetting to roll up Chi-Chi, who was a little stunned. This is a space collapse. Once trapped, it is difficult to get out, and with the space transformation, no one knows where they will be sent to, let alone what they will hit during the transformation, and they will get deeper and deeper. Fortunately, the collapse did not spread outward. Ivan moved away for a long distance before putting Chi-Chi down. Are you scared? Yeah, that thing is disgusting. A little bit. He thought Chi-Chi was scared by the space collapse, but she was not paying attention to the same thing as him, and he didn't know what to say. After a little adjustment, under Ivan's leadership, the two changed directions and continued to explore. After what happened just now, Ivan was obviously more vigilant and deliberately slowed down his speed. After all, if there is a space collapse, there may be a second or third time, and there will be other dangers. Facts have proved that his idea is correct. After searching for another day, the wind started to blow in this white place. In his perception, the speed of the surrounding space changes became more violent, and the danger increased dramatically. Ivan had no choice but to slow down again, and then flew forward with his head held high. This is not the end. The wind was blowing from the southeast at first, which happened to be the opposite direction of the two people's advance, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Not long after, the northwest wind blew again. The two winds were so fierce that they made the space ripple. The space ripples were clearly visible, and even the space wrinkles, cracks, overlaps, vortices, collapses, etc. hidden under the ripples were reflected in large quantities. Ivan was still moving forward, but he changed to walking, one step at a time. Mr. Ivan, do you think this wind is strange? After a moment, Chi-Chi couldn't help asking. I think it's like two people are competing with each other, and neither of them will give in. Ivan replied. That. It has nothing to do with me or you, so don't bother. Ivan didn't want to explore the reasons behind this. Sometimes it's better to save trouble than to cause trouble. That's right. And Chi-Chi nodded repeatedly. As time went by, the wind became stronger and more chaotic, and finally turned into winds from all directions. It was either the east wind suppressing the west wind, or the southwest wind suppressing the northeast wind, or the north wind suppressing the south wind. Just as Ivan had guessed before, it was like the winds were fighting against each other, staging a unique battle. Ivan walked this road forward with determination and fear. In fact, he had no other choice. If there was another way out, he would consider it, and leave this damn place far away. But he didn't, so he could only walk along this road honestly. Something is wrong. Yeah. Mr. Ivan, you won't leave me alone, will you? Ms. Chi-Chi, I think I am a person who keeps my promises, otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way and risked a lot to help Antoinette out of trouble. Seeing that Chi-Chi was frightened and became a little nervous, Ivan had to chat with her for a few more words to ease her inner anxiety. Remember what you said? And Chi-Chi did not forget to emphasize. Ms. Chi-Chi, everything is fine. There is no need to be so nervous. No one will abandon a kind person like you. Ivan continued to comfort her, and the next second, his expression was dull. Just as the saying goes, what you fear will come true. The place where the two were located happened to collapse. Just like standing on a tall building, the solid tall building under your feet suddenly disappeared, and you could only fall down involuntarily. Ivan was just about to reach out and grab Enchichi, but without any warning, something invisible came over and pulled him to the other side. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Surprisingly, this pull even affected the small area where the two were, pulling Enchichi over as well, but the distance between the two was slowly increasing. Mr. Ivan, what happened? Enchichi was frightened and looked particularly pitiful. I don't know. Ivan shook his head, but retracted his outstretched hand. Enchichi looked at him puzzledly. Sorry, you should be able to see that I can't help myself now. I can only listen to whoever's power is in control of me. After all, I only have one life. Ivan glanced at his waist, and the meaning was very clear. Mr. Ivan, you promised me? Enchichi frowned and stared at him. I promised Enchichi, and you are definitely not the Enchichi I know. Ivan shook his head slightly. Are you sure? This wizard is not stupid. Isn't the situation along the way obvious? There are so many spatial chaos hidden around us, but we walk all the way safely. How incredible. So who suppressed it? This person is not me. Besides me, you are the only one left. Ivan's belief is not so easy to shake. From beginning to end, he believed in the danger perceived by his soul consciousness, but this danger was suppressed by something. He was thinking about this problem all the way. After experiencing all kinds of things, he gradually put the target of suspicion around him, and there was only Enchichi around him. No matter how unwilling he was to believe it, his reason told him that there was something wrong with Enchichi around him, and it was a big problem. However, he did not act rashly. After all, he could suppress so many deadly dangers by himself. Such a person is not easy to provoke. Fortunately, things finally took a turn for the better, even though he is still helpless now. Chapter 649. At this moment, the two seemed to be close to each other, but in fact, there were multiple space barriers and wrinkles between them. Even so, facing this unknown Enchichi, Ivan did not dare to be careless. Mr. Ivan, the person you promised is me. This can only mean one thing. I am a person who knows the current situation. Sometimes I have to say something against my heart due to the situation. I will remember you. Seeing him say this, there was no other special expression on Enchichi's face. The next second, the two separated, and his figure suddenly disappeared in front of Enchichi. Looking at the empty vision, Ivan wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering in his heart, who is this person? The pressure he brought to himself is really too great. She is a person who deliberately wants to see me, but I don't want to see her. Who? Before he could calm down for a while, a sudden voice sounded, and Ivan hurriedly looked around, only to find that he had come to another space. There was a huge tree under his feet. The tree had no bottom or top, only a white section in the middle, just like the predicted picture he saw in the prophetic book, so the voice must be the world tree Aoki Yuenmu. He subconsciously glanced up, and in the picture, he was climbing up step by step. Put away your thoughts. I don't like people crawling on me. It's not that I can hear your voice, but you are standing on me, and your emotions are fluctuating too much at this time. It's hard for me not to know your thoughts. The other party could obviously sense his thoughts, and after hearing these words, Ivan quickly gathered his thoughts. Then, he bowed respectfully to the void. The surrounding scenery changed again, and when he came to his senses, he appeared in a wooden corridor, which seemed to be a corner of a palace, with white mist floating around. This place is the same place as the white area before, but the power here is orderly, and will not change with birth and death. Not far in front of him, stood an old woman with white hair and red face. Ivan hurriedly saluted again. She took great pains to find where I was, but she didn't know that no one can see me if I don't want to see anyone, and there has never been an exception. The old woman waved at him, and a breeze blew over him. Suddenly, Ivan felt a lot more relaxed, and he didn't know that he was being manipulated by someone. Thank you, Master Yuenmu. You are a polite child. My old friend likes you very much. May I ask, Yuenmu, is the old friend you were talking about the wise old man? No doubt, you are the successor of the power of my old friend, the wise old man, and a relatively unique one in all these years, otherwise she would not use your life as a threat. Seeing the other party's friendly attitude, Ivan dared to ask. Hearing the old woman's answer, he was happy. It seemed that Antoinette's information was accurate. He was ashamed of it. He didn't expect that there would be a day when his life would be held hostage by someone. You don't need to know too much about her identity. Just know that she is also a person who covets the power of wisdom, and one of your competitors for the inheritance of your old friend in the future. Before he could speak, the old woman added. After hearing this, Ivan was stunned. The fake Enchichi gave him a much greater pressure than Antoinette, as if she was a person whose strength exceeded the throne level, possibly a level 7 supreme, or even a level 8 ancestor standing at the top of the world. Such a terrifying person was actually his competitor. For a moment, he was a little unconfident. Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry too much. She is a very proud person. With your current strength, she still disdains to deal with you. She is mainly looking for me this time. The old woman keenly noticed his change in expression and comforted him with a smile. Sorry to make you laugh, Lord Yuanmu. Ivan secretly guessed in Chi-Chi's identity, but he didn't know much about the power of the top level of the fairy plane, so he couldn't guess it. No matter who it is, no matter whether the other party disdains it, he has been targeted, and he must not stay in the fairy plane. After leaving here, he must return to the long river of the star realm as soon as possible. As the descendant of an old friend, you must have extraordinary wisdom. Are you willing to answer a simple question for me? The old lady said. Master Yuanmu, please ask. Ivan will tell you everything I know. Ivan knew that he was going to get to the point, and he quickly pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Look here. The old lady stretched out her hand and lightly tapped the corridor. The white fog outside disappeared, revealing a pure and flawless mirror lake. Seeing this, Ivan couldn't help swallowing dry saliva. This is not a mirror lake, it is clearly a space collapse of infinite size, containing extremely terrifying space power. If he fell into it, he would probably be trapped in it in an instant. He also noticed that there were many large bubbles of different sizes floating up. With the bubbles as the boundary, there were many miniatures of mountains, rivers, grasslands, and many similar creatures. Tell me, how can the creatures born in it transcend the area where they are? The old woman asked immediately. This seems to be a simple question, but if he really gives a random answer, Ivan probably will despise himself when he looks back. He didn't rush to say anything. This must be a question with deep meaning. After thinking about it, he extended his soul consciousness and landed on the bubbles below, and he probed into it at once. What surprised him was that these bubbles seemed to be small worlds. The mountains and rivers in them were real, and the creatures in them were also real. The world was not big, and he could see it all with his soul consciousness. He could perceive the every move of the creatures in the small world, but the other party knew nothing about his existence. As he explored in depth, he soon found that the creatures in it were connected to the breath of the small world, and they were clearly of the same origin and root, and could be regarded as a whole. It shouldn't be difficult for such creatures to completely escape, right? Perhaps influenced by his idea, some creatures really had the same idea and began to prepare for it, accumulating more strength. I don't know how long it took, but I saw the 4 seasons in the small world cycle several times. Finally, the creatures who had been preparing for a long time came to the edge of the small world, and tried to break through the thin bubble barrier to rush out. But things were not that simple. First, there was the obstruction of the bubble barrier, and then, there was the inexplicable pulling force from all things in the small world. For a moment, it seemed that the weight of the whole world fell on the creature. The power of the creature itself was rapidly fading away, as if the power was returning to its original place. In the end, the creature not only failed to break out, but also melted into the bubble barrier. The same was true for other creatures who tried. There is no doubt that this charge ended in failure. After Ivan realized that he could influence the creatures in the small world, he guided them one by one in the small world, guiding them to break through the bubble barrier in various ways. The result was without exception, and they all ended in failure. It was too difficult. These creatures were originally part of the small world. The roots were inseparable, and the power was inseparable. With these obstacles, the difficulty of breaking out was directly multiplied several times. If you try to separate them from the beginning, unless you don't practice and don't increase your power, what can you use to break through the barrier? The roots are determined from birth, and there are marks everywhere. It's even more impossible to separate them. Cutting bones and cutting flesh will not help, unless you change the core at the same time and change their souls. Time passed by little, and Ivan thought about various ways over and over again. The more he tried, the more he felt that there was no way out. This was simply a dead end. How? Have you thought of the answer? The old woman finally urged. I can't transcend it. Ivan answered truthfully. As his successor, you can't do anything? A trace of obvious disappointment flashed in the old woman's eyes. It can't be done. Ivan was helpless. After many attempts, he really didn't find a feasible way. This test probably wouldn't pass. He still wanted to fight for himself. Just what? Master Yuanmu, why don't we choose the creatures outside from the beginning? In this way, it will be different at the root, and we can have 2 or 3 more chances of winning. If used properly, it may not be impossible to use this chance to pry more chances of winning. Hearing his words, the old woman's eyes changed. She stared at him closely, causing his voice to become lower and lower, and he couldn't finish his words. Feeling the great pressure on him, Ivan sighed secretly. It's over. I made this Chingmu Yuanmu angry. Try again. The old woman immediately realized that her actions had scared the younger generation. She turned around and grabbed a handful of air, which turned into stars, and fell into the bubbles below, and fell into the bodies of multiple creatures in the small world. Okay. Seeing that things were turning around, Ivan would never refuse. He hurriedly started to make various attempts like before. Failed once. Failed twice. Failed 3 times. The creatures attacked the bubble barrier one after another, and failed again and again. Ivan, who was in control of the overall situation, was not discouraged, but his eyes became brighter. The obstacles these creatures encountered were obviously reduced, and it seemed that there was hope to jump out of their area. Ha ha ha, I, Marcus, have finally got what I wanted after my whole life. I am free from the cage, and see the new world outside. After countless attempts and countless lives of explorers, the first successful person appeared as expected and laughed at the sky ahead. The little thing is quite arrogant. 2 adults are here, and Ivan feels embarrassed for him. He stuffed the little guy back to his original world in a lightning speed. Ha, he must be very sad if you do this. Aoki Modema laughed. Hee, it's not because I'm afraid he will be too presumptuous and disturb you, sir. Ivan was also a little embarrassed. It was indeed a bit unkind of him to do this. After all, the other party spent a lot of energy to rush out. Not sure if it was his own illusion, he felt that Aoki Modema's attitude towards him had changed, and he was a little closer than before. Little rascal, well, you answered the question just now. The old woman said with a double meaning. It's a trick. It's a trick. Thank you for giving me a chance. Ivan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then he was looking forward to it again, thinking that he would get what he had predicted. However, this seemed to be a little simpler, as he only answered one question. You are the descendant of my old friend. We have the chance to meet today. As an elder, I have to give you a gift to avoid my old friend complaining that I am stingy. The old woman's next sentence dispelled his doubts. Sure enough, an ancient figure like Aoki Modema cannot be judged by common sense. The elders gave it to me, so I will accept it with a thick face. At such times, Ivan always did not refuse. In the early years, I traveled to many places with my old friends. I went to the end of the long river of the star realm, admired the beauty of the scorching sun, and saw the brightness of the silver moon. I collected a lot of things along the way, and placed them in a secret room. If you are interested, you can go in and choose directly. I allow you to pick 3 things. How about it? The old woman didn't mind, and gave a choice directly. Ivan likes everything you gave me very much. Ivan shook his head. Little rascal, you still want me to worry about you more. The old woman smiled and accused him, but her actions were not vague, and she chose the right things for him. 3 things become 2 things. Let's see if you dare to be lazy in the future. After thinking for a few seconds, she made a decision, and 2 gray treasure boxes flashed in her hands. Ivan's eyes were directly on the treasure box. This was a gift from the supreme power standing at the top of the big plane, and it must be something extraordinary. Click. The 2 treasure boxes opened one by one, revealing the items inside. One was something that looked like an iron scroll, which recorded some knowledge. One was a seed with a pointed bud, the size of a fist, and the texture was like a crystal with emerald green. Ivan could see clearly that the former had the breath of wisdom and power, and he really couldn't recognize anything about the latter, so he thought it was not an ordinary item. I see that you are troubled by the use of wisdom and power. These are some practical tricks summarized from the words of my old friend in the past. The old woman flicked the iron scroll lightly in front of him. Thank you, Lord Yuanmu. Ivan was overjoyed. This was exactly what he lacked at the moment, and it was just right for him to deal with the accumulated wisdom light in his body. This seed is from one of my people. The old woman continued to introduce, and this second thing almost shocked Ivan. Yuanmu's people are the world tree, so how could this thing be given out? She was unfortunate. Her homeland was hit by a disaster when she just sprouted new buds. Her body was seriously injured, and her innate wisdom was almost annihilated. After several years of conditioning by me, she has not recovered. I gave it to you. You can deal with it as you see fit. The old woman glanced at the seed with some regret, and sent it to Ivan with her skill. Thank you, Lord Yuanmu. Ivan didn't say much. He believed that the other party would not give him such a thing for no reason, and he would slowly explore it when he returned. Little rascal, do you have anything to ask me? You might as well say it. The old woman didn't hesitate, and then changed the subject. What is this place? Why is the space changing so quickly, and so disordered? Ivan thought for a while and asked. He had long been interested in understanding such a place. The little chaos realm, you could understand it as a realm within the realm that is located inside the fairy plane, but not under its jurisdiction. In fact, it was brought back by my old friend from the chaos world. I see. Okay, one question answered. What Ivan didn't expect was that after Aoki Yuenmu finished answering, he pretended to send him away. Huh? He just realized that he was only asking one question. Child, remember not to belittle yourself. You are unique among the inheritors of your old friend. Let's go! Leave here and return to your hometown. You have been away from there for many years. It's time to go back. Chapter 650. Such a method is simply all-pervasive. The long river of the starry sky, Ivan arrived here in the blink of an eye. He was sent out by Qingmu Yuanmu with a wave of his hand, and was sent to the fairy plane in one step. Such a method is really amazing. He listened to the advice, and had a full meal. He did not stop at all and flew to a farther place immediately. It is worthy of being called the Little Chaos Realm. Even the passage of time is different from the normal operation. It is rumored that the Chaos World is a place where space and time are disordered. Is it true? Soon, Ivan realized something. In his normal cognition, he had only been in the Little Chaos Realm for less than a month. Now it is completely different. From the time he and Enchichi entered the passage to today when they came out, more than 2 years have actually passed. During this period, he did not notice it at all. It must be said that the weirdness of the Little Chaos Realm is unpredictable. 7 days later, Ivan reunited with a moving galaxy warship and landed on the deck. My lord. My lord. Welcome back, my lord. This warship was the long-lost Black Star, and the people who welcomed him back were the Black Star Legion. Now there are as many as 22 people in the Legion, including 5 Lord-level creatures. For many years, Ivan's strategy of recruiting members has not changed. It is better to have fewer than too few. Either they are at the Lord level, or they have special abilities. Let's go, we're going back to Dan era. He announced to everyone. This time, they came to the fairy plane from thousands of miles away, originally with only one purpose, to rescue the trapped Antoinette, and this purpose had been completed 10 years ago. If the prophetic book had not been touched and derived a second prediction, he would have returned to Danila long ago. Now, the prediction of the prophetic book has been completed, and it is time to leave this place of trouble. 2 days ago, he also informed Mavis, Antoinette, and others of his safety, and expressed his intention to leave. Antoinette did not say much. Seeing that he was safe, she was relieved. She had expected his departure long ago, and it should have happened in the past few years. Although Mavis was reluctant in her heart, she chose the former when choosing between staying in the fairy plane or going to Danila Plain. Temple was left in the fairy plane. Ivan was not worried that Enchichi would hurt a few people. Aoki Yuenmu said that the person was extremely arrogant and even disdained to deal with himself, the main owner, let alone others. It is worth mentioning that Enchichi disappeared from then on. After talking with Antoinette, Ivan also knew that this Enchichi was probably arranged from the beginning, a creature specially created to win their trust. It could be someone's clone, or it could be someone else, for which the other party also constructed a special Grey Crow residence. The person behind the scenes had such a big move, and his background was undoubtedly very terrifying, far beyond what he and Antoinette could deal with. It would be better to pretend that nothing had happened and wait until they were stronger before making a decision. Since the other party had a plan, he would reveal his true face one day. This journey was rich in experience and harvest. The most urgent task was to return to Danila, sort out all the gains from this trip, and find ways to break through the throne level first. In this world, the throne level is the real strong. Without the throne and the power of rules, he is still inferior to the top group of people. My lord, Salang Banbu, wants to see you. Come in. The Black Star adjusted its direction and set sail again. After arranging all the trivial matters, the 2 commanders of the Black Star army came to report the recent situation. Since the warship has never been far away from the fairy plane, and mainly waited, except for the individual creatures encountered, there has been no major events in recent years. The galaxy is vast, and it is unknown how vast it is. Creatures with average strength cannot survive at all. The main color here is always loneliness. It's all okay, except that the strength growth is slow. After listening to the reports of the 2, Ivan commented. Salang opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. My lord, this speed is fast enough compared to what we did before. Banbu was carefree, and said what was in his mind right away, which was exactly what Salang thought. You are all the leaders of the Black Star Army. Look at your achievements. Don't let those who join later catch up with you. You will lose face when the time comes," Ivan said lightly. Hearing this, Salang and Bamboo were both shocked. The two knew the character of the Lord. His words were definitely not aimless. Could it be that someone's strength is going to leap to a higher level? Who is it? But Ivan was not interested in explaining it to the two. The Lord is teaching us that we must work harder in the future. Salang thought he was the first leader under the Lord, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? Bamboo had always wanted to snatch the first leader, and the two suddenly felt a sense of urgency. However, the two did not leave in a hurry and acted hesitant. "Why, do you have something else to say? Just say it. Last year, we ran into two beauties in distress. Seeing that their looks were really unusual, we took the initiative to stay, hoping to present them to the Lord and make you happy. This wizard doesn't like this. You two get out of here." Ivan thought the two had some ideas, but the result was this. He was so amused that he kicked the two guys out on the spot. If this is accepted, others will follow suit, and the atmosphere of the Black Star Army will be corrupted. Seeing that the Lord's face was unchanged, Salang and Bamboo did not dare to neglect it, and ran out of the room in a flash, not forgetting to close the door. "It's all your idea. I said that the Lord never buys this." After a distance, Salang glared at someone next to him. "You also agreed," Bamboo muttered. "I regret it now. I will throw those two guys to Yunyan to chew." No, that's because the Lord hasn't seen those two yet. Wait until the Lord has time to meet them. Throwing them to Yunyan is a waste. Besides, the Lord didn't ask you and me to deal with them. Don't be a murderer." The two people's opinions became inconsistent. In the end, Salang was persuaded by Bamboo again and agreed not to care about it anymore. Salang had to admit that those two people were indeed rare in the world. The Lord might change his mind after meeting them. In this way, the Lord would understand his painstaking efforts, unlike being scolded now. On the other hand, Ivan didn't know this. After he rested well, he began to check the two items given to him by Qingmu Yuanmu. These were given by elders, who were suspected to be ancestors. They couldn't be ordinary items. He first read what was recorded in the Iron Scroll. As Yuanmu introduced, it records some means of using wisdom power, including secret methods to achieve special effects, methods to condense strange treasures, and methods to use wisdom power to improve one's own strength. Sure enough, the small methods mentioned by Yuanmu are high-end secret methods that others can't get. After reading, he had no doubt that these methods came from the hands of the wise old man, and were improved by Yuanmu. After all, these methods are unique and very suitable for his own use. Instead, he had to worry about another problem. His wisdom light was not much, so he could only use one of the methods. This is really a happy trouble. Ivan smiled distressfully and thought about this problem seriously. He first ruled out the secret methods with special effects. He didn't need them for the time being, and he didn't have to use them in the future. Let's refine a treasure. After a while, he figured out the problem and decided to use the light of wisdom and the light of great wisdom as materials to refine a different treasure. The prophet's book is also made of wisdom and power. Its abilities are so practical that it can resolve dangers and bring opportunities. How could he not want to have one more such a good treasure? However, he did not act immediately, but cast his eyes on another gift, which was the seed of the World Tree Clan. In his opinion, it was more curious than the Wisdom Scroll. Of course, he could not figure out what Qingmu Yuanmu's attitude was, so he had to be more cautious in handling it. It would definitely not be done casually, as Yuanmu instructed. This is the way of power transformation and fusion. Although the movement is small, it comes from instinct and is magical. It can't be the means used by the World Tree to shape the world, right? Yuanmu is Yuanmu, and he immediately realized what this wizard lacks the most at the moment. After careful exploration, Ivan made an amazing discovery. He found that this sprouted seed really fits him. It is exactly what he needs at the moment, and it has a lot to do with the path to the throne he has chosen. He couldn't help but sigh that Yuanmu is indeed a supreme strongman, and his insight is beyond imagination. After further exploration, he figured out the big problem with the seed. It has vitality but no wisdom. It can perform energy conversion by instinct, but it has no way to store power. The converted energy then leaks out and dissipates. This situation is like suffering from an extremely vicious curse, or being suppressed by an extremely high-level power. It is very strange. I am afraid that there is no way to become an intelligent creature. He believes that Yuanmu has tried all the methods that should be tried. Since Yuanmu is helpless, a small character like him doesn't need to think about it, and there is no need to worry about it. Use it as a rare treasure first, and when you have comprehended what it contains, find a chance to return it to Lord Yuanmu. Even if he was a wizard with a strong desire to explore, he could not harm Yuanmu's people. One should not be too ignorant. With the World Tree Seed as a reference, his path to the throne, which required the fusion of multiple powers, became much smoother, which was undoubtedly a great thing. At this moment, his interest was completely aroused. In the following days, he was completely immersed in the exploration of Yuanmu's two gifts. He felt that he could not stop, and rarely stepped out of the door. The master is really too hard in his cultivation. Yes, it makes us ashamed. Seeing their master so focused on cultivation, Xilang, Banbu and others felt ashamed, but they really couldn't learn it. Xilang, who is the guy who wants to take your position as the commander? Isn't it you? I'm talking about serious things. I haven't been back. How can I know the situation over there? Oh, I've been careless over the years. Then, the two talked about another thing, but unfortunately, they couldn't guess who the person the master was talking about was. Little did they know that under the Black Star, there was a creature that looked inconspicuous and not very good at fighting, but was actually very powerful. That was the Cloud Ray. Before joining the Black Star Legion, the Cloud Ray was often hungry, not for other reasons, but because it grew rapidly and needed to consume much more energy every day than ordinary creatures. When the Cloud Ray was conquered by Ivan, it was already a high-level lord not far from the limit of its realm. In recent years, with the Black Star Army's increased power, and with no shortage of food and energy, Yunming has grown faster. That is, Yunming carries the warship around all day, and can't change his gluttony. He doesn't have the demeanor of a strong man, and looks like a hard worker. Such an image is very deceptive. Xilang and Banbu would subconsciously ignore it. In the boundless river of the starry sky, the Black Star is speeding all the way. Unknowingly, more than 4 years have passed since the warship set sail again, and most of the long return journey has been completed, but there is still a long way to go. My lord. My lord. Okay, we are all on the same boat all day, there is no need to be bound by these little etiquette, just do what you need to do. On this day, Ivan suddenly appeared on the front deck of the warship, standing at the front of the deck, staring coldly ahead, as if he had discovered something. In fact, it was not anything else, but a sudden feeling. As the Black Star moved forward, he carefully distinguished that this feeling was vague, but it did come from the large area in front, and the distance was unknown. Cloud Ray, turn and go this way. After a while, he directly stretched out his hand to indicate, and the direction was left. He had a feeling about that side, and it was a feeling that made him very uncomfortable. He felt anxious that he would not be happy if he didn't go there. This was the first time he had such a feeling. After thinking for a while, he decided to go and see what was going on. Since submitting to Ivan and becoming his subordinate, Cloud Ray has never been hungry again, let alone being hungry to the point of madness. Cloud Ray can eat all day without being hungry, it is very satisfied, and it obeys the orders of the master who makes it full, and never ambiguously executes orders. My lord, are there any enemies? Xilang couldn't help asking. Maybe? Ivan didn't answer directly, because he didn't know at the moment, he only knew that the guy in front must be a very annoying guy. Such a person should be an enemy rather than a friend. Hearing this, Xilang, Banbu and others were as if they were facing a great enemy. In addition, the Black Star Army was a little excited. They had stayed near the fairy plane for so many years, and they hadn't carried out a fierce killing for a long time. As a beast creature, they have lived in a disordered place, like the Star Realm River for many years, and are used to chaos. Such a long period of silence has made them feel a little suffocated, and they need to move their hands and feet and sharp teeth and claws. Chapter 651. The vast galaxy is a chaotic place where the strong prey on the weak, but it is also a cradle that breeds countless lives. There is a saying that goes, in the long river of the starry sky, no matter what strange existence you see, you should not be surprised, because this is the normal state of the galaxy. At a certain location, a warship built of bloody skeletons floated there, and noisy sounds came from it from time to time. Ha ha ha, this time we succeeded in robbing the Croft caravan and reaped rich rewards, thanks to the brothers who spared no effort. Come on! Everyone drink this cup. Drink. Cheers to the leader. Long live the king of red bones. Long live the red skeletons. It turned out that this warship belonged to a well-known star bandit group nearby, the Red Skeletons. At this moment, in a spacious hall inside the skeleton warship, the star bandits were toasting and making a lot of noise, celebrating the successful robbery not long ago. After the battle, the star bandits suffered a small loss, but it was nothing compared to the looting. It is not difficult to see from the seating arrangement in the hall that there are 4 leaders in the Red Skeleton Bandits, and the most famous one is the big leader, the Red Bone King Dwight. Dwight is sitting in the center of the upper seat, and his status is obvious at a glance. There is only one female among the 4 leaders, and she is the evil Winged King Dukali. She can sit in the second seat in this Star Bandits group full of men, which shows that she is not a simple person. Quick! Bring up all the best wine and the best blood food. Make sure the big leader drinks enough and everyone eats enough. Seeing that the people below only shouted the name of the Red Bone King, Dukali did not spoil the fun and shouted to the waiter to bring up the fresh blood food. Soon, plates of 2 or 3 meters long and wide were presented. After the waiter opened the lids on them, the living creatures were revealed. These creatures were stripped bare and brushed clean, with horror and despair on their faces. Haha, despair, the more desperate, the more delicious it tastes. It smells so good, it's still fresh and more fragrant. Seeing such blood food, the Star Bandits didn't feel strange at all. The changes in the expressions of the creatures on the plates aroused their inner joy, and they laughed more wantonly. The lights in the hall were bright, reflecting the most straightforward law of the jungle, and the bloody smell was filled in it. Suddenly, the big leader Dwight stood up from his seat, his eyes seemed to penetrate through layers of barriers, looking far away to the front of the side of the skeleton worship. I don't know how far away it was. Big leader? His action immediately stopped the Star Bandits in the hall from making noise. Haha, nothing, brothers. Continue to eat and drink. Dwight was a shrewd man. He waved his hand as if nothing had happened, signaling everyone to continue celebrating. In fact, he really didn't know what happened. It was just that there was a kind of fleeting feeling just now, which made him feel like he had encountered a blood-feud enemy, but this feeling came and went quickly. When he signaled his brothers to continue eating and drinking, he secretly sent a team of his own bandits to find out the situation. After a while, Dwight's face suddenly became gloomy. He slapped the table in front of him with a slap, and with a loud bang, the solid long table broke into pieces. What a magnanimous person, dare not take our red skeleton seriously. The bandits he sent out had been completely wiped out. Not only that, the enemy was still approaching their location, clearly aiming to destroy the red skeleton. Who? Catch all those bastards and eat them. Big leader, why don't you let me take some people to kill him without leaving a single piece of armor? Upon hearing his words, the drunken bandits immediately became excited and drew their blades to fight. The other 3 leaders were the same. The reputation of the red skeleton was not earned by mixing, but was built by these people fighting with swords and guns and the blood of the enemy. No need, the enemy is rushing here. Dwight continued, and as soon as these words came out, the bandits on the field were even more indignant. The enemy didn't take them seriously at all. Such a rampant enemy hadn't been seen for a long time. Then, under the leadership of the 4 leaders of the bandit group, the bandits were ready to fight. Some distance away from the skeleton warship, another warship was sailing in the same direction. The positions of the 2 sides were getting closer and closer. This warship was the Black Star. At this time, the members of the Black Star Corps had just defeated a small group of sneaky people. It still didn't hide it, but it's no big deal. In fact, after Ivan had a sudden induction, he immediately tried to hide the induction between each other. Now it seems that the other party still discovered his existence, and sent people to investigate the situation. The one sent was a small group of strange creatures. These creatures had flesh wings covered with snake scales on their backs, and wore black bone armor. After his inspection, he found that they were clearly a kind of half-insect race, and they also had a thin dragon bloodline. Everyone was at the pseudolord level. Unfortunately, the team was discovered before they even got close. The one who discovered the half-insect team was the Wind-Eared Boar. The Black Star Corps has always had the Black Star fighting chi taught by the Lord, which is also the most authentic Black Star fighting chi. Boar, a short humanoid creature, has mastered the Black Star fighting chi the best among all the other members. In the past few years, Boar has also become a Night King, and his status has thus leapt to a leader of the Corps. As a Night King, Boar's hearing is even more outstanding. So far, no creature has approached the Black Star without being noticed by him. For this, another member of the Corps, Clairvoyant, is envious. Red Skeleton of the Star Bandits? There are 4 leaders in the bandit group, and the big leader is respected as the King of Red Bones. So that's it. It turned out to be this guy. The enemy road is narrow. The scout fell into Ivan's hands. As long as he brought a brain, it was equivalent to sending him intelligence, and there was no need to deliberately catch his tongue. The fact that the person on the other side was not at the throne level was good news for him. Star Bandits? Haha, Isn't Commander Saling also in this business? We are old colleagues. Bamboo, you foul-mouthed guy, shut up. Since I joined the Lord, I have turned over a new leaf. Don't mention such a long time ago. Hearing that it was Star Bandits, the Black Star Army became excited regardless of the number of enemies, and their warlike nature was obvious. May I ask, Lord, what do you mean by so that's how it is? Is there a grudge between us and this red skeleton? After retorting to a foul-mouthed guy, Saling straightened his face and asked the Lord of the Legion. There is a big connection. If this wizard is not mistaken, the leader of the red skeleton is the guy who spoke out in the Little Blackbeard Plain last time. Ivan did not hide anything and told the shocking news. New Scarlet Legion? Saling widened his eyes. Yes, it is the person who inherited the power of the Scarlet Legion. The new legion must be in the process of being created. Ivan nodded slightly. Please rest assured, sir. Saling and others dare to use their heads to guarantee that our Black Star Legion will not lose to the new Scarlet Legion. Saling promised solemnly, and others echoed him. From the root, the Black Star Legion can be regarded as a product of the Scarlet Legion. In this way, the two legions involve the distinction between orthodoxy and superiority. With this layer of origin, others are even more unwilling to lose. Even if they gamble their lives, they must defend the dignity of the Black Star Legion. On this point, everyone was of the same mind, even Saling and Bamboo, who often quarreled on weekdays. Okay, I will see your performance later, and I hope you can live up to what I said. Ivan said lightly, morale can be used, he can't spoil the fun at this time. Raise troops for 1,000 days, and use them for a moment. However, compared with the Red Skeleton bandit group that will be hostile, the Black Star Corps is indeed at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Who let them not deliberately recruit members, and there is a threshold of better to have less than too many, and there are still members left in the Danala Plain. The Black Star sailed quickly, and soon, it slowly stopped in the void. There is only one battleship, and if it is destroyed, it will affect the return journey, so it is better to avoid it. Guard the Black Star well. If anything goes wrong, you will be held responsible. Before leaving, Saling fiercely told the members on the deck. He knew that his master was broad-minded, and did not care about these small matters. As the commander-in-chief of the Legion, Saling could only do it for him, and the master did not stop him. Please rest assured, Lord, and all the commanders, we will definitely protect the Black Star and prevent it from being damaged. Watching the high-level members of the Legion go away, the remaining members looked determined. Even the Petit Dafu of the Fragrant Charm clan was no exception. Due to Dafu's contribution to the Lucky Compass, Ivan approved her to join the Black Star Legion. After joining the Legion, Dafu also obtained the practice method of the Black Star Do Chi, and with the blessing of the Legion's amplification, she practiced hard and is now a third-level flying knight. She is one of the people who has mastered the Black Star Do Chi better after Boer, but her starting point is lower than anyone else, and her strength is still at the bottom of the Legion. Let's not talk about the Black Star. Ivan flew with 5 capable men, and soon a special warship came into view. From a distance, it looked more like a fortress city built on the skeleton of an alien beast. I thought who was ignorant, and dared to come to my red skeleton to make trouble, but it turned out to be just 6 ignorant thieves. On the skeleton warship, the bandits lined up in a row. Seeing that there were only 2 pawns of enemies, they almost laughed out of anger. What kind of place is the red skeleton? Such a small number of people dared to make trouble. They made up their minds to tear these offenders apart one by one and drink. King of Red Bones, when old acquaintances meet, you dare not even reveal your real name? You were not so cowardly at the beginning, Ivan said leisurely. At this moment, he still had some doubts in his heart. If it was just the origin of the Scarlet Legion, given his own situation, he dared to assert that he would never have the unpleasant feeling he had before. The fact that he had never appeared in the Little Blackbeard Plain before was enough to prove this. After the 2 sides were in the same place, his feeling became stronger. In short, he just didn't like the Red Bone King on the opposite side, and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Such an unexplained feeling, without an answer, made him even more unhappy. Who is your acquaintance? Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to come to my Red Skeleton territory to seek death, my brothers and I will help you. The Red Bone King's heart jumped suddenly, but his face did not change much. Only the deep depths of his eyes hid a strong murderous intent. He naturally recognized the person on the opposite side. Wasn't he the traitor who led people to destroy an important station of the Legion? Great. Before I brought people to find him, the other party had already brought people to the door. It was just right to eliminate this traitor, and correct the orthodoxy of the Scarlet Legion's successor. I understand. You didn't tell your brothers that you are the main successor of the Scarlet Supreme's power, and have the new Scarlet Legion under your command. Shut up. You traitor, stop talking nonsense. Seeing that the enemy was about to reveal his hidden identity, the Red Bone King hurriedly shouted and stopped him. After the two sides fought in the air, the hidden identity was still exposed by the opponent. There was an uproar around. The Red Bone King Dwight was so angry. How dare this bastard do this? Even though he was the successor of the Scarlet Legion, he had to admit one thing, that is, the Scarlet Legion was notorious and had offended so many people that it would not be beneficial to development to show the name. So much so that he didn't dare to directly reveal the name of the new Scarlet Legion, and used the Bloody Skeleton Bandit group as a cover. As a result, the traitor on the opposite side casually said it out loud. How unreasonable. Red Bone King, as the inheritor of the Scarlet Power, I just want to ask you, does your new Scarlet Legion dare to compete with my Black Star Legion? If you don't have the courage today, I hope you can hand over the Scarlet Legion's banner, because you are really unworthy. Ivan was not affected by the scolding from the opposite side, and asked relentlessly. This was a naked provocation, which directly hit the Red Bone King's lungs, causing the other three leaders of the bandit group to look at the Red Bone King differently, and no one knew what they were thinking. Dare! People of the new Scarlet Legion, stand up and tear these bastards apart with me, especially the traitor on the opposite side. As the leader of the bandit group, Dwight has his own decision-making ability. Seeing his subordinates in turmoil, he made a prompt decision and issued an order to attack. In the Bloody Skeleton Bandit group, the prestige of the Red Bone King is obviously good. For a time, many people gathered, including his direct half-insect troops, as well as the second, third, and fourth leaders with different thoughts. Seeing this, Dwight showed a cruel smile to the opposite side. This plan did not completely instigate, and Ivan was not disappointed. He originally meant to hit the ball with no matter what. In the void, on one side, was the new Scarlet Legion, and on the other side, was the Black Star Legion. All of them were ready, which made the killing intent on the field rise sharply. Judging from the origins of both sides, and the Scarlet Legion, there was a sense of fateful battle. Defeat, once and for all. If it succeeds, it will be the orthodox inheritance of the Scarlet Legion. Chapter 652. The next moment, the battle broke out, the Ancient King against the Ancient King, the Lord against the Lord. Follow me to kill this traitor first, and I will tell you in detail later. Okay. Listen to the big leader. Red Bone King Dwight wanted to kill Ivan as soon as possible, and led the other three leaders of the bandit group from high in the sky to Ivan. As Star Bandits, they don't have so many rules. The most effective way to fight is to rush forward. Now that they are 4 against 1, they think it will be easy to capture. Once the person in front of them is killed, the other offenders are not worth mentioning. Come on, this wizard wants to see what else is special about you. Facing the 4 men who are coming aggressively, Ivan is not afraid and goes up alone. How brave! Seeing this, Dwight raised his eyebrows slightly, and his heart was inevitably more vigilant. Anyone who dares to do this is either a madman or has enough confidence to rely on his unique strength. He thinks the latter is more likely. This world has never lacked people with amazing fighting power. As expected, after the two sides got closer, the person on the other side took out a strange glass oil lamp. The wick was generous and bright, and a cold dark purple light shone over. The speed was incredible, but it was hard to tell what kind of means it was. You dare to use this little trick to show off your ugliness, Dwight said lightly, but he had an extra layer of heavy protection on his body. Not only that, facing the dark purple light, he and the second leader Dakari also fought back, attacking the dark purple light with each other's means, trying to sweep it away. For a moment, thunder and frost came out together. However, the dark purple light that attacked was more bizarre than expected. When fighting against the thunder and frost power, it seemed to be non-existent, breaking through without any hindrance and shining further on the 4 people. Be careful. Dwight thought to himself that it was not good, and it was too late to dodge. Then, he was enveloped by the strange dark purple light. None of the 4 people escaped. As the big leader, Dwight was naturally the first to bear the brunt. After he was hit, his mind suddenly became empty, and he was obviously confused. The second, third, and fourth leaders of the Red Skeleton followed closely, and their minds also became blank. Their bodies suddenly stagnated, and they all felt a shock in their hearts. This true knowledge spirit lamp is more wonderful than expected. It is really a good treasure. Ivan smiled when he saw this. Of course, he would not miss this excellent opportunity. He immediately transformed into the spirit body of the virtual king and rushed forward. Many insect tentacles wrapped with soul fire spread over. Many insect tentacles entangled the 4 leaders, and the figures of all sizes were submerged in them. The battle was decided. This scene was particularly shocking to the eyes of others. Big leader, second leader, third leader, fourth leader. Ah! Quick! Follow me to rescue the leaders. At their level, the confrontation often only lasts for a moment. With the intentional cooperation of everyone, the battlefield has been divided into 2 at this time. The strong men at the level of the ancient king are in the sky, and the people at the level of the Lord are below. Just as the battle below was about to begin, a group of star bandits were stunned by the sudden change above, and they were all shocked. They couldn't believe that the 4 leaders fell into the hands of the enemy at the first encounter, but the fact was so absurd that they couldn't help but believe it. Your Majesty is mighty. Your opponent is us, so you can't go anywhere. There were only 5 backbone members of the Black Star Army present, led by Silang and Banbu, followed by Yunyu, Shunfinger Boar, and Duluxiang. The 5 commanders of different sizes formed a formation. In recent years, Ivan has been studying the way of power fusion, including combined attack tactics, and of course, he would not forget to make arrangements for the army. The star formation is a combined attack formation he studied by the way. It is suitable for all members of the Black Star Army. After forming a simple formation, it can play the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, which is equivalent to a simplified version of the Witch King's multi-phase formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Among the 5 people, Yunyu, who had been silent all the time, acted the fastest, surpassing Silang and Banbu, making a large area around him sticky. Most of the creatures on both sides of the battlefield were suddenly shrouded in a special bubble, and this bubble was still expanding. Yunong Yu. Well done. The 5 people were in order, and had formed a star formation in secret. Silang, Banbu and others immediately noticed the change in their power. It turned out that their companion Yunyong had borrowed it. This move amazed Silang and others, but they did not hesitate to use their power, and immediately transferred Yunyong to the main position. No one can interfere with the Lord, Yunyong said in a muffled voice. His body was extremely strange. It was so soft that it could flow and break into pieces. Then it turned into countless transparent tentacles, and swept forward. Others could see clearly that Yunyong was most afraid of fire, followed by thunder, but now it has changed. Silang and Banbu thought of something, and looked at each other. It turned out that the person who came from behind was Yunyong, which was something none of them had thought of. Yunyu, leave a few for the brothers, don't take care of them all by yourself. You kid hid too deep. Kill, kill! With Yunyu's brazen attack, the fight below was also one-sided. Silang and others certainly would not let Yunyu monopolize the limelight, and began to strangle the enemy with their own means. At the same time, a battlefield at a higher position. Boom! Boom! Under the pressure of life and death crisis, the 4 leaders of the Red Skeleton would certainly not sit and wait for death, even if they had fallen into the entanglement of the surrounding terrifying insect whiskers. It must be said that they have cultivated to the level of ancient kings, and have been in the long river of the Star Realm for many years, so they naturally have their own trump cards in their hands. The vitality of the Red Bone King to wait is extremely tenacious. He is the first to break free from the shackles of the insect whiskers. A strong energy of red and black interlace bursts out of his body. After breaking through the obstacles, it turns into black smoke with red glow and flees away. Next came the evil winged king, Dokali, who quickly regained her consciousness from the enchantment. Her body began to expand, causing the insect tentacles that were wrapped around her to break. Dokali's true appearance turned out to be a sub-dragon with 2 pairs of strong and powerful evil dragon wings. The evil dragon flapped its wings and prepared to flee. You are a bit of a stunner, you should stay. How could Ivan allow the enemy to escape again and again? He threw out a soul tower, which swelled in the wind and fell heavily on the evil dragon that was flapping its wings and preparing to fly high. The evil dragon's mind was shaken again, but it was not like when it was illuminated by the dark purple light before. Its mind was completely blank. My lord, please spare me. I am willing to swear to chaos that I will be at your disposal from now on. Seeing those insect tentacles with strange flames entangled her again, Dokali was so scared that her soul almost died. Just a moment ago, she'd lost a lot of strength and vitality. She quickly opened her mouth and begged for mercy with difficulty. She was a decisive person. Without waiting for Ivan's reply, she launched the Chaos Oath without hesitation. The content of the oath was extremely unfavorable to her. This Chaos Oath was the last resort used by people who wandered in the galaxy. Once someone violated it, they would be dragged into the chaos world and annihilated by the power of chaos. Now that her life was in danger, Duokali could only fight for a glimmer of hope. Tell me, what is your value? Her method worked. The terrifying adult slowed down the suppression and asked in a light tone. In addition to my own power, I also know some secrets of the big leader, including his true race and the secrets hidden in the skeleton worship. In order to save her life, Duokali's thoughts turned quickly and tried to say something useful. Go on. Ivan slowed down the suppression again. Some of the insect tentacles that were originally inserted into the other party's body changed to simple entanglement, and the soul fire also restrained a little. Of course, Duokali could sense it, and she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. This time her life should be saved. The true identity of the Red Bone King is a red devil from the Abyss Plane. The secret of the skeleton worship is related to the skeleton of the alien beast as the foundation. After listening to your previous words, I have a bold guess that the skeleton of the alien beast is likely to be left by the Scarlet Supreme. Please be careful with it. She did not dare to neglect and told everything she knew. As the second in command of the bandit group, Duokali could naturally find some things that ordinary people could not find. Due to the unfathomable nature of the big boss, she did not act rashly, and did not tell anyone else. Now, everything must be taken out to save her life. Have you ever joined the new Scarlet Army? Absolutely not. Duet has never revealed this identity, so we have no chance. Well, I give you a chance to join the Black Star Army. Ivan changed into a human form and retracted all his insect tentacles. A small gray-green tower floated on his left, which was the Wood Soul Tower of the primary force treasure level. A small glass lamp floated on his right, which was indeed the new treasure he made with wisdom and power as the main material, the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp. This True Knowledge Spirit Lamp is magical and boundless, and the dark purple light just now came from its ability. At this moment, Duokali was still good, having recovered from the shock of the Wood Soul Tower, but the third and fourth leaders became weak, and then they were sent to the Wood Soul Tower and completely suppressed, without even a chance to surrender. I am willing, thank you, sir. Duokali felt uneasy watching the scene, and was glad that she begged for mercy in time. As a bandit who had been roaming around in the Star Realm, since she could be under the Red Bone King, she would not have any psychological burden to join others. Besides, she had sworn the Chaos Oath before, and now was definitely the last time to change sides. This lord seemed not to be prepared to use her as a slave, which was a good thing. In this way, Ivan skillfully incorporated Duokali into the Black Star Army. Since then, she has become the third ancient king of the Black Star Army. The second one was Jenny, who was successfully promoted to the 5th level 7 years ago. Devil Tribe? Yes, the Devil Tribe usually defines different branches by color. The Red Devils mostly control the power of fire and thunder, as well as the strange ghost energy. Ivan dealt with the matter of the Evil Wing King before carefully thinking about the identity of the big leader. It turned out to be the Devil Tribe from the Abyss Plane. This is unfortunate. The origin of wizards and devil tribes cannot be explained in a few words. Now is an opportunity to get to know them in depth. His heart moved, thinking. At this time, the big leader had fled back to the skeleton worship and would definitely not come out easily again. And on the battlefield below, Yunling, Salang and others were carefully instructed by him, and they also had magic weapons and formations. Their methods were not comparable to those of some star bandits. At present, they were killing the enemy step by step, so he didn't need to worry too much. My lord, I will lead the way for you. Dokari was very perceptive. She saw that he was going to the skeleton worship, and was willing to crawl in front of him and act as his mount. Okay. Ivan did not refuse. After he stepped on the back of the evil pterosaur, he did another thing, letting go of the concealment of the previous feeling, and the unpleasant feeling resurfaced in his heart. This unpleasant feeling seemed to come from instinct. Wizards and demons. If he guessed correctly, the two races were natural enemies. As for how the relationship was formed, it probably involved something at a higher level. It needed to be traced back to the Great Will of the Danala Plane. In the final analysis, the emergence of wizards was promoted by the Great Will of Danala, which gave wizards a mission at the same time, resulting in wizards and demons becoming faithful enemies. This discovery is definitely a big deal for the entire wizard world. Swish! The evil pterosaur flapped its wings vigorously, and soon came to the skeleton worship. It carried Ivan and plunged into it. Under Ivan's guidance, the evil pterosaur did not stop and flew towards the depths of the skeleton worship, as if it was running towards the location of the big leader Duwait. Damn Dukali, you dared to betray me, you all deserve to die. Duwait was waiting for them in a palace. Seeing the appearance of the evil pterosaur, the situation couldn't be clearer, and the chieftain cursed in anger. This is a spacious palace, with a bit of the charm of an ancient temple. Bah! How great are you, the Red Bone King? Why did you just run away alone? Is there a chieftain like you? The evil pterosaur landed in front of the palace with people. Hearing the words coming from inside, he also cursed. If the chieftain was willing to help just now, everyone would have fought, and he would not have surrendered so quickly. This guy actually had the face to accuse. He was really shameless. Ivan ignored the anger between the two. He noticed that there were two things worth noting in the palace. One was the big flag of the Scarlet Legion, and the other was an old war drum, which should also be related to the Scarlet Legion. Now, the big flag and the war drum were placed on the left and right, not far from Dwight. In just a short while, Dwight's previous injuries were almost recovered. In addition, as the true inheritor of the Scarlet Legion, the other party might have hidden other things. But Ivan would not retreat at all. Traitor, do you dare to report your name? If you want to fight, then fight. You are still talking so much nonsense. You have no responsibility as a leader. Asshole, I will fulfill your wish and send you to death. Dwight could certainly find the special induction between the two sides, but he hated the person on the other side so much that he had no time to think about these messy things. No matter what, he would kill the person on the other side, and the result would be the same. With Dwight's roar, the big flag moved without wind, and the war drum on the other side sounded without being struck. The familiar red light surged from all sides of the warship and enveloped the palace in an instant. Chapter 653. Deep in the palace, Dwight has revealed his true appearance. His body is the same as that of a human, with animal pupils and fangs, and a pair of short-pointed horns on his head. As Dokali said, he is a devil from the abyss plane. His complexion is more like the red of fire, as if he has drunk too much, which attracts people's attention. This may be the reason why he is called the Red Devil. At this time, with Dwight's manipulation, the breath of the Scarlet Army flows out from all directions, converges into the palace, and soon permeates every inch of space inside. Go to hell. My lord, be careful. The scarlet red light turned into many huge animal shadows, which looked like insects and dragons, with majestic and terrifying momentum, rushing towards Ivan. Seeing this, Dokali, who was still in the form of an evil pterosaur, was ready to intercept him to show her loyalty. Dokali, you bitch, I can't forgive you. Her action was simply testing Dwight's patience limit. Back off. Ivan shouted at Dokali to retreat in time. He could see that the Scarlet Bee's shadow, at this moment, was completely different from the one in the Little Blackbird plane. In some aspects, there was a qualitative difference. Dokali, who was already injured, would certainly not be able to resist it. Facing the surging attack, he raised his hand, and the soul fire that could burn everything suddenly rose and spread out in all directions. Along with the soul fire, there appeared the all-pervasive King Silkworm whiskers. The two cooperated with each other, and also turned into giant pythons, colliding with the arrogant Scarlet Beast's shadow and biting it. At his current level, he didn't need to stick to every move, but only depended on the essence of power. When the two forces collided, Ivan flashed, quickly passed through the many obstacles, went deep into the palace, and came to Dwight not far away in the blink of an eye. To catch a thief, you must catch the king. Arrogant. The palace can be said to be the place where Dwight laid a net. Seeing the enemy in front of him so rampant, he certainly would not be polite. The familiar dragon-shaped black worm reappeared, carrying the deadly black light, and rushing towards Ivan. The speed was amazing. Ivan turned his body, and turned into the King Silkworm again, with a tower and a lamp to protect him tightly. Impossible. The black light was deadly, and it fell on the dark purple protective light shield created by the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp, and it was not shaken at all. This was far beyond Dwight's expectations. The dragon-shaped black worm was blocked by the wooden soul tower. Seeing this, Ivan manipulated the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp, making the dark purple light around him shine brightly, and one of the lights went straight to Dwight not far away. Dwight had suffered a big loss once, so how could he dare to remain indifferent this time? He turned his body, and turned himself into a real dragon-shaped black worm, which looked particularly hideous and tough. This leader will tear you apart. That's all you can do? You disappoint me. As a person who is proficient in the three ways of soul, life, and space, Ivan is never afraid of any close combat. The soul power brings the virtual king's spirit body and strange soul skills. The way of life creates a tenacious vitality and recovery, and the space provides a good speed and attack. In addition, he also has the wooden soul tower and the True Knowledge Soul Lamp to support himself. Although the True Knowledge Soul Lamp is newly refined, its power is very remarkable, mainly divided into three aspects: protective light shield, light of the god, and understanding gain. Different from the protection of the wooden soul tower, the true knowledge soul lamp focuses on the protection of various strange powers, including the power left by the Scarlet Legion. Also refined by the power of wisdom, the true knowledge soul lamp can also be blessed by the power of the prophet's book when it is activated, and it responds to each other and shows extraordinary power. One is a dragon-shaped black worm. The other is a virtual spirit king silkworm. The rumbling battle began. The palace was blown away in a few seconds, and the ground below sank several inches. The entire skeleton warship kept shaking, and Duokali, who was originally outside the palace, was forced to retreat again and again, staring at the two warring parties with a look of surprise. As an ancient king, she never thought that the fifth level could burst out such a powerful force. It doesn't look like they are in the same realm. These two people are on the verge of being promoted to the throne. Neither of them can be provoked. Fortunately, I have always been more aware of the situation. The Red Bone King has lost. A moment later, Duokali witnessed the defeat of her former boss, and all other thoughts in her mind disappeared one by one. On the other side, there was only a loud bang, and a huge black figure fell heavily to the ground, and the surrounding red mist was swirling. The black figure squirmed after landing, but did not completely return to its original appearance of Duwait, leaving behind an ugly half-devil, half-giant insect appearance. I ask you, why are you and I natural enemies? Duwait was on the verge of death, and he didn't know what he thought of, so he asked a question. Who knows? They were enemies, and Ivan didn't have the kind answer, so he raised his hand to kill him. A descendant of the Scarlet Supreme was buried under the crushing of the Wood Soul Tower, and the Scarlet Banner and War Drum became trophies. In Ivan's opinion, Duwait was not a qualified inheritor of the Scarlet Legion. The new Legion was far from the Scarlet Legion, and it could be said that it had not developed at all. So that's it, this guy is ambitious, and he successfully laid hidden cards in the upper 10 planes, but they were all hidden. Throne. Once the throne is completed, we will raise the flag and vigorously develop the new Scarlet Legion. Even if there is only one corpse left, with Ivan's means, he can still learn a lot of information from it. He knows that Duwait is a person who knows how to endure. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and encountered a person like himself who is his nemesis. What's more regrettable is that Duwait's arrangements cannot be used one by one, and most of them are wasted. My lord. My lord. Well, you all did a good job, especially Yunling. Soon, Yunling, Salang and others also boarded the skeleton warship, and they all came forward to ask for instructions happily, even if they had injuries of varying sizes. The Black Star Legion fought against the Bloody Skeleton Bandit group. After a battle, the Black Star Legion won the final victory. Except for Duokali, who rebelled in time, most of the other members of the entire Bloody Skeleton Bandit group were executed. The few who were not executed could only wander the Star Sea and live in panic. On the skeleton warship, there were still some creatures abducted by the bandits, including a few humans, who were used as food and blood and were saved. Not long after the war, the Black Star set sail again and continued to rush to the Danila Plain, but there was another skeleton warship behind. The world is like smoke, gathering and dispersing invisibly. The Black Star sailed in the vast galaxy, and after another year and a half of long journey, it finally arrived near the Danila Plain. Haha, I'm back. It's been almost 30 years. This trip took decades, and everyone was a little happy after returning to the familiar place. The first place they returned to was the Little Blackbird Plain, which was the base of the Black Star Corps. In the plain, Ivan met the long-lost king of 10,000 trees, Jenna Swinburne. For a virtual king wizard with a lifespan of 2,000 years, 30 years is not a long time. The two did not talk much. There is a long way to go. There will be plenty of time to talk about what they saw and heard on this trip and other things in the future. Afterwards, Ivan directly opened a passage from the Little Blackbird Plain and returned to the Danera Plain. However, as soon as he entered Danera, he noticed something wrong. Who? The space was reversing, and he found it was not good, so he tried to break free and escape. As a result, the power that enveloped him was immeasurable, and he was transferred to another place, a dark space, before he could resist much. I never thought that he would be ambushed when he arrived at the door of his house. Ivan frowned deeply, staring at the surroundings vigilantly, thinking about various possibilities in his heart. He didn't have to wait for long, and a figure appeared in front of him, walking slowly out of the darkness, and deliberately making some footsteps. A familiar person, a person who only exists in memory. Ivan's pupils shrank. This is impossible. How could it be this great figure, the mother of the Earth's core. He only knew the appearance of this legendary person through Ginny. Now, this disappeared great figure appeared in front of him. I am not the mother of the Earth's core. The person who looked like the mother of the Earth's core spoke indifferently. Her expression and eyes were very cold, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. She did not look like a living creature, but more like a judge who was high above. Hello, sir? Ivan did not dare to neglect him. He knew that the person in front of him was definitely a figure above the throne, unfathomable. No need to be polite. I brought you here just for one thing, to confirm whether you betrayed my Danala plane, that's all. The man continued. Your Excellency, how could I, Evan Marichadan, defect to other planes? Evan's heart trembled, and he quickly explained himself. I can see that you really didn't betray, the man said again. Hearing this, Evan was relieved. Although he didn't know how the other party judged it, nor did he know the other party's identity, he must be a big shot in Danila. He didn't want to think too much about the rest. Do you know why I doubt you? Please don't hesitate to teach me. You have the breath of power left by the great will of the fairy plane. I dare to assert that you have had close contact with him. Is this very suspicious? The mother of the Earth's core waved her hand, and a little bit of the hidden breath was peeled off from Evan's body, and finally gathered into a tiny thread. She crushed it very simply. Such a method was so magical that Evan had no time to react. He hurriedly thanked him, but in his heart, he was thinking about when he had contacted the great will of the fairy plane. And Chi-Chi, several figures appeared in succession, and Ivan quickly locked onto one of them, that is, Chi-Chi who behaved strangely. If Chi-Chi is the incarnation of the great will, everything makes sense. The residence of the Grey Crow inside the intestines of the Oblivion, the only identity of the Four Seasons fairy. As he thought about it, a strong chill emerged in his heart, which shook his mind to pieces. The great will of the fairy plane actually produced thoughts like living beings. Such a great will is actually spying on the power left by the wise old man, and is one of my competitors for the inheritance in the future? How is this possible? Then, Ivan thought of another possibility, staring at the mother of the earth in front of him in disbelief. In this way, the person in front of him may be the incarnation of Dinara's great will. Smart human wizard, you have guessed my identity, the mother of the earth said in a calm voice. Great mother of all things, please forgive my impoliteness just now. Ivan quickly collected his thoughts, and bowed respectfully again. The great will of the plane is the collective will of all things and sentient beings in the plane, representing the entire plane, not a certain person or certain creatures. The great will often acts from the interests of the entire plane, always keeping the overall situation in mind, and the character shown is selfless. At the moment, this indifferent attitude is very consistent with this point. He called her the mother of all things, a proper honorific title, and there would be no mistakes. Ivan Marichadan, are you interested in telling me about your experience of meeting the great will of the fairy plane? The mother of all mothers nodded slightly, and then said, Of course, please listen to me carefully. How could Ivan refuse? He was worried that he might be targeted by the great will of the fairy. If the other party had not seen his low strength and disdained to take stronger measures, he would not know what would happen now. As the great will of the great plane, he just happened to listen to this person's opinion. He described his encounter with Chi-Chi in brief words, and did not hide the fact that Antoinette escaped from the predicament, and some of the circumstances in which he was received by the world tree Qingmuyuanmu. You are very brave. After listening, the mother of all things commented, I didn't know that this trip was so dangerous, and I didn't know that the inheritance of the wise old man was so deeply involved. If I had known this, I might not have entered the fairy plane casually. Ivan smiled bitterly. Your fate is rare. You are right, I admit that. You need to take the throne as soon as possible. I will try my best. Ivan actually wanted to ask about the strange behavior of the great will of the fairy, but he felt a little presumptuous and didn't know how to start for a while. It is unheard of for a great will of a plane to participate in the fight for inheritance. In the fairy plane, everything can be transformed into a demon spirit. Is the great will no exception? This is too incredible. Once the great will over there is transformed into a demon spirit and has its own desires, what selflessness is bullshit. A great will with ideas and desires is terrifying to think about. The fairy plane is probably more terrifying than other great planes. Can you take out the seeds of your world and let me take a look? The mother of all things made another request. Of course, no problem. Ivan also did not refuse, and then handed over the seed with the bud tip. A seed full of miraculous power. After receiving it, the mother of all things only took a look and returned in a few seconds. Go back and seize the time to condense the throne. I will watch you. It is my honor to have your attention. Ivan responded, and as soon as the voice fell, the surrounding space reversed and returned to the entrance of the passage. He quickly jumped out of it and landed on an array altar. This is the outer city of True City, not far from the teleportation secret hall. Seeing that it was the famous king of Black Flame in front of him, the wizard guarding here hurriedly greeted him. Chapter 654. Outer City of True City, Rainbow Territory, Rainbow Manor. As the master of this territory, the return of the Black Flame King is a major event, especially since the Black Flame King returned from outside the plane and was welcomed with unprecedented enthusiasm. Welcome back, my dear king. I'm back, my dear ladies. Ivan met several of his wives, including Tanya, Angela, Jussi, Perny, Danlin, and even Luluxia, who was far away in the underground world, came in advance after hearing the news. Among his 6 wives, Tanya is the Night King of the human race, Angela is the Night King and Centaur King, and Luluxia is the Queen of Comer at the Lord level. If we talk about the strength, the next one is Perny. Perny is a 3rd level wizard and a 3rd level flying knight. Now both have entered the pseudo-lord level. Next is Jussi, who is also a 3rd level wizard and flying knight. She has only practiced the way of knight to the pseudo-lord level. Like Angela, Danlin was born in the Qingqi tribe, a foreign race. It was difficult for him to practice wizardry. Now he is only a 2nd level wizard. However, the knight's cultivation level has surpassed that of the others. He has comprehended the domain aura, and is also a pseudo-lord. It can be said that the strength of the 6 people is not weak. Most of them benefited from the convenience provided by Ivan, which is enough to prove that they did not follow the wrong man. Dear, didn't this trip give us a few more sisters? Luluxia asked with a smile. This wizard traveled thousands of miles, to other planes, of course, to do business. I don't know how many changes I encountered along the way. How can I have the mind to do miscellaneous things? Ivan said seriously. Hee hee. Do you believe me? With your own charm, even if you don't provoke others, others will provoke you. Just think you are praising me. He has been away for 30 years. 30 years is not short. For most creatures, there are not many 30 years in life. Ivan's wives are different. They can live for 500 or 600 years easily. After not seeing them for a long time, the years have not left many traces on their faces. On the contrary, with the improvement of experience and strength, they are more charming, especially Luluxia, a beautiful woman with the best appearance in the world. Ivan couldn't help but think of Antoinette and Mavis. The former is worthy of being a spiritual messenger born by heaven and earth. Her appearance is 2 or 3 points better than Luluxia. In fact, among the people who returned with the Black Star this time, there are 2 beauties with more outstanding appearance. Later, he found out that Silang and Bamboo were indeed thoughtful. The beauties they collected were indeed 2 great beauties. They were from the rare Moonlight Butterfly clan. They looked pitiful, and knew how to please people. One was good at singing, and the other was good at dancing. However, Ivan was not a man who coveted beauty, so he sent them to become singers and dancers. Father, may you be blessed with good health. Not bad, not bad. Your strength is almost catching up with your mother. Father, don't lie to me. The pseudo-lord and the lord seem to be only 1 step apart, but in fact, they are very far apart. This is Ivan's eldest daughter, Lulu Betty. She is outstanding in talent, and can be said to be a daughter of heaven. She is not short of various resources, and her strength has always been very good. According to her current situation, it is only a matter of time before she is promoted to an arcane wizard. She can be called a new generation of wizard princess. You are Betty and Belen. You have grown up. Your mother, Jussi, taught you very well. Father, my brother, and I have many questions to ask you. Tell me slowly. I will stay in the wizard world in the next few days. Betty and Belen are the children born to Jussi. 30 years have passed, and they have grown up. Because their father Ivan has been away, there is a gap between them and their father. Although they try their best to cover it up, they can't hide it from Ivan, who is very powerful. Ivan didn't expose it, which is his own fault. Compared to Lulu Betty, the talents of these 2 siblings are slightly inferior. According to the tradition of Rainbow Territory, they also practice the ways of wizards and knights, and their strengths have improved in an orderly manner. Now, both of them are 2nd level wizards and earth knights. Meet the teacher. Get up. Along the way, Ivan accepted 3 disciples in total. When he was still in the Mona Antland hut, at the request of the academy, he accepted a pair of twins as students, namely the elder sister Nora and the younger sister Rona. Later, by chance, he accepted the young girl Helen as a student. The 3 disciples were different, and had different growth paths. Nora's growth path was relatively conventional. She had always been able to concentrate on learning and endure loneliness. With the protection and support from her teacher, she became a third-level wizard even though she was only of average talent. In order to become a formal wizard as soon as possible, Rona chose to rely on the power of the black magic wind and fire ray in her early years. This undoubtedly left hidden dangers, and greatly reduced the efficiency of subsequent training. Now, Rona has barely become a second-level wizard, and has no choice but to focus on night training, and has trained to the level of Earth Knight. The situation of another disciple, Helen, is even more special. She was originally a human, but after resurrection, she became a strange life form, the undead centaur. The way of wizards is more friendly to humans, and it is difficult for other alien races to practice. Based on this, she did not give up the way of wizards, but kept exploring hard. She is also a second-level wizard, and is about to be promoted to the third level. For the teacher who is already the honor of the virtual king, the three of them are all ashamed. Many times, Rona and Helen dare not call themselves the students of the King of Black Flame, for fear of embarrassing the teacher. Ivan did not blame or look down on the three of them. As a teacher, he often does not care about the boss, and his attitude towards students is only to let it go. He will not blame them, nor will he kick them out, and he will give them the same protection. After asking, Ivan found that Rona was already married, and her other half came from a larger wizard family, and they did not have children for the time being. Wizard Ivan. You have all become lords, not bad, not bad, you didn't embarrass this wizard. Hee, after joining your Black Star army, everything has become simple, and I finally lived up to your expectations. After so many years, Marsh Ant and Silkworm Queen have successively been promoted to the level of lords. Seeing the return of the Black Flame King, the two of them couldn't wait to come and pay their respects. Marsh Ant is the four-winged Marsh King Ant, the first guard under Ivan's seat in the past, and has been with him all year round. The Silkworm Queen is the Swift-Wit Silkworm. When he joined Ivan, he was just a wizard apprentice. Time flies, and the mutant Silkworm on the small Sangling Ridge has also become a powerful person. Both of them are insects, and it can be said that it is extremely difficult for them to transform to the level of lords. As they said at this moment, fortunately there is the secret method of 3 births of all things. Fortunately there is the Black Star Army, after receiving the great blessing in this aspect. Especially the strength of the army Lord Ivan has been advancing by leaps and bounds. The strength of the two people also rose with the tide. Relying on this advantage and opportunity, they broke the limitations of the insect body in one fell swoop, and were promoted to the Lord Creature. Wizard Ivan, next time you go to other places, don't forget to take me with you. I still want to explore the 8 directions with you. The ant asked earnestly. Okay, I will arrange for you to serve, as the commander of the Black Star Army, but there is no need to rush for the time being. Ivan did not refuse directly. He couldn't bear to hit the ant. With his current strength, there is a big gap between the strengths of the two sides, and it is difficult for the ant to explore the various directions with him. No wonder some people say that after embarking on the road of cultivation, the higher the level of strength, the fewer people who can travel with you, until you become a lonely person. Compared with the enthusiasm of the ant, the Queen of Silkworms is more lazy and bluntly said that she prefers to guard the rainbow territory. Ivan also didn't say much. He was always very tolerant of these followers, who had made great contributions to him, and was willing to give them permanent shelter. After so many years away, rainbow territory has undergone significant changes in all aspects, the most notable of which is of course the strength of the personnel. Among them, the one who has changed the most is Ginny. Ginny has been promoted from a 4th-level lord to a 5th-level ancient king, becoming the 2nd strongest person under Ivan. I've been away for these years, and you've taken care of everything, Ginny. Wizard Ivan, you and I are one, why are you so polite? Haha, you're right. Tell me about your situation over the years. Your promotion is faster than I expected, and it really makes this wizard a little curious. No problem, but this story is a bit long. You have to listen slowly. Ginny is Ivan's clone, and together with Locke, who is far away in the endless spiritual square, the three form a trinity. Ginny's identity is very special. She is the direct descendant of the Mother of the Earth's core, and the Mother of the Earth's core is very important in the Danila plane. Although she died in battle to protect the plane, she left behind an extremely rich legacy. For hundreds of years, the Mother of the Earth's core has given birth to Ginny, the only seedling, and she can naturally get countless benefits from it. Ginny said that the story is a bit long, and it can be summed up in one sentence, that she has successively received the legacy and practiced step by step. Compared to others, her path has always been smooth, and later she was blessed by the 3 life and all things. It is actually only a matter of time before she becomes the ancient king. It's a bit aggressive. It's okay, it's still under control, and taking a little risk is nothing. Ivan certainly knew Ginny's thoughts. It was nothing more than that his own strength was soaring, and she felt pressured, which made this person, who had always taken protection as her responsibility, a little urgent. Ivan certainly wouldn't blame her for having this intention. Hey! Your strength is getting stronger and stronger. No matter how hard Locke and I chase you, we always feel that we can't catch up with you. Ginny then said ashamedly that she could feel the pressure brought by the wizard, which was obviously a sign of increasing strength, which made her a little shocked. Haha, isn't this normal? If my strength doesn't improve, how can you catch up from behind? Seeing that she was a little discouraged, Ivan was a little happy. He repeatedly emphasized to Ginny that he was a strong man, one of the best in the wizard world, and didn't need anyone to protect him, but Ginny was still worried. Isn't this just worrying for nothing? But Ginny wanted to refute. Okay, you can practice step by step in the future, and don't have to consider the situation on my side. If you have any requirements, you don't have to mention it, I will speak directly to you and Locke. Ivan interrupted Ginny. His aura flashed, and the contrast was obvious, allowing Ginny to personally sense the difference in strength between the two sides. Speaking of which, when I just returned to Danila, I encountered an unexpected thing. I saw the Mother of the Earth. Ivan continued. What? This is impossible. Ginny knew the situation of the Mother of the Earth very well, and said it was impossible. Yes, it is indeed not the Mother of the Earth, but the great existence she has been protecting, the Mother of all things. Ivan did not hide it. He would not mention it to anyone except Ginny. Did something happen? Ginny frowned. Ivan nodded. He also did not hide the inside story from Ginny. Ginny is closely connected with the Earth Mother, especially the two ancient goddesses, the Dark Night Mother and the Sea Mother. They will tell Ginny many things intentionally or unintentionally. Ginny didn't tell Ivan everything. After all, some information was not important, and it would involve the major secrets of the Earth Mother. Your trip was so dangerous, you can't go to that fairy plane again. After listening to him, Ginny's heart was relieved. She muttered to herself that she was leisurely here, but Ivan the wizard had to go through many difficulties, and Locke was also far away. She always felt that her clone was too incompetent, and no one could compare to her. Look, you're overthinking again. This wizard has told you many times that Danila is our foundation. It's important for you to stay here, otherwise how can I feel at ease to go out and take risks? How could I not notice her thoughts? Ivan looked at her speechlessly. Could this be the habit of the Earth Mother? Ginny was speechless about this. This time I came back, this wizard has only one goal, that is, to condense the throne, break the history of the wizard world, and become the first true king wizard. After a pause, Ivan said his short-term goal. Ginny's face brightened up after hearing this, and she looked at him steadily, not knowing what to say for a while. Compared to the ancient king, the throne is the real strong one. Whether in the long river of the Star Realm, in Danila, or in the fairy plane, the throne is the chess player who controls the universe and the real ruler. Wizard Ivan, just tell me where I need to help. Of course, you and Locke's assistance are indispensable. The history of wizards is more than 4,000 years. It has been more than 3,000 years since the first arcane wizard appeared. In such a long time, no throne has been born. It can be seen that it is difficult for the true king wizard to be promoted. Ivan naturally needs the three of them to work together, and not let go of any available power. Speaking of which, after meeting the Mother of all things once before, he actually did not lose out. The Mother of all things gaze represents the Mother of all things favor, which is what all the creatures in Danila are thinking about. The favor of the great one on him is obviously much stronger. In other words, his luck has increased a lot. In this way, his luck in the Danila plane will improve, which will be beneficial to all aspects of things, and even bring benefits to the condensation throne. In addition, the seed of the world tree has also changed, and its vitality has increased. He has not yet looked at the details. It must be said that the Mother of all things is a particular person, much stronger than the fairy who likes to calculate others. Chapter 655. Above the Peak of Truth, in the Supreme Council, in the Hall of Truth, the 6 virtual kings of the wizard world, the King of the Sky, the King of 10,000 Trees, the Queen of Ice, the King of Dragon Flame, the King of Green Dragon, and the King of Black Flame, gathered together. It can be said that the 6 people present represent more than 90% of the combat power of the wizard world. Everyone, I am just going out for a trip. There is no need to hold a meeting for this. You are flattering this wizard. Seeing that everyone's eyes were all on him, Ivan smiled and broke the quiet atmosphere in the hall. With the teleportation array, it won't take much time to go back and forth. Speaking of it, it's all thanks to your contribution, the King of Black Flame. The Queen of Ice said. King of Black Flame, you said it easily. As we all know, the fairy plane is the best among the large planes, even better than our Dayanala. The King of 10,000 Trees continued. Yes, this trip must have been difficult for you. Have you ever been on the brink of life and death? Said the Green Dragon King. Others spoke up one after another, complaining about his previous adventures, and behind the complaints were deep concerns and worries. In fact, Ivan had informed several people when he left Danila. However, after the warship entered the long river of the galaxy, and was far away, he revealed his real destination. Going to the fairy plane is not just a simple talk. Even if he has made a lot of preparations, he dare not say that he will definitely return safely. Of course, some things must be explained. Other virtual king wizards complained that he went alone, which violated the principle of unity and mutual help. King of Black Flame, you act like this, clearly looking down on our strength and looking down on us. It's serious. Next time something like this happens, I will definitely consult and assist you. What do you think? Ivan knew that these people were not really blaming him, so he persuaded them to calm down the Void King wizards, and thus brought the topic to a halt. It can be seen that you have gained a lot from this trip, and your strength may have surpassed this wizard. The Dragon Flame King immediately pointed out. His words were agreed by many people. Everyone was familiar with each other. After many years, they met again and found that the aura of the Black Flame King had become very deep, which was a sign of great improvement in strength. This shows that going to the fairy plane for adventure is not useless, which confirms the saying that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. For us wizards, knowledge is power, which includes insight, that is, the understanding of the world. How about we get together and take a similar galaxy exploration trip? Don't even think about it. Isn't the huge Dayanara enough for you to explore? In response to this, others were more or less jealous, and some even proposed to follow suit, but were rejected. Although the entire wizard force is not weak, it is not the top, and it is easy to suffer backlash if it advances rashly. The wizard world today can't stand the tossing. A single move can affect the whole body. They need to consider too many problems. In recent years, we are still peaceful here, right? Ivan asked after others finished speaking. Except for the first floor, we don't know much about the deeper underground places. There is nothing big happening now. Your wife is the queen of the Comer Empire. You should know more about it than us. The Ice Queen joked. What about the surface? It's still calm, but there are some minor frictions with the Multi-Eye tribe from time to time. We try to restrain ourselves. In addition, the Feather tribe has completely surrendered to the Multi-Eye tribe, which is a bit disadvantageous to us. In the last race war, the wizards made a name for themselves, so that the surrounding races dared not easily provoke them. The Multi-Eye tribe is an exception. Moreover, there is a powerful throne in the Multi-Eye tribe, the Golden Throne, who suppressed their pursuit of the Feather tribe with a decree last time. In terms of the facts, the strength of the Multi-Eye tribe is far above that of the wizards. Fortunately, the Multi-Eye tribe's attention is mainly focused on the west, while the wizard world is in the east. The territory of the Multi-Eye tribe is located in the western region of the Mondora continent. Further west of the territory is the Longluo Star Sea, and the Longluo 1 island on the Longluo Star Sea is the center of the surface. As a top race, the Multi-Eye tribe is more willing to share a piece of the cake on Longluo 1 island. After all, the cake there is extremely rich. Of course, wizards are born out of necessity, and they are protected by the will of Dayanara. This is the fundamental reason why the Golden Throne does not take drastic measures against wizards. On this point, several virtual king wizards have reached a consensus. With the protection of the Great Will, they don't have to worry too much for the time being. In the Hall of Truth, after the virtual kings discussed the current situation, they asked the King of Black Flame to introduce the experience of the long galaxy. Speaking of it, it has been a long time since wizards have made such a long voyage. Ivan did not hesitate to give a detailed introduction to the special things, people and things, dangers and strange places encountered in the galaxy. There is one thing that this wizard must emphasize, which may be related to the fate of our wizards. After a moment, he emphasized solemnly. Please speak. Hearing this, the other sat up straight. On my way back, I encountered a special creature, a red devil from the abyss. Various details show that the devils are very likely to be the mortal enemies of our wizards. This point must not be ignored. Ivan immediately told about his encounter with the red skeleton bandits, focusing on describing his situation at the time. The king of the sky and others were all shocked. Born to meet the needs of the times, there must be a mission. After a long silence, the king of the sky sighed. So, the mission of our wizard should be on the devils of the abyss. The great will really thinks highly of us. The king of 10,000 trees said sadly. The abyss is also a large plain, and it is also a very aggressive plain, more famous than the fairy plain. In terms of ferocity, the abyss is at the forefront of the galaxy. The reason why the battle in Danila happened 10,000 years ago was that it was led by the abyss plain. That battle caused the people of Danila to suffer heavy losses, and has not recovered to this day. The devil race is the main race of the abyss plain. On the other hand, wizards have not been considered the top race of the Danila plain so far, and are completely incomparable with the powerful devil race. How can the Void King wizard present not feel pressured? Anyway, knowing this is better than knowing nothing. We can slowly prepare until the day when the Great will let us fulfill our mission. Yes, as long as we are united, there may be a day when we can equal the devil race. They are not ordinary people. After the melancholy, they quickly adjusted their mentality. Besides, it is not necessary to take measures immediately. When they really take action, it may be thousands of years later. By then, the wizard world will definitely not be the same as it is now. The shame left behind 10,000 years ago cannot be forgotten. This hatred must be avenged. Maybe various measures have been taken, but we just don't know. Our clan doesn't even have a throne, so it's normal that we can't participate in such a big action. After the Void King wizard put down the burden in his heart, he couldn't help but analyze the information behind it. There is no doubt that the Great Will of Danala has been looking for an opportunity to retaliate. It is reasonable to take revenge for hatred and grievances. They can foresee that once there is a large-scale action, wizards will not be able to escape being recruited. This is something worth noting. It must be admitted that due to the notorious reputation of the Abyss Plane, Danala should not easily take action there, which is a good thing for wizards. For us, the most important thing is only one thing, that is, the birth of a true king wizard, so that we can step onto the next level. Speaking of this, the king of 10,000 trees sighed earnestly. The few people looked at each other and nodded slightly. At this moment, a strange wave suddenly appeared, sweeping across the Hall of Truth, sweeping across every Void King wizard present, and making everyone moved. What is this? Let's go out and take a look. This is something big. The group flashed away from the Hall of Truth and came to the wall of the Supreme Council. From a distance, the sky was filled with a colorful light, like a ribbon all over the sky. At the same time, it was accompanied by bursts of wind and thunder. This sound was not sharp, but like the sound of heaven and earth played by heaven and earth. The king of the sky recognized him. He was about to say something, but he immediately shut his mouth. The sky was moving constantly. The gorgeous nine-color light quickly condensed. One part condensed into a rainbow bridge, and the other part condensed into a throne. The throne was placed high on the rainbow bridge. Whether it was the rainbow bridge or the nine-color throne, they all looked so majestic and awe-inspiring. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared on the throne. He sat there and announced, "I am Meg Clement Alsop. I am honored to ascend the throne today. From now on, I will be the blue throne of Daenerys. I hope to work hard with you." The voice in the sky was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. It turned out that someone succeeded in condensing the throne today. No wonder the world celebrated it, and even notified the entire plane, so that the creatures of the entire plane celebrated it. Meg? Ivan was very sure that this was the old tree man Meg he knew. The name was right. Since leaving the inheritance site on the 3rd floor of the underground, he had no news of Meg. He never thought that after decades, Meg would appear in such a shocking way and become a throne master in one fell swoop. He was surprised and happy for his old friend. After the throne was declared over, the strange phenomenon on the horizon quickly dissipated. The rainbow bridge was gone, the throne was gone, and the Chingsong throne on the throne was gone, leaving only shock to the world. Does everyone have to be so impetuous when they are promoted to the throne? The Ice Queen asked a few people. No, as far as I know, this is the choice of the throne master himself. You can choose to be vigorous, or you can choose to be unknown. The others obviously didn't know, only the king of the sky answered this question. After hearing the conversation between the two, Ivan came back to his senses. I have one thing to say. This wizard has made up his mind. In the near future, he will seek an opportunity at all costs, hoping to challenge the true king wizard. Without waiting for others to speak, the king of the sky announced firmly. His voice fell clearly into the ears of other virtual kings word by word. The voice was not loud, but it was like a thunder. Really? Within a few years? 3 more years of preparation will be enough. Okay, we have finally waited for this day. If you need us to help, just ask. None of us will refuse. As for the safety of the wizard world, leave it to us to protect. His announcement this time was not abrupt. After the unfortunate death of the King of Blue Thunder, the King of the Sky was the one with the most accumulated power among the virtual kings. However, the King of the Sky has been deepening his power, and now he should have made all preparations. Thank you for your hard work. Haha, we are one family. We are still waiting for you to lead us to the top of the Danala race. It can be said that the 6 people present are all pure-minded people. They pursue the same thing, that is, endless knowledge and truth. Based on this aspect, everyone really has few conflicts, but hopes that others will become stronger and stronger. In this way, everyone can make progress together, and pursue more knowledge and truth. King of Black Flame, you should be about to reach this step, right? The King of the Sky asked. He has the highest strength, and can perceive more things. To be honest with you, I have chosen my own path to the throne. As for when to really take the most critical step, it still takes some time, 10 years, or even 20 years, it is possible. Facing many people's wide eyes, Ivan thought for a while and said, 10 to 20 years? This time is not long, on the contrary, it is too short. Adding another 10 or 20 years will still seem very short for the creatures chasing the power of the throne. In other words, after the King of the Sky, the King of Black Flame will soon reach the most critical step, which is really a great blessing for the wizard world. Great. The King of Black Flame is indeed an extraordinary person. This wizard wants to embark on a long journey across the galaxy. That won't do. Don't let down the chain at the critical moment. Ha, that's what I thought. You can't even think about it. Hurry up and give up that idea, King of Dragon Flame. This moment is undoubtedly a happy moment for the virtual king wizards. Everyone smiled. Even the always serious Queen of Ice was no exception. After thousands of years of wind, frost, rain and dew, the wizard world has been waiting for a true king wizard for too long. With the plan, time passed day by day like clockwork. During this period, Ivan met with Locke on purpose. Now, Locke is doing well in the Infinite Spiritual Square. He has traveled all over the country and visited many planes, mostly small and medium-sized planes. He took the opportunity to collect a lot of unique information and precious resources. In terms of strength, he has been improving in an orderly manner, and he is about to start the promotion to the 5th level Ancient King. In terms of power, the Black Star Army under his command has been developing, recruiting many good players among the spirits, and now it has initially formed a scale. For Ivan, the most important point is that through the secret method of the 3 lives of all things, Locke has extended the tentacles of the Black Star Army into the Infinite Spiritual Square, and the Infinite Spiritual Square is not an ordinary plane. According to his analysis, the Infinite Spiritual Square should have a unique position in the entire world. Chapter 656. Supreme Council, Hall of Truth. Only 3 months after the last meeting, several Void King wizards came here again. King of Black Flame, what is the important matter that you summoned us to come? Please be patient, wait for others to come and talk together, the Ice Queen has not come yet. Seeing Ivan say this, the others did not urge him. Now that the wizard world has a teleportation array, even if you are in other continents, thousands of miles away, you can quickly rush back to the City of Truth without worrying about wasting time. After a while, the Ice Queen arrived at the Supreme Council as promised. I have a suggestion, why don't we sit down and discuss it? Ivan said so under the gaze of several people. What is discussing it? Several people were stunned when they heard this, and the King of 10,000 Trees couldn't help asking. Before that, I have a few questions for you to answer. Ivan kept it a secret. You can say it anyway. It is now the 3,209th year of the Berta calendar. Wizards have gone through thousands of years. Considering various factors, tell me, have we reached a critical moment? Ivan looked at several people one by one and asked seriously. You can say that. According to records, our wizards' fortunes have never been as prosperous as they are now. When things get too intense, they will turn around. I have a strong premonition that if we don't take this opportunity to make further progress, I'm afraid there will be constant twists and turns in the future. After thinking for a few seconds, the King of 10,000 Trees and the King of the Sky answered one after another. The others nodded slightly. Although the wizard world is calm now, there are many hidden worries behind it, and no one knows when they will explode. Since you agree with this, shouldn't we go all out? Ivan asked again. It should be so. Others agreed again. Should we have the courage to break the rules? Ivan asked. It can be considered. Hearing this, Some people had a bad feeling in their hearts, but did not directly object. King of Black Flame, we are all family, just say whatever you want. The main factors included in the path of cultivation are nothing more than dharma, friends, wealth and land. Dharma refers to the law of inheritance. Wealth refers to cultivation resources. Land refers to suitable places for cultivation. Friends refers to fellow practitioners. We can learn from each other, support each other, exchange experiences, and exchange and give knowledge to each other. However, this wizard feels that what we are doing now is not enough. In Ivan's view, the four words dharma, friends, wealth, and land can also be used to summarize the current path of cultivation. For wizards like them who pursue knowledge and truth, friends occupy a large part of it. Why is it not enough? The King of 10,000 Trees asked subconsciously. This wizard feels that we can go a step further and show each other the power we are proficient in to prove what we control, just like this. Having said this, Ivan did not hesitate. He immediately revealed the spatial power he controlled, evolving it directly and clearly, while constantly explaining his cognition, which already involved his core power. In the wizarding world, wizards follow the principle that knowledge has value and equal exchange. Even if it is a master and an apprentice, they will only exchange or give knowledge and give some pointers. Not to mention wizards and wizards, they will not show the power they control so openly and expose their secrets. This is undoubtedly contrary to the behavior of wizards. Is this what you call discussing the Tao? When he finished speaking, someone frowned, and his expression was a little hesitant. Yes, that's what I think. To be frank, now we have gathered the right time, right place, and right people. The right time is a critical moment in the development of our wizarding world. The teleportation array brings the right place, and the relationship between us can be regarded as right people. There is no time more suitable than this moment to discuss the Tao. As wizards, we can also study some things together, such as the firewood copper furnace. If necessary, we can let the people below come in and listen. Of course, this requires us to negotiate in advance. Ivan didn't care what they thought, and spoke out his own views. Afterwards, he stopped talking and waited there quietly, letting others weigh the pros and cons. He could also understand the concerns of several people. After all, this is something that goes against the wizard tradition. He didn't discuss it with anyone in private beforehand. In the Hall of Truth, after he finished speaking, the other 5 Void King wizards looked at each other for several times, frowning and hesitant to make a conclusion. I am the weakest here, and I will not pretend to be hypocritical if there is an advantage to be taken. I agree with the proposal of the King of Black Flame. After a long pause, the King of Green Dragon, Hadi Sialuashi, took the lead. I second it. Second it. Then came the King of Dragon Flame and the Queen of Ice. Seeing this, the King of 10,000 Trees looked at the King of the Sky again and nodded slowly. Then let's give it a try. The 6 of us will sit down and discuss, and the location will be in the inner hall of the Hall of Truth. As the first person in the wizard world, the King of the Sky naturally has to take on more responsibilities and consider more things. After waiting for a long time, he finally expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, the other 5 nodded slightly. Most wizards are vigorous and resolute people. After reaching a consensus, the 6 virtual king wizards went back to summarize what they had learned and what they wanted to show. Half a month later, they started the first discussion. As the initiator, Ivan was the first person to show his strength. He mainly showed the way of space and the way of life that he was good at. In fact, it was not the first time for him to do so. He had argued with Jenny and Locke about strength many times before, and was very familiar with various matters. When he was preaching, the others nodded frequently, their eyes sparkling. I am the second one. I mainly want to discuss the power of wind, thunder, and soul with you wizards. After he stopped preaching, the King of the Sky stood up. Wizards all practice the way of soul. Due to differences in cognition, there are deviations in the soul power they control. After the King of the Sky finished his presentation, the others did not take it lightly, and implemented it very seriously. For a moment, everyone forgot about everything else, and put their minds into comprehending the power. They did not come back to their senses for a long time, until everyone finished their presentations one by one. I never thought that 2 months have passed. When will the next time be? When everyone came back to their senses, they realized that more than 2 months had passed. Undoubtedly, everyone benefited a lot from this discussion, and the King of Dragon Flame directly asked what he was looking forward to. I came here in a hurry this time, and it's the first time. I still have a lot of things to share with you. Seeing the eyes of others looking at him, the King of Dragon Flame said directly, How about a year later? Okay. Facts have proved that discussing the Tao is a good way to improve strength, and the effect is obvious. Now no one objects, and some are eager to try. A year later, the six secretly held a second discussion. This time, they also added an in-depth exploration of the things under their opponents, mainly including the Xinhua copper furnace, Huiquan, Leiqi, Jiuchong Qifeng Tower and other treasures of the clan, as well as the Wizard Supreme Formation, the Wizard King Multi-Phase Formation. The six people have experienced a series of things in the past, and their relationship is extraordinary. When discussing the Tao, they are sincerely showing each other their things, and the effect can be imagined. When ascending the Qingsong throne, the King of the Sky once said that it only takes 3 years to prepare. As a result, the discussion of the Tao appeared, and he postponed the time again and again, and prepared for a full 10 years before saying goodbye to everyone and starting to retreat to impact the throne realm. 5 fellow practitioners, the wizard world is entrusted to you. Galifu, don't worry about anything else, I hope you can ascend the throne soon. The location chosen by the King of the Sky was his own Golden Rock Tower. Except for a few Void Kings who came to witness it for him, other wizards knew nothing about it. When will the 5th discussion be held? We have communicated so many times. It's time to slow down. Why not put it off for 5 years? That makes sense. Every time they discuss the Tao, they gain different things, and the strength of the Void King wizards has improved. However, it takes time to digest what they have learned from each other. If the King of Black Flame is not about to enter the critical moment of the throne promotion, they will wait longer before starting the next discussion. Over the years, Ivan's soul energy has long been raised to the limit of the Void King, and has reached the point where there is no further improvement. What he has strengthened is the foundation in other aspects. Just as he was exploring his way to the throne day and night, he unexpectedly received an invitation. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go to the appointment. On this day, he and Ginny came to the first underground level through the teleportation array. The teleportation array here is located in Suzaku Valley, which is the human settlement he led the team to open up. Who has arrived? There are quite a few people, both Lord level and Ancient King level, and stronger people have not appeared yet. The two did not stay in Suzaku Valley, and hurried deeper underground. This was actually a gathering of the Mother Earth's lineage. Ivan didn't know why the other party invited him. This was something that had never happened in previous years. Jenny didn't know the reason either. She only knew that it was ordered by the Dark Knight Mother Lilibet. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess's position in the Earth's lineage is very important, and she has helped Jenny countless times, so Ivan couldn't refuse this inexplicable invitation. So the two came here. Under Jenny's leadership, the two traveled all the way, and soon arrived at a special place. Teleport? Shuttling with the power of the Earth as the medium. In the secret valley, Jenny performed a shuttle different from the teleportation array. The light of the Earth was radiant, covering the two people, and then the figure disappeared on the spot. Her shuttle is more like a kind of underground escape, but it can also cross many spaces. This is obviously the work of the powerful people of the Earth's core. A moment later, the two flew out of the dim passage, and looking at the front, they have arrived in another place. This is a place similar to a secret realm. The first feeling that Ivan gave was that the magnetism and gravity were extraordinary. The surroundings were very empty. There was only a mountain in the center that supported the top, and pavilions and palaces could be seen halfway up the mountain. That was the meeting place. When they got closer, they found that the buildings on the mountainside were divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower. Under the cold light, they looked clearly layered. The upper, middle and lower levels correspond to the Lord, the Ancient King and the throne respectively. I will wait in the middle hall first. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess will summon us at that time. Ginny said. You are more familiar with it than me. I will listen to you here. Ivan said. The buildings on the mountainside are actually built around the peak. The upper, middle and lower levels are not connected to each other, but the distance in the middle is relatively short. From a distance, it looks like a pile of layers. As Ginny said before, there are many people who arrived in advance. Ivan just took a quick glance and found that there were hundreds of lords. It can be seen that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Earth's core vein is not as big as it was at its peak, it is not comparable to ordinary races. Then, the two landed in a palace in the middle. The palace was wide and more like an indoor venue. There were more than a dozen figures inside, and many of them retained their original appearance. King of Gunpan, he is the human wizard you are friends with. What are you bringing him here for? The arrival of the two people made many people unhappy, mainly because of the appearance of Ivan, an outsider. Among them, the King of Fire Blue Grace came forward and asked the questions that others were concerned about. Lady Lilibet ordered it. Ginny answered truthfully. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess ordered you. Then, there is no problem. Welcome to Lonely Mountain Residence, human wizard. Grace smiled. King of Gunpan is Ginny's ancient king title. When Ivan knew it, this title had already been announced, and no one knew who proposed it. After hearing the conversation between the two, the others retracted their gazes and stopped paying attention to this side, and each of them whispered to each other. Hello, I heard Ginny mention you. Ivan said politely. He did hear Ginny mention that the Fire Blue King in front of him was in charge of the power of ice and fire. Ginny and Grace are friends. The two talked happily, and Ivan did not participate. Other creatures who could cultivate to the level of ancient kings did not like to make a fuss or cause trouble. Ivan was happy to be idle. Soon, he sensed that several people with strong auras had come up, and there was a familiar aura among them. It turned out to be an old friend. Wizard Ivan, Lady Lilibet asked us to go up. About half an hour later, Ginny received a message from the Dark Knight Mother. The two did not dare to neglect it and flew higher. The higher they went around the mountain, the stronger the magnetic and gravitational pressure became. This was not difficult for them. The top layer looked like a palace pavilion. The two followed the instructions and landed on a flower square in the middle. Wizard Ivan, here, long time no see, I miss you so much. Before the two of them approached, they heard someone calling out to them eagerly. This person looked like a common tree man, with extraordinary momentum. It was Meg, the Azure Throne that had just been announced to the world not long ago. From her attitude, Meg was still familiar, which made Ivan a little flattered. In addition to Meg, there were 5 people above the throne, including the familiar Dark Knight Mother Lilibet, and the Sea Mother Bramble, who had been mentioned many times by Ginny. As Meg spoke, everyone's eyes fell on Ivan, and Ivan's pressure doubled. The foundation of the Earth's core is really strong. Chapter 657. Before coming, Ivan thought that the foundation of the Earth core would be very strong, but the scene in front of him still shocked him, and the wizard world just lacked such a leader. He stepped forward and saluted to the people present, and then answered Meg's words. Qing Song Throne, it has been decades since we last met. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. I admire you. When the two of them went to the 3rd underground floor together, their strengths were the same. In terms of actual combat power, he was better than the other. In the past, he always left others behind, and this was the first time he was surpassed by others. I am ashamed. You should know that I can be here today thanks to Mr. Clement's arrangement, but I am naturally dull, and I can't achieve today's achievements with just these. In times of hardship, I was fortunate to have the help of everyone present, so that I could barely condense the throne. I am ashamed to think about it, Meg said with a sigh, and thanked the people around her again. So there is such a secret. Clement is Meg's predecessor, and the new life that continued after his death is Meg. This is the unique way of reproduction of tree people. Ivan suddenly realized that he remembered that Mr. Clement once said that he had received great favors from the Mother of the Earth's core, and followed the Mother of the Earth's core for a period of time, so he could be regarded as a person of the Earth's core. Meg is the same now. You are too modest. The throne is the throne. How can it be forced? It is indeed a lucky element. Let's not talk about this. Let me introduce them to you. The Dark Knight Mother is your acquaintance, and this one is the Golden Wu Throne. Meg introduced other people, and the Dark Knight Mother and the Sea Mother were of course not mentioned. The other 3 are the Golden Wu Throne, the Thousand Claws Throne, and the Fire of War. Among them, the Golden Wu Throne is a woman, wearing a mature palace dress, with a faint warm golden light emanating from her body. The Thousand Claws Throne is a man, with a human head and a human body, but under his feet are dense yellow roots. The Fire of War is also a man, a burly man, with a fiery red skin, and the air temperature around him is much higher than other places. Following Meg's introduction, Ivan greeted them one by one. If he guessed correctly, the real roots of these people in front of him were all related to plants, and there was a special word to define the roots of the ground, or the roots of the earth. Ginny also belongs to this category. Wizard Ivan, do you know why we summoned you? Asked the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. Of course I don't know, please tell me. At this time, Ivan was confused. As for the fact that she had seen the Mother of the Earth in the costume of the Mother of all things before, Ginny would never tell anyone about it, even if the other party was the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. Given your close relationship with Ginny, you are half of ours, you don't deny this, right? The Dark Knight Mother Goddess said slowly. Of course. Ivan's heart tightened. The Earthcore clan was not like this in the past. They were very repulsive to him, but he could not deny the relationship between the two sides. You have made great progress in your strength over the years. You can be called a rare talent. After practicing to this point, you should prepare for the promotion to the throne, right? The goddess's eyes are sharp. The more the Dark Knight Mother Goddess said this, the more Ivan felt nervous. He was afraid that nothing good would come to him, so he could only be patient. What he didn't know was that since he appeared in Gishanju, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess and others had begun to observe him and discussed it secretly. Several people could see that he had a strong aura, which showed that his strength was the best among the ancient kings. He also had a strong favor and a hidden wisdom, which showed that he was a man with great luck. With the combination of many parties, several people recognized him as a person and were willing to give him a chance, a good opportunity that is hard to come by. We can help you, just like we helped the Qingsong throne, giving you a rare opportunity in the world to help you ascend the throne. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess continued. The other party actually talked about the throne. If it were someone else, Ivan would definitely sneer. However, the other party represented the Earth Core lineage and controlled countless things in his hands. They were all top resources left by the mother of the Earth Core, and they must be helpful in condensing the throne. How could he not be tempted? Thank you for your attention, God. I wonder what I need to pay. Ivan knew that there was no free pie. A mission requires you to sneak into a hostile plane and get some vital information. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess glanced at the others and stated her purpose. As expected, Ivan knew it was like this. How could these people treat him as their own? Help me achieve the throne first, and then complete the mission? He asked tentatively. No, you have to complete the mission first. You are a smart person, and should understand the reason. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess smiled lightly, with a hint of teasing in her eyes, laughing at him for daydreaming. Others also looked teasing, except for Meg, who looked embarrassed. Hearing this, Ivan did not rush to say anything. He was thinking about a question. Another big plane, is it a coincidence? You know, he just came back from the fairy plane and stayed there for nearly 10 years, which can be said to have sneaked into it. He couldn't help but glance at Ginny next to him. Logically, with his and Ginny's current strength, the other party could not find anything through Ginny. Seeing this, Ginny's heart moved and she was about to take the initiative to volunteer. Sorry, forgive my shallow ability. Ivan stopped her action in time. Oh! Don't you want to hear the specific content of the task and think about it? The smile of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess disappeared, obviously not expecting him to refuse so quickly. With your status, you are doing important things, which are not for an idle person like me to listen to. Ivan bowed and continued. Although the chips offered by the other party are tempting, if it were in the past, he might choose to take a gamble, but now, it is not too rare. He believed that with his current accumulation, he would be able to break the shackles in one fell swoop and condense his own throne if he continued to study step by step. Wizard Ivan, do you want to condense the throne with your own power? Said the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. That's right. Ivan nodded. Hey, where do you get the confidence from? I want to give it a try. Seeing his firm attitude, the faces of several people became unchanged. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess knew Ivan quite well. According to his character, she should not refuse, but the result was presented in the opposite direction. As everyone knows, Ivan does have his own confidence. His confidence comes from various deep accumulations, including his own past foundation and the foundation left by the wizard world for thousands of years, the most prominent of which is the Wizard King multi-phase array. His confidence also comes from the world tree seeds given by Aoki Yuenmu. He has been studying this aspect for many years. It must be said that the world tree is indeed one of the top roots in the world. Even if it is just a remnant seed, the things it contains are worth studying for hundreds and thousands of years. More importantly, his path to the throne is closely related to it. In essence, it is the fusion and transformation of different forces. Human wizard, do you really want to reject the kindness of my Earth Heart lineage? Someone said in a deep voice. It was the 1,000 Claws throne among the 5. The heavy aura on his body was hidden. Hearing his words, Ivan's eyes flashed with a haze. He expected that things would not end so easily. After all, strength is respected in this world. Lady Lilibet, and all the lords, why don't I go there? I have been taken care of by everyone all the time. It's time for me to do my part. At this time, Ginny stood up and asked. Ivan glared at her in dissatisfaction. He didn't instruct her to do such a thing, so why did she get involved? Ginny, you step down first. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess was even more unwilling. Without waiting for others to say anything, she swung her long sleeves vigorously, and a force acted on Ginny, forcibly sending her down the mountain. Outside Gishanju, when Ginny wanted to climb the mountain again, she couldn't get close. On the other side of the square, Ivan was shocked by the Dark Knight Mother Goddess's move. No matter what, Ginny was an ancient king, but she was sent away by her lightly without any room for struggle. It can be imagined that this Dark Knight Mother Goddess is definitely not an ordinary throne powerhouse. It is very likely that she is a 7th level supreme, or even more powerful. No wonder several people secretly respected her. Despite this, Ivan did not want to stand up and change his words. Think about the fairy plane. With Antoinette's strong support, it can be said that it is unique, but the result is that they have been on the verge of life and death for several times. Once something really happens, you don't know how you died. How dare he get involved in such things now? I'm afraid he doesn't want to live long. Wizard Ivan, you should have heard Ginny talk about me, and I know a lot about you. I can't hide many things from you. For example, the space teleportation array you set up in the underground world, and your unique secret method. I think that secret method is conducive to sneaking into other planes. You might as well consider it again. The Sea Mother broke the silence. Her voice was as gentle as water. This Sea Mother obviously came from the ocean. At first glance, there is a deep ocean-like spirit, which makes people feel like they are on the ocean. That's easy to say. After all, I'm half of our own. I'm willing to share this Chronicles of the Dark Mountain without any restrictions. It was the first time that Ivan saw someone talk about spying in secret so confidently. Fortunately, he didn't intend to hide it from these people. After thinking about it, he took out an ancient book. The cover of the ancient book had 4 words written in the dark language, Chronicles of the Dark Mountain. As he said that, he dragged the ancient book forward with one hand. You are a very interesting person. Just think of it as you are bribing me. The Sea Mother knew that he was playing tricks. She smiled and took the ancient book unceremoniously. She flipped through it by herself, and seemed not to intervene in this matter. This move made many people speechless. Human wizard, what you said just now is right. What we have to do is all urgent and important things, which are related to the interests of the entire plane. Even so, are you still going to refuse our arrangement? You are too weak to bear such a heavy responsibility. As a member of Danila, you are unwilling to contribute to Danila. How ungrateful you are. These people really think highly of Ivan. Then, the Fire of War came forward and tried to oppress him in the name of justice, and almost called him ungrateful. Ivan was not the kind of person who would change his mind after being bullied. He was not as strong as others, so it was useless to say more. He simply kept silent. Human wizard, I am asking you a question. Answer me. The Fire of War said in a long voice. With these words, a great pressure swept around, causing the air pressure in the flower square to drop by several levels. In Danila, many groups have important missions, and we wizards also have them. It is impossible to put the cart before the horse. Seeing that the other party was aggressive, Ivan simply replied. Wizards were born out of necessity. It was the Dark Knight Mother who first told Ginny about it. Later, they basically confirmed that it was the demons in the abyss. In other words, the righteousness of the Earth's core has nothing to do with wizards. You are such a sharp-tongued person. The Fire of War certainly understood. Human, are you really unwilling? His unreasonable explanation annoyed the 1,000 claws thrown on the side, and the unusually strong momentum directly crushed over. Seeing this, the Fire of War also gathered the pressure, making Ivan seem to carry a continent on his body. Ivan's face changed slightly, and he glanced at the Dark Knight Mother who invited him to come. Seeing that she was indifferent, he prepared to take out the wooden soul tower to resist. You too, it's not appropriate to bully the weak like this. Meg couldn't stand it anymore and blocked it for him. Ching Song Throne, don't forget that we helped you to ascend the throne. 1,000 Claws Throne shouted loudly. Let's put it in perspective. Wizard Ivan is my friend. I can't stand watching my friend being bullied. Meg said seriously. Then I give you a favor. However, this guy has a rebellious attitude and repeatedly offends us superiors. Do you want to give an explanation? The 3 of them confronted each other for a while, and then the 1,000 Claws Throne retreated half a step when he thought of something. Tell me, what do you want to apologize for? Meg frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. I just sensed that he has a top-notch earth root on his body. It's not a dead thing. You know better than anyone what the foundation of our earth core lineage is. Such an earth root is not something that he can occupy as a human being. It should be given to us to cultivate. In this way, we will have one more potential member of the tribe. Is this a reasonable request? 1,000 Claws Throne said quietly, looking at a wizard steadily. As soon as these words came out, the people present had different expressions. Ivan's heart sank. Could the other party be talking about the seeds of the world tree? What a shameless person. forcing others to say so high-soundingly. I wonder if the other people in the Earth Core lineage are the same? He stood there and pretended not to hear it, and waited to see what happened first. Rich, you are not deliberately looking for trouble, are you? The Dark Knight Mother asked the Thousand Claws Throne. Of course not, I dare to guarantee it in the name of Miss Claudia. As for how I sensed it, I am too lazy to say it now. The Thousand Claws Throne even brought out the title of the Earth Core Mother. With the lofty status of the Earth Core Mother in the Earth Core lineage, no one would use it to lie, and this statement could not help but make people believe it. When a pair of aggressive eyes fell on him, Ivan's heart became heavier and heavier. It seemed that they were all birds of a feather. It was a pity that he had some good feelings for the Dark Knight Mother and others before. Chapter 658. The top-notch Earth root does have an extraordinary effect on the Earth Core lineage, and it is related to the continuation of the lineage. Meg knew this very well. Seeing that the Thousand Claws Throne said it so confidently and looked determined to get it, he couldn't help but hesitate for a while. The best way is to hand over the Earth root. He knew that this was very unfair to Ivan, and it could be said to be an unprovoked disaster. However, he knew that the Earth Core lineage was so powerful that Ivan could not offend it, and he was also useless. So, he hoped that Ivan would not be impulsive. The two looked at each other, and Ivan immediately understood and indicated that he had a sense of propriety, but did not say anything. Human wizard, I have made it clear enough. Do you not want to hand it over, or do you not want to admit it? Seeing that he was playing deaf and dumb, the Thousand Claws Throne asked for it directly. This time, he did not exert any pressure. He had tried it just now. The wizard on the opposite side had commendable strength, and ordinary tricks did not work. That was a gift from a kind elder. How can I give it to someone else? That would be disrespectful to the elder. Ivan answered straightforwardly, when he saw that he couldn't avoid it. That seed of the world tree was related to his promotion to the throne. He couldn't give it up easily. And the wizard was highly expected by the Great Will. Otherwise, the golden throne of the multi-eyed clan would have taken action long ago, and it would not have been the turn of the Earth Core vein. He wanted to try a gamble. You are just a wizard. How can you have such an elder? Hearing this, the Thousand Claws Throne said disdainfully. This wizard has his own opportunities. Ivan knew that these people didn't believe it, so he didn't waste words. He activated the Prophet's Book and the True Knowledge Spirit Lamp in the Soul Sea, and the rich light of wisdom was revealed from the inside out. The wisdom that was originally hidden suddenly increased, and suddenly became particularly rich and eye-catching. This made everyone present look sideways. Even the Thousand Claws Throne was shocked. He had an extraordinary sense. Not only did he see the rich wisdom, but he also saw a deep will favor him, which was far beyond his expectations. Usually, this kind of creature has a special name, the Son of Luck. That's not right. Why does the Supreme Mother of all things value this human wizard so much? The Thousand Claws Throne was puzzled, but he knew that it was extremely easy to backfire, and cause bad luck to embarrass such a person, which made him very wary. He did not dare to neglect it, and quickly told others about this discovery in secret. For a while, the eyes of several thrones of the Earth's core became different, and only Meg was a little confused. Wizard Ivan, I heard that you wizards like equal exchange. We can offer enough bargaining chips. After a long pause, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess spoke, and her attitude changed a lot compared to before. I'm sorry to disappoint the god. The gift from the elder is extraordinary. I accepted it because it was very useful to me. I was going to find a suitable opportunity to return it. Ivan still chose to refuse. He did plan to return it to Qingmuyuanmu in the future. Don't be ungrateful. The Thousand Claws Throne couldn't help saying. To be honest, this wizard doesn't think you have a way to revive it. Ivan ignored the other party's noise, and said politely, Human wizard, you dare to underestimate my Earth Core lineage. The Thousand Claws Throne shouted. I dare not, but I still think so. Ivan said. Wizard Ivan, there are some things that cannot be said carelessly. I hope you can give a reliable reason, otherwise we may think that you are offending us and lack respect for the strong. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess said in a deep voice. I am just a wizard. How dare I offend you adults? I have 2 reasons. Ivan said. Tell me, I want to see what you base your assertion on. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess frowned. That wizard is presumptuous. First, the elder is respected as the ancestor of wood, and her strength is hard to match. She said in person that she could not revive this earth root, so she gave it to me, a junior. Second, the earth root was brought back from outside by me across the galaxy. When I came back, I met the Supreme Mother of all things and reported the details one by one. The earth root was also checked by the Mother of all things. I dare to guarantee these words in the name of the Supreme Mother of all things. Ivan bowed again, and stated his reasons with reason and evidence. Aren't these people overbearing? I am not a person without foundation. He has been recognized by the Mother of all things. The Mother of all things has emphasized twice that he should condense the throne as soon as possible, and said that she would watch him. Such an honor is rare. You should know that the Mother of the Earth's core was once the protector of the Mother of all things. In the Danila Plain, is there anyone more powerful than the Mother of all things? Have you seen the Mother of all things? His words undoubtedly shocked the others. That was 10 years ago. The loving Mother of all things has also instructed me many times to condense the throne as soon as possible. For this reason, I have never dared to slack off, let alone distract myself, so as not to disappoint the high expectations of the Mother of all things. Ivan nodded heavily, and explained with a nostalgic look. The people present looked at each other, and the face of the Thousand Claws throne became very embarrassed, as if he had eaten a fly. No wonder this guy has such a deep favor. Meg smiled, and her tense heart finally relaxed. In this way, the Earth Core vein can no longer think about Ivan and the things on Ivan. After all, no one can ignore the will of the Mother of all things. Good luck, Wizard Ivan. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess said faintly after more than 10 seconds. What the god said is that you are fortunate to be favored by the Mother of all things. Ivan could sense the changes in several people. Seeing that the situation was almost done, he then said goodbye. I am fortunate to be here today. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Go. Wizard Ivan, let's talk about the past together. At this point, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess and her entourage could not make things difficult for him, nor did they want to keep him here to be an eyesore. Meg proposed to leave together. The two quickly flew out of the upper gathering place of Gashanju, and slowly landed under the lonely peak. Wizard Ivan, how is it? Those people didn't continue to embarrass you? Before they landed, Jenny came up eagerly. Fortunately, this is not a place to talk. Let's leave first. Hearing him say this, Jenny knew that things were not that simple, and her face dimmed. Then, the three of them came to the edge of the secret realm, shuttled through the earth, and after a while, they returned to the first underground floor. The atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Don't worry, no one did it. They did intend to embarrass me, but I rejected them one by one, and there was also the Chingsong throne watching over them. Ivan said to the worried Jenny. No, I didn't help much, so I dare not take credit for it. Besides, we are good friends, we were and will be. You should just call me by my name. Meg waved her hand, and emphasized seriously. Miss Jenny, don't worry. Ivan has the favor of the Great Will, and those people will not trouble Ivan. Thank you, Chingsong throne. Jenny was relieved a lot, and she still had an apologetic look on her face. Sorry, I didn't know Lilibet would arrange it this way in advance. Hearing this, Meg was a little helpless, but she didn't bother about the name anymore. In the final analysis, they just underestimated this wizard, otherwise, things would be hard to say. Ivan shook his head slightly. In fact, this is quite common. If it were someone else, hearing that there were resources to help the condensation throne, they would definitely flock to it, and be grateful to the Earth Core lineage for summoning them with a big show. Unfortunately, he is not that kind of person. Moreover, he was angry because he was being bullied by others. Meg, you haven't stayed in that place all these years, have you? You guessed right, I haven't left much. Meg talked about his experiences over the years. He had indeed stayed in the place where the two of them were looking for the throne of nature. He only left once in the process of going from Lord to Ancient King, and then from Ancient King to throne. After a short period of 7 years, he returned to that place and tried to impact the throne, but he was a little weak. He wanted to sleep deeply and increase his foundation with time. Later, the Dark Knight Mother used some unknown method to enter that special place, bringing him the kindness and help of the Earth's core, so that he could successfully condense the throne in a short time. Meg, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess should be more than the throne level, right? Of course not. She is at the level of the 7th level Supreme. She is the strongest in the Earth Core clan, followed by the Sea Mother Brave. I don't know how strong the Sea Mother is, but they all have old problems that have not been eradicated. The Earth Core clan is also on good terms with other supreme powers. If today's incident was not too absurd, in fact, I think it would be a good choice for you to get closer to them. Meg knew that Ivan would definitely mind what happened just now, and he felt regretful and helpless. No matter how to say it, this matter cannot be blamed on his good friend, but the Earth Core clan probably won't think that he did anything wrong. This is a dead end. Yes, life is so unpredictable. Ivan hasn't figured out how to deal with the Earth Core clan yet. At this time, he has a strong sense of urgency in his heart, hoping to condense the throne one day earlier and get rid of the dilemma of being much weaker than others. Soon, Ivan and Meg parted ways. He will return to the surface, while Meg will continue to stay in the underground world. On the other side, after Ivan and the other man left, no one spoke for a long time in the square on the upper floor of Lonely Peak residence. I thought it was a sure thing, but it turned out that the other party didn't care at all, and it made me embarrassed. They haven't been so embarrassed for a long time. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. After a long silence, the sea mother laughed loudly. Braybu, what are you laughing at? The Thousand Claws Throne frowned. I want to laugh. Who let me watch a good show? A show of bullying the weak, robbing by trickery, and being refuted by others and being speechless. The sea mother said bluntly. You don't like it, so why didn't you say anything to stop it just now? The Thousand Claws Throne's face darkened. A mere volume of the secrets of the Abyss Realm is not enough to make me disregard the interests of the Earthcore clan. But what you said is indeed right. I despise your actions. You actually imposed a false charge on a junior. Where is your face? The sea mother looked at him with contempt, not disguising it at all. You? I did this for the development of the Earthcore clan. The Thousand Claws Throne was furious, but considering that he was no match for this woman, he had to argue. Let's not talk about that wizard. Don't you think that doing this will hurt Ginny's heart? If you ask me, you should have agreed to Ginny's request just now. When has our Earthcore clan been so irresponsible? The sea mother did not continue to despise him, but turned to talk about another hidden worry. Given Ginny's relationship with that wizard, all her previous actions might have made her feel resentful, and even alienated from the Earthcore clan, which was contrary to their original intention. And the Azure Throne will probably be dissatisfied. Let Ginny sneak into the Ash Plane. Don't even think about it. I won't agree. The Dark Knight Mother said clearly. Since you insist, I won't say anything. Seeing her firm attitude, the Sea Mother thought about it, and realized that she had indeed considered something inconsiderately. In fact, that wizard is an excellent candidate, but he is busy condensing the throne and obviously has no time. This is something we didn't consider carefully. The few people were silent for a while. They didn't want to shift the responsibility to outsiders, but the Ash Plane was indeed weird, especially for the people of the Earthcore lineage. They might be discovered as soon as they entered the plane. Speaking of the Ash Plane, it is the enemy of Daenerys. 10,000 years ago, 3 bandits invaded Daenerys, led by the Abyss Plane, and the other 2 planes were Shadow Plane and Ash Plane. Among the 3 bandits, the former is strong, and the latter 2 are weird, especially the Ash Plane. Such a great hatred is of course difficult to eliminate. No matter how many years have passed, Daenerys will take the opportunity to retaliate whenever there is a chance to wash away the blood feud of the past. And now, the opportunity they have been waiting for seems to have come, and the target is the Ash Plane, one of the 3 bandits. There is a task assigned to the Earthcore vein, and someone needs to sneak into the Ash Plane to find out the truth. However, with the glorious record of the Earthcore vein in the past, the 3 bandits must have remembered them in their hearts and regarded them as the #1 target of prevention, which is not conducive to the Earthcore vein to sneak in. Therefore, they chose a wizard as a pawn, but he was unwilling. Being rejected again and again, they were of course unhappy. In this case, the Thousand Claws Throne made a discovery, which was related to the continuation of the Top Earth route, so they were naturally happy to see a wizard being humiliated. Things are unpredictable. Let me say one more thing. There is a method that can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone, which is... After a while, the Sea Mother spoke up to break the silence in the square. Oh! Tell me about it. Others became interested. According to the wizard's own suggestion, help him condense the throne first, and then discuss the task. The Sea Mother continued. Impossible. Doing so is equivalent to apologizing to the human wizard. Where would our face be? Don't forget that we are the throne of the Earthcore lineage. He is just an ancient king, and is not worthy of our treatment. Her words were immediately strongly opposed by the Thousand Claws Throne. Others did not agree. There is no time. The Sea Mother was helpless, and stopped making any suggestions. Chapter 659. William Lingfang. This is a strange world of black and white. The white one is the clean stone, and the black one is the grindstone. Whether it is the clean stone or the grindstone, there are high and low grades. Different clean stones and grindstones constitute everything here, including mountains, palaces, fairies, and the sin-killing giant grinder. On the top of a certain black mountain, there is an independent white palace. I finally became an ancient king. Compared to the boss and Ginny, I am still the slowest of the 3. I am ashamed. The palace is no longer empty as it was when I first came here. It has been divided into rooms with different functions, including meditation rooms, training rooms, reception rooms, etc. At this time, Locke, as the master of the house, sat cross-legged in the center of the meditation room. He has a majestic aura, which converges quickly over time, and at the end there are still some sharp edges that are difficult to converge. This is inevitable, because he has just been promoted to the 5th level not long ago, and has not yet adapted to the skyrocketing power. Locke was not too happy about this promotion. Thinking carefully, the boss was ready to challenge the 6th level throne, while he had only reached the 5th level, which was really embarrassing. The boss has always been far-sighted, and there is no way to compare with him. Ginny has the legacy support of the mother of the Earth's core, and her cultivation is smoother than the boss's. Oh! This workshop should work harder. No, I am already a 5th level ancient king. According to the rules of the Infinite Spiritual Workshop, the corresponding identity should be the Grand Master, and the Grand Master is considered the highest level of the Infinite Spiritual Workshop, and can manage an independent area, tut-tut. Locke pondered carefully, and when he thought of another thing, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help laughing happily. At this time, he heard a noisy sound coming from outside, which could not even be isolated from the palace where he lived. Come here! Fang Zheng, what do you want? The door opened automatically, and the 2 people outside came in. The 2 people who came in were one tall and one short, one strong and one thin, and their facial features were 8 points similar. They were Locke's most capable subordinates, Martin Casper and Dante Casper. Fang Zheng, did you succeed in your promotion? The tall and thin Martin Casper asked excitedly, after seeing the changes in his boss. Dante Casper stood behind with his head down, and the whole person looked a little dull. Nonsense, who am I? How could I fail? Locke said complacently. No, that's not what I meant. You were too fast. I didn't expect it. What's the noise outside? What noise? Didn't you hear it? Seeing Martin's confused face, Locke was stunned. He didn't think Martin would lie to him. It was obvious that he really didn't hear it. Then what was the rumbling sound in his ears? What about you? Did you hear anything? He looked at the other person in the room. No. Dante shook his head vigorously. Okay, I won't embarrass you. I know after I take a look myself. Seeing his silly look, Locke simply walked outside. The 2 hurriedly followed behind. In fact, Martin and Dante were both born in the Danila Plain and had a great relationship with a wizard. The wizard was the former first person in the wizard world, the Blue Thunder King Caspar Vinton. The King of Blue Thunder died in the conspiracy of traitors, and the Extreme Beast Plane to protect the wizard world. Later, after a long period of evolution, the remaining power and obsession of the King of Blue Thunder turned into a spirit. By chance, the spirit changed again and split into 2, one was a giant monster and the other was Martin. The existence of the 2 was discovered by the Supreme Council, and many arcane wizards were sent to track them down. With the assistance of Locke, the fierce giant monster was calculated and sent to the Infinite Spirit Square. Later, Locke came to the Infinite Spirit Square and became the real Square Master here. He accidentally discovered that the giant monster was not dead. After a series of operations, he took him as his subordinate and named him Dante Casper. Dante and Martin's strength is at the limit of level 3, only 1 step away from the Lord level. Both of them are members of the Black Star Army. According to Locke's estimation, once he becomes the Ancient King, it is a sure thing for the 2 to be promoted to Lords. Locke, your strength. Master Wulai, you are lucky to have made another step forward. You are really amazing. The 3 of them came all the way to the ferry below, which looked like a small square. Just as they were about to look down from the edge of the ferry to the bottom of the mountain to find out what was going on, Master Wulai, who was in charge of this area, appeared. Master Wulai saw the change in Locke at a glance. His face became a little unnatural, and his words were a little inconsistent. He didn't expect that Locke would be promoted to the Ancient King as soon as he said, and it took too short a time. I heard some strange noises, so I came here to take a look to see if someone was planning to attack my Weimling Fang. Locke pushed aside the barrier at the edge to reveal the scenery on the other side. There were huge, thick millstones standing in a row, and under them were sinful spirits being crushed, with screams coming one after another. Each sin-eliminating giant millstone represented an independent area, and also corresponded to a great ward master. At this moment, a new sin-eliminating giant millstone was condensing, and it made a wonderful sound. Haha, who dares to take advantage of the Weimling Fang? Isn't that a sign of long life? Wulai didn't know if he really didn't know or pretended not to know. After adjusting his mood, he smiled and explained, Brother Locke, it is closely related to you. Look over there, that will be your territory in the future. Really? So that's the case. Locke had a look of enlightenment on his face, but he couldn't help but feel happy. Standing here, he could clearly sense that he did have a vague connection with the new area, and he could also sense that the plane itself was changing and evolving towards a better side. Brother Locke, don't be in a hurry. It will take some time for the new area to evolve. You have a big happy event today, and I will definitely celebrate for you. Please come this way. Thank you, Chief Wu Lai. You are about to become a big chief now, and the title should be changed. From now on, you and I will call each other brothers. Isn't this bad? Very good, it's decided. Under Wu Lai's enthusiastic invitation, Locke had no choice but to go with him. The two came all the way to Wu Lai's residence, which was located at the highest point of the mountain. It was much more spacious than Locke's own, and there were barriers around it, so you couldn't see inside the barriers from the outside. Wu Lai made a big show, with good wine and good food on the table, and beautiful girls singing and dancing. Brother Locke, tell me the truth, how does your brother treat you on weekdays? After 3 rounds of drinks, Wu Lai shouted under the influence of alcohol. Of course it's great. When I first arrived at Lingfang, it was my brother who personally pulled me up step by step. Later, he was very tolerant and helpful. Locke has always been grateful, but he has not found a chance to repay him. Locke said sincerely. Over the years, the two have indeed gotten along well. Wu Lai never interferes or makes things difficult for others. Locke performs tasks neatly, and neither of them makes things difficult for the other. Haha, I know that you are a grateful person. If my brother needs your help in the future, I hope you will not forget what I said today. Wu Lai was very satisfied with his answer, and then said meaningfully, Of course, brother, look at it. Locke was not vague, and the two had a great chat at the cocktail party. Time passed quickly, and 2 months passed in a flash. During this period, Locke adapted to the power of the ancient king level, and the sin-killing mill added by Lingfang was also condensed, and a new area appeared. One day, he was strongly inspired and immediately went down the mountain with his left and right guards. I was wrong. I will never do evil again. I deserve to die, let me die. Ah, it hurts, damn it, it hurts. Sir, save me. I am willing to be your slave. I can do anything, save me. Down the mountain, all kinds of ghosts and wolves howling were heard, all coming from under the rolling mill. Hearing the sound, others turned a blind eye, only Dante shivered all the way. He had experienced it personally, and he would never forget that feeling. Otherwise, with his fierce character, even if his power was reduced a lot, he would not surrender easily. Stop shaking. Martin felt a little embarrassed. I can't help it. Dante had a sad face. He really couldn't restrain himself. No future. Martin cursed angrily. Originally, the two had a lingering relationship, and after these years of deepening, they gradually evolved into a dual-in-one, and they also prospered and suffered together. Under Locke's leadership, the three of them moved forward and came to the new area on the other side. In fact, the layout of the entire Lingfang is simple and clear. The middle is the area with the sin-killing giant mill as the core, and the outside is the mountains and ridges surrounding the world. The middle is the judgment of the sin spirit, and the outside is the area of living, working, and practicing. Do you want to come with me to take a closer look? Yes. No. There is no sin spirit under the newly condensed sin-killing giant mill, and the rotation speed is abnormally slow. Locke sensed an impatient call from above, so he said to the 2 men behind him. The 2 people's answers were completely opposite. Dante shook his head violently, his face full of fear. No hope. Martin muttered. You have hope. Hurry up and catch up. Don't let your legs go weak later. How can I be so useless? Locke didn't force Dante, and quickly approached the sin-exterminating mill. Seeing this, Martin immediately followed behind. The sin-exterminating mill was only a little shorter than the surrounding peaks, and in terms of thickness, it was far above the peaks. The two could feel the pressure coming from above, as if the next moment, the mill would crush them and crush them to pieces. Can I still regret it? Martin's experience was particularly prominent. He looked at Locke and found that the other party looked calm. Only then did he realize that he was the only one who was suffering from the great sin. He couldn't help but feel regretful. People shouldn't be so curious. It's too late. If you withdraw, I will have to go to the bottom of the sin-exterminating mill to rescue people, which is a waste of time, Locke said. Hearing this, Martin looked helpless, and could only follow closely behind. However, his heart was in turmoil due to the pressure from the surroundings, and he could not calm down for a moment. If they were really crushed, it would be terrible. No wonder those sinful spirits cried so miserably. Locke waved his left and right hands, and a small sin-exterminating mill appeared on the left, and a white book appeared on the right. These two treasures were condensed from 2 of the 4 secret arts of his practice of the sin-exterminating heavenly classic. The former is the earth mill filled with the power of sin-exterminating. The latter is the judgment and purification classic, which contains rich purification power and superb insight into spiritual bodies. If compared with the original force treasure, the grade is discussed, like the grinding bracelet, the sin-exterminating earth mill, and the judgment and purification classic are both medium-grade semi-original force treasures with extraordinary quality. Hee, thank you, Grand Master. Keep a low profile. I haven't really been promoted yet. With the protection given by Locke, Martin felt much more relaxed. Soon, the two came to the position near the sin-exterminating giant mill, and the boundless pressure came, making people breathless. Martin realized that he was too happy too early. Locke had no time to pay attention to Martin. He first threw the sin-exterminating ground mill on the left forward, so that it could be combined with the sin-exterminating giant mill in front, and blended with each other. As time passed, his connection with this sin-exterminating giant mill became deeper and deeper. After a while, he pushed the Judgment Purification book on the right over and printed it on the outside of the sin-exterminating giant mill. After most of the day, Locke first took back the Judgment Purification book, and then took back the sin-exterminating ground mill. After this procedure, he was a formal Grand Master, and his status was the same as Wu Lai. Your legs are weak, right? Master, you are trying to trick me. I am not that bored. I asked you to come here to test the changes in the Judgment Purification Code. Look at it, the information about you is reflected in black and white, and it is particularly detailed. After the fusion just now, Locke's Judgment Purification Code has been greatly enhanced. But it is not as good as the changes in the sin-exterminating ground mill. The sin-exterminating ground mill has directly upgraded a small step, which is equivalent to a top-grade semi-force treasure. After Martin, who was sitting on the ground, regained his shelter, he stood up and began to urge Locke to leave. Locke saw that he looked scared, so he followed his wishes. The two walked quickly outside. After leaving the coverage of the giant mill, the sin-exterminating ground mill began to roll faster. Dante, my dear brother, I misunderstood you before. I apologize to you. As soon as he walked out, Martin ran away with lingering fear, and came to Dante, who was close to the outside. He secretly swore in his heart that he would never go under that thing before he became the Grand Master. It was really too scary. Dante looked at him in confusion. Locke ignored the two of them. After officially taking over the position of Grand Master, he received some important information, one of which was particularly critical. It turned out that after gathering 9 Grand Masters, Wen Lingfang would start the election of the Master of the Fang Realm. There is no doubt that the position of the Master of the Fang Realm is higher than that of the Grand Master. According to the situation of Wen Lingfang, this Master of the Fang Realm may be the agent of the Great Will, which can be said to be under one person and above 10,000 people. Being the Master of the Fang Realm and ruling Wen Lingfang, it is exciting to think about it. Brother Wu Lai means this. Then forgive me for speaking out of turn. I am grateful, and it is easy to say about general things. I can't give up the matter of the Master of the Fang Realm. Locke also understood what Wu Lai meant, and couldn't help laughing. Some small favors in the past made him give up the competition for the Master of a Realm. Yong Yun was inferior to the other party. It can only be said that the other party thought too much. There were originally 5 of the 9 Great Wardens, and he was the 6th. Now there are still 3 missing. Thinking of this, Locke had an idea in his mind. Could he use the convenience of 3 births of all things to cultivate his left and right protectors into Great Wardens? In this way, he would have 2 die-hard supporters, and his chances of winning would increase greatly. It seems not to work. According to the rules of 3 births of all things, they can only become lords when I am the Ancient King. I have to break through the 6th level before they can become Ancient Kings. I can't do it here, but it doesn't mean that the boss doesn't have it. The opportunity cannot be missed. I will go back and ask the boss. The boss must be interested in the Lord of the Ward of Wen Lingfang, but he is about to attack the throne, and I don't know if he has extra time. Chapter 660. The Little Blackbird Plain. Originally, there was only a horizontal ridge and a wasteland in the plain, with no leaves or rotting creatures. Now, the plain is full of green trees and fragrant grass, and hundreds of flowers are competing for beauty, just like a thriving garden. There are also towers and pavilions in the garden, as well as running small animals and birds, and the whole is full of vitality. Of course, this is just the surface. In terms of the richness of resources, the Little Blackbird Plain is not as rich as Dayanala, and it can be said to be extremely poor. After all, it was severely exploited by the Scarlet Legion, and only a shaky empty frame was left. In recent years, through the adjustment of wizards, the Little Blackbird Plain has recovered a lot, but it will still take a long time to be intact. Based on this, except for the occasional high-level wizards who come to do research, most of the time, the Little Blackbird Plain mainly serves as the station of the Black Star Legion for members to rest. Boss Ginny, I'm back. Welcome back. On this day, Locke came to a high platform on the horizontal ridge of the Little Blackbird Plain through a long void transmission, and met Ivan and Ginny, who had not seen each other for a long time. After many years, the three finally reunited. In order to allow Locke to return smoothly, Ivan also used some tricks to capture a group of spiritual creatures from Danila and artificially create a spiritual gathering point. With Locke's own cooperation, he was able to come here on official business and complete the reunion. This plane seems to have become much larger. After arriving here, Locke couldn't help but observe the surroundings. He immediately noticed the difference between the plane and the original one. The area has expanded more than 10 times, and a large number of eye-catching witch towers stand on the edge. The various changes are overwhelming. There is not much change in essence, far inferior to ordinary small planes. It is much better than before. There is one advantage to this: it is easy to control, free to enter and exit, and very suitable to serve as the base of the Black Star Army. Let's not talk about this. Tell me in detail about the situation on your side. Okay. This is the situation. When the 9 chiefs gather together, the competition for the master of the square can be started. The specific competition is not known for the time being. Do you want to try it? Boss. The three did not leave, and talked on this empty high platform, mainly Ivan and Locke. Locke briefly described the situation of the Endless Spirit Square. It's not about trying or not, but about fighting with all your strength. Don't say you don't have this ambition. Ivan certainly supports him in competing for the position of the master of the square world. The Endless Spirit Square is a special plane, and he will not underestimate it just because it is not a large plane. Not to mention other things. Just talking about cross-galaxy transmission, the Endless Spirit Square is flying, leaving other planes far behind. Of course I want to. That's a position that can dominate a plane. Seeing him say that, Locke immediately revealed his feelings. In order to join the Infinite Spiritual Workshop, he completely left Danila and went there to fight alone. If he didn't even have this ambition, he would feel sorry for himself. Boss, I'm afraid I can't do it myself. I need your help. No problem, I will do my best to support you. But don't you want to condense the throne? Will it be too late? Don't delay your important matter. You are the 6th Grand Master of the Infinite Spiritual Workshop, right? Yes. Although it took you a short time, it took decades. By the time you gather the 7th, 8th, and 9th Grand Masters, it will be at least 100 years later, or even longer. There is more than enough time. Faced with Locke's request for help, Ivan agreed immediately. Ivan didn't think Locke's worries were a big deal. Boss, I have a bold plan, but I don't know if it will work. I want to use the 3 births of all things to train Martin and Dante to be the Grand Masters, so that you can give it a try. After I condense the throne, I will further improve the 3 births of all things. Locke's plan is indeed worth a try, but before that, he must first cultivate his left and right guardians into lords, and also find a way from the 3 births of all things secret method. Whether it will succeed or not will depend on the situation after Ivan successfully condenses the throne. The two also talked about other aspects of the Infinite Spiritual House, such as the Sin-Killing Mill, the original Grand Masters, the development momentum of the Infinite Spiritual House, and the planes that Locke has visited over the years. Ginny, why haven't you spoken all the time? Have you been bullied? Tell me, this master will teach them a lesson for you. After a while, Locke found something wrong and couldn't help but joked. Ginny looked at him sullenly, but still said nothing. I was right, boss, what's going on? Don't hide it from me, let's shoulder it together. Locke groaned in his heart. It was the first time he saw Ginny look so depressed. In his memory, Ginny has always been very arrogant, which makes people want to bite her. It's all over. Boss, just tell me, do you not treat me as your own? It's hard to explain, the fact is that this wizard was bullied. Having said this, Ivan did not hide anything and casually talked about the appointment underground. Locke only knew that the boss and Ginny had such a bitter experience. What the Earth Core lineage is too arrogant, it's simply bullying too much. He said angrily. There is at least one supreme in their lineage, and including Meg, there are at least 5 thrones. In the war to defend Danila in the past, they also made great achievements. They are indeed qualified to be arrogant. You can't bully the weak with the big. Speaking of which, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess is still kind to us. Speaking of kindness, Locke subconsciously glanced at Ginny. This point is really undeniable. For a moment, he was a little speechless, and didn't know what to say. Ginny opened her mouth slightly, but didn't know what to say. Before, if Wizard Ivan hadn't brought out the name of the mother of all things to intimidate those people, the seeds of the world tree condensed by the throne would have been forcibly taken away, and Wizard Ivan would have been injured. In any case, those people really bully too much. Don't think too much for now. When I condense the throne, you become the master of the Fangjia, and Ginny's strength is further improved. We will find a chance to repay the favor of the Dark Knight Mother, Ivan said firmly. Okay, after repaying the favor, we will settle this account with him. Locke agreed very much. Ginny, what do you think? Okay. Ginny nodded slightly. The underground world, Locke said with some entanglement. No, Ginny said in a deep voice. I have ambition. They bully people so much. There is really no need to go there. What do you think, boss? The underground world is the underground world, and the Earth's core is the Earth's core. The two cannot be confused. However, Ginny doesn't want to go there. It's good to stay on the surface. You can make your own arrangements. Ivan didn't want to embarrass Ginny. It wasn't necessary to go to the underground world. At most, it would take more effort to find other resources. With Ginny's own talent, even without the resources provided by the Earth core vein, her strength could still be improved. The only thing worth noting is that I don't know whether the Earth core vein will target the wizard world. Once they take action, they will have a great impact on wizards with just a little trick. It has to be admitted that the Earth core vein is terrifying and completely crushes wizards. Regarding this, Ivan didn't have a good response plan. He could only respond to it. He didn't say it. A week later, Locke was ready to return to the Infinite Spiritual Workshop. Boss, please rest assured. I will send the ghost seeds you gave me to the appropriate planes one by one during the intervals of performing official duties. As for the Abyss plane, I have to find a good opportunity. It's just a casual move. You can judge for yourself. Nothing can be forced. Before leaving, Ivan handed his newly refined ghost seeds to Locke, asking him to use his position to spread them to other planes. As Ivan said, this is just a casual move. Success or failure is not important. Even if the seeds of the ghost soul bloom all over the sky, they may not be useful. I understand, then you too, see you at the top someday. After listening to his instructions, Locke nodded solemnly. He is no longer the person who loves to show off, and he has his own sense of propriety. Then, he performed the secret technique of the Void Shield technique, and the whole person turned from real to virtual, disappearing in midair, which fully embodied the phrase going and going without a trace. What a void shuttle! I don't know how many times it exceeds space transmission. This is the most ideal interdimensional transmission. Looking at the sky without any traces, Ivan couldn't help but admire. Wizard Ivan, don't you also know the heavenly code of sin extermination? Ginny asked. It's not that I know it, but I know it. Locke's current physique is very strange, which is very different from mine. According to the same method, I can't use the complete power of sin extermination and purification, let alone the 4 secret arts recorded in the heavenly code. Ivan explained regretfully. In fact, as Locke's strength increases, the potential gap between the two is also increasing, which shows the special nature of the Infinite Spiritual Workshop. Fortunately, the 3 lives and all things secret method can still be contained. How about Earth Shuttle? Ginny asked again. Same, both shuttle methods require specific assistance, which I don't have. Not long after the two saw Locke off, they returned to Danala from the little Blackbeard plane and continued to busy themselves with their own things. Time passed day by day. What Ivan was worried about did not happen. Perhaps it was disdain, or perhaps it was fear of the favor of the Great Will. The Earth Core did not put obstacles in the way of the wizard world. Come to think of it, the wizards did not even have a throne, so the Earth Core did not need to use any tricks. If they really looked annoying, they could just kill them with a slap when the right day came. There was no need to worry too much. While Ivan laughed at himself, he put aside his worries. Wizard Ivan, I have something to discuss with you. At this time, Ginny suddenly found him. Did the Dark Knight Mother contact you? Seeing her serious look, Ivan thought of a possibility. Yes, but not for this matter. I want to go out and explore. Ginny shook her head. Where to go? Long Luo Wandao or the Star River? I prefer the Star River. Compared to Ivan, the last incident dealt a greater blow to Ginny. It can be seen from her gloomy mood during this period that even if the three of them agree to repay kindness with kindness and repay grievances with grievances, it is not easy for her to suppress the grudge in her heart. Ginny is willing to go out for a walk and relax, which Ivan thinks is a good thing. Locke has been in power alone, and it is normal for Ginny to have some ideas in her mind. You want to go on an adventure, I won't stop you. Or go to Longluo Star Sea first. Take a walk for me, this wizard has never been there. Okay, after visiting Longluo Star Sea, I will take people to the Star River. Do you think it's feasible? It's a deal. In the past few years, Ivan will stay in Danila, and it doesn't matter whether Ginny stays or not. Since she strongly demands to go to the Star River, Ivan has no reason to stop her. As for danger, Ginny is an ancient king after all, and there will be members of the Black Star Army accompanying her. At most, she can let the evil winged King Dokali follow her, so safety should not be a problem. The next day, Ginny set off on a long journey under the eyes of Ivan. There is a strange lake on the 4th floor of the underground world. The lake is located on a huge flower. It is said that the bottom of the lake is connected to the deep sea, but no one has ever dared to approach it, because the creatures that approached it were buried there. Over time, this flower burial lake became a forbidden area. What the outside world does not know is that the flower burial lake is actually the residence of the sea mother Brabu Elsop, and naturally no one is allowed to trespass. Haha, let me think about it for many years. I finally see the mother goddess of the dark night hit a wall on someone else. At this time, as the owner of the flower burial lake, the sea mother was laughing. Opposite the sea mother sat the golden throne. She covered her mouth with her hands and made no sound, but the smile in the corner of her eyes betrayed her. Sitting between the two was the dark night mother goddess Lilibet. You two, have you laughed enough? After a while, the dark night mother goddess glared at the two of them. It was expected. What you did before was clearly putting Ginny in another place. Ginny has a special identity and a special mission. It is normal that she does not want to come back. The sea mother said seriously. The descendant of Claudia is actually a clone. No one dares to believe it, but it is the fact. The golden throne sighed. You two, say something useful. The dark night mother goddess continued. Ginny said she wanted to venture into the sea of stars. Would she use this as an excuse to force us to hand over the mission of the Ash Plane to her? It's very likely that she wants to repay the favor, and then cut off all ties with the Earthcore clan. Seeing the two talking nonsense, the Dark Knight Mother stood up, came to the edge of the pavilion, and stared at the cold lake in front of her. Ginny was born in recent years, and is the only direct descendant of Claudia who has not suffered backlash. She has always placed high hopes on her, and also placed a certain hope of saving the Earthcore clan on Ginny. Unfortunately, the facts are always not as expected. For example, these direct descendants have been unable to completely get rid of the backlash injury, and it seems that something important is missing from the root. For another example, the flaws in Ginny's identity always make it difficult for people to entrust her with important tasks. Just like this time, Ginny almost didn't hesitate to put the position of the Earthcore clan behind her. In her opinion, this is very unqualified. Chapter 661. For the wizard world, the most central place is the inner city of the City of Truth. The entire inner city is built around the Wizard Supreme Formation, the Wizard King Multi-Phase Formation. The core of the inner city is the Peak of Truth and the Supreme Council. The Peak of Truth has 3 levels of heavenly streets. The lower level of the heavenly street is called the Court of Great Scholars, the middle level of the heavenly street is called the Court of Arcane Law, and the upper level is called the Court of Great Sages. There are golden rock towers standing on the heavenly streets. The higher you go, the fewer towers there are, and the higher the number of floors. There are only 9 golden rock towers in the Court of Great Sages, with a height of 7 floors. They are the residences of 6 virtual king wizards and 2 great sages. The remaining one has not yet welcomed its owner. Time flies. I recall that the 3 alien races were so bold that they besieged our wizard world. They were unstoppable and fought all the way here. Only the inner city was still standing. What a dangerous situation it was. Don't think about it. That war was only more than 50 years ago, less than 60 years ago. Now the Thunder Clan is destroyed, the Feather Clan is crippled, and the Black Scale Clan is hiding underwater. That's right. Thanks to the timely arrival of the King of the Sky and the King of the Black Flame, they scared off the 3 clans with their unparalleled strength. In today's wizard world, there are 6 virtual kings who shock the 4 directions. The City of Truth has been maintaining this established peace for 10 years. Whenever the wizards living in the inner city look up and see the golden rock tower on the top of the Peak of Truth, they will involuntarily feel a sense of pride and peace in their hearts, and sigh with the people around them, sighing about the Four-Clan War of the year. No one knew that in two of the Golden Rock Towers, major events that could determine the direction of the wizarding world were taking place. The protagonists are the Sky King and the Black Flame King who descended from the sky. 15 years ago, Sky King, Gallifrey Fitzrod, closed the number 1 Golden Rock Tower of the Great Sage Court and began to explore the path to the throne. Half a month ago, Black Flame King, Ivan Merricaden, proclaimed himself the number 6 Golden Rock Tower and also tried to win the throne. Under the cover of many forces, the promotion of the two did not show any abnormality, making the City of Truth the same as before. It has been more than 3,200 years since the first arcane wizard Berta appeared. We wizards have been waiting for this day for a long time. Yes, after more than 3,000 years, it is time for the wizard world to give birth to a 6th level wizard. No, a 6th level wizard is not necessarily a throne wizard. According to the judgment of the King of Black Flame, from a 5th level wizard to a 6th level wizard, and then from a 6th level wizard to a true king wizard, is the whole process of condensing the throne in one go. Only a true king wizard can lead our wizard world forward in this increasingly turbulent situation, otherwise, it is the fate of being a pawn of others. In the Supreme Council, where no one can spy on, for virtual king wizards stood by the city wall, and their hearts were not as calm as the wizards below. In the final analysis, it is not that there were no virtual king wizards who impacted this step in the past, but they all failed, and have not yet found a successful way to the throne. To this day, the King of the Sky and the King of Black Flame still need to explore on their own to open up an unprecedented path for wizards. Having never succeeded before means that there are countless unknown risks, which can't help but make people present worried. If we want to believe in the King of the Sky, we must also believe in the King of Black Flame. These two are not ordinary people. Well, let's disperse. It's not a good idea to stay here. Only by keeping everything as usual can people not notice the clues. Will we discuss the Tao next time? Of course, I said that everything will be the same as before. The time is still 5 years later, just the 4 of us. The King of 10,000 Trees and his men were worried, but they did not lose their composure. If something really happened in the wizard world, they would be sorry for the 2 people who attacked the throne. At the critical moment of the King of the Sky and the King of Black Flame, what they had to do was to make the wizard world normal and stable. Time is like a firefly, always flashing by. Infinite Spirit Square, Area 6, Locking Star Domain. The inner sin-killing mill kept rolling forward, crushing the sin spirit below without stopping, making the sin spirit cry to the sky. Listen, how beautiful the sound is. What the headmaster said is, it's like a song of sin from the heart. Not far from the millstone, Locke suddenly said something, which made his subordinates look at each other in bewilderment, and they had to bite the bullet and agree with their boss. Look, you guys, you misunderstood. What I mean is that the louder the sound here, the more efforts we have made over the years. Back then, when we took over the Lockstar domain, there were no sinful spirits here, and we were penniless. What about now? I brought you all back one by one. Yes, the headmaster is right. You have worked hard over the years, and you have made great contributions. Even. Okay, you only know how to flatter people all day long. People like me who are pragmatic don't like to hear this. You have to learn more from Martin and Dante, they are. Locke spoke to his men earnestly, but stopped talking halfway. He ran towards the overlapping mountains outside excitedly, leaving a group of confused people behind. These people looked at each other, worried that something big might happen, and hurriedly chased after him. Greetings, Grand Master. Greetings, Grand Master. Next to a white palace on the mountain, with Locke's arrival, 2 figures, one tall and one short, bowed their heads hurriedly. Okay, I knew you brothers would not disappoint this master. Now we have capable people here, so that I, the master, don't have to lead the team every time, haha. It was Martin and Dante who sent greetings. It was a coincidence that the 2 of them broke through the barrier on this day and became independent 4th-level lords. This undoubtedly made Locke very happy, and he did not waste his high hopes on the 2. There are currently 6 Grand Masters in Wuyin Lingfang. Among all the Grand Masters, he has been in charge of a region for the shortest time and has the shallowest foundation, which is far inferior to the first 5 Masters. It can be said that he has no available people, and has to lead the team himself when performing tasks. Because of this, he was also ridiculed by some colleagues. Martin and Dante, a pair of special existences, came out as lords and finally changed his current predicament. Thanks to your strong support, Master, Martin has achieved today's achievements. I will definitely go all out in the future. After hearing his words, Martin promised confidently. Me too, Dante echoed. I know you are loyal, but the current situation is a bit pessimistic. According to Tosh McDoggin, the 7th Grand Master will soon appear on his side. Time is running out for me. Locke nodded slightly, and couldn't help sighing. Martin and Dante didn't understand what he said. Why am I telling you all this? You just need to work harder, perform your duties, and practice hard. You will benefit from your brothers in the future. Yes. It's all up to the headmaster. For his position as the headmaster of the Fawn world, Locke wanted to cultivate the two of them into big heads of the Fawn world, but it was too early to tell them everything. For now, they should prepare step by step. When their boss condenses the throne, it will be the time for the plan to really start. At that time, Tosh McDoggin, Powell Sink, Wooly Elliott, and the like will all stand aside. Win Lingfong, the head of the Fawn world, who else but Locke? Daenerys. The surface of the Earth can actually be regarded as composed of two parts. One is the Mondora continent, and the other is the Long Luo Star Sea. Other places are not worth mentioning. Of the two, Long Luo Star Sea is more important, and can be regarded as a rich surface area. On Long Luo Star Sea, there are countless islands, and it is also known as Long Luo Wandao. In such a vast ocean, the giants have always controlled the overall situation above the sea surface. In ancient times, there were Fulong giants and golden giants, who could shake the land and capture dragons. Now there are island giants, ridge giants, and black iron giants, who are kings and dominate. However, compared with a long time ago, the control of the current giants is much worse. It is precisely for this reason that there is room for the development and growth of other races, resulting in the prosperous and chaotic situation of multiple races in Long Luo Wandao. In the entire Long Luo Star Sea, the most famous is not the giant lineage, nor any strange island, but the dragon ancient ruins left in a devastating war. Anyone who comes to Long Luo Star Sea wants to explore the ruins of the ancient dragon. After all, the ruins of the ancient dragon represent an extremely glorious era, and also preserve some treasures left over from the ancient dragon era. Its existence not only warns future generations, but also gives them generous gifts. Come and take a look if you pass by. I have a lot of things brought out from the ancient dragon ruins. Whether the treasures continue to be covered in dust or see the light of day again depends on whether you have enough vision. The price is absolutely affordable. Look here, I have the Thunder Stone brought out from the Thunder Dragon Emperor's lair. After integrating the power in it, the thunder controlled by it has dragon power. The hands are fast and slow, first come first served. Master, give me some elemental crystals. I haven't eaten for 3 months. Outside the ancient dragon ruins, there is an extremely lively market with all kinds of people, enough to make explorers from afar stunned. This is really too mercenary, and has nothing to do with the ancient aura in the rumors. Sister Jenny, this is Longafangi. Many people don't want to leave after exploring Longa ruins, and some people don't want to enter easily. After all, each person has a limited number of explorations, so they stay here to avoid wasting opportunities. Over time, a large trading place has been formed. I know. Really? I thought you didn't know. Should we go shopping here more? After leaving the City of Truth, Jenny crossed most of the Mondora continent before entering the Long Luo Star Sea. The Long Luo Star Sea is vast and boundless, with an area beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and the dangers it contains are also beyond the phenomenon of ordinary people. Fortunately, she is not an ordinary person. She can fight, escape, and hide. She has been wandering all the way, stopping and starting, and finally came to the last legendary place after more than 10 years. At this time, she was accompanied by a sturdy girl, more than 3 meters tall. The girl's name was Lillian Bader. From her appearance, it was clear that she had the blood of the giants. Seeing Jenny's heroic appearance and the same destination, Lillian's eyes immediately followed her. In fact, Lillian had guards, but they all died on the way here. You stay here. I'm going to the Dragon Ancient Ruins. Ah! Sister Jenny, are you going to say goodbye to me? But what should I do alone? You can't hide it from me. Your new guards have arrived. That's perfect. I let them protect you. Sister Jenny, you saved my life. I have to repay you. No need. Jenny was a resolute person, and ignored her words, stepped forward, and walked towards the deep Dragon Ancient Ruins. Lillian was obviously a very persistent person, and hurriedly chased after her, but she couldn't catch up, and was getting farther and farther away from the target person. Sister Jenny, you are finally willing to wait for me, Just when she was disappointed, Jenny in front of her suddenly stopped. Lillian took a big step forward and found a graceful woman in front of her. Sister Jenny was staring at her blankly with a complicated expression. As the woman's eyes swept over, Lillian's words were stuck in her throat, and she was stunned. "Let's talk," the woman said. Her voice was gentle, but there was a sense of not being rejected. "Okay, Master Lilibet." Jenny never expected that the dignified Mother of Darkness would chase from underground to the surface. "That's good. The descendant of Supreme Taikong is traveling with you?" The Dark Knight Mother Goddess glanced at the tall Lillian and asked casually. "No, we just happened to meet on the road and said goodbye just now." Jenny shook her head. The two continued to walk forward one after the other, neither hurried nor slow, but Lillian did not dare to chase him anymore. She knew that the person in front of her was a big shot, and she could not allow herself to continue to be presumptuous. She stood there and paused for a while, and a team of guards appeared beside her, led by an ancient king, who was also tall and different from ordinary people. On the other side, under the isolation of the power of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, the two seemed to have entered another space, clearly separated from the pedestrians around them. After exploring the ancient dragon ruins, is the next stop going to the Star River? I have this plan. What if I say I don't agree? I know you don't agree, and I walk slowly all the way here. Haha, you are honest. Looking at the people she cultivated bit by bit, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess could not harden her heart. She was amused after just a few words, and she quickly restrained the smile on her face. "What did your wizard say?" she asked. "Wizard Ivan said he respected my ideas," Jenny said truthfully. "He is just an ancient king. How much can he know? He is delaying you by doing this." The Dark Knight Mother Goddess frowned. "Wizard Ivan has already started to impact the throne level," Jenny argued. "So confident? I believe in Wizard Ivan. He has always kept his word. He will definitely become the first true king wizard. I am sure of that." Seeing her confident look, the Dark Knight Mother felt particularly uncomfortable. She had spent so much effort to cultivate her. Was it just for that human wizard? In that case, do you want to make a bet? Chapter 662. Lady Lilibet, what do you mean by that? Hearing her words, Jenny frowned slightly. Don't you believe in him? Then let's make a verbal bet on whether he can condense the throne. I bet that Ivan Marikatin can't condense the throne successfully, the Dark Knight Mother said with a smile. Such a big thing is not a joke. It can't be used as a joke. Or are you not that confident? Yes. Then. No bet. Faced with Jenny's seriousness and stubbornness, the Dark Knight Mother was almost laughed out of anger. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything cruel in the end. If the Sea Mother was here, she would definitely laugh at someone wantonly, and then be defeated again. In fact, Jenny had heard a saying from Ivan that the words and deeds of the powerful have a great influence. If you think about it carefully, the Dark Knight Mother is not only a powerful person, but also the head of the Earthcore clan. She certainly doesn't want to make such a bet, so as not to cause trouble for the promotion of Wizard Ivan. The Dark Knight Mother doesn't know what she thinks. If she knew, she would probably be more depressed at this moment. How could she play tricks behind the scenes? Lord Lilibet, Wizard Ivan is a person with great luck, great will, and great perseverance. He is also in line with the heart and time of heaven. He can definitely condense the throne in one fell swoop, and become the first true king wizard in ancient and modern times. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, Jenny emphasized solemnly, as if stating an established fact. Isn't this the words that the wizard used to comfort you? The Dark Knight Mother couldn't help asking. Lord Lilibet, this is Jenny's own idea in her heart. Jenny emphasized again. I don't want to argue with you. Let's wait and see. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess admitted that what she said made some sense, but it had nothing to do with the condensed throne. It was just that according to Jenny's temperament, if she continued to talk, she might really get angry. It was not easy for her to argue with her, so she simply stopped arguing about it. How about we change it and talk about yourself? You won't refuse, right? The Dark Knight Mother Goddess looked in the direction of the Dragon Ancient Ruins. Okay. Jenny immediately understood. After thinking for a few seconds, she nodded gently. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess showed a warm smile on her face. The explorers came here from afar, mainly for the treasures in the Dragon Ancient Ruins. Jenny certainly had such thoughts. The Dragon Ancient Ruins had their own rules. All the creatures in Danila, regardless of their strength or status, have 3 opportunities to enter the Dragon Ancient Ruins. Each entry shall not last more than 1 month, and there must be a 50-year interval between each 2 entries. It is said that every time you enter, the position you reach is random, and it all depends on your luck. There are many people who have chased for 100 years and got nothing, and they account for the majority. Countless people have lost their lives in it. Whether Ginny can get anything valuable this time is still an unknown. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess saw this point, and made a bet with her, limited to the original Force treasure. If Ginny brings out any elementary level one, she will be considered to have won the bet. Not right, not right. As far as I know, many virtual king wizards have entered to explore, but not every time they have gained anything. The best gain is only a half original Force treasure. Ginny was not stupid. When she heard the bet request from the Dark Knight Mother, she shook her head. Oh, you underestimate yourself too much, and you also underestimate our Earth Core clan too much. With our special status in Danila, how can those wizards compare with us? The Dark Knight Mother said so. Really? What I say is what I mean, and I never lie. Why don't you trust me? Of course not. What about the terms of the bet? Seeing that the Dark Knight Mother was so confident, Ginny did not doubt him. With her understanding of Lilibet, she would not cheat in these aspects. If I win, you will go back to the underground with me, and from now on, you will honestly follow my arrangements until the throne is successfully condensed. If you win, I promise to help that wizard do something, and he will decide what it is. Even if it is to apologize for the last incident, there will be no ambiguity. The Dark Knight Mother's voice was not loud, but the content included was particularly shocking. Fundamentally speaking, whether the bet wins or loses, it will benefit Ginny herself in the end, which makes Ginny stare at her blankly, not knowing how to answer for a while. The most important thing is that it will not have any impact on Wizard Ivan. Lord Lilibet, I think this is very unfair to you. Stop talking nonsense. I don't need you to teach me what to do. You just need to answer, whether you agree or not. If you choose to refuse, then I will pretend that I didn't show up today, and you don't have to show up in front of me in the future. This I agree. Ginny didn't know if there was any other inside story about this bet. Since it has come to this point, if she doesn't agree, it would be a bit too ungrateful. It's a deal. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess smiled, and waved her white palm. A burst of rock-yellow light rose from the ground, carrying the two people to the vicinity of the Dragon Ancient Ruins. This way of moving 100 miles in an instant is amazing. Ginny didn't have time to think about these things. The portal leading to the Dragon Ancient Ruins was already in front of her. It was composed of two model courtyard pillars on the left and right that had been soaked by time. The lower end of the courtyard pillar stood firmly on the ground, and the upper end could not see the end, as if leading to the top of the boundless sky. There was nothingness between the two courtyard pillars. Go, I wait for you here. While Ginny was stunned, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess gently pushed her from behind, making her unable to stop approaching the portal. Ginny quickly retracted her thoughts, stabilized her body, and flew higher to choose a good position. It must be said that the closer she got to this portal, the more she could feel the grandeur ahead. She flew all the way up, and still didn't know how many tens of thousands of meters above. I can't see any difference anywhere. Let's go here. Ginny was a decisive person. Seeing that there was no comparison, she felt even smaller, so she immediately flew forward into the barrier of nothingness. The whole person disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, who had been paying attention to that side, withdrew her gaze, and also disappeared on the spot. Here you are getting more and more proficient in this fixed-point shuttle. After a long shuttle across the earth, her figure appeared in an underground cave, and the Sea Mother was waiting for her arrival in the cave. This is a hidden cave, surrounded by yellow jade pillars. A closer look revealed that they were strange tree roots, and many tree roots blocked the outside of the cave tightly. If Ginny were here, she would be able to easily recognize that this is where she transformed from the 3rd level to the 4th level Lord. There is still a statue in the center of the cave, which looks like Ginny. Did you really force Ginny to make a bet? Of course, everything is as I expected before. Why do you have to run back and forth? Even if you don't show up, Ginny will go to explore the ancient dragon ruins. At that time, she will definitely not be able to hide what she brings out from there. You don't understand. If I don't show up directly, how can I control Ginny's fate? As for the bet, what can I do if I lose? The wizard is a smart man, and I don't think he dares to make any excessive demands. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess obviously didn't go to the ancient dragon ruins to look for Ginny casually. This involves an ancient secret. Many people know that the ancient dragon ruins are special. Its existence represents an extremely glorious era, but few people know that in addition to gifts and warnings, it also contains something unique. In fact, the dragon ancient ruins have preserved Danila's past in a special way. Once explorers set foot in it, it means that they have entered that frozen period of time. All the items brought back from the past are gifts from fate. Whether a person's fate is good or bad, whether it is profound or not, can be seen from the things he brings out. Ordinary people can't bring anything good out of it. As the head of the Earth Core, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess Palm has more unique means to more accurately test the thickness of Ginny's fate, and whether she can bear the great responsibility. You just dote on Ginny too much, the Sea Mother said helplessly. According to the content of the bet, plus the arrangement here, the people around her will lose in 9 out of 10 cases. She felt that it was intentional, and she was afraid that it was not to compensate Ginny. I am happy, the Dark Knight Mother said bluntly. At this time, her finger was pointing at the center of the statue's forehead, and the secret method had been silently performed. On the other side, Ginny passed through the void portal, and came to the ruins of the ancient dragon in a trance. As soon as she entered here, her body couldn't help but tense up, and her instinct indicated that there was a great danger around her. She immediately became extremely alert, and quickly observed the movements around her. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. Gun smoke filled the air. At this moment, it is more appropriate to use these words to describe the surroundings. According to records, Daenerys in the ancient dragon era was completely different from now. The plane was divided into 5 layers, 2 in the sky, 1 on the surface, and 2 underground. In the battle between the dragon and the giant, the 2 in the sky were smashed, and the surface was torn into pieces. Could this be the scene when the war just ended but not completely ended? Ginny quickly came to a conclusion, which caused an uproar in her heart. Not good. Without any signs, she sensed a fatal danger. Without thinking, she quickly dodged to the side. The next second, she was attacked inexplicably and flew backwards. Is this the aftermath of the battle? Just a moment, blood flowed from the corner of Ginny's mouth. Fortunately, she dodged in time and avoided most of the attacks. From the form of the attack, it is not difficult to judge that she was suffering from the aftermath of the confrontation between the strong. There was no figure in front of her. She was confused for a while. I only know that both sides of the battle are extremely strong. Thinking of this, she was not afraid, but excited. If her judgment was correct, she came to the end of the battle, which meant that she had come to a perfect time, a good time to pick up the ancient dragon treasure. Don't be reckless. Ginny knew that the more such a moment, the more she couldn't be greedy and control her actions. She had to do what she could, otherwise she might end up in pieces. She didn't want to be buried in the ruins of the ancient dragon. According to the aftermath of the wave just now, she decisively avoided that direction and flew to a place that looked a little less conspicuous. Even so, she was often disturbed by the aftermath of the battle. This situation where there were no enemies or creatures, but only attacks suddenly came, seemed particularly strange. After a while, she arrived at a piece of flying land that was slowly collapsing and falling, and the whole person was integrated into it. As someone who is good at the power of the earth, the land can serve as her shield and barrier, bringing her peace of mind. Even if she encounters danger, she can use the land to dodge in time. It's really strange. This continent looks light, but it is actually very solid and heavy. It is densely covered with geomagnetic networks. In terms of quality, the first 3 layers of the underground world are not as good as it. It's so real. Ginny is like a fish in water in the land. She can sense the uniqueness of this land, and has doubts in her heart. There is a big danger. However, her ease did not last long. A strong sense of crisis came over her. Before she could react, she was drowned in a huge rumble. The land she was on was broken apart by the attack. She was affected again. This time the attack range was particularly wide, and there was not much room to dodge. She had to bear the attack with the entire land, and then fell with the surrounding rubble. After a while, she stabilized her body. Fortunately, there is the Rock Soul Tower given by Wizard Ivan, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Ginny looked at the cracked protective tower above her head with lingering fear. This is at least a treasure that is related to the Force, but it was scrapped after resisting an attack. She took out another Rock Soul Tower helplessly. Before leaving, Wizard Ivan gave her 2 towers. This is the last one. Otherwise, she would have to use the gift from Lady Lilibet. Use the gift from Lady Lilibet to win the bet with Lady Lilibet. She always felt something was wrong. Still coming? Ginny's face changed again. She was affected by some force again. This was too unlucky. Bang! She quickly dodged to the left, and the power in her body was madly infused into the Rock Soul Tower, making the Rock Soul Tower surrounding her more solid, and then she was hit by an incomparable force. The Rock Soul Tower made a crackling sound, and cracks appeared all over it in an instant, and the cracks expanded rapidly. Ginny was knocked out again, her expression became confused, and the whole person quickly fell downwards. What is this? At the critical moment, Ginny endured all kinds of pain and discomfort, and woke herself up quickly. She realized that she was attacked by something, which was clearly an object. She was hit by an object, which seemed to be a weapon that had just been taken out of someone else's control. Such an object fell on her head, and she didn't know whether to say that she was lucky or unlucky. Forget it, let it be. Ginny didn't want to think about it anymore, nor did she want to stay in such a dangerous place any longer, so she dragged her seriously injured body, held the things in her hands, connected to the portal in the dark, and flashed out of the ancient dragon ruins. Chapter 663. Hurry up, the real dragon ancient ruins are ahead. After walking for so many days, we finally got here. It's a pity that I don't know where Sister Ginny went. What do you think? Should I fly to the highest point of the gate and choose a position to enter? Forget it, it's useless to ask you. I find a way myself. In front of the dragon ancient ruins, a small group of people were approaching from afar. The tall girl who was being protected seemed a little unhappy and kept chattering all the way. The others silently stood by her side, surrounding her and approaching the entrance and exit of the dragon ancient ruins. Miss Lillian stopped first. There is an unusual movement there. The leader of the guard suddenly reminded. I saw it. Lillian nodded, staring at the sky in front of her without moving. At this time, there was a big movement on the empty portal. Something large in size was coming out of it. When the thing over there came out completely, it emitted a dazzling treasure light. The precious light was dazzling. This movement immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Ah! That's Sister Ginny. Lillian looked closely and found that it was a familiar figure, but it looked a little embarrassed compared to before, and it was obvious that she had suffered a lot of injuries. Of course, what was more eye-catching was the long-handled hammer held by the opponent, which was much larger than the figure below. From a distance, the heavy hammer looked like a small mountain, with obvious dragon patterns engraved on it, like a dragon entwined on it, and the hammer was emitting precious light wantonly. Why are you still standing there? Sister Ginny is injured and in danger. Come with me to help. Miss Lillian, this is not appropriate. Stop talking nonsense. Sister Ginny saved my life. If you don't go, I will. Lillian recognized that the long-handled hammer was not an ordinary treasure. It was very likely a treasure left by the ancient dragon clan. With the current commotion, the people around must be ready to move. She was a loyal person, so she hurried forward to prevent Sister Ginny from being bullied. Seeing her firm attitude and rushing forward regardless of anything, the guards had no choice but to follow her in a hurry. The person who came out of the gate was naturally Ginny. Seeing that there were dangers at every step in the ancient dragon ruins, she decisively came out after she made some gains, and she didn't even have time to refine the treasure in her hand. The treasure was a long-handled heavy hammer. After breaking away from the suppression of the owner, it expanded rapidly and became like a small mountain in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, she successfully brought it out of the ancient dragon ruins. Ginny was injured and was just trying to suppress the long-handled heavy hammer, but she was not worried about attracting attention. After all, Lady Lilibet was waiting outside, so who would dare to be presumptuous? When she really came outside, she was a little dumbfounded. Lilibet, who said she was waiting for her, disappeared. At this moment, many eyes with bad intentions came from all around. Wow, a dragon treasure, the power is very good at first glance. It looks intact, at least 80% to 90% new, at least the primary grade, good luck today. Hurry! Don't let others take it away. The treasure is in the ancient dragon ruins. All depends on personal opportunity. Once the treasure comes out, it will be a share for anyone who sees it, and it depends on the means. If you can't even protect the treasure you get, you will be making wedding clothes for others. Therefore, although the outside of the dragon ancient ruins seems peaceful, there are actually a lot of people with bad intentions. Ginny still looks like she is injured and can't suppress the treasure, which makes people want to take advantage of the fire. After the movement in front of the gate is revealed, the surroundings immediately move. Looking at the villains at different distances, Ginny frowned slightly, and she had to force herself to cheer up. The treasure is hers, and it is related to the bet with Lady Lilibet. It is impossible to let it go. For now, the only way is to fight hard. Sister Ginny, we come to help you and deal with these bad guys together. Good tricks, know how to gain trust first, get close and attack, and then try to seize the treasure, which makes people hard to guard against. What are you talking about? That's not the case. Who knows, ha ha ha. Among the people who quickly approached the gate, Lillian took the lead in shouting to the surroundings to support Ginny. The voice came from afar, but was laughed at by others. Hearing this, Lillian was a little furious, and turned to inform the guards to kill the person who laughed at her. The other party was not afraid, so she could take a break and wait for the opportunity to act according to the situation. The two sides started fighting as soon as they disagreed. On the other side, Ginny had no time to pay attention to the confrontation here. She was quickly landing on the ground. For someone like her who deeply controls the power of the earth, the ground under her feet is the best support. After landing on the ground, she felt relieved, but it was a pity that she didn't have time to refine the heavy hammer treasure she had just obtained. The long-handled hammer fell heavily on the ground, making a rumbling sound, and the surrounding ground shook continuously. If you know what's good for you, leave my treasure. You are so greedy that you want my things. If you want them, come and get them. Soon, a group of 4 people approached, their faces grim, and they stared greedily at the long-handled heavy hammer on the ground. The closer they got to such a treasure, the more extraordinary it seemed. What greeted them was the rolling ground. Under Ginny's control, a nearby area was filled with terrifying gravity, eerie crushing power, roots that pierced through space, and dust that obscured perception. Be careful. Disperse. Bang. 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 The 4 people who came forward had expected that the person who could bring out the treasure from the ruins of the ancient dragon must not be an ordinary person. After the other party set up their posture and launched an attack, they found that it was more difficult than expected. An ancient king and 3 senior lords were at a disadvantage. Soon, 2 people were knocked away, and 2 were pierced by the terrifying roots and tightly entangled until they died. This scene immediately shocked many people. Most of the lord creatures, who wanted to fish in troubled waters, immediately stopped and hesitated. This guy is difficult to deal with, let's go together. Only the creatures at the level of the ancient king were still salivating over the heavy hammer on the ground. Some people called on everyone to deal with the people blocking the road first, and they immediately received responses from others. Some people accelerated forward, and some slowed down. After gathering 3 people, they rushed to Ginny impatiently. Facing enemies several times her size, Ginny did not retreat, and stood tightly in front of the heavy hammer. The battle started with a bang, and the movement was even louder than before. The aftermath of the battle affected a large area. At the same time, there were more people with bad intentions rushing in from a distance, wanting to get a piece of the pie. How dare you? You are so bold. Just when Ginny was increasingly unable to resist and her figure became more and more messy, a graceful and elegant figure suddenly appeared at the place of the battle. Accompanied by her cold shout, the space seemed to be frozen, and the thunder, fire, dust, etc., stagnated for a moment. Only the terrifying roots that shuttled through the battlefield did not stop, and with a few swishing sounds, they accurately pierced into the bodies of the enemies, who were temporarily slow, causing these people to bleed. Who? My lord, please forgive us, we will retreat now. After suffering such a big loss, and being able to move, some people were furious, and some fled in fear. It was just that the creatures at the level of the ancient king were hard to kill, and the people who suddenly appeared did not take it seriously, otherwise they would have died. With a bang, the person who dared to offend was slapped away, like a falling star. Seeing this, the people who were watching covetously around were also frightened. Lord Lilibet, you finally showed up. The person who showed up was naturally the Dark Knight Mother. Ginny did not pursue her, but stood there inside. Who told you to run out so quickly? How did you end up like this? It's hard to explain. The place I went to was full of dangers. I couldn't use the things you gave me to win your bet. It was unfair to you. Ginny found that the person in front of her was not the real body of the Dark Knight Mother, but an incarnation of power, but it was enough to be mistaken for the real thing. She was very familiar with Lilibet, so she could detect the difference. Stupid, what's given to you is yours. Forget it, let's talk about it later. You made a lot of noise, and attracted a lot of greedy old guys. Even though she was the incarnation of the Dark Knight Mother, her demeanor was still extraordinary. She looked around calmly, as if she didn't take any villain seriously. Ginny understood that there might be a throne, or even a stronger creature coming. In this case, wouldn't it mean that the heavy hammer she brought back was of extraordinary quality? It seemed that she won the bet. Sister Ginny, are you okay? I have various precious medicines for healing injuries. Miss Lillian, let's leave quickly. We are not needed here. Staying here will delay things. The people around basically dispersed, and some stayed not far away, but did not dare to approach rashly. Ginny knew that the girl with the blood of the giant had no ill intentions. Under her secret warning, Lillian could only reluctantly retreat with her guards. After persuading the kind-hearted Lillian to leave, Ginny sat down to rest. Not long after, another figure flashed, with a burly figure and a height of more than 6 meters. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. But it's a bit inappropriate for you to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation like this. The visitor was also from the giant tribe, with skin like fine iron and voice like a bell. Big guy, do you want to teach me how to do things? The Dark Knight Mother Goddess glanced at him with a calm look. I dare not, but... The giant's heart jumped, and when his eyes saw the heavy hammer on the ground, he still wanted to argue a few words. Everyone knows that he likes hammers the most. Barbarian hammer, if you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving face to the supreme iron sky. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess warned coldly, with a tendency to take action immediately. Forget it, it's indeed a bit inappropriate today. We will discuss it again when we have a chance. Although the giant was only an incarnation of power, he still chose to give in after weighing it in his mind. In the Danila Plain, the Earth's core veins are deep-rooted and should not be easily provoked, not to mention that it was the Dark Knight Mother herself. He took a last lingering look at the heavy hammer and fled silently. This is the wild hammer throne of the giant clan. He has been thinking about your hammer, and will probably come to you again in the future. Jenny, who was adjusting, opened her eyes at the right time and heard the introduction of the Dark Knight Mother, who was teasing in her words. Hearing this, Jenny was overwhelmed. Being targeted by an alien throne is not a good thing. Lord Lilibet, is there any saying about this hammer? I just felt like I was carrying a mountain, and it was getting heavier and heavier. Lord Lilibet? Let me tell you in person. After a while, the phantom of power quietly disappeared, and the Dark Knight Mother and the Sea Mother appeared together. The wild hammer throne retreated wisely, otherwise he would have been blocked here by the two, and would have been taught a lesson. Jenny, wow, you are so embarrassed, your clothes are torn. Lord Brave, you are here too. This is the Dragon Spine Mountain Smasher, which ranks 33rd in the treasure rankings recorded by the Dragon Clan. It is said that its last owner is the Earth-Splitting Emperor, a famous supreme power of the Dragon Clan. After the two appeared, Jenny couldn't sit on the ground all the time, so she stood up and looked at the heavy hammer that had just been brought out with the two. After the introduction of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, she learned some information about the heavy hammer, which was ranked only in the 30s. Don't underestimate this 33rd. Many of the treasures on the Dragon Clan's treasure ranking list do not exist. They may have been taken to the long river of the Star Realm and left in a corner, or they may have been destroyed in the war. Perhaps guessing what she was thinking, the Sea Mother added a sentence from the side. So, I won the previous bet? Jenny nodded, and then changed the subject to talk about the bet she made with the Dark Knight Mother. There is no doubt about this. After all, it is a medium-sized force treasure with little damage, and it is on the list. You are really lucky, little Jenny. The Sea Mother glanced at the Dark Knight Mother, and said with a smile. Let's go, this is not the place to talk. The Dark Knight Mother did not refute, which was regarded as tacit consent. Jenny didn't know that someone's purpose was not on the bet at all. The appearance of the Dragon Spine Mountain Hammer was enough to explain everything, indicating that her destiny was extraordinary and capable of great tasks. And Jenny was essentially someone's clone. It stands to reason that most clones are people with shallow fortunes. Even with the blessing of the Earth's core vein, they will not be too prominent. Her situation was beyond expectations. This made the Dark Knight Mother and the Sea Mother realize that the wizard had a very important fate. The other party was now heading for the throne, wanting to challenge the first true King Wizard. According to the speculation, this matter would most likely become a fact. The Gate of Nothingness remained, but the three people left with the Dragon Spine Mountain Smashing Hammer. Time flies, and 10 years have passed in a flash. On this day, the number 1 Golden Rock Tower in the Great Sage Court of the Peak of Truth was quietly unsealed, and a figure walked out of it. In the blink of an eye, there were 2 other figures in front of him. King of the Sky, you are finished. Looking at the man with a much stronger aura, the King of 10,000 Trees had thousands of words in his heart, but they turned into a short sentence when he spoke. The Ice Queen on the side didn't know what to say. Don't look so sad. Although this wizard has not won the throne, he has taken a step forward. He is already a 6th level wizard. There will be opportunities to ascend the throne in the future. The King of the Sky smiled freely. If he can achieve it in 1 step and directly condense the throne, it will be the first throne in the history of the wizard world. Everyone has agreed before that such things must be widely publicized, like the Qingsong throne accompanied by the sound of heaven and earth. Not for other reasons, but the wizard world needs such a voice to announce to the world. Yes, 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 we are both hypocritical. The King of 10,000 Trees thought about it and agreed. After many years, our wizards have taken another step forward. It's a cause for celebration. The Ice Queen continued. Don't make this public for now. The King of the Sky emphasized, and when the two nodded hesitantly, he added, What about the King of Black Flame? The Golden Rock Tower was closed 10 years ago. The King of 10,000 Trees said. It seems that the first true King Wizard must be the King of Black Flame. None of us old guys can compare to him. The King of the Sky sighed. Hee hee, you are old. The Queen of Ice pretended to be indignant. Ha, you can go and do whatever you want. From today on, I will be in charge of the Supreme Council. The King of the Sky laughed. From the 5th level wizard to the 6th level wizard, there is no doubt that the history of the wizard world has opened a new page. But at the strong request of the King of the Sky himself, this news was not publicized. In the following days, the entire wizard world has been calm, and it seems that something is brewing behind the scenes. Chapter 664. Dinera, the first layer of the underground world, the Comer Empire, the capital of UUS City. Since the last saint abdicated, the selection of saints has been held again and again, but the people selected each time failed to satisfy the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, leaving the position of saint vacant in the temple. Now, the selection of saints has come to the most critical stage. In front of the majestic and grand statue, a large number of pure and beautiful night elf girls kneel, praying devoutly, hoping to win the favor of the great Mother Goddess. Luluxia, do you think it will work this time? Difficult. How could it be? Okay, you have abdicated and are no longer the high priest of the temple. Why do you worry so much? Outside the temple, Queen Comer Luluxia and former high priest Kolbashi stood there. The two of them gathered together and whispered something. The two of them actually knew the reason why the selection of the saint failed again and again, because the previous saint told them in person. In the final analysis, it was because the previous saint was too outstanding. After a sharp contrast, the requirements for this saint were greatly raised, and no one could reach this point for the time being. But it didn't matter. For the Comer Empire, the favor and attention of the Mother Goddess were the most important, and it was also the reliance on which the empire survived. The Mother Goddess had always sent down oracles, which was better than no response at all. Moreover, the previous saint followed the Mother Goddess and listened to her teachings. The Mother Goddess would definitely not forget the Comer Empire. Many times, Kolbash was extremely fortunate that she could stick to her own opinion and make the previous saint elected smoothly. Otherwise, the empire might be rejected by the Mother Goddess and lose her long-standing protection. This was the most correct thing she did when she was the High Priestess. At this moment, the two of them did not know that the previous Saint Ginny was accompanying the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, watching the selection of saints through the shadow. Lady Lilibet, how about choosing this one, from the Colored Marten tribe in the eastern part of the empire, who looks very charming. Not a neat character, no choice. How about this one? The Water Beaver tribe, who showed the most pious, knelt all the way from the tribe, and took many years to reach UUS City. Too pedantic. What about the Black Fox tribe? A very smart little girl, who looks pretty good. Looks cunning. Thinking of Kolbash's repeated requests, Ginny excitedly pulled the Dark Knight Mother Goddess to compare the figures revealed by the shadow, and selected them one by one. These girls came from various tribes in the Comer Empire. To reach this point, they naturally went through layers of selection. They are all outstanding, and have their own strengths. Ginny strongly recommended it. Unfortunately, the Dark Knight Mother also has a preference. She looked at these candidates for the saint in comparison with the previous saint, Ginny herself. It seems that they are not good enough anyway, so it is better not to choose them. Ginny was a little helpless about this. If this continues, the position of the saint will be abolished. However, she is not qualified to influence the Dark Knight Mother's thoughts. After all, she is also a person who comes to seek asylum. In order to avoid the Wild Hammer throne of the giants, she has to stay here. Haha, you two are so boring. You actually hide here to do this kind of thing. A beautiful figure flashed on the side where the two were. The visitor is the Sea Mother, and Ginny hurriedly greets her. You are the same. You are bored and come here to watch me and Ginny's fun. The Dark Knight Mother said without looking back. You are wrong this time. I am here to report a good news to you. The people who sneaked into the Ash Plane have found out that the Ash Plane has indeed suffered a major invasion from other planes. As for which big plane, you might as well guess. The Sea Mother Bleeb did not avoid Ginny, and directly stated her purpose. The Earth Core clan is strong and powerful. Even if a wizard is unwilling to undertake the task, they have other solutions. It's just a matter of how much it costs. After some effort, someone successfully broke into the Ash Plane, and now it has begun to show results. The Sea Mother received a message from the other side through the Void Spring. Is it the Nightmare Plane? The Dark Knight Mother is not ignorant. Yes, it is the Nightmare Plane, which is notorious throughout the galaxy, that has caused great turmoil in the Ash Plane. As for the specific losses, It remains to be further confirmed. The Sea Mother nodded heavily. The Ash Plane is really courting its own death. It has not only provoked our Danera, but also dared to provoke the Lord of Calamity of the Nightmare Plane. I think it will withdraw from the ranks of the major plane sooner or later. The Sea Mother continued. In the last war, under the united counterattack of our Danera, the Ash Plane was the most seriously damaged. It has been hit again, and it is very likely to encounter the situation you described. Hearing these words, the Dark Knight Mother agreed. The Ash Plane has indeed not been peaceful in recent years, but it has no tyrannical strength like the Nightmare Plane. If it doesn't suffer, who will? Ginny stood on the side and listened silently. When she heard this, her face suddenly changed color. How could this scene escape the perception of the two people present? Ginny, what's wrong? It's okay. Oh, don't you trust us? Facing the two people's slightly unfriendly eyes, Ginny thought for a while and said, I sense that there is something unusual with Wizard Ivan. Go on. What's the situation? The Dark Knight Mother and the Sea Mother did not treat her as an outsider at all, and asked directly. Ginny took a deep breath and answered firmly, Wizard Ivan is about to ascend the throne. As soon as these words came out, the other two were stunned. This was a great news. They did not doubt Ginny's words, but they did not expect that the wizard could reach this step so quickly. Endless Spirit House. As one of Ivan's two avatars, Locke also had a strong sense, a sense from the depths of life, soul, and heart, which made him understand what was happening. Haha, after nearly 30 years of seclusion, the boss is finally going to make a further step. In this way, it is still unknown who will be the master of the Fangjia. Hee, Tosh, Powell, and Wu Lai, you won't be happy for long. Locke did not make a sound, but waited silently, waiting for the good news from his boss. At the same time, many members of the Black Star Army felt something, including Yunling, Salang, Banbu, Duokali, etc., but the feeling was not as strong as Locke's. They only knew that something good was happening to the Black Star Army, which was very likely related to the Lord of the Army. Danera, the surface, Mondora continent, the city of truth. It was rainy that day, and the fine rain woven into a hazy net, entangling the entire inner city, bringing a different kind of depression to the city. Suddenly, a majestic aura flashed from the center of the city. It was so majestic that it reached the sky. It was so majestic that it swallowed up the mountains and rivers. Its aura was so majestic that it could overwhelm this huge ancient city. In an instant, the drizzle was washed away, and the oppression over the city of truth was also washed away. The whole sky changed its appearance and became clear and bright. This was not the end, the horizon was still changing. Auspicious clouds appeared at the top of the sky, and then became colorful, with brilliant rays of light, like waving colorful flags, and there were faint sounds of wind and thunder, like drums and music. Along with these signs, a rainbow bridge across the sky emerged, and on the rainbow bridge was placed a throne that was dazzling in the world. At this moment, any living being who could see the scene from afar was in awe and longing, thinking that another throne master might be born, just like the Qingsong throne decades ago. As expected, there was a majestic figure on the throne, overlooking the whole world like a god. I am Evan Marichaddon. I am blessed by the mother of all things, and ascend the throne today. From now on, I will be the true wizard throne of Danera, and I will protect Danera with this body. The majestic voice came from the throne in the sky, reaching the vast land, the deep ocean, and the mysterious underground world, making everyone solemn. Everyone knew that from today on, Danera had another guardian. Such a grand occasion, how could people not be happy, and didn't the heaven and earth celebrate it? All wizards, congratulations to the true wizard throne Evan Marichaddon. Congratulations to the true wizard throne Evan Marichaddon. Congratulations to the true wizard throne Evan Marichaddon. In this world, the most jubilant place is the city of truth in the wizard world. The first throne wizard in history was born, and a smooth road appeared under the feet of the wizards. No matter how much the wizards danced and sang, it was not too much. In the wizard world, the outer city of the city of truth, the empty valley, the east capital East Blade City, the Mona Ant Land Hut, etc., all the places where this adult left footprints, those who knew him or heard rumors about him all felt honored. This is the place where the true wizard throne rose. At this moment, the birth of the throne touched everyone's heart, and the faces of the creatures who had direct or indirect hatred with the true wizard throne became ugly. How could this be? How unfair this world is. Shut up, everyone. Listen. From today on, we must forget the name of the Thunder Clan and the hatred buried in our hearts. We will officially change our name to the Mang Clan. In the past, the wizards did not kill all the remaining few people of the Thunder Clan. These people silently remembered the hatred in their hearts. Today, seeing a wizard ascend the throne and dominate the world, the remaining Thunder Clan was hit hard. They felt that revenge was hopeless and made up their minds to abandon everything in the past. The Thunder Clan no longer exists, and the weak Mane Clan is on the road to a new life. In addition to the Thunder Clan, there were 3 alien races besieging the wizard world at that time. Looking at the huge figure overlooking the world from the sky, the high-level officials of the Black Scale Clan and the Feather Clan collectively lost their voices at this moment, and their mouths were as bitter as swallowing deep-sea gall. In the past, when they suffered defeat, they did regret their reckless behavior in the past, but none of them was as fierce as the regret they felt now. This is completely over. With the emergence of the true wizard throne, wizards have become the top race. As long as wizards do not forget revenge, they have the possibility of destruction, and this possibility is not small. Alas, why did they attack the wizard world in the first place? It's too late to regret now. Wizards, a race born out of necessity and favored by the great will, are finally qualified to enter the hall. He probably doesn't know that since he is qualified to stand on the stage, it means that we don't need to be restricted anymore and can directly attack him. Such an ambitious race must be eager to expand its power, which is really embarrassing. There are many neighbors around the wizard. Some are afraid of the wizard's great power. On the contrary, some people can't stand the wizard's further rise, and are ready to go over and knock him to prevent some people from being too arrogant. This is not good, it will disrupt the rules. Lady Lilibet, Lord Bramble, I have to go back to the City of Truth. Please allow me. Go ahead, go ahead. I have never restricted your freedom. Go wherever you want. Remember to congratulate the true witch throne for me, and tell it to me that the Sea Mother is looking forward to the next meeting. The selection of the Saint of the Temple was over, and the result was naturally no result. Ginny and the other 2 who were secretly observing did not leave, but stayed in the previous place. The 3 of them witnessed the appearance of the true witch throne together. After the sound of heaven and earth dissipated, Ginny could not wait to express her farewell. She naturally did not want to be absent at such an important moment. Hearing her words, the Sea Mother responded casually. It's okay to go there. I only have one request. Your dragon spine mountain pounding hammer cannot be given to him. If he asks you for it, you let him go to the dragon ancient ruins to find it himself. I think he will get something. Facing Ginny's nervous gaze, the Dark Knight Mother emphasized. Wizard Ivan won't do that. Ginny secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's better if he doesn't. I will tell Wizard Ivan to take time to go to the dragon ancient ruins. To be honest, he has never set foot in that place. If he gets nothing in the end, I will ask him to find Lady Lilibet and exchange the bet for a medium-level force treasure. Go away, go away. I have never seen a guy like you who is a traitor. Also, the underground is your foundation. Don't forget to come back. Finally, amid a burst of laughter and scolding, Ginny left quickly and rushed to the surface, leaving behind the 2 goddesses with some complicated emotions. As the center of the topic, the protagonist who ascended the royal family, after the end of the voice of heaven and earth, Ivan walked out of the Golden Rock Tower and met many wizards in the City of Truth. Visit the true wizard throne, we pay you the highest respect. Seeing the true wizard throne himself, the wizards present, whether they were virtual king wizards, arcane wizards, or 3rd level, 2nd level, and 1st level wizards, all excitedly worshipped him and shouted the name of the true wizard throne. Ivan looked at the figures below, and he also had uncontrollable feelings in his heart. From today on, he is the first wizard, standing at the top of the wizard world. He will carry the banner of wizards that breaks through the sky. Wizards, I am just a pioneer, but not the last one to reach this step. I will wait for you on the throne. Faced with such a heavy responsibility, Ivan did not hesitate, only full of enthusiasm. He firmly believed that he could lead wizards to the right path and clear the way for wizards. This is the firm belief of the first true king wizard. Chapter 665. There is a saying that goes, when one person succeeds, everyone else will succeed. Ivan became a throne wizard overnight. His strength surpassed the entire wizard world, and he became one of the few strong men in the Danila Plain. Of course, he wanted to give back to the people around him. Not long after his promotion, he held a serious meeting of the Supreme Council in his own name. I'm here. I have to say, with the teleportation array, it's really convenient to travel. Yes, it's not like before, when we had to travel for several months each time, and all our time was wasted on the road. You say, now that we have the true wizard throne, can we openly set up the teleportation array? It's possible. We always hide it like this, and it's hard to show the power of our wizards. I really look forward to the arrival of this day. It will definitely be an unprecedented grand scene, and it will be a moving scene. Through the teleportation array, one by one, the arcane wizards quickly gathered in the City of Truth and arrived at the Supreme Council at the top of the Peak of Truth as scheduled. The faces of the arcane wizards could not hide their joy, and they felt proud. They chatted with each other easily, and the most talked about was the future development of the wizard world. Today is different from the past. The wizard world has a true wizard throne. The wizards have confidence and can stand up straight. The wizard world will inevitably usher in greater development. This is the consensus of the wizards. As for how to develop, the answer is hidden in this meeting. The Supreme Court of Truth Hall. As figures joined one after another, the space inside gradually became full. Hello, true wizard throne. Good day, wizards. The strong have power. As the only throne wizard, Ivan was the last to appear in the Truth Hall. He stretched out his hand to signal that everyone did not need to be polite. This hall is a gathering of heroes. One throne. 1 6th level wizard. For virtual king wizards. 47 arcane wizards, and 59 other lords. These people make up the Supreme Council at this time. It is worth mentioning that non-arcane wizards, who become lords in other ways, are only qualified to listen to the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not repeat the other words. Everyone is a clear-minded person, and knows what they should know. In short, our wizard world has ushered in a new chapter. This is both a great opportunity and a great challenge. Everything still requires everyone to work together to jointly maintain the orderly development of the wizard world. According to the convention of the Supreme Council, the strongest person presides over the meeting. Ivan, who took the lead at this time, opened the prelude to the meeting. The first important proposal, about the expansion of the wizard's way, can be expanded to the throne level. The throne wizard is officially defined as the true king wizard, also known as the true spirit wizard. The 6th level wizard is defined as the wizard king. Of course, the current true king wizard is only the true wizard throne Ivan Marichatin, who is the Black Flame King among the original 6 virtual kings. There is also one 6th level wizard king, with the title of the Sky Wizard King, who is the original Sky King Galef Fitzrud. There is actually not much to discuss about this proposal. Except for the true wizard throne and the Sky Wizard King, no one else present is qualified, and the relevant matters will be determined soon. The second important proposal is about the subsequent development and adjustment of the wizard world. This wizard can successfully reach this point today, and it is inseparable from the help of the Sky Wizard King, the King of 10,000 Trees, the Queen of Ice, the King of Dragon Flame, and the King of Green Dragon. They are not stingy in showing me their power, which has allowed me to make great progress in a short period of time. Hearing Ivan's words, the wizard sitting in front of him understood that what he was talking about was sitting and discussing the Tao. Several people had communicated with each other behind the scenes. King of the Sky, what do you think? What the true wizard throne said is right. This wizard has also benefited a lot. I was originally only going to wait for another 3 years, but after the discussion began, I delayed for more than 10 years before I sealed the wizard tower and broke through the bottleneck of level 6. This shows that I agreed to promote the discussion. As for how to promote it, we can further discuss it. Everyone can raise any opinions. Second. The reason why Ivan was so impatient was that he had a hunch that with the current situation of the Danila Plain, the drums of war were approaching step by step, and the wizarding world must be more fully prepared and must have greater and more comprehensive development. After some discussions, this kind of discussion was officially named the True Knowledge Council. From top to bottom, the high-level True Knowledge Conference is attended by the people present, with each senior wizard and lord standing in front to give lectures and explain their own ways of power to a limited extent. The people present also have the additional power of recommendation, and can recommend an excellent 3rd level wizard to come and listen. The highest level True Knowledge Conference is of course for the True Wizard Throne, and the Sky Wizard King to impart true knowledge and insights. The third important proposal is about the further expansion of the territory of the wizard world. From now on, we can use the space teleportation array as a medium to build heavy cities in different places on the surface or underground, without having to occupy one area after another. As many wizards expected, after some discussion and planning, the teleportation array will be used openly and honestly to serve as a bridgehead for wizards to enter other regions. In the future, we will surely see wizard cities blossoming in various places in the plane, and wizards will seek more resources in various ways. As the proposals are launched one by one, the resolutions are determined one by one, and time passes little by little, the changes and arrangements in the wizard world can be described as drastic. Many wizards secretly sigh that the true wizard throne is so bold. There is no doubt that the implementation of these plans requires the true wizard throne to back them up, otherwise the wizard world will be surrounded by enemies and hit head-on. Okay, the meeting ends here. The first True Knowledge Conference will be held in half a month. Everyone is welcome to attend. This wizard will definitely come. Even if his legs are broken, he will roll over. I have never seen anyone roll to the City of Truth. Why don't you try for us, Wizard Gaunt? Ha ha ha. The Hall of Truth has always been a place where wizards can speak freely without being bound by each other's identities. The Supreme Council lasted for 9 days and 9 nights, and discussed more than 20 proposals. When it was declared over, the wizards were happier than when they came, and their hearts were filled with an uncontrollable surge. It can be foreseen that the wizarding world is about to usher in rapid development. This is a feast for everyone. Whoever seizes this opportunity will surely be able to take his strength to a higher level. In this way, how can the people present not be in high spirits? As the people present left one after another, only 6 kings were left in the Hall of Truth. There are still a few fewer members. With the holding of the True Knowledge Conference, new members will soon be added, and it will be more lively at that time. That makes sense. The 6 people have a close relationship. Even if their strength has changed, they are still as casual as before in private occasions. True Witch Throne, how about a competition? Let me see the difference between the power of the Witch King and the power of the throne. Kong Witch King suddenly proposed. No problem, I just want to compare it. Ivan did not refuse. Then, a group of 6 people entered the secret space of the Hall of Truth, that is, the inner hall of the Hall of Truth. In this not too small space, the small Truth Peak, the small Hall of Truth, the statue of the Void King, and the surrounding crystal pillars are still standing steadily in their respective positions. Ivan and Kong Witch King stood opposite each other. True Witch Throne, please accept it. Be careful. It was just a competition, and the two did not play any tricks or means, but just displayed their power in a straightforward manner. One side was the power of the high-level elemental field, and the high-level soul energy. The other side was the power of the throne. The two people's moves were not fancy, but caused the surrounding space to vibrate continuously, and a sharp explosion sounded in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided with each other. Suddenly, the space changed color. Not good. Suppress it together. The faces of the other 4 virtual king wizards also changed color, because as the two people's power clashed, the earth, the small peak of truth, and the 9 crystal pillars began to vibrate, and the amplitude was not small. The inner hall of the Hall of Truth is the core of the wizard world. It has never been so turbulent, and it was frightening to see. The 4 people came to the small peak of truth in the center, stood in 4 directions, and communicated with the entire Hall of Truth together, so that the vibration quickly subsided. With just one move, they realized the difference between the 5th level and the 6th level, which was a big difference. However, what made their eyelids jump was that the 2 people in the battle had no intention of stopping at all, and wanted to compete more fiercely. True Witch Throne, you haven't used your full strength yet, come again. The Sky Witch King was knocked back thousands of meters before he completely unloaded the attacking force from the opposite side. After regaining his balance in an instant, he attacked again. Okay, then I fulfill your wish. Faced with the challenge, Ivan did not hesitate, and then used the power of the throne and the power of rules that the throne power could pry, and the power of rules he controlled was multi-phase power. A 6-color wheel appeared behind him, with bright colors and looking particularly magical. This was the throne he condensed, which contained multiple powers. He pushed out with a palm. In a flash, that palm came first and attacked the Sky Witch King, intercepting the palm of the Sky King's magnificent power, and the two were about to collide. So strong, at this moment, the Kong Wizard King felt it most clearly. The 2 palms of power seemed to be fighting each other, but in fact, it was not. In his sight, he was clearly covered by the palm of the other party. The palm on the opposite side crushed over like the sky, leaving him no room to dodge. The perception was indeed correct. His attack was easily wiped out, and the palm continued to crush down with a monstrous force. With a loud bang, he was knocked out again, like a rapid-flowing fire stone, hitting the space barrier at the back and falling down. At the same time, this space suddenly shook, and several things in it became shaky. Hold it. On the peak of small truth, the 4 Void King wizards had to go all out to suppress the impact of the battle. After a while, the unstable space slowly calmed down. You two, stop here. If you do it again, this place can't bear it. The Sky Witch King stood up again, and seemed to be unwilling to give up. The king of 10,000 trees hurried to the middle and stopped him. Just kidding, if the two of them do it a few more times, the inner hall will fall apart. By then, I don't know how big a joke it will be. Okay, I listen to you. The Sky Witch King was clearly injured, but he didn't care. After all, with the terrifying adjustment ability of the 6th level Witch King, this injury is really nothing. The throne is worthy of being the throne, and the power of rules is worthy of being the power of rules. The power is unexpectedly strong. It is not difficult to understand that only the throne and the creatures above it can become chess players who control power, and all others can only be regarded as chess pieces. After the 2 rounds of power comparison, not only the Sky Witch King was deeply touched, but others were also shocked. Only by controlling such a unique power of rules can one be qualified to stand at the top of the plane. Ask a question. Ahem, please speak, true wizard throne. The Hall of Truth and the Peak of Truth have more power than this, right? Of course, to be honest, the Hall of Truth is actually a primary force treasure with unique performance, not incomplete or defective, and the Peak of Truth is even more magnificent, with a medium quality, infinitely close to a high-quality force treasure. Ivan keenly discovered the obscure points around him, which was a place he had not explored in depth before. After listening to the explanation of the Sky Wizard King, he understood the true appearance of the Hall of Truth and the Peak of Truth. The former is a primary force treasure, and the latter is a medium force treasure. The Peak of Truth is the most important thing to determine the tripod. In order not to be remembered by others, these 2 high-quality force treasures have always been in a semi-sealed state, showing only a part of their power. In order to cover up the edge of the Peak of Truth, the Hall of Truth at the top also serves as a cover to attract attention. In order to keep it secret, this secret is usually controlled by the first wizard, the King of Blue Thunder before, and then the King of Sky Wizard. In the face of Ivan's questioning, he directly told everything. No, we have heard a secret that we shouldn't have heard. The King of Green Dragon exclaimed. It's okay, it's okay. If the sky falls, there will be a tall person to hold it up. It's not our turn to worry about this. The King of 10,000 Trees laughed. Haha, there's the true wizard throne to support everyone. Some secrets will be exposed. Anyway, it's just a matter of time. It's a day later, or a day earlier. It's been hidden for so long, and the world must see the power of truth. The King of Sky Wizard also said with a smile. How could Ivan not understand what the few people meant? This is to hope that he can completely refine it, and then unlock the full power of the 2 force treasures to deal with the next situation. With the throne among wizards, the original pattern was broken. As for the plans of the Supreme Council, once they are implemented, the situation will change further. It is conceivable how complicated the situation will be. In order to deal with such a complex situation, of course, all forces must be used, including the extraordinary quality of the Peak of Truth, so as to ensure that the wizarding world is foolproof. Chapter 666. The Peak of Truth and the Hall of Truth are hidden, and Ivan is not surprised by this. The wizard world was born out of necessity, so it is normal to have some wealth. To be honest, he still feels a little shabby with only 2 complete force treasures. Then, at the request of several people, he began to refine the Peak of Truth and the Hall of Truth to further unlock their power. Soon, a layer of heavenly street appeared on the Peak of Truth, located above the court of the Great Sage. 3 9-story golden rock towers appeared on the heavenly street, and the whole was called the Court of the Wizard King. He and the Sky Wizard King each chose a tower as their residence. After the further unlocking of the Hall of Truth, the space inside, whether it is the outer hall or the inner hall, has been expanded and sublimated. The True Knowledge Conference was held as scheduled, and the location was located in the outer hall of the expanded Hall of Truth. It was undoubtedly a grand event that lasted for more than 3 months. This kind of conference that generously imparts knowledge and power has benefited every wizard who came to participate, and they secretly said that the trip was worthwhile. It can be predicted that as this trend blows to the wizard world, there will be large and small truth conferences held in the future, which will benefit more people. As the founder of the Truth Conference, Ivan has been constantly consolidating his strength during this period, and the same is true after the conference. Until half a year after the promotion, it happened to be the last day of half a year, someone knocked on the door. What's wrong? In the Golden Rock Tower number 1 of the Wizard King's court, Ginny noticed that Ivan's expression was different, and she couldn't help asking. There is an uninvited guest who came uninvited, and this wizard went to take a look. Ivan looked outside the Golden Rock Tower, and his eyes seemed to penetrate many barriers. He stood up from his seat, and walked out of the tower with big strides. Ginny, can I borrow your dragon-backed rock hammer? he turned around and said when he reached the door. Okay. Ginny handed over a dragon-patterned rock hammer without saying anything. After putting away the long-handled hammer, Ivan turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. His speed was many times faster than before. In a moment, he left the City of Truth and came to the western area of Beta Continent. A slightly wealthy middle-aged figure was waiting on a barren mountain. This person had 3 eyes, light golden skin, tall stature, like a subgiant wearing light armor, and a layer of golden light lingering around him. The two looked at each other for a few times. The Golden Throne of the Multi-Eyed Clan, since you are here, why don't you come to my City of Truth and sit for a while, so that I can fulfill my neighborly friendship? As the owner of this place, Ivan spoke first. True Wizard Throne, you should be able to guess my intention. Don't act so pretentiously here. The Golden Throne shouted. So you are here with bad intentions. How could Ivan not know the other party's intention? It was nothing more than coming to give him a warning, and to tell the wizard to be honest. Since you wizards appeared on the Mondora continent, you have always acted arrogantly, causing other races to lose their places of survival one after another, and some were even directly exterminated. In the past, this throne was unwilling to pay too much attention to you, lest someone say that I was bullying the weak. Now, this throne came here to teach you a truth. The Mondora continent is the territory of my Multi-Eye clan. You wizards must live here and follow the rules of my Multi-Eye clan. You must not disrupt the established order here. As expected, the next words of the Golden Throne showed that he was here to set the rules. So there is no room for negotiation? You are not qualified in front of me. Ivan was almost laughing with anger. This guy was really arrogant. There were billions of people on the Mondora continent. When did it become the territory of the Multi-Eye clan? He was not afraid of being offended. He originally wanted to use the convenience of the teleportation array to choose a few places to build cities, and not occupy too much territory, but the other party could not listen to anything. Okay, as you wish, you two will compete first. Not convinced? I will let you know why the Mondora continent is ruled by my Multi-Eye clan. The atmosphere between the two people quickly became tense, and the murderous intention enveloped a large area nearby, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by more than 10 degrees. This throne will not bully you as a newcomer. Let you make a move first, so that you don't have a chance to make a move. The Golden Throne said calmly. Arrogant! Ivan saw the other side say this. Of course he would not be polite. I will let you know that bragging will cost you. He chose to go all out. A tower and a hammer emerged. The Woodsoul Tower floated above his head to protect his body, and the Dragon Spine Mountain Hammer was held in his hand, which was filled with the dust of the earth. The Woodsoul Tower is a primary force treasure, and its grade just corresponds to the throne level. He can now fully exert the power of the Woodsoul Tower, even exceeding 100%. The Dragon Spine Mountain Hammer is a medium-level force treasure, corresponding to the supreme level. With his strength, he can only use about 70% of its power. No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out that he has something to rely on. The Golden Throne noticed that the heavy hammer on the opposite side had just been slightly activated and began to oppress the surrounding space, which showed that its quality was not bad. His expression suddenly became a little more solemn. Stop talking nonsense and take my hammer. A colorful wheel appeared behind Ivan. The wheel was thick and evenly divided into 6 areas of different colors, corresponding to different powers. This was his throne, which included 6 powers: soul, life, space, fire, wood, and earth. The 6 powers were integrated into one, prying the magical power of rules, which he called the multi-phase power, which can also be regarded as the 6-phase power. At this time, the 6-phase power tightly wrapped around the Dragon Spine Mountain Hammer. He took a step forward and slammed it heavily towards the front. Come on! At the other end, the Golden Throne held a shield and a sword, and had armor to protect his body. With 3 force treasures in hand, he attacked the heavy hammer without avoiding or giving way. The colorful power collided with the gorgeous golden light. It was indeed a battle of rule power. Under the influence of the aftermath of the battle, the barren mountain where the Golden Throne stood immediately collapsed layer by layer, and only a small half was left in the blink of an eye. There were frequent strange phenomena around, and it was all chaos. In the first attack, neither of them took advantage of the other, which was a little beyond the Golden Throne's expectations. The two of them obviously would not give up easily. As they continued to fight, the rumbling sound continued, but everything around them suffered a great disaster. Wherever the two passed, the mountains and rivers were broken, the grass and trees were annihilated, and all the living things died. Even the environment changed its appearance, creating a series of dangerous extremes. What a heavy hammer! When the battle paused, the Golden Throne looked at the Dragon Spine Mountain smashing hammer, his eyes full of greed. The quality of this hammer is obviously higher than his own golden sword of destruction. In his opinion, the opponent can barely compete with him only by relying on the power of the heavy hammer. Your sword is not bad either. After so many rounds of fighting, there is no gap. Ivan smiled lightly. His smile was a blatant provocation to the Golden Throne. How can this be? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? You can't let go of your hands and feet here. Dare to follow me to the sky of the cloud top for a fight. The Golden Throne shouted loudly, and without waiting for his answer, he flew into the sky first. Seeing this, Ivan followed. The uniqueness of the throne lies in the control of the power of rules, and the power of rules is the most fundamental power in this world, and it is also the initial power that constitutes the world and the plane, corresponding to the true one in the level of the 6th level true king. Other powers are derived from the power of rules, so that the world is colorful. Compared with the derived power, the destructiveness that the power of rules can bring to the world is naturally incomparable. In order to avoid the earth and the surrounding environment from being destroyed, the two have not yet used their strongest abilities. The two flew high in the sky one after the other. They didn't know how many tens of thousands of meters above the clouds they had reached before they stopped and stared at each other sharply. True Witch Throne, I will ask you one more question. Are you willing to admit defeat? If you want to fight, I will fight. You are so brave. Then I will fulfill your wish. As the voice fell, the figures of the two kept rising and expanding, rapidly changing into the bodies of gods and demons. The throne holds the power of rules, and the body will naturally transform into the body of rules, also known as the body of the true king, the body of the throne, the golden light true body, the multi-phase true body, the true witch spirit body, and so on. There are big differences between different thrones. What a lively fight. The fight between the two made a lot of noise, attracting the attention of many big figures, including the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, and the Sea Mother in the underground world, as well as the Golden Wu Throne. The three of them were so quiet that they wanted to move, so they gathered together to watch the fun. Under the control of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, a shadow in the void revealed the situation on the top of the cloud, and the picture was extremely clear. The two warring parties, on the left and on the right, both turned into the bodies of the true kings tens of meters high, like terrifying gods and demons. On the left is the Golden Throne. The true king's body is 77 meters high, with hundreds of golden pupils on his face, 4 pairs of arms on his side, a wind and thunder ring wrapped around his waist, and a brilliant golden light all over his body, and he still holds a sword and a shield in his hands. On the right is the true wizard throne. The true king is 66 meters tall, and his entire body is shrouded in a dark robe. Only his head and hands are clearly revealed. There are dense flying white hairs on his head that look like insect whiskers. His hands are also extremely pale, and there are sharp nails on his fingers, just like animal claws. Comparing the two, the right one is not as powerful as the left one, but it is more mysterious. This bastard is really planning to use the Dragon Spine Mountain Hammer. The Dark Knight Mother muttered unhappily. Hee, you are making a fuss. Jenny and him have such a close relationship. How can you tell them apart so clearly? Jenny's is the true wizard thrones. The Sea Mother laughed, as if she was suspected of adding fuel to the fire. The Dark Knight Mother frowned slightly after hearing this. Don't interrupt. Why don't you tell us who will win in the end under the current situation? The Golden Wu Throne glanced at the two speechlessly and reminded them. Isn't that nonsense? The true wizard throne was promoted not long ago. It only possesses the most primitive body of rules. It has not been accumulated or polished. How can it compare to the Golden Throne? Hearing this, the Sea Mother immediately expressed that she was not optimistic about the true wizard throne. That's not necessarily true. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess did not agree with this. What do you mean? The Sea Mother knew that she would not speak without a purpose. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that the wizard's true king body is somewhat profound. The main reason is that the rule power he controls is not ordinary. It should contain a variety of high-level powers, such as soul power, life power, and space power. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess stared at the figure in the mirror, and said slowly. The two people next to her were shocked by her words, and looked at her blankly, as if they wanted to see some traces of lying from her face. The soul power is clearly revealed, and there are also flames, forests, and the movement of the earth, but I didn't find any traces of life power and space power. After a few seconds, the Sea Mother turned her head and stared at the picture in the mirror, saying, This can only explain one thing. He has extraordinary means in fusion and transformation. He can smoothly hide his power, and only show what he wants to show. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess is stronger than the two of them. Naturally, she can see more things. Even if the other party intends to cover up, she can't hide it from her insight. She suddenly thought of the top Earth root on the wizard. Her intuition told her that it had a lot to do with this. What did you think of? Nothing. The two of them started fighting. At this moment, just as the Dark Knight Mother Goddess said, the two people on the top of the cloud started fighting again. The body of the true king is a direct manifestation of the throne's majestic power. The destructiveness is much greater than the state of the two on the ground. When the two move, the sky changes accordingly, like the beginning of a disaster. With a loud bang, the sky seemed to collapse, and a strong storm began to grow. Fortunately, the two were high enough to avoid any adverse impact on the ground. Come again! Ivan shouted with high fighting spirit. Neither side held back much. After one round, he almost knew the difference between the two. The power of rules he controlled was indeed not as much as the opponent's. There was nothing he could do about it. However, the six-phase power he controlled was formed by the fusion of multiple high-level powers, and it was not much less heavy than the opponent. He also had the Dragon Spine Mountain Hammer in his hand, which could take advantage of the medium-level force treasure. Moreover, this was not an ordinary medium-level force treasure. It was also famous in the ancient Dragon Clan, and it was more than enough to bully the opponent's primary-level sword. It was hard not to think of the conferred god battle in the novel, where those disciples relied on magic weapons to teach Master Jinxian a lesson. No wonder Antoinette was obsessed with her musin staff. You bastard wizard, don't push me too far. Stop talking nonsense, you came here on your own. You are just relying on the power of the treasure in your hand. That is also the power of my treasure. The force treasure is tailor-made for the throne and above. It can continue to grow. In the hands of the true king, it can best exert its hidden power. In this regard, the Golden Throne seemed to have suffered a loss. After several rounds of confrontation, he couldn't defeat the opponent for a long time, which made him feel depressed. But he couldn't help but admit that the force treasure is indeed part of their respective strengths. Okay, that's it for today. I recognize your strength. We can have a good talk about the Mondora continent. He suddenly put away the sharp weapon in his hand, and said with a dark face. Hearing this, Ivan couldn't help but look at the Golden Throne opposite in surprise. This guy is something. He can actually swallow this breath directly. Little did he know that in the eyes of the Golden Throne, he had already tested his extraordinary potential, so there was no need to offend him completely. He only lost a little face, which was not worth mentioning before the right and wrong were clear. If he really wanted to offend him to death, the Golden Throne would not have waited for half a year to give him the power to adapt, and would have come right after he was promoted. Chapter 667. In this world where strength is respected, if you want to stand out, fighting with others is the easiest and fastest way. What Ivan revealed in the battle made many people reach a consensus. This boy has extraordinary potential. Some people also coveted the hammer in his hand. Such a medium-level weapon of the original force is too rare, enough to greatly increase one's strength. After this battle, it means that the wizard lineage has successfully appeared, and the momentum of rising is unstoppable, and it has begun to move towards the highest stage of Dan era. From the change in the attitude of the Golden Throne, we can see that this time is completely different from that time. Space teleportation array, great stuff. It was actually created by the true Wizard Throne decades ago. The true Wizard Throne is so talented, I admire him. Build a city? Exchange what we have. Of course I have no objection. Let the people below discuss the specific matters. Just like you said, we will definitely reach a win-win situation, haha. The Golden Throne was invited to the City of Truth, with a gentle attitude, and even his words became nicer. He was the first throne creature to visit the City of Truth. In the final analysis, this is actually closely related to the ecology of Danala. As a large plain, Danala has abundant resources inside, and is completely self-sufficient. In addition, in the anti-invasion war 10,000 years ago, the number of strong people was greatly reduced. Under the urging of the Great Will, the relationship at the top is relatively peaceful. The internal will never take people's lives at will. True Witch Throne, goodbye. Golden Throne, take care, welcome back next time. During the battle between the two, Golden Throne lost face, and was in no mood to stay any longer. After watching the Golden Throne leave the City of Truth, Ivan returned to his residence and handed the Dragon Spine Mountain Pounding Hammer back to Jenny. Jenny hesitated and didn't take it. What's wrong? Take it quickly. I don't want the Dark Knight Mother to come to me for trouble. The Dragon Spine Mountain Pounding Hammer can only exert 1 or 2% of its power in my hand, which is not as useful as the primary force treasure. That's your own business. Anyway, This wizard will not take your things by force. I will go to the Dragon Ancient Ruins in person soon. Jenny remembered the Dark Knight Mother's instructions, otherwise she would have given it to him long ago. Seeing him say this, Jenny put away the dragon spine mountain pounding hammer. Ivan turned around and came to the 9th floor of the Golden Rock Tower. The entire 9th floor is like a small world. Under his influence, the environment is extremely harsh. For most creatures, this is an extreme place full of great crisis. He once again transformed into the body of the true king, like a demon god standing tall, and the surrounding environment changed with it. The higher the level of strength, the further away from the mundane world. Even if I can't help but leak my breath, I just stand here and not move. With the strength of the force field around me, ordinary creatures will be assimilated immediately once they enter the 9th level, and will be irreversibly deformed from the inside to the outside, from the soul to the life. To be completely unaffected, you have to be at least a 2nd level wizard. Ivan stood in the center of the small world, feeling everything on his body carefully, with thoughts flying in his mind. After successfully condensing the throne, everything about him was affected by the power of rules and began to regularize, and his life level had already jumped a big step. The life level far exceeded that of the Void King, which gave him a strong premonition that it would be difficult for him to give birth to offspring through natural reproduction. Fortunately, he already has 3 children, Lulu, Betty, Baby and Belen. Secondly, his lifespan has increased several times. If he does not suffer a disaster, he can live to at least 5,000 years old. In the future, as his body becomes more regular, it can even last for 10,000 years. With such a long life cycle, his descendants may not live longer than him, so it seems less important. The multi-phase power is formed by the fusion of soul, life, space, fire, forest, and earth. It is inseparable. This is the rule of my throne. There is a saying that goes, disaster and fortune depend on each other. From the throne to the supreme, it is necessary to fully comprehend this kind of rule power and reach a certain state. With the thickness and breadth of the multi-phase power, it is not easy. Then, Ivan began to compare the previous battle and summarize the gains and losses. In the small world, the huge body of the true king sometimes changes, sometimes stretches and rises, and finally returns to 66 meters. The true king's body is never the taller the better. It must be comprehensive consumption, agility, dodge and other factors. This is his current optimal height. Time flies, a year and a half has passed. Recently, the wizard world is changing with each passing day, and the whole world is expanding outward at an unconventional speed. One city and one teleportation array, unknowingly, the influence has extended to the west coast of Mondora continent. Tanya, has anything happened recently? A lot of things. Let me tell you an interesting thing. There is a frogman tribe living in the deep swamp, who came to us for refuge. Those guys look very strange, and the way they speak is also quite strange, as if they have not been in contact with foreign races for a long time. Among all of Ivan's wives, there are 3 lord-level creatures. Lelexia is the queen of the Comer Empire, and spends most of her time on the 1st underground floor. Tanya and Angela are in the City of Truth all year round. The former is arranged by him to the Golden Rock Tower to serve as his assistant, while the latter mainly manages all affairs of the outer city Rainbow territory. How strong is it? The leader of the frogmen is at the lord level. Not bad. This is not the most important thing. After accepting their surrender, we found that they are born with good mental power, and are very suitable for practicing our meditation method. The King of 10,000 Trees wants to ask, should we treat them differently, or should we follow the original rules, and grant the wizard a meditation method? Just follow the rules. After hearing Tanya's further explanation, Ivan made a decision immediately. In the last battle, after the wizard regained his footing, alien races came to surrender one after another, and the frogmen were just one of them. For these alien races who surrendered, the wizard was not stingy. Instead, he taught them the meditation method suitable for the alien race with quite loose requirements to help them embark on the path of wizards. In fact, wizards have been working on this matter, and the aliens who had come here before have already received assistance. So far, there are many alien wizards in the wizard world, mostly apprentices, 1st-level wizards, 2nd-level wizards, and there are no 3rd-level alien wizards. Doing so will help increase the wizard's fortune in the way of wizardry. Although the newly joined frogmen are somewhat special, Ivan does not intend to treat them differently. If he really wants to make a fuss, he will have to wait until an alien arcane wizard is born. Okay, I go and inform the King of 10,000 Trees. Wait, Tanya. This wizard will go to the ancient dragon ruins later. Do you want to go with me? Of course I go. Wait for me. I be back soon. Tanya left in a hurry. When she returned a while later, the centaur Angela also came to the Golden Rock Tower, obviously preparing to go to the Dragon Ancient Ruins together. Evan held one of them in each hand, and the three of them turned into a stream of light, and came to the newly built teleportation hall in the inner city. Through space teleportation, passing through several new cities, including Qinglei City and Giantwood City, the three of them easily arrived at Yunкong City, which is located on a high cliff on the west coast, next to Longluo Star Sea. Will we enter Longluo One Island? Yes, after we get something from the Dragon Ancient Ruins, I will find the throne here to talk and finalize this matter. The three of them stood on the wall of Giantwood City, with cliffs below, and could clearly feel the sound of waves hitting the cliffs. Watching the entire Longluo Star Sea from here gives people a different feeling. He, the king of 10,000 trees, has already decided that the first city to be built after entering Longluo Wandao will be named Moyan City, Tanya said with a smile. They are good at saving trouble. Ivan also smiled. This way of naming is more common in the wizard world. If they have passed away, they will directly use the wizard's honorific title like Qinglei City. The current city name can only be said to be temporary, and it will be changed by the younger generation when the time is right. For 5 consecutive days, the three of them stayed in Yunкong City. On the 6th day, Ivan hugged one person on the left and one on the right, and shuttled into the scope of Longluo Star Sea with the power of rules. He did not slow down all the way, and arrived in front of Lungu Ruins in just a few days. Are we there now? It seems not much slower than space transmission. His speed was so fast that Tanya and Angela were speechless. This is the power of rules. When you have a chance to control it, you will experience this wonder. Ivan explained casually, while watching the void portal not far away. Hearing this, Tanya and Angela looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They knew that it was difficult for them to become an ancient king, not to mention that the difficulty was thousands of times greater than the throne level. If they relied on themselves alone, they probably would not have a chance in this life. Tanya thought of something and looked at Ivan, wanting to say something but stopping. You can say whatever you want in front of me. Are you afraid that I will blame you? Ivan turned his head and looked at her lovingly. I want to join the Black Star Army. Tanya said what she was thinking. The reason why she had this idea was mainly because she saw the development of the Black Star Army. In the past few years, Yunyu and Siling became level 5 ancient kings one after another, which really gave her a lot of stimulation. Angela, what about you? Do you have the same idea? Ivan noticed the burning gaze on the other side and asked. Yeah, I think the same as Tanya. Miss Centaur nodded repeatedly. Thanks to the secret method of giving birth to all things, the strength of the Black Star Army members will increase as Ivan's strength increases. This way of practicing that can lie flat is an irresistible temptation for any ambitious creature. The two of them are naturally not immune. Is it not possible? Tanya looked at a wizard eagerly, her eyes rolling. If I remember correctly, you didn't think so before, Ivan said. Huh? The past was the past, and now is now. Who made your strength grow so rapidly? I changed my mind. Of course, there is no problem. Let's talk about it, after we return to the City of Truth. Faced with the two people's prayers, Ivan did not refuse, but he still had some concerns in his heart. 3 life, and all things have inherited some of the characteristics of the Scarlet Will. Once the secret method is used, it actually establishes a subordinate relationship, and will be more or less affected by his will. Otherwise, his consciousness would not be able to descend into the bodies of the members of the Black Star Army. The two are currently his wives. After joining the Black Star Army, this relationship will change, and he can't help but think about it. It's a deal. Hearing his affirmative answer, Tanya and Angela smiled at each other, obviously not on impulse. Seeing this, Ivan said no more. Let's go, and take a look inside. He took the lead in flying towards the void portal of the Dragon Ancient Ruins. His figure flashed, and he reached a very high position. Tanya and Angela had fighting wings behind them, and they soared into the sky. Not long after, the three of them each chose a position and sank into the void. This is the power of the rules of the chaotic world. So that's it. The Dragon Ancient Ruins is a place similar to the small chaos world. Ivan was different from Jenny. He did not lose his mind when he passed through the portal. He also discovered that it was another place affected by the power of the chaotic world. Thinking of Dinara's characteristics, he had the ability to accommodate other powers for his own use. He was relieved and did not explore more. He came to the interior of the Dragon Ancient Ruins like a drifter. The situation was indeed different from the place Jenny arrived. Instead, it felt like he had arrived in the small chaos world. The surroundings were white, and there was a dense cloud layer under his feet, and smoke was rippling above the clouds. I always feel like I'm in the wrong place. Ivan noticed something and raised his eyebrows. At this point, he couldn't just leave without doing anything. He stepped on the clouds and flew in the direction of the feeling. Sure enough, after he went a distance, he saw something in the distance. A floating giant banner was more than 1,000 meters high. There were various types of dragons embroidered on the banner, and the whole was filled with a strong ancient atmosphere. It's so direct, it's actually a place where treasures are passed down. Anyway, pick up the treasure first. The situation was so different that Ivan was a little confused. It would definitely be right to get the thing first. But things were not so easy. As he approached quickly, the giant banner fluttered wantonly, and the dragons on the banner became lifelike and began to swim. Soon, the dragon roar sounded deafening. The banner shone brightly, and dragons broke free from it, soaring around, tumbling up and down, blocking his way with their huge dragon bodies. You can't stop me with just you. Seeing this, Ivan looked calm, and transformed himself into the body of the true king. Although his body was still smaller than the dragon opposite, he was not as small as before. He killed them with his bare hands as the true king. This action caused the dragons to become restless, and they rushed towards him one by one. He rushed forward, punching left and right, one dragon at a time, and killed them all the way to the middle. Along the way, no dragon could stop him, even if the dragons cooperated properly. When he came to the foot of the vertical pole of the giant banner, the dragons around him, who were unwilling to give in, returned to the banner. He turned back into a human again. Ahem, it would be better if it could be smaller. Looking at the sky-supporting pillar in front of him, he thought of something and muttered as he leaned closer. As a result, nothing happened. Ivan smiled awkwardly, sat down quietly beside him, and refined it in the same way as refining a forced treasure. Chapter 668. In the ruins of the ancient dragon, a tall figure walked out of the portal of nothingness, and landed on the ground lightly with 4 legs. Seeing this, another figure waiting outside the gate hurried to meet him. Angela, you are out. What did you get? It's just SOSO. I searched for a long time in there, and searched back and forth several times, and only found a long spear. Angela did not hide it. With a flip of her white wrist, a 3-meter-long spear appeared in her hand. The tip of the spear was shining with cold light, and it was obviously a powerful weapon. Tanya judged that this was a half-forced treasure. From what she said, the force contained should not be much. What about you? Angela asked back. Like you, it seems that we are all unlucky people. Tanya did not hide it either. With a soft hand, a thin sword appeared out of thin air, which was also a half-forced treasure of very ordinary quality. It was obvious that neither of them was satisfied. If other people heard what the two said, they would definitely roll their eyes. You know, it is normal to enter the dragon ancient ruins and explore without gaining anything. Their strength is at the Lord level, and the semi-forced treasure is the most suitable weapon. The current situation can be said to complement each other. In the final analysis, the two of them often accompany the true wizard throne, and their vision has long been raised, so they have the confidence to look down on this spear and sword. If it were other lords, they would probably be so happy that they don't know where to go. Is Ivan not out yet? He will come out soon, and he will definitely have a lot of gains. As a native creature of Danila, each person has 3 opportunities to enter inside, and each entry cannot last more than 1 month. Today is the last day of the 3 people's exploration. The two believed that their husbands would have extraordinary gains. After waiting for a while, Ivan walked out of the door slowly. Seeing the two, he couldn't help but smile. How is it? The harvest is not bad. The two stepped closer and asked impatiently. Not bad. Can I take a look, just one look? Of course, no problem. Let you open your eyes. Seeing the two looking straight at him, Ivan was happy to show it, a 100-dragon banner. It turned out that the giant banner that was hundreds of feet high was less than 3 meters long at this time, and the banner was embroidered with a vivid picture of a giant dragon. Compared to the dragon spine mountain-pounding hammer in Ginny's hand, it's better than the other. Hearing his words, Tanya and Angela were very happy for him. But the two didn't hear that there was clearly something else in his words. It was true that the current 100-dragon banner was a medium-level forced treasure, but its real name was the 10,000-dragon banner. The 10,000-dragon banner is actually a special high-grade forced treasure, which will reveal different powers depending on his strength. He is now at the level of entering the throne, and the 10,000-dragon banner can only unlock a part of its power, which is equivalent to a medium-level forced treasure. If we really compare them, the quality is temporarily not as good as the Dragon Spine Mountain Smasher, but the power it can exert in his hands is comparable. The specifics need further testing. Let's come back in 50 years. Tanya said again. Okay. Ivan agreed. He actually had a hunch that he had the 10,000 dragon banner, which was obtained by inheritance, and he might not get what he wanted next time. However, he was willing to accompany the two of them for a walk, just for the time being. Ginny said there's a big market nearby. Let's go for a walk, he suggested. Okay. Tanya and Angela agreed. Speaking of which, there should be a lot of scoundrels around here. Why don't they bother us? The three of them walked to the other side. Angela suddenly said something when she thought of something. It doesn't matter who we came with. Who has the guts to bother us? Tanya replied with a smile. The dragon ancient ruins are unique. People who do no-cost business around here are usually more discerning. In the past period of time, the wizard made such a big noise that the news had spread all over the Dragon Luo Star Sea. The appearance of the true wizard throne was also imprinted in the eyes of many people, making people remember it so as not to accidentally provoke this untouchable wizard. At this time, naturally no one would be blind enough to cause trouble. Half a month later, Ivan and May arrived at the area controlled by the giant lineage, near an island called Golden Island, and he did not continue to move forward. Speaking of which, there is an old acquaintance here. Bang! Before he could wait for long, a figure controlled the power of rules, and fell heavily on the sea. This man was more than 6 meters tall, with an unusually burly body, wearing a fur, with eyes like copper, and surrounded by wild air. At first glance, he was a man who was good at fighting. Are you the true wizard throne from the east? That's right, this wizard has the audacity to come here to disturb the Wild Hammer throne today, and these two are my wives. The reason why Ivan thought the other party was an old acquaintance was that the Wild Hammer throne had set its sights on the Dragon Spine Mountain Smasher, forcing Ginny to hide in the underground world for a long time. You still know how to be presumptuous? The Wild Hammer throne spoke in a harsh voice. Let's fight first and speak with strength. Don't you want to ask me the purpose of my coming this time? Ivan frowned. It couldn't be more obvious. If you can't let me be satisfied with your strength, I will agree to let your wizards build a city on Long Luo 1 Island and help you tell the other thrones. The Wild Hammer throne seemed to be a reckless person, but in fact, he was very thoughtful, and said what he wanted in one sentence. Okay, I don't need to go to each one of them. Having said that, Ivan had no reason to disagree. As far as he knew, in addition to himself, there were a total of 4 thrones on the surface, 3 of whom were stationed in Long Luo Star Sea all year round, and 2 of them were from the lineage of giants. With the guarantee of the Wild Hammer throne, a lot of trouble could be saved. Straightforward. Seeing that he agreed, the Wild Hammer throne grinned and flew into the sky first. Evan, be careful. I'll be back soon. Evan nodded to the 2 beauties who were looking at him with concern, and then soared into the sky, flying to the cloud-topped sky tens of thousands of meters high. Only there could the throne fight freely. He soon caught up with the Wild Hammer throne, and the 2 stood on both sides. True witch throne, you don't want to be treated like a monkey, right? The Wild Hammer throne didn't rush to take action, but meant something. What do you mean? Do you dare to follow me outside to fight? Nothing is too much. Evan took a deep look at the giant on the ground, thought about it, and still didn't refuse. Great. I'm determined to make you my friend. The Wild Hammer throne said with a smile, and he waved his hand and opened a space portal on one side. He flew in first. Ivan followed him with a lot of complaints, wondering if this guy was looking for a chance to snatch the Dragon Spine Mountain pounding hammer. Soon, the 2 appeared outside the Danila Plain, in the vast river of the Star Realm, revealing the body of the true king who looked like a god or demon. Where is your hammer? The Wild Hammer throne standing on the right couldn't help but shout. His true king body was 100 meters tall, with 2 heads and 4 arms, golden horns on his head, hideous animal heads on his shoulders, and a row of bone spurs on his arms, and the whole body was like an iron pier. The wild aura was fully revealed. Compared with him, the true king body on the left was much more restrained. He wore a black robe, white hair like insect whiskers, a pair of slender and sharp palms, and held a dragon banner in his hand. I put it at home. Ivan saw the other party staring at the dragon banner in his hand, and his huge eyes showed a trace of disappointment. He didn't care much and responded casually. Put it at home? Wild Hammer was amused by this and shouted, What is your relationship with the Earth Core Vein? He remembered that the hammer belonged to the Earth Core Vein, and it appeared in the hands of the wizard for some reason last time. It's a very complicated relationship, and it can't be explained in a few words. Then I will fight until you explain it clearly. Just come at me. Ivan was not afraid, he just wanted to verify the power of the 10,000 dragon banner. Wild Hammer throne is worthy of being a hammer lover. There is a hammer in each of his 4 hands, a pair of long hammers, and a pair of short hammers, all of which are primary force treasures of extraordinary quality. The two approached each other, and wherever they passed, the space rippled, the storm rose suddenly, and there was endless chaos. The wild hammer thrown came with exceptionally ferocious force. 1 long hammer for gravity, 1 long hammer for destruction, 1 short hammer for the wind, and 1 short hammer for thunder. The 4 strong hammers covered the sky and smashed towards the other side. Ivan only had 1 banner in his hand, and the 10,000 dragon banner continued to extend, carrying multi-phase power and thrusting forward. Come on! Seeing the wizard on the opposite side going straight ahead, the hideous smile on the face of the wild hammer thrown became even stronger, and the beast heads on his shoulders exhaled loudly, smashing down with more brutal force. 4 hammers hit 1 banner. The 10,000 dragon banner fluttered, accompanied by the faint sound of dragon roars, making the power that came down like a drop in the ocean, sinking without a trace in an instant. Not only that, the boundless power carried by the dragon banner was transmitted through the 4 hammers. What kind of banner is this? The smile on the face of the wild hammer thrown froze, and the next second, he was knocked back by the 10,000 dragon banner, away from a distance, and even a large part of his iron-like body collapsed. Yes. Ivan did not stop, and took a big step forward, using the 10,000 dragon banner as a spear, and thrust forward again. The wild hammer thrown quickly intercepted him. Even though he had 4 hammers in his hand, he could not change the fact that his power had strangely disappeared, and he was beaten back again. True witch thrown, what kind of banner is in your hand? The wild hammer thrown was not a person who gave up easily. He kept trying various methods, but was beaten back step by step, which made him very angry. The banner on the opposite side was too strange, making him feel like he had encountered a nemesis, with all his strength but unable to exert it. Dragon banner. On the contrary to him, Ivan was more and more satisfied the more he fought. This 10,000 dragon banner was really amazing. Not only did it carry the power of 100 dragons, but it also had the ability to control everything, crush everything, and tear apart time and space. It was worthy of being the sacred weapon of the ancient dragon clan. The dragon spine mountain smashing hammer was far inferior to it. Dragon stuff? No wonder you don't like it. The wild hammer thrown knew it in his heart. He was afraid that it was obtained from the ancient dragon ruins. Thinking of this, he was even more angry, and had to teach the wizard on the opposite side a lesson. Afterwards, the two fought fiercely. Stop, the wild hammer, admit defeat. After a fierce battle, the wild hammer was taught a lesson and lost his temper. Under the inexplicable suppression of the dragon flag on the opposite side, he became a beaten existence from beginning to end. If his own foundation was not much higher than the opponent, he might have been severely injured on the spot. The situation was one-sided, he was powerless to turn the tide, and it was meaningless to continue fighting. What did you promise me? Ivan knew the principle of stopping when he was ahead. 1 spit and 1 nail, you wizards can just enter Long Luowan Island. If there is any problem, I will personally deal with it. The wild hammer thrown said in a muffled voice. Okay, you are really a good friend, Ivan said. Hearing this, the wild hammer choked. He had hit him so many times, but he had not successfully fought back once. How can you make friends like this? However, the words came from his mouth, and it was difficult to refute now. Don't worry, this battle is known to heaven and earth, you and me, and I will never tell anyone. Seeing his ugly face, Ivan emphasized. You don't need to be kind. The wild hammer became more and more depressed. In short, that's it, it's settled. It's up to you. Being beaten up by a newcomer, the wild hammer thrown certainly had no light on his face. It would not sound good if it were spread out, so he acquiesced to this statement. He then realized that the person on the other side was probably worried that his dragon flag would be exposed. What a cunning guy. Soon, the two returned to the interior of Danila and appeared near the Golden Light Island. How is it? You are not injured? Tanya and Angela quickly came over and looked him up and down. Seeing that he was the same as before, without any scars, they still couldn't help but worry. What's the matter? I was just sparring with the wild hammer thrown, so of course we should stop at a certain point. Ivan smiled faintly. That's good. The two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were familiar with Ivan, and they knew he was not at a disadvantage by looking at the smile on his face. True witch throne, do you want to visit my territory? The wild hammer throne asked. Next time. Ivan knew that the other party was being polite, and he didn't go to make him feel unhappy. Sure enough, after hearing Ivan's answer, the wild hammer throne left without looking back. He was able to wait until now Because of the previous sentence, I have made friends with you. Ivan didn't care that there was no one to act as a guide. In the following days, he took the two beauties to wander around the long Luostar Sea. Compared with wizards, the strength and foundation of the giant lineage are much deeper. They are worthy of being able to defeat the dragon race in ancient times and directly wipe out the dragon race. Unfortunately, the giant race itself was also crippled and has not yet revived to its heyday. Even so, the giant lineage is still one of the most prosperous forces in Danila, and only one or two forces can compare with it, comparable to the Earth Core lineage. Not long after, Ivan and the other two returned to the wizard world. Since their return, wizards have begun to enter the long Luostar Sea with great fanfare, building cities on some suitable islands and setting up space teleportation, so that the sphere of influence extends to the ocean, which can be said to cover the entire surface of the Earth. With the convenience of the teleportation array, it is not only convenient for wizards themselves, but also for other races. You should know that Long Luostar Sea has never been a peaceful place. The scattered islands are like wide lands. There are fierce sea beasts in every place in the ocean outside the land, and there are also maritime disasters that may arise at any time. Most races welcome the arrival of wizards. In this way, under the leadership of the true wizard throne, the wizard world is more prosperous day by day, and its foundation is becoming more and more profound. Chapter 669. City of Truth, Core of the Witch King, Number 1 Golden Lock Tower. After many years, Ivan got in touch with Antoinette and Mavis, who were far away in the fairy plane. True Witch Throne. Your title is very casual. The fairy plane is where I was born and raised. What problems can there be on our side? The problems are those who dare to provoke me. You may not think that those guys are very cowardly. Some of them came to kneel and apologize without me knocking on the door. Vigidina? That bitch is hiding. I haven't found her yet. When I have definite news, I will tear her into pieces. You are such a cruel man. You just abandoned Mavis and ignored her for many years. I feel sorry for her. Now, he and Antoinette are equally powerful, and at the same throne level. Otherwise, how can they easily have a conversation when they are separated by billions of miles? Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for decades, the Spring Lady had become more legendary, and her words were full of venom. On the contrary, Mavis, who had a closer relationship with him, had been standing quietly beside him, watching him with a faint smile, and 1,000 words seemed to be contained in this one look. It doesn't matter, improving strength is important. Hearing Antoinette mention her, Mavis spoke softly. Yeah, there is a long time to come, and there will be a chance to meet again. Ivan nodded slightly. You? Forget it, I don't want to bother with your business, so as not to make me unhappy on both sides. Antoinette glared at the person next to her, and muttered with some dissatisfaction. So, your beloved Musen staff has not been found yet? What do you think? That bitch is so good at hiding. I suspect someone is covering for her. Don't let me know who it is, or I beat him up so hard that he regret coming to this world. That's a pity. I also want to use my newly acquired 10,000 dragon banner to compete with your Musen staff. In front of the void light curtain, Ivan took out a treasure banner as if no one was around, waved it at the two of them a few times, and a series of space ripples appeared around. What kind of person is Antoinette? With her extraordinary eyesight, how could she not see the extraordinariness of this treasure banner? You are ridiculous. Looking at someone who seemed calm on the surface, but actually didn't know how proud he was, she roared in a rage. Think about her. She is a dignified goddess of the 4 seasons, born with a divine spirit and born rich. She has never been despised in terms of treasures. This dogman might have forgotten the soul tower he gave away. Just wait, the next time we meet, I will let you know the consequences of bad mouthing. Antoinette left angrily. Gone? Ivan didn't care about it. Someone had been occupying the void light curtain and acting as a light bulb here. Mavis smiled but said nothing. Ivan knew that the maintenance of the void light curtain required Antoinette's power. It was unrealistic to drive her away completely. She was probably secretly watching this place. He ignored these and stayed close to Mavis for a while to ease the longing for her for many years. How about coming to my side? Ivan, we agreed before that I would not go anywhere and would stay by Antoinette's side. Okay, let's talk about the goddess of spring. She looks worried. Something is happening over there, right? After a while, he brought the topic back to Antoinette. Antoinette gave him a feeling that something was wrong today. Thinking of Enchichi and the decline of the 4 Seasons Goddess clan, he had a vague bad guess in his heart. Yeah. Mavis hesitated for a few seconds and nodded slightly. Don't worry about my business. A voice came from a distance. As I said, there is a long time to come. You must not lose your sense of proportion or act rashly. When Ivan thought of the situation in the fairy plane, his heart was a little heavy, and he didn't have any good response plan. That's it. When I find that bitch and get my muse and staff back, we will contact each other. The next second, Antoinette cut off the connection between the two without saying anything, and the void-like curtain that had been floating in front disappeared. Ivan shook his head slightly, thinking to himself that Antoinette's promotion to the supreme realm was probably hanging. The lineage of the fourth-level goddesses is a noble lady born to inherit the destiny of heaven. When the first generation of goddesses came, the goddess of 4 seasons was the actual master of the Emerald Spirit realm. The second generation of goddesses also controlled part of the power of the 4 seasons, just as Antoinette could control the power of spring. At present, Antoinette should be the only one left in the goddess clan. Even she was attacked before, which means that someone is collecting the power of the 4 seasons in the plane and does not allow others to occupy it. And if you want to reach the supreme realm, you must thoroughly understand a certain rule. In Antoinette's case, I am afraid that someone will not allow it, and I am even more afraid that someone will secretly attack her when she is promoted to the supreme realm. The consequences will be unpredictable at that time. In short, the situation in the fairy plane is very strange, like an unsolvable knot. On this day, Ivan received a notice that he needed to go to the underground world to meet a big shot. It is rumored that there are 4 floors in the underground world. There are also rumors that there are 5 floors in the underground world, and there are also rumors that there are 6, 7, 8, and 9 floors. It is impossible for people who have not been to the center of the earth to get the correct answer. Before leaving, he tried to contact Meg of the Qing Song throne, and Meg responded in seconds and expressed her willingness to act as a guide for him. True Witch Throne, haha, I knew you could do it. It's fate, thank you for taking the time to accompany me. We are old friends, why are you talking about this? Ivan met Meg on the 3rd floor of the underground world, still the same, treating people sincerely. Let's go quickly, don't let the ancient ancestor wait for a long time. Meg pointed the way in front, motioning him to hurry up. The person he was going to meet this time was very unusual. It was said that he was the guardian closest to the mother of all things, and his strength was the best in the entire plane, so the two of them could not afford to be negligent. As for the underground world as a whole, there is a more distinct characteristic. The deeper you go, the darker it gets, and it can suppress the light emitted by the sun of the sun within a narrower range. The 4th floor is dimmer than the 3rd floor. The 5th floor is dimmer than the 4th floor. The 6th floor is dimmer than the 5th floor. Under Meg's guidance, they came all the way to the 6th floor underground. The surroundings were pitch black, which seemed particularly depressing and cold. Even the 2 people who were the thrones felt a lot of discomfort, as if they had entered a dark deep-sea cage. Ivan, I can't accompany you. This is your first time here. You must rely on your own strength to get to the front of the ancestor of the Dark Mountain. This is the rule. When the 2 of them went down to the 6th floor, Meg left him and fled alone. Ivan sensed it, chose a direction, and walked forward step by step in the dark. It stands to reason that with his level of strength and strong perception, no matter where he came, he would not be able to see the things around him, but he did it here. I'm afraid it's not just a show of strength. He knew in his heart that after all, no matter how much he suppressed, he could not stop a person who controlled the power of rules. The other party set up a formation, which should be a warning to the new throne. Don't show off when I'm here. No sight. No sound. No perception. Only silence lasts forever. In this place, all he has is a keen instinct and heart perception. He crossed a long distance with 1 step. He didn't know how far he walked before he stopped. The surroundings suddenly became bright, and figures emerged from not far ahead. There were quite a few of them, and there were familiar people among them. Ivan Marichatin greets you and pays my highest respects to you, the great ancestor of the Dark Mountain. Ivan passed by these people, and hurriedly saluted to the front. There was a dark black mountain there, and even the site of it was quickly plundered. It was not anything else, but the ancestor of the Dark Mountain, who was going to meet this time, an 8th level ancestor, and should be the strongest creature in Danera. True Wizard Throne, no need for courtesy. That day, I heard your declaration on the throne that you were willing to protect Danera with your body. This is very good. I hope you can do what you say. Accompanied by the voice, Ivan was supported by an inexplicable force. At the same time, a dark yellow scroll with ancient sound and color floated down from above. The scroll landed lightly in front of him, slowly left, and revealed the content on it. The scroll was written with a covenant, the Danera Watch Covenant. Yuan must practice what he preaches. Ewan had heard from Meg on the way that the throne was too destructive, and could easily change the world and kill tens of thousands of creatures with a flip of the palm, so a covenant was needed to constrain it. As a native creature, when the Danera plane encountered a crisis, it also needed to stand up and protect it. He did not reject such a watch covenant. After glancing at the content above, he left his mark. You guys chat. The covenant scroll flew back along the Black Mountain. Meg also introduced the character of this ancient ancestor of the Dark Mountain. He was a man who didn't like to show up, and was taciturn. The mountain over there was the body of the ancient ancestor. Ewan gestured respectfully, and didn't say anything more. Then, he looked at the others. These people came to witness, and were considered part of the ceremony. They were all people at the throne level and above. In fact, they could come or not. There were 9 people this time. True Wizard Throne, I heard that you beat up that kid Wildhammer. Seeing him looking over, one of the dark and hard giants spoke. Supreme Iron Sky, this wizard is polite. Ivan was not sure what the giant supreme meant. Logically, the Wildhammer throne would not tell others about the loss of face. I know the character of that kid Wildhammer. He is thinking about the hammer in your hand. If he had not lost the fight and lost sincerely, he would definitely not choose to compromise, haha. Supreme Iron Sky seemed to guess what he was thinking and said indifferently, Iron Sky, the hammer belongs to a junior of mine. Tell the Wildhammer throne to give up that idea. If you have the ability, go to the ruins of the ancient dragon to find it yourself. Hearing this, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess on the side spoke. Aren't you embarrassing me? The damned dragon ancient ruins have been targeting our giant lineage. Iron Sky Supreme said indignantly. You defeated the Dragon Clan, so it's normal for the Dragon Clan to have resentment. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess pointed out. The ancient Dragon Clan is good at collecting treasures and refining treasures. Most of the high-quality force treasures in the Dragon Ancient Ruins are left by the Dragon Clan. Given the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Giant Clan, these treasures naturally cannot fall into the hands of the giant lineage. This led to the fact that the Dragon Ancient Ruins were clearly in the Long Luo Star Sea and nominally belonged to the giants, but they could not bring any good things out of the Dragon Ancient Ruins, and could only watch others return with full loads. No need for you to remind me. The Iron Sky Throne gestured to the few people and strode away. I heard from Ginny that you went to the Dragon Ancient Ruins. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess then said to Ivan. Yes, just half a year ago. Ivan nodded. Why don't you take it out for us to see? The Dark Knight Mother said very impolitely. Real Wizard Throne, you won't hide it, right? The Sea Mother on the side teased. As soon as the two said this, everyone's eyes turned to Ivan. They all heard what the Supreme Iron Sky said just now. Although the Wildhammer Throne has a strange temperament, its strength should not be underestimated. As a result, the Wildhammer Throne was defeated by this wizard, which is very likely related to the treasure he brought out from the ruins of the ancient dragon. Nothing to see. Ivan was a smart man. He shook the thing in his hand for a while, and then took it back. Others only saw a stick. Everyone had nothing to say after seeing it. Under Meg's enthusiastic introduction, Ivan introduced everyone present and understood the overall structure of Danila. There were 1 ancestor, 4 supremes, and 16 thrones. Among these people, there are the Earth Core, giants, deep sea, and creatures from other races. Excluding the Dark Mountain ancestor, the Earth Core is the most powerful. To be honest, for a large plane, such a power ratio is not really powerful. Fortunately, Danera is a plane that is very good at defense. Remember, that hammer can only belong to Jenny. If you dare to think about it, I will not be polite to you. Before leaving, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess emphasized. Ivan looked at her speechlessly. It was just borrowed once. Wasn't he the kind of person who thought about the things of the clone? He really wanted to throw the 10,000 dragon banner in front of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. However, he wisely did not do so. The other party was someone who knew the ranking of dragon treasures. Maybe he could recognize the 10,000 dragon banner. This would not be worth the loss. After watching the others leave one by one, Ivan and Meg finally said goodbye to the Dark Mountain ancestor. True Wizard Throne, this is a gift from the mother of all things. The two had not walked a few steps when Ivan suddenly had something in his hand, a black treasure box. He heard the words of the ancient ancestor of the Dark Mountain, but Meg knew nothing about it. What's wrong? It's okay, let's go back quickly. When Meg looked back, Ivan had put away the treasure box in his hand. His face remained unchanged, but his heart was a little heavy. The mother of all things has always been selfless, and would not give anything for no reason. If she gave something, it meant that she had a request. Ivan thought of the wizard's mission at the first time. Now that he has become the first true king wizard, the mission must be handed over to him. Although he had expected that this day would come sooner or later, when the heavy responsibility fell into his hands, he still felt it was difficult. The Abyss Plane, the Devil Clan, the natural enemy, I hope it is within the scope of ability. Chapter 670. Wizard Ivan, come and sit with me. You can't refuse. Of course, I also want to see where you choose. A familiar place. Faced with Meg's enthusiastic invitation, Ivan was a little anxious, but he didn't refuse. In the past, Meg's wish was to go down along the underground world until he found the throne in his imagination. He did it, and became the Chingsong throne in one fell swoop. He has been to the entire underground world, except for the places that he can't reach. Now, Meg has settled down in the third floor of the underground world. The third underground floor is vast and boundless, and the area is not necessarily narrower than that of Mondora continent. The energy particles here contain a wild atmosphere. The life is mainly strange beasts, and there are many strange beast lords and ancient kings. Compared with the second floor, the first floor seems more chaotic here, and killings happen from time to time. When they came here, they were very careful, fearing that they would provoke some vicious beast king. Now, wherever they passed, no matter what kind of vicious beasts, they dared not move at all. We are here. Do you feel familiar? So this is the place. The two of them cut through the space and landed on the ground. This is a plane located on the high ground, not far from the entrance to the second underground floor. It is the place where Mr. Clement built the inheritance secret realm. The high plain that was once ordinary has now become lush and green, with giant trees and vines everywhere, and many sunbirds perched in the sky, and the warm sunshine is shining everywhere. Lord Chingsong, you are back. This is my good friend, the True Witch Throne. Greetings, Master True Witch. Meg did not build a city here. The high plains retain their most primitive appearance. There are countless creatures living there, especially tree people. It is obvious that they are creatures who came here after he ascended the throne. As the two approached, the creatures around them greeted them. Please come in. At Meg's cordial invitation, Ivan came to the center of the high plains. There was another world in the center, which separated it from the endless jungle outside. How is it? No wonder you chose this place to settle down. It turns out that there are many beautiful ladies hiding here. Ha ha, they are friends I met during my adventure. They all like to be quiet, and don't like to move. It's more peaceful here than outside. Although the number of races in Danila is not as many as in the fairy plain, there are also tens of billions. Various strange creatures are everywhere, such as flower elves transformed from exotic flowers and plants, butterfly fairies transformed from bees and butterflies, and so on. The main part of Meg's world is a land of hundreds of flowers, which has housed many creatures similar to flower fairies, two of which are ancient kings. Of course, this is not worth Ivan's surprise. What surprised him was that there was a divine aura of the inherited secret realm around, as if it was the power of time. It was obvious that Meg had transferred the power that Mr. Clement had arranged here. Based on this alone, this is a good place. Ivan did not hesitate to praise him. Hearing the compliments of her friend, Meg was very happy. The two talked for most of the day, talking about the underground world, the surface, and the outside of the plane, etc. Meg, do you know the nearby Thrill Paradise? Ivan suddenly asked. I know, I've visited them, but they don't welcome outsiders, so I didn't really go in. Meg said a little depressed. The thrilling paradise is not far away, so it can be said that they are neighbors. With his personality of being willing to make friends, he went to say hello. Unfortunately, the other party didn't like his arrival, so he was helpless. Julia and others are actually quite hospitable, and there are many of your kind in them. They are pure in nature and easier to contact and get along with than ordinary creatures. I sensed it, but the situation is clearly different from what you said. That's because you didn't find the right way. You have to sing and dance with them and blend in. That's the rule of the thrilling paradise, and even Julia and others can't violate it. Back then, Ivan obtained the flame throne from Mr. Clement's secret realm. After coming out of the secret realm, he was chased by 3 ancient kings of alien races. He fled all the way and hid in the thrilling paradise at the critical moment. In Thrill Paradise, he met friends with the Golden War Drum, and got to know Julia, the Moonlight Dancer, and others. With the help of these people, he was able to free himself from the endless pursuit. Thinking about it now, he sighed in his heart. So that's how it is. They are really a group of lovely people. I kind of want to meet them. After listening to his introduction, Meg looked enlightened. How about I introduce you to them? Ivan said. Now? It's better to do it today than today. Then let's go. As soon as they said it, the two left the Clement Forest and flew to the other side of the third underground floor. Under the influence of the power of rules, their speed was beyond the reach of ordinary creatures. After a while, the two arrived at a special rift jungle. The two sides of the rift were full of silver-white stones, and the jungle below was very lush, not inferior to the Clement Forest. There were also colorful dust powders floating in the rift, and there were things like poison bubbles and mucus, densely packed. This is the shutter paradise that people avoid. There are more sunbirds above than there are in my place. Meg sighed as she stood on the steep cliff. It can be seen that the light in the rift is extremely sufficient, but it does not seem hot, and the sunlight is rather soft. It is caused by the special environment, Ivan said. The sun and moon in the paradise change very frequently, and if the number of sunbirds is small, it will not create that effect. With a panoramic view of the entire paradise, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He frowned slightly. What's wrong? Meg said in surprise. Think of something. Have you learned about the Ash Plane? Ivan did not hide it. You mean Thriller Paradise? Meg knew that he would not ask this question for no reason. After thinking carefully, she thought of the reason why he mentioned this point. Daenerys himself has the ability to use the power of other planes for his own use. Trembling Paradise to the Ash Plane, thinking carefully, the two do have something in common. Once you are in it, you can silently drain the power of others until it is exhausted, including those invisible fortunes and vital vitality. But there are also many incompatible places. Let's go, I introduce you to my friends. Okay. There is no point in thinking too much. The two of them jumped down and flew into the Great Rift Valley at a leisurely pace. Julia, an old friend is visiting, please come out to meet him. Before Paradise showed hostility, Ivan's voice was transmitted to the depths of the Rift Valley. Wizard Ivan? Nicole, long time no see. After entering the Great Rift Valley, Ivan did not find the breath of Julia and others. He did not deliberately sense the entire paradise. After all, it would be impolite to do so. A petite figure came up to him. Although she looked frail, she was actually an ancient king. Nicole was shy and didn't like to talk. Ivan knew her, but he was not very familiar with her. Yes, it's been nearly 100 years. Hearing his words, Nicole responded with a little melancholy. Are you all okay? Why don't I see Julia, Charles, and the others? Aren't they all here? Ivan didn't see anyone else appear for a long time, and couldn't help asking. Yeah, they all left the paradise. Oh, where did they go? I don't know, Julia didn't say, Charles didn't say, I don't know. Nicole paused and waved her hand in a panic. She looked like a person who was not good at lying. So, they all left, and now you are the only one in charge of the park? Ivan did not expose him. Yeah. Seeing him talking about other things, Nicole secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I came here for no other reason. I want to introduce you to a friend who is also your neighbor in the park. You should have heard of his name, Meg Clement Alsop. Ivan pointed at Meg and introduced her. The reason why he brought Meg here was, of course, that he hoped that Meg would protect Julia and others. Since they were neighbors, it would be more convenient to take care of them, and it would be a piece of cake for Meg. Are you the Azure Throne? Nicole paused again, and after reacting, she hurriedly greeted him. It's me. I live in Clement Forest not far away over there. You can visit me more often when you have time. Meg herself was a person without airs, not to mention that she had Ivan's face. Wait, Wizard Ivan, you are not the real Wizard Throne, are you? Nicole looked at the two people in front of her, and suddenly remembered another throne that announced to the entire plane, and asked with wide eyes. Of course, the news in your paradise is too slow. Ivan stared at her speechlessly. He should have thought of this kind of thing earlier. Sorry, I'm rude. Nicole's face flashed a blush. Fortunately, she remembered that she was now at the head of the paradise. My lords, please ask me to come. You are still polite, don't worry, Meg is not a person who values etiquette. Meg secretly told Ivan that Nicole's body is a plant similar to mimosa, and she is sensitive by nature. When the two were guests in the paradise, Nicole clearly had something in her heart, and she was not in a good mood until the two walked out of the trembling paradise, and she didn't mention anything. In this situation, Ivan couldn't help even if he wanted to. Finally, when he parted with Meg, Ivan asked him to look after the paradise, and Meg readily agreed. By the way, I was chased by those 3 shameless old guys, and suffered a lot along the way. I haven't repaid this friendship yet. After sending Meg away, Ivan sneered. At the beginning, he was just a 4th-level arcane wizard, and was chased by 3 5th-level ancient kings, including the 2-headed poisonous dragon the Snakeman Ancient King, and the Blood Elf King. The three of them frequently joined forces along the way, forcing him to flee to the unknown Trembling Paradise. He always remembered the embarrassing situation at that time. It's time to get it back. Creatures at the throne and above need to be bound by the Watch Covenant and must not commit murders in vain, but they have never been prevented from taking revenge. Since he was revisiting the old place, there were some things he had to deal with. The two-headed poisonous dragon lived on the 3rd floor. The 3rd underground floor was vast and boundless, and it was not easy to find someone, but he knew where to go. A stream of light passed through the dark underground world. Half a day later, he came to an extremely hot place. There was a boiling lava lake in front of him. He could clearly hear the sound of hot air coming out, and the flow and collision of hot air also produced lightning. He slowly landed on the fiery red shore, and saw a huge head coming out of the lava, staring at him intently. True Witch Throne, what are you doing in my territory? I want to find trouble with a two-headed poisonous dragon, so I came here to say hello to you, Flame Dragon Throne. In the lava lake lived a giant flame dragon, which was said to be not a pure dragon, but an elemental creature with a more violent temperament. Before, the Flame Dragon Throne did not go to the 6th underground floor to bear witness. Ivan was not sure whether the giant dragon in front of him would give him face. Did that guy Lu Long offend you? A flame spurted out of the nostrils of the flame dragon. Yes, there is a big grudge. Ivan nodded and said without hesitation, to be honest, when I was still a lord, he once joined forces with 2 other ancient kings to strangle me. Do you think we should make trouble for him? The Flame Dragon Throne was excited and half of its body was exposed. It was huge and hot like a flame. It stared at the wizard on the shore, and its nostrils brought out strips of flames intermittently with its exhalation, sparks splashing everywhere, and it was very likely to take action. For a moment, the air around him was condensed into a whole block. Lulong, roll over here. When Ivan thought he would not give face, the Flame Dragon Throne suddenly roared at the surroundings, with a mighty sound. After saying that, it stared at the wizard on the shore again, and no one knew what it was thinking. Ivan was even more confused. Master Flame Dragon, Lulong greets you. After a while, there was movement from far to near, and a familiar two-headed poisonous dragon king hurried over. After landing, he hurriedly crawled there, not daring to look into the magma lake. Raise your head for me. Yes, Master Flame Dragon. Use your dog eyes to take a good look. Do you know this real wizard throne? When the two-headed poisonous dragon raised its head, Ivan turned around and looked at it with a faint smile. Looking at this familiar figure, the two-headed poisonous dragon was stunned. You are the real wizard throne? Said a head. It's over now. The other head continued. Both heads knew that the old enemy had come to the door, and it was the famous true wizard throne. This was a big trouble. The two-headed poisonous dragon could only hope for the protection of the Flame Dragon Throne. The two heads looked at the adults in the lake with 4 eyes pleadingly, but heard the words of the Flame Dragon. True Wizard Throne, the person is here, you take him away. Hearing this, the two-headed poisonous dragon was completely dumbfounded. He was about to beg for mercy, but was suppressed on the spot by a deep force, making the two-headed poisonous dragon unable to speak for mercy. Thank you, Flame Dragon Throne, I won't bother you anymore. Although Ivan had doubts in his heart, he would not ask for trouble. He waved his hand, and rolled up the large poisonous dragon and left. In the magma lake, the Flame Dragon Throne kept raising his head, and watched him go away until he disappeared. What a true wizard throne! He actually carries with him the sacred weapon of my dragon clan, the treasure of the clan. According to the previous rules, if he takes it out, this dragon will not obey his orders. The Flame Dragon Throne was not prepared to give the wizard face. If someone came to him, he would be so embarrassed to hand over his younger brother. However, when he was about to take action, he felt an extremely obscure breath, which made him understand that this wizard was a person who should not be provoked. Not only should he not provoke him, he should also try his best to make friends with him, so that he would have a lot of requests in the future. A younger brother without good eyesight, let it go, who made him so unlucky, actually offended the fastest rising throne. Chapter 671. Master Jinwu, Xiaolong was foolish at first, but now I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to atone for my sins. I am willing to do anything you tell me to do. Master, Xiaolong is telling the truth. Please spare my life. In the face of such a powerful force, the Poison Dragon King knew that he was powerless to resist. After he was able to speak, both heads begged for mercy. Living in an environment where the weak are the prey of the strong, he knows the current situation better than any other creature. Unfortunately, Ivan still looked at him with indifference, as if he was looking at a dead person. The reason why he didn't kill him immediately was because he was thinking about the change in the attitude of the Flame Dragon Throne, which was strange. With the temper of the Flame Dragon Throne, this shouldn't be the case. Master Xiaolong. Shut up. Hearing his scolding, the Poison Dragon King shuddered and stopped talking. I ask you, you have dragon blood, right? Ivan asked. Yes, yes, Lord Yanlong and I are close relatives. A head responded quickly. You are wrong, you are wrong. We have no blood relationship with Lord Yanlong. Xiaolong is just a sub-dragon who has activated part of the blood of the ancient Emerald Dragon by chance. Lord Yanlong only needs to suppress me with blood to make me lose the ability to resist. Another head noticed the wizard's impatience and interrupted the words of the head next to him, adding hesitantly, if he keeps talking nonsense, he might die in the next second. At this time, a more unique momentum spread from Ivan, directly pressing on the Poison Dragon King, and the Poison Dragon King's body stiffened and crawled on the ground with a bang. What do you feel? Master True Wizard, do you also have pure dragon blood? The Poison Dragon King was surprised and happy, even though he looked extremely messy at this moment. If they were all from the same clan, this master would be more likely to let him off. Compared to the blood pressure from the Flame Dragon Throne, this wizard doesn't like to hear lies. Ivan said lightly. Your power is more fierce and more terrifying. This is the truth, this is the truth. We dare to swear to the Mother of the Earth. The two heads of the Poison Dragon King answered hurriedly, fearing that he would accidentally kill himself. Ivan understood that it seemed that the 10,000 Dragon Banner, as a sacred artifact of the Dragon Clan, not only had the ability of the original Force Treasure itself, but also had special uses for the Dragon Clan. In terms of the Dragon Clan, the most basic use is probably to suppress the Dragon Clan. I just don't know if it can be used against the Dragon bloodline of Nandinila. I have to go back and find the evil winged King Duokali to try. Are you really willing to do anything? Yes, yes. Well, for the sake of the Flame Dragon Throne, I give you a chance to live. You be driven by me for 300 years, and I set you free after 300 years. How about that? Hearing the words of this lord, the Poison Dragon King wanted to refute, but was afraid of angering the other party and losing this precious opportunity. Lord True Witch, I know where the Serpent King Abraham and the Blood Elf King Harrington are. You see? He was still unwilling and said cautiously, if you are driven by me, isn't that your responsibility? Could it be that you have a different mind now? There are rebellious creatures behind your head. You really can't stay, Ivan said coldly. Lord, Xiaolong is willing to let you drive me. In the future, if you tell me to go east, Xiaolong will never go west. The Poison Dragon King surrendered immediately. He was at the mercy of others. He only hated himself for being so daring to chase and kill this lord, but he didn't kill him completely. Now it was too late to say anything. Not long after, one man and one dragon went up to the second underground level. In this level, there were snake men who inherited the blood of Titan Python, subgiant races, eyeless giants, as well as fangs, blood elves, bat men, etc. The territories of the snake men and blood elves were not far apart, so they could be dealt with together. My lord, I will go to the snake men to challenge them and lure out Abraham. Arriving near the snake men, the Poison Dragon King was particularly active. Go, don't kill people on a large scale. Ivan agreed. The Poisonous Dragon King flapped his wings vigorously and broke into the dead land of the snake people. His arrival immediately caused a commotion and fear below, and the snake guards tried to delay time. He remembered the instructions of the real witch, suppressed his irritation, and ignored the annoying soldiers on the ground. Abraham, come out and die. Who dared to trespass into my snake country? The entire snake people are divided into countless tribes. The one with the ancient snake king is naturally a large tribe. The core of this tribe named Grey Horn is built around the Tianju Mountains, and is full of the unique characteristics of the snake people. The Poisonous Dragon King flew in the air and roared at the huge city. Countless snake people gathered not far away, staring nervously at the powerful enemy who suddenly attacked. Abraham, if you know what's good for you, stand up. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you snake people suffer. The Poisonous Dragon King held poisonous smoke in his mouth and was ready to go. Poison Dragon King Lu Long, are you here to die? The ancient snake King Abraham showed up, staring at the Poison Dragon King with a pair of vertical pupils. Long time no see, Abraham, ha ha ha. Seeing him here, the Poison Dragon King laughed gloatingly. Sure enough, happiness and pain are contrasted. Poison Dragon King, if you don't tell me something today, I will make you unable to laugh in the future. Abraham suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Fight, You will know after the fight." The smile on the Poison Dragon King's face became ferocious, and he rushed forward after he finished speaking. Now, Abraham had no choice but to respond. He soon found that the other party was serious, and was fighting for his life from the beginning, and his momentum was particularly fierce. There was only one ancient king in the Greyhorn tribe. In this mighty confrontation, other snake people basically could not intervene. Abraham's means and secret methods were not bad. Even if the Poison Dragon King used 120% of his strength, he could only fight him to a level in a short period of time, and each had his own injuries. Poison Dragon King, with your little trick, you are not qualified to do whatever you want in front of me. The two fought for countless rounds, and their location gradually moved away from the Tianju Mountains. When the battle stopped, Abraham hoped to find out something. "I admit that I can't take you down, so I have to trouble my master to do it himself." The Poison Dragon King wanted to show off in front of the true Witch Master, but he was not strong enough. Seeing that the Snake Man on the opposite side was still talking nonsense, he simply compromised. Hearing this, the ancient Snake King suddenly felt a shudder in his heart. In an instant, a huge crisis suddenly emerged, and the breath of death enveloped him. A big hand stretched out from the darkness in the distance. This big hand reached the sky and the earth, and it immediately blocked the place where he stood, pinching him in the palm, and the breath of death completely descended. "Sir, my serpent people are blessed by the Grey Frost Throne, and we respectfully invite you." What did he say just now? It must be some nonsense. Seeing that Abraham, who was as powerful as himself, died so easily, the Poison Dragon King broke out in a cold sweat. This lord was more terrifying than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had begged for mercy quickly enough before. So let's go to the next place. Every grievance has its perpetrator. Ivan is not a person who will vent his anger on others at will. Hambra, who offended him, has been executed, so there is no need to continue to focus on the serpent people. Then, one man and one dragon came to the vicinity of the Blood Elf territory. Just like before, after finding the tribe where Harrington was, the Poison Dragon came out to make a scene, but the result was disappointing. The Blood Elf King Harrington was not here at all. The Poison Dragon King was quite indignant about this, but he did not dare to act on his own. "Sir, how about destroying this tribe? You don't have to do it. Give me half a day, and I deal with these evil blood elves." He could only retreat to Ivan, and put forward his suggestions expectantly. "Your mind is full of killing." "Yes, you are right. Go and find Harrington's relatives. I have my own way to deal with Harrington." Wizards always pay attention to equal exchange. Since Harrington did not make any move to exterminate humans, Ivan would not deal with the Blood Elf tribe at will. After receiving the order, the Poison Dragon King broke into the Blood Elf tribe again. However, he returned in defeat again, and explained the reason with an embarrassed look. Harrington was undoubtedly a smart Blood Elf. He sensed the potential crisis in advance. In order to prevent others from using blood to track his traces, some people related to him were dealt with in advance by him, and a few were taken away by him. This approach is foolproof. That guy is too cunning. The Poison Dragon King was very unbalanced. How could someone escape punishment for something they had committed together? "Sir, how about I stay here and keep a close eye on the entire Blood Elf clan? I don't believe he can stay away forever. He is indeed a Blood Elf who takes care of everything." Ivan did not expect Harrington to be so thorough, but if the other party thinks he can escape from his grasp in this way, he is underestimating himself. Bloodline tracking cannot be used. Precognitive methods are inevitable, unless Harrington escapes directly to the long river of the Star Realm, or someone is willing to protect his family. I want to see where such a smart person can hide. The Poison Dragon King wanted to say something, but after hearing what the True Witch said later, he quickly closed his mouth and watched with wide eyes. Then, he found that the True Witch had a green book in his hand. This book looked ordinary, but it contained divine power. The True Witch stretched out his finger and touched it, and a faint purple divine light jumped on the page. The True Witch looked thoughtful. "What a smart man, he showed me the dark under the lamp." After a while, Ivan showed a strange look on his face, and looked at the Blood Elf tribe not far away. "My lord, could it be that Harrington is hiding in the tribe, but has been hiding and not coming out? What a cold-blooded thief, how dare he do that? What a group of stubborn blood elves, these people really deserve to die, and they should all be swallowed up." The Poison Dragon King's face was very dark, and he didn't expect to be deceived. This is not asking adults to laugh at this. How can this be? He has concealed it from everyone, but he is not in the tribe, but hiding in a secret place in the back, paying close attention to the tribe's movements. "You wait here, this wizard will be back soon." "My lord Xiaolong." Based on Harrington's cunning, Ivan decided to take care of it himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Poison Dragon King wanted to watch the fun, but without the permission of the real wizard, he did not dare to do anything extra, and could only suppress his inner restlessness and wait there. On the other side, Ivan passed the Blood Elf tribe in an instant, and landed in front of a hillside hanging upside down on the top barrier in the back. The multi-phase rule power gathered into a palm and stretched out a palm towards the hillside. The hillside is made of hard ore. After the palm touched it, there was an extremely short pause, just a pause, and then the hillside collapsed layer by layer, and the palm of rules crushed it completely. Suddenly, an iron monument with blood and thunder intertwined appeared, holding up the palm of rules tightly, making it difficult to crush it. Under the iron monument stood a person, who was the Blood Elf King Harrington. At this time, Harrington was shocked. He didn't expect that he hid so deeply, but no one could find him easily. Lord True Witch Throne, Harrington knows that he can't escape death. I have treasures to offer. I hope you will be generous and let my descendants go, even if they become slaves. It's too late. When you are killed, any treasures will still be mine. Among Harrington's descendants, there are 3 outstanding girls. Ivan ignored them. How could he not understand the principle of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots? Besides, it is also a kind of pain for these girls to live. However, the iron tablet that the other party relied on was a primary force weapon, and it could not be taken down with just one palm. I am a member of the Blood Thunder Throne. The Blood Thunder Throne cannot stop this wizard from taking revenge. Of course, Harrington was reluctant to die. He wanted to delay some time, but Ivan did not give him such an opportunity. A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. Ivan has always been like this. Since he couldn't take it down with his palm, he used the 10,000 dragon banner instead. The dragon banner kept getting bigger and longer, and one pole directly pierced into the secret place, stirring the banner surface. In a moment, the entire secret place was directly destroyed, except for the iron tablet wrapped by the banner surface. In this process, Harrington and others were wiped out, leaving no trace. Ivan once again experienced the domineering nature of the 10,000 dragon banner, which can not only control and suppress all methods, making the enemy's methods vanish, but also destroy everything. Back and forth, it is hard to imagine what else can compete. Oh, so fast. As soon as he put away the iron tablet left by Harrington, he found that someone was driving the power of rules, and came to him. He didn't know what Harrington had promised secretly. Seeing this, he didn't panic. True Witch Throne, you came to my territory without saying hello, which is a bit rude. Blood Thunder Throne, I was just about to visit you, but I was delayed by something here, please forgive me. After a while, Ivan returned to the other side. The two stood opposite each other, and the newcomer stood next to the Poison Dragon King first. It was the Blood Thunder Throne that Harrington had been thinking about before his death, and he came especially quickly. My lord, save me. Shut up. The Poison Dragon King had a sad face, and just as he opened his mouth to ask for help, he was suppressed by the Blood Thunder Throne. At this time, the Blood Thunder Throne realized that he was a step late, and his face was very ugly. Chapter 672. Compared to the Blood Thunder Throne, the two-headed poisonous dragon looked even uglier. Within one day, he was suppressed by 2 throne masters in succession. This experience was not unique, but it was extremely unlucky, as if all the sins he had committed in his life had come to an end on this day. However, no one of the 2 thrones present cared about his thoughts. True Wizard Throne, do you know that Harrington is my man? The Blood Thunder Throne asked gloomily. No matter who this wizard is, I will never be merciful to anyone who has an enemy with me. If I accidentally kill the subordinates of the Blood Thunder Throne, then I can only say sorry. Although Ivan said this, there was no apology on his face. We are not familiar with each other, and when it does not harm our own interests, you are good to me, and I am good to you. Once it involves our own interests, we are all thrones on the same side, who cares who you are? At worst, we can fight on the top of the sky cloud and speak with strength. After fighting the Golden Throne and the Wildhammer Throne, he knew his own strength and was confident. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you signed the Watch Covenant? Seeing him so presumptuous, the Blood Thunder Throne was very unhappy. Blood Thunder Throne, if you insist on starting a war over such a small matter, this wizard will accompany you to the end, Ivan said firmly. The 2 of them fought against each other, and it was the 2-headed poisonous dragon who was scared. His life was still in the hands of the Blood Thunder Throne, so he couldn't help but curse inwardly. These 2 guys were simply inhumane, and deserved to die a miserable death, and be torn into pieces. A small matter? Isn't it? Harrington is not your descendant, not your clan, not your disciple, and I don't think it's that important. Whether it's important or not, it's up to me to decide. You didn't tell me earlier, and now you've turned to ashes. Ivan estimated that the other party was not concerned about Harrington, but the elementary force treasure in Harrington's hand. The iron tablet was filled with blood and thunder, and it was somewhat suitable for the other party at first glance. The Blood Thunder Throne was a little cautious. On the one hand, he was concerned about the Dark Mountain Ancestor. Under the witness of the Ancestor, the Danila Guardian Covenant had just been signed. Taking action now would be tantamount to slapping the Ancestor in the face. On the other hand, he knew the strength of the Wild Hammer Throne very well. The barbarian was out of character, and people couldn't help but think about it. True Witch Throne, you think killing one of my subordinates is a trivial matter, so I also kill one of your subordinates, which must be a trivial matter. Harrington and I have a grudge. I don't like your subordinate either. Hearing the conversation between the two-headed poisonous dragon widened its two pairs of dragon eyes, and stared at the two with anger. He was a dignified overlord, a living being after all, but he was not allowed to speak, and his life and death were decided so hastily. Unfortunately, there was a huge difference in strength between the throne and the ancient king. Under the action of the Blood Thunder Throne, the two-headed poisonous dragon that struggled desperately could not escape death. Goodbye. Goodbye. Seeing that the wizard opposite was indifferent, the Blood Thunder Throne left with a cold face. He didn't know that this two-headed poisonous dragon also had a grudge against the wizard. How could the wizard care about the life and death of the poisonous dragon? It was dead, it was dead, it was really no big deal. After the Blood Thunder Throne left, Ivan also used the power of rules to leave the territory of the Blood Elves, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the two men walked away, the Blood Elves who were hiding dared to come out, and they all felt particularly heavy-hearted. Hey! Just pretend nothing happened. You're right, it's already good enough that we can save our lives this time. The few people looked at each other, and sighed helplessly and gratefully. They knew very well that they must have been discovered by the two strong men, but the two men disdained to attack them. As for revenge for Lord Harrington, that was definitely not the case. I have never seen such a fierce two-headed poisonous dragon being played around by the other party, and destroyed in an instant. Their strength is not as good as that of the poisonous dragon, so what extra thoughts can they have in their hearts? The law of the jungle is the law of survival in this world. It can only be said that Lord Harrington himself offended someone he shouldn't have offended. On the other side, Ivan came to the first underground level, near the Khmer Empire. Now there is a new human city located here in a dignified manner, and there is also a space teleportation array in the city. Wanan, Master True Wizard. Master True Wizard, welcome back to Suzaku City. As soon as he appeared, wizards everywhere saluted and greeted him. Suzaku City is the only city of mankind underground. This is because wizards now have a large enough territory. A wider range will cause indigestion, and there is no need to take all the benefits. Therefore, they are not prepared to expand underground. They only need to keep a city that is convenient for traveling between the surface and the underground. The original several secret bases underground have not been withdrawn, but they have never been put in the open, and outsiders are never allowed to enter. Ivan did not stay in Suzaku City for long. He hurried back to the City of Truth through the teleportation array. Inside the number 1 Golden Rock Tower, he solemnly took out a black treasure box, which was given by the Mother of all things through the ancient ancestor of Dark Mountain. With a slight sound, the treasure box opened with a click, and a soft golden light emerged from it. The golden light quickly rushed towards him. He did not dodge, and let the golden light fall on him. So that's it. The golden light contained the decree of the Mother of all things, which was indeed closely related to the Abyss Plane. His eyes immediately fell on the treasure box, which contained a black robe. Taking the robe in his hand, he felt a warm feeling of touching the skin of a living being. Wugui Life Mask. This is the name of the robe. Wugui Life Mask is actually a rare treasure, with the same quality as the 10,000 Dragon Banner, and it is also a top-grade force treasure. This was refined by the Mother of all things, and given by the Mother of all things. Ivan did not spend much effort and energy to completely refine the Wugui Life Mask, and was able to use it freely. It's a bit nauseating. He put on the robe, turning it into an authentic wizard robe, making himself look more mysterious and wise, but he couldn't help muttering. The Wugui Life Mask is a top-grade force treasure, but its main material is the skin of a large number of high-level demons, which are melted from demon skin. That being said, as a top-grade force treasure, the Wugui Life Mask has extraordinary power and can change into 1,000 forms, turning him into a pure demon, a red demon, a gray demon, a white demon, etc. Soul blessing. Strong defense. Extreme concealment. Both wizards and demons rely on soul power. With the Wukue life mask, it's easy to pretend to be a demon with just a little adjustment. As he spoke, his body moved and soon turned into a red figure. His face was like a flame, his pupils were like fangs, he had a pair of short pointed horns on his head, and his eyes were sinister, as if he could see through people's hearts. If Dakari was here, she would definitely recognize him. This was Du White, the leader of the Bloody Skeleton Bandits, her former boss. From his figure to his face, temperament, and aura, they were exactly the same. What a rare treasure. The secrets of the Devil Clan are all in it. After Iwenhua became a red devil, the witch ghost life face revealed a deeper ability, which led the power in his body to deflect in another direction, helping him to pretend to be more pure. They are all spiritual powers, and wizards and devils have different focuses. In general, the power of wizards is more neutral, which can be positive or negative, while the power of devils is negative and extremely deep. The means they prefer are also different. The Wukue life surface is indeed a top-grade force treasure, revealing these differences one by one. In other words, it is not only a rare treasure, but also an encyclopedia about the devil race. It can be seen that the mother of all things has good intentions. In contrast, the tasks assigned to him by the mother of all things are also not simple. There are two tasks. First, to infiltrate the devil race, become a member of the high level of the Abyss Plane, and monitor the movements of the Abyss. Second, to find a vital thing and bring it back to Dayanala. These two are not tasks that can be completed overnight. The mother of all things did not mention the time limit. With the strength of the Abyss Plane, it is not too long to spend decades, or even hundreds of years to lay out. Forget it, let's find someone to discuss it. Ivan thought about it for a long time, and felt that he could not bear the heavy responsibility alone. After all, this is the mission of the entire wizard lineage, not his own mission. As the leader of the wizard lineage, it is impossible for him to disappear for a long time without reason. Then, he went to visit the Chongkong Wizard King and told him about the previous mission. The two had a detailed conversation, set the theme of the mission, and began to prepare silently. The two did not tell other wizards about the mission. Time passed, 1 year after another. Since the True Wizard Throne came out of nowhere, the holding of the True Knowledge Conference has become a fashion in the wizard world, and the development speed of the wizard lineage can be described as rapid. In the 3275th year of the Berta calendar, the 48th arcane wizard was born. The next year, the 49th arcane wizard was born. By the 3280th year of the Berta calendar, there were 51 arcane wizards in the wizard world, and such a grand occasion had never happened in the past years. In the 3283rd year of the Berta calendar, a new virtual king wizard appeared. This wizard, on behalf of the Supreme Council, solemnly declares that from now on, Joey Samoya is the Thousand Rocks king of our wizard world, and everyone can enjoy it. Joey Samoya was a great sage a long time ago. Before the Four Clans War, he used the hidden foundation of the inner hall of the Hall of Truth to break through the bottleneck of the 5th level wizard, but unfortunately he failed, but he was not discouraged. After many years, Joey Samoya became a 5th level wizard in one fell swoop, and is also the current 5th virtual king. In the 3287th year of the Berta calendar, Philomena succeeded the great sage Joya and successfully became the 6th virtual king wizard, with the title of Queen of Frost. Who is Philomena? She has always been the mayor of the East capital of China continent. Speaking of the deeds of the East capital, everyone can say that they are familiar with it. The most prominent one is the appearance of 2 virtual king wizards in succession, and the appearance of these 2 virtual king wizards is only a few years apart. It was the Black Flame King and the Green Dragon King. A few years later, the Black Flame King became the first person in the wizard world today, the true wizard throne. With these two relationships, Philomena, as the Lord of the East capital, naturally received all kinds of care, which made other arcane wizards jealous, but they couldn't envy her. Philomena's promotion to the 5th level wizard this time can be said to be not unexpected by many people. Of course, the promotion of wizards can never be generalized. Since there are those who succeed in breaking through the barriers, there are naturally those who have unfulfilled ambitions, but people often only pay attention to successful people. In the past 10 years, the wizard world has been developing fiercely. As a leader, Ivan did not stand still. Various researches were carried out in an orderly manner, and the results came out one after another, but few people knew about it. The first is the secret method of 3 gives birth to all things. After he mastered the power of rules, his vision became different, and his understanding of the 3 life and all things also changed. After a period of exploration, the power of the three life and all things became more unique and more flexible to use. Afterwards, he called Locke and Ginny. "Boss Ginny, I'm back again." In the Blackbird's small plane, Locke came from afar again. As a big head of the Weanling Fong, he has been very busy to win more chips for the election of the master of the Fong world. Secondly, he needs to avoid suspicion, so he rarely comes here. I won't say much about the rest. I will teach you the adjusted three life and all things, and control it well. The three of them gathered together, and Ivan didn't waste words, and said the purpose of summoning the two this time. After hearing this, Ginny and Locke's eyes were shining, especially Locke, who had been waiting for this day for decades. "Haha, I knew you could do it, boss." "That's nonsense. If Ivan the wizard can't do it, can we rely on you?" TSK, I haven't seen you for so many years. Ginny, you have learned to flatter me. You have my style. The core of three life and all things is the Trinity. The three refers to Ivan, Locke, and Ginny. One is the main and two are the deputy. The core of the core is of course Ivan himself. After the Trinity, members of all levels are extended, and the hierarchy is strict, thus expanding the Black Star Army. Appoint generals? After receiving the new content of the secret method, Locke showed a puzzled look on his face. Yes, this is a new ability expanded at your request. You can appoint two subordinates, which can be regarded as a special pardon, so that these two people have the authority to be at the same level of strength as you. Ivan nodded slightly, and explained in more detail. This time, he not only deepened the entire secret method of three life and all things, but also developed new effects, which is exactly what Locke dreamed of. In order to compete for the position of the Lord of the Weanling Fong, he came up with a plan to train his left and right guards, Martin Casper and Dante Casper, to become the Grand Masters. Great. After learning the details, Locke couldn't suppress his joy for a while. Remember, although you are at the same level, your strength must be much better than the two of them. Specifically, you'd better improve your strength to the top of level 5, so that they have the greatest chance of being promoted to level 5 and promoted to Grand Masters. Do you understand? No problem, boss, you are already the throne, and my strength is growing very fast now. Hearing Ivan's subsequent emphasis, Locke was not too worried. With the increase brought by the three life and all things, this problem is actually not a big problem. After the three regained control of the three life and all things, Locke happily returned to the Weanling Fong to implement his long-awaited plan. Chapter 673. In recent years, in addition to deepening the secret method of three life and all things, Ivan naturally has other more significant achievements. For example, the secret method of World Slaughter Palm. This is a means of dealing with enemies that he gradually explored through further understanding of the power of multiple phases, and further studying the seeds of the World Tree and the 10,000 Dragon Banner. It can fully display the power of multiple phases, and can also be used in conjunction with the 10,000 Dragon Banner. Another example is the meditation method of Ghost Mask and Great Transfiguration. This is what he gained from understanding the fate of the witches and ghosts, and in-depth research on the Devil Clan. It is used to facilitate other wizards to sneak into the Abyss Plane. For this reason, he specially consulted with the Chongkong Witch King. Success? Seeing him coming, the Chongkong Witch King immediately understood. Look, a meditation method that seems a bit weird. Ivan nodded slightly, and handed over a black Fong mask. Not bad, not bad. There are also matching spells. Great Transfiguration. Once used, it's no problem to transform into birds, beasts, fish, and insects, and even into the purgatory dragons of the abyss. The Sky Witch King took the Fong mask, and read the information contained in it without hesitation. After learning the details, he praised it repeatedly, and also greatly recognized the secret spell Great Transfiguration attached to the meditation method, and felt astonished. Haha, where is there a purgatory dragon for us to study? Hearing his words, Ivan couldn't help laughing. Great Transfiguration is not a fixed spell. Before casting it, you must have a thorough understanding of a certain creature, understand its life structure and soul structure. Once you have understood it, you can transform into such a creature through Great Transfiguration. By then, whether from the perspective of life or soul, the transformed creatures can withstand high-intensity scrutiny and insight, and possess the unique abilities of such creatures. Wizards are best at research, including research on biology, and the Great Transfiguration can be said to complement wizards. We have to choose someone to teach as soon as possible. Chongkong Wizard King solemnly emphasized. You study it first, and then teach it to others after there are no major problems. Ivan said. Okay, I study it for a few days. Kong Wizard King was not hypocritical. Although he knew that there would be no major problems if the true wizard throne took action, it was a matter of great importance, so more caution and more security. Then, the two discussed the issue of candidates for a long time. The threshold for practicing the meditation method Ghost Mask is not high. As long as you are a formal wizard, you can practice to the Lord level step by step if you teach it all. The Great Transfiguration is different. The minimum threshold is to be a third-level wizard, and the third-level wizard must be a talented one, otherwise it is difficult to practice successfully. Sky Wizard King, there is also this. Before leaving, Ivan handed over a piece of iron tablet with a deep aura. What do you mean? The Sky Wizard King didn't understand. He could see that this was a force treasure of extraordinary quality. I give it to you. It's best not to use it in Danila, as it is easy to be targeted by the Blood Thunder Throne on the second underground floor. Seeing that he was a little unhappy, Ivan stuffed the iron tablet directly into his hand, and then added, "Don't forget, we still have to find those guys in the Extreme Beast Plane to avenge our shame." After hearing these words, the Sky Wizard King put away the iron tablet. This iron tablet was exactly what he had seized from the Blood Elf King Harrington. It was called the Blood Thunder Tablet, and was a rare primary force treasure. He had studied it, and now presents it to the Sky Wizard King. Time passed, and it was not until more than 3 months later that the two began to secretly summon some wizards to teach them the Ghost Mask and the Great Transfiguration. In the year 3292 of the Berta calendar, the wizards held a high-level meeting at the Supreme Council, and a group of high-level wizards gathered together. So far, the entire wizard world has a total of 1 Throne Wizard, 1 6th-level Wizard King, 6 5th-level Virtual Kings, 54 Arcane Wizards, and 62 other lords. After the burst of strength in the past few years, the growth rate of high-level wizards has slowed down significantly in recent years. The reason is very simple. The accumulated foundation in the past has been almost consumed, and it has gradually returned to a normal growth rate. Do you remember the invasion of our wizard world by the Thunder Tribe, Feather Tribe, and Black Scale Tribe? At that time, China Continent and Berta Blood Plain were devastated and people were suffering. With everyone's concerted efforts, the Thunder Tribe, Feather Tribe, and Black Scale Tribe all received the punishment they deserved. However, that war not only involved those 3 alien races, but also the culprit behind it, that is, the Extreme Beast Plane to which the former Grey Sea King Agria defected after betraying the wizard world. Back then, the Extreme Beast Plane wanted to destroy our race and exterminate our species. This hatred is irreconcilable. Now it's time for us to get back at the Extreme Beast Plane. As the Dragon Flame King spoke, most of the people below knew the secrets behind the war between the 4 tribes. In those years, the entire wizard world was in a mess and almost lost everything. Most of the wizards present kept it in mind, and of course they had to avenge this deep hatred. After so many years of development, the wizarding world is strong and powerful, and now is the time to avenge the shame. The meeting slowly progressed, and the war spirit in the Hall of Truth was magnificent, and various arrangements were arranged in an orderly manner. Half a month later, it was still the Supreme Council. Are you worried about problems? Well, they are all gone, leaving you and me to guard the wizarding world. Once someone takes the opportunity to attack, the consequences are unpredictable. Watching the group go away, the Frost Queen Philomena, who returned to the Hall of Truth, looked worried. This was her first time to take the lead and bear the safety of the entire wizarding world. It was inevitable that she would think too much. Standing next to her was Jenny. If there is any problem, the true wizard throne will return in time. Don't underestimate the speed of a throne. Jenny comforted. I hope I am overthinking. The Frost Queen still felt a little heavy in her heart. Don't worry, the true wizard throne has made arrangements. Even if he can't get back in time, we can ask for help from others. In short, just put your heart back in your stomach. Jenny pondered for a moment, and said confidently. The others she was talking about were of course the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. Because of the bet in front of the Dragon Ancient Ruins, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess still owed Ivan a request, which could be fulfilled at any time. Of course, this matter concerns the face of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, so she didn't tell the Frost Queen clearly. On the other side, under the leadership of the true wizard throne, a group of wizards left Danila and rushed to the destination a long distance away via the Star Realm Long River. The navigation tool was a brand new galaxy battleship. There were not many people on the battleship, but they were all elite. In addition to the wizards, there were also some people from the Black Star Legion. At present, the Black Star Corps has a total of 5 ancient kings, namely Duakali, Yunyu, Salang, Banbu, Enzi, all of whom are on the warship at the moment. Compared with the former Black Star, this warship named Astrology is faster. If the Wizard King's multi-phase array moved to the ship is fully operated, the speed can be more than doubled, which can be said to be quite remarkable. Is the plane coordinate okay? Of course not. I thought that there would be a day when I would leave a backup in the Extreme Beast plane. No matter how they move and hide, they can't hide it from me. That's good. I guess they didn't expect that we would come back so quickly. Yes, if that traitor knew that the wizard world was developing so rapidly, he would regret it so much. On the top of the Astrology, the true wizard throne, and the Sky Wizard King looked at the vast galaxy in front of them, and their minds had drifted to the Extreme Beast plane thousands of miles away. Compared with the true wizard throne, the Sky Wizard King was more concerned about seeking revenge on the Extreme Beast plane. In the battle with the Extreme Beast plane, he experienced the sacrifice of the Blue Thunder King, the fall of the Dragon Flame King, and his own imprisonment. At that time, he was ready to die in a foreign land. He remembered everything in the past, and never dared to forget it. After escaping back to Danila, he had been using secret means to understand the coordinates of the Extreme Beast plane, just for this day. This day, he finally waited for. True Wizard Throne, I hope you can hand over the traitor to me for disposal. The Sky Wizard King said in a deep voice. No problem, Agria is yours. Ivan had no objection. He rose to power relatively late. When Agria betrayed the wizard world, he didn't know where it was. There was no hatred, but the force fields were hostile to each other, and he had to kill it as soon as possible. A few months later, the Astrology arrived near the destination according to the locked position. In the past, the Extreme Beast plane was worried that someone from Danila would come to seek revenge, so it deliberately moved a distance, but the Extreme Beast plane itself was not large, between small and medium-sized planes, and it was not able to move to a place too far away. During the rapid voyage of the Astrology, this time it took less time than the last time, just over 6 months. Agria, we are here again. The Extreme Beast plane was in sight from afar, and the group of people did not hide. With their size, it was not realistic to sneak into the plane silently. So, they simply showed their strength and challenged the enemy directly. Gulliver, Nar, Ariel, you lingering ghosts, I let you escape last time. It's fine if you don't feel any regret, but you dare to come now. Don't you think your life is too long? Agria Ro came to the outside of the plane, saw a few familiar people standing on the bow. His face turned a little ugly. They thought they had been hiding well, but now it was a big joke. Agria, since you betrayed the wizarding world, you should have known that betrayers will have their revenge, and today is your death. Darwin, you are here too? Sorry, I didn't see you, the King of Dragon Flame, just now. But you are so arrogant. I don't know who was like a dead dog, suppressed in the cage last time, and almost lost his life, tut-tut. Anglia is a man of sharp words, and he will not lose the battle against a group of wizards. In the eyes of the wizards on the battleship, he was just a clown who would be killed soon, so they were too lazy to engage in any verbal argument with him. As he was talking, the other 3 extreme ancestors of the Extreme Beast plane appeared, namely, the Extreme Turtle that breaks evils, the 4-direction Extreme Tree, the Ice and Fire Extreme Phoenix, and a large number of creatures at the level of the 5th level Ancient King. The Extreme Turtle that breaks evils appeared last, looking at the Chongkong Wizard King with an extremely solemn expression, obviously noticing the change in his strength. Wizard, if you turn around and leave, we can pretend that nothing happened today. The Extreme Turtle that breaks evil said in a muffled voice. From the number of people, the overall strength of the Extreme Beast plane is actually higher than that of the wizard, but the size of the Extreme Beast plane is much smaller than that of Danala, so of course, there are differences in the strong people cultivated. The greater the difference in the size of the plane, the greater the difference in the strength of creatures at the same level, so he can't help but be cautious. What's more, he knows the strength of himself and others very well. The 4 extreme ancestors have all relied on the power of the plane to improve to this point. Ha! Do you think it's possible? There is no other way to annihilate a race, only to fight to the death. Faced with the dissuasion of the Extreme Turtle, the Sky Witch King and the Dragon Flame King gave a clear answer. The wizard and the Extreme Beast plane are incompatible. Humph! You have provoked us again and again, so it's no wonder that we are ruthless, everyone from Danala. The Extreme Turtle did not think that his side was inferior to the wizard. What he was worried about from beginning to end were the other strong men of Danala. The wizard put on an attitude of hard steel to the end. There was no point in saying more, so he had to help these people. Stop talking nonsense, just come on. Form a formation, follow me to kill them all. The Sky Witch King continued to shout, showing his attitude with his actions. At this moment, the wizards were rushing forward, and the astrology was slowly retreating. In such a fierce battle, they could not take care of protecting the galaxy battleship. Kill! Let these wizards know that I, the Extreme Beast, have never been easy to mess with. If you dare to come to my door, you will have to pay the price of blood. The Extreme Turtle of Breaking Evil also issued an attack order. The Danala plane is not easy to mess with. They must fight quickly, and then move again. This time, even if they don't count the consumption, they must hide farther and deeper. Near the Extreme Beast plane, they all have various amplifications from the plane. Each of them is overly energetic, and has a particularly high fighting spirit. The one who rushed to the front of the battle formation was of course, the Extreme Turtle of Breaking Evil. He deliberately slowed down a bit, so that others would not be able to keep up. Even so, the distance between the front and the back was getting farther and farther, and a bright yellow throne appeared faintly behind him. Who? At this time, a stream of light flew from behind the wizard, and in the blink of an eye it arrived in the middle of the standing formation formed by the two parties. Along with this sudden figure, a dragon banner spanning space came out. The 10,000 dragon banner carried boundless power, and pointed directly at the Extreme Turtle of Breaking Evil. The evil Breaking Turtle felt a chill in his heart. He didn't know who this person was, but he knew that he had to go all out, otherwise he couldn't resist the attack. He didn't have time to do more. He turned his palm, and had a strong shield in his hand. Boom! The 10,000 dragon banner immediately poked over. With just one strike, the evil Breaking Turtle was knocked out with the shield. Ivan would never miss this opportunity. He chased after it, and took the opportunity to use another dragon banner to sweep the evil Breaking Turtle farther away from the battle between the two sides. Not long after, two figures that reached the sky and the earth appeared in the distance, like two great gods and demons. Agria, your opponent is this wizard. I will send you off in person. This incident shocked the Extreme Beast plane, but they also had no choice. The Sky Witch King stopped the traitor Agria in the first place, with an extremely cold look. At this moment, it was time to clean up the door. He would send the other party off in person. Chapter 674. The size of the planes varies, and the resources they nurture vary greatly. In this respect, the Extreme Beast plane cannot be compared with Danila. In Danila, wizards enjoy extremely rich resources. Especially after the wizards completely rose to prominence. In just over a decade, a group of virtual king wizards can be said to have upgraded their weapons, and the same is true for the Sky Wizard King. At this time, he was driving two strong towers. The left was the 9-layered Wind Tower, and the right was a Wind-attributed Soul Tower. These two towers complemented him, and brought amazing protection. Facing the traitor Agria, the Sky Wizard King did not need to reveal his identity as the Wizard King. Galifo, if you have the guts, let's fight with real swords and guns. What's the use of relying on the power of treasures? Agria is known as the Lord of Blood Origin. He has turned into a blood-colored water element giant. There is blood mist and blood dust around him. He is wearing a rock armor and holding a crystal spear in his hand. He looks a bit out of place. He rushed towards the Sky Wizard King with a fierce posture, but the attack he launched was completely blocked by the two towers on the left and right. Seeing the leisurely appearance of the Sky Wizard King, Agria felt very uncomfortable and couldn't help but scold him. Haha, treasures are also part of this wizard's strength. What can I do if I rely on the power of treasures to bully you? I am happy. The Sky Wizard King raised his hand and threw out an iron tablet quickly. The iron tablet grew in the wind, and it was wrapped with increasingly heavy blood-colored thunder. It was the blood-colored thunder tablet given to him by the true wizard throne. The blood-red thunder monument accurately locked onto the blood origin lord in front of it. Break it for me. Despicable. After the crystal spear in Aglia's hand hit the blood-red thunder monument, it was as fragile as an icicle and broke into countless pieces in an instant. The blood thunder monument did not stop, and crashed into Aglia. Faced with such a crisis, Aglia threw away the half-broken crystal spear, and had a strong shield in his hand. However, this strong shield was also like paper. The next second, Aglia was knocked away by the blood thunder monument. This collision made him unable to stabilize his elemental body. Suppress! The Sky Witch King was not ready to let the blood origin lord go, and controlled the blood thunder monument to chase him, taking the opportunity to suppress him under the huge iron monument, so that the blood origin lord could only transform into the elemental body again to support himself. Where did you get this forced treasure? It was given by the true witch throne, and it is of primary quality. Unfortunately, it is slightly incompatible with my power attribute, so I can only use it reluctantly. In addition, this Wind Soul Tower was also refined by the True Witch Throne, and it is more convenient to use than the Blood Thunder Monument. The Blood Origin Lord is willing to ask, and the Sky Witch King is of course willing to answer. Hearing this, Aglia almost got angry. What does it mean to use a primary force weapon reluctantly? I shouldn't have asked this question. You are just relying on others' power. Traitor, you should leave. Seeing the other party's angry look, Chongkong Witch King felt that the time was almost right, and he transformed into the body of the Witch King. Like the real Witch Spirit body, the Witch King's body is also a huge human demon god form, but it is obviously not as powerful as the real Witch Spirit body. For this traitor, he not only wants to kill him, but also destroy his heart, otherwise he will not give the traitor any chance to perform. After Chongkong Witch King went all out, Aglia, who dared to call himself the Lord of Blood Origin, was annihilated under the blood-colored thunder monument. During the whole process, no one else came to help. It was not that the other extreme ancestors and ancient kings did not want to come, but they were all blocked by the wizards, and could not find a chance to get close. This time, the wizards not only doubled their strength, but also had many more treasures in their hands, and they could form a formation to fight the enemy. After the battle started, the situation became one-sided. The wizards were suppressing the extreme beasts, so that their battle formation was broken up from the beginning. Among them, the Lord of the Blood Origin and the four-sided extreme tree received special attention. These two people were the vanguards, who harmed the wizard world. While the battle was in full swing here, the battle scene on the other side was even more grand. The sky and the earth changed color. A yellow rock turtle that spanned several miles was lying in the air, like a floating fortress, showing a spirit that exceeded hundreds of mountains and rivers. This was the strongest person in the extreme beast plane, the extreme turtle that broke the evil. His opponent was the true wizard throne, who was much smaller than him. He wore a black robe, had white hair like insect whiskers, and waved a dragon banner between his fingers. In terms of size, the extreme turtle of breaking evils had an absolute advantage. However, he had a hard time speaking out, and he didn't know what banner the wizard on the opposite side was holding. Once the banner was rolled up, his attacks were like a drop in the ocean. On the other hand, the wizard's attacks on the opposite side could pierce his most proud tortoise shell every time, and hit him hard. You know, he himself had unreserved support from the extreme beast plane, and all kinds of amplifications were almost maxed out, but in the end, he was still in disgrace, and almost didn't get any advantage. At this moment, the extreme turtle of breaking evils deeply felt the difference in the foundation between the small plane and the large plane, which made him feel powerless. Extreme beast, retreat. Level 6 creatures are not easy to kill, and thrones are even harder to kill, unless you have an absolute advantage in strength. After a long battle, the extreme turtle of breaking evil sensed that the Lord of Blood Origin had been killed, and his side was obviously at a disadvantage, including himself, and it was difficult to find a chance to turn the tables. He could only struggle hard to get rid of the entanglement, and order others to retreat. For now, they can only switch from offense to defense, relying on the plane as a barrier to deal with the strong enemy. The extreme turtle of breaking evil also reached the throne level, and he had the power of the Earth system. He was determined to leave, and Ivan had no way to keep him. Extreme turtle of breaking evil, no matter where you hide, we wizards will not stop until we have cleared the past grudges. Retreat, retreat to the plane quickly. The extreme turtle of breaking evil ignored the provocative words coming from behind, and just wanted to return to the extreme beast plane as quickly as possible. The two of them, one in front and one behind, one chasing and one fleeing, returned to the vicinity of the extreme beast plane in an instant. At this moment, the other people on the extreme beast side were also running away, wishing they had more legs. You, the guy who likes to stir up trouble, stay here. After Ivan came here, he looked around and saw the four-sided extreme tree that had just escaped from the siege. He gathered his left hand into a claw and grabbed the four-sided extreme tree. The palm of slaughter. This palm crossed half of the sky and pointed directly at the four-sided extreme tree like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head. Kino, save me! The four-sided extreme tree sensed an unprecedented danger and could not resist it, so it hurriedly called for help from the fleeing P-Extreme Turtle. P-Extreme Turtle frowned, but still waved a claw over there, and this claw also came in an instant. The huge beast's claw collided with the world-slaughtering palm. The world-slaughtering palm, which combined the multi-phase power of the true wizard throne, was obviously more powerful. The palm finally fell, and caught the four-sided extreme tree. Seeing this, the extreme turtle of breaking evil had to take the ice, and fire Extreme 1 back to the extreme beast plane. Like them, Less than half of the extreme beast ancient kings successfully escaped, which shows how fierce the battle was, but a considerable number of them were suppressed and captured. On the other hand, the losses of the wizards were negligible. 10,000 wins. 10,000 wins. The enemy fled in panic, and only the cheers of the wizards were left on the field. After the cheers stopped, everyone looked at the true wizard throne, waiting for him to give orders. Rest for a few days first, and fight again on another day. Ivan ordered immediately. Others did not doubt him, and then the group returned to the astrology battleship and set up alerts around the entire extreme beast plane to prevent changes in the situation. The plane has always been a factor that cannot be ignored. The battle takes place in the plane and outside the plane, which are completely different states. He knew this very well, so of course he had to make more adequate preparations. The subsequent preparations fell on the captive creatures. The next day, the Chongkong Witch King appeared in the place where the four-sided extreme tree was imprisoned. Four-sided extreme tree, the four generals under your seat have left a deep impression on us wizards. Humph! Now that I have fallen into your hands, you can kill me or cut me up as you please. If I say a word of begging for mercy, I will not die well, and my soul will sink into the chaos forever. Don't worry, we will definitely fulfill your wish and make you die badly. After a while, the true witch throne, the king of 10,000 trees and others appeared, looking at the sealed four-sided extreme tree with a strong desire to explore, as if they had seen some rare treasures. Even though Sifang Jishu had expected it, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. What exactly are these wizards going to do? What are you looking at? This ancestor will not surrender to you. You should give up that idea. After being suppressed, Sifang Jishu turned into a tree man with distinct female characteristics. In front of the many wizards around her, she looked so weak at the moment. Surrender? You think too much. Chongkong Witch King sneered. If you really want to calculate, Sifang Jishu is the culprit who has been plotting against the wizard world. The four generals were sent by her, and Aglia betrayed at her instigation. For such people, wizards will not be soft. The reason why she was not killed on the spot is that Sifang Jishu still has research value, which will help to attack the extreme beast plane later. Speaking of this, we have to mention the great transfiguration developed by the true witch throne. Once used properly, it can greatly alleviate the pressure faced after entering other planes. Don't waste time talking to her, let's get started. Hurry up, we will definitely surprise the remaining two extreme ancestors, hee. There is a prerequisite for the proper use of the great transfiguration, that is, biological research must be conducted first. Only after thorough research can the transformation be flawless, and even conceal the will of the plane. The specific effect will only be known after they enter the extreme beast plane, and now is also an important attempt. You bastard, kill me if you have the guts. Sifang Jishu became more and more uneasy. It's still very energetic, and it's very qualified as an experimental subject. The wizard's ridicule responded to her scolding. Since the research began, time has passed very quickly. As the days passed, the number of extreme beasts captured on the warship decreased day by day, and they were all used to comfort those who died in the four-tribe war. The four-sided extreme tree was left until the end. Compared with the wizard's ease, the extreme beast plane was in a state of urgency, and there was no peace for a moment. However, the extreme turtle of breaking evil and the ice and fire extreme phoenix thought about it, but they could not find a proper solution. In the final analysis, the foundation of the entire extreme beast plane was too shallow and could not accumulate many chips. This is a common problem of weak planes. Time passed in a flash, and more than 20 days passed. The wizard ignited the war again, and the weapons rushed directly to the extreme beast plane itself. Even though he knew that he could not stop it, the man with the tortoiseshell still stood up and led people to block it in front of the plane barrier. True wizard throne, Sky Wizard King, every plane is a treasure nurtured by the long river of the star realm, and it cannot be damaged. Do you have to fight to this point? If you do something wrong, you should be punished. We are willing to compensate. No need, after your extreme beast plane falls, we will get the compensation ourselves. Then come on, we will let you know that no plane can be insulted lightly. The evil-breaking extreme turtle showed its intention to give in for the first time, but the wizard would not stop with just a few words from him, and the battle soon broke out near the plane barrier. This is actually the second time the wizard attacked a certain plane. Compared to the soft persimmon of the little black-beard plane, the extreme beast plane in front of him is much stronger. It is like a colorful oversized bubble in the long river of the star realm, exuding an aura like abyss and prison, making everyone who approaches feel that a disaster is coming. In fact, this is a flashy intimidation, and also a warning. Everyone came with a firm determination and certainly would not be affected by it. Evil Breaking Extreme Turtle, your opponent is this wizard. I wait for you in the plane. Evil Breaking Extreme Turtle was still no match for Ivan when they fought in another place. After 2 or 3 rounds, he knew he was powerless to stop it and decisively retreated into the plane. Not only that, after realizing the difference in strength between the two sides, there was basically no strong interception, and the wizards broke the outer shell of the Extreme Beast plane, and the entire plane was open to them. The wizards rushed into the plane one by one. At this moment, the sky of the Extreme Beast plane cracked, like a bleeding scar. One after another, terrifying figures broke in from the crack, as if the end of the world had come. Roar, what is that? It's over, the sky has been torn apart. Oh my god, there are really big evil demons outside. Hurry up, hide quickly, you can't escape when they come down. On the earth, all the creatures who could see this scene were trembling with fear. And then, there was all kinds of chaos, and the original order was disrupted. The Evil Breaking Turtle and the Ice and Fire Phoenix were also looking at the horizon. They are coming. We have no way out. This battle will not succeed or we will die. Well, everything is ready. If things could be done again, the Evil Breaking Turtle and the Ice and Fire Phoenix would never agree to the plan of the 4 extreme beasts to provoke a rising new tribe in a large plane. Or, after trapping the 2 high-level officials of the other side, they should stop when they see the good, instead of being blinded by greed. After letting the enemy run away, they were not alert enough, or underestimated the wizards. One wrong step after another led to the desperate situation today. It was too late to say anything now. Those wizards would not accept their surrender. They could only give it a try. If they didn't succeed, they would die. Chapter 675. For the wizards, it was the first time to attack such a complete plane with billions of lives. For this reason, they had to be extremely cautious. Where are the people? Are they hiding? Interesting, it seems that they want to delay time. This is a wise move. Did you notice that the situation is very different from the attack on the little Blackbeard plane? The power suppression here is too obvious. After entering the Extreme Beast plane, Ivan and his party observed the surrounding situation and their own changes with interest. They immediately sensed that the suppression here was unexpectedly fierce. The strength was suppressed by 30% to 40% at once, and it increased rapidly with the passage of time. In fact, this is the commonality of the world given to all planes, allowing the planes to have the ability to protect themselves. Fortunately, the wizards have means to deal with it, and the most direct one is the Great Transfiguration. Try. Together. The leading wizards looked at each other, and performed the Great Transfiguration on the spot. After the secret spell was performed, their external appearance did not change, but their internal physique, breath, and strength became completely different. Some even changed into another appearance from the inside out. If someone familiar saw them, they would know that they were creatures from the Extreme Beast plane, and they were big shots. Not bad, the suppression has reduced it to more than 10%. I still have less than 10% left. Adjust it again, this will reduce more pressure, and it will definitely last longer, and try to end this battle before the plane suppression turns into a full blockade. The group did not rush to attack, but instead verified what they had learned in the past, which was a novel experience at the moment. Of course, their means of dealing with the oppression from the plane are not only the Great Transfiguration, but also the ones obtained through the exploration of the Little Blackbeard plane. However, they know that they are regarded as enemies by the will of the plane, and these means can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. If they fail to completely take over this plane, they will be excluded by the plane after a certain period of time. Otherwise, they may only be able to exert 10% or 20% of their strength in the end, which requires great risks, and will not be worth the loss. Everyone, it's time to get down to business, and act according to the plan. After a while, the True Witch Throne issued an order, and the team was divided into 4, led by several virtual kings and ancient kings, and fell to the ground in multiple directions. Among them, the True Witch Throne and the Chongkong Witch King are very powerful, and the 2 chose to act alone. Shiji City. This city can be said to be the most prosperous and oldest city on the land, without a doubt. The other 3 famous Dongji City, Nanji City, and Beiji City are not as good as it. Most of the races in the territory where Shiji City is located believe in the god of breaking evil. Among the many creatures, a race called the Yellow Armor Clan occupies the majority. The Yellow Armor Clan is born with yellow armor to protect their bodies. They often claim to be the descendants of the god of breaking evil. Look, the figure in the sky has disappeared. Let everyone be careful. Those evil demons from outer space may have started to act. Our Shiji City may be the primary target of the evil demons. Shiji City is worthy of being the #1 city in the world. Even though most people are very uneasy at this time, the order here is still relatively intact, but many of the elite guards have been withdrawn. Suddenly, a figure landed in front of the city. "Stop, Lord Coke!" The city guard leader reacted belatedly and pointed his sword at him, only to find that he was an acquaintance, a big shot. "Little Bart, you are the one guarding the city today." Coke greeted him familiarly. "Sir, why are you coming from outside?" "You are not." Bart did not relax his guard and said hesitantly, "Little Bart, you know my identity? Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask, otherwise the consequences are not something you and your brothers can afford. Do you understand?" In an instant, Coke outside the city flashed to the top of the city and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Looking at the other party's warm smile, Bart, the leader of the city guard, felt a chill in his heart. According to the information he knew, the ancient king of Coke should have fallen. It was only for morale considerations that it was not announced to the public, and most people outside did not know about it. Who is this person in front of him? Why didn't the protective array on the city wall react in any unusual way? "Commander Bart, I have a mission for you. Now is a critical moment, and there is absolutely no room for negligence. I have decided to personally inspect the city. Please come with me." While Bart was daydreaming, Coke ordered in an irresistible tone. "Sir, I have important tasks now, you see?" Bart was unwilling and explained carefully. "You want to disobey me?" Coke's face sank, and he interrupted him directly, looking very unhappy. At this moment, Bart felt a great crisis, as if one foot stepped on the threshold of death, and fine cold sweat oozed from many parts of his body. He knew that if he answered this sentence wrong, his life would be gone, and the brothers around him would probably not escape either. Aye. Commander, Lord Coke is right. You might as well go with him. We are here." Just when Bart was struggling in his heart and couldn't make a decision, the deputy commander not far away persuaded him, which was like a straw that broke the camel's back, making Bart nod his head in hesitation. "Are you the deputy commander of the 4th Battalion?" "My lord, I am the deputy commander of the 4th Battalion, Sean Fooley." "You are very good, come with me." Colkey seemed to be interested in the respectful deputy commander, and then he casually pointed to his general. This made Sean Fooley's face stiffen, and after thinking again and again, he could only agree reluctantly. Colkey ignored the changes in the expressions of the two people, and took the initiative to tell the city guards on both sides a few words, and took them down the city wall, and walked straight to the depths of the West City. Different cultures, of course, build different cities, and Shiji City has its own characteristics. Along the way, Lord Coke changed his previous serious attitude and chatted with the two people, talking about the customs and geography of Shiji City. "Are you two also from the Yellow Armor clan?" "Sir, we are all, but we are not the main line." "That is, you are not so valued. No wonder you were not transferred away, but stayed as cannon fodder." The three walked at a leisurely pace. When they were still more than half the distance from the center of the city, Coke asked another question, which made the two people's hearts, which had just been put down, lifted again. "Are you not pretending?" "Don't be nervous, I just said it casually, I don't mean anything else." Colkey waved his hand gently, indicating that the two of them didn't need to be too serious. At this moment, how could Bart and Shanfuri not be nervous? The person next to them was an extremely vicious demon from outer space. If all the city guards were not added together, they would not be the opponent of the other party. The two of them would have started fighting long ago. The reason why the two of them accompanied the demon from outer space was because their main task was to delay time, and the delay in this way was the same. "Is the temple in the center?" "Yes." As soon as Shanfuri finished speaking, the surrounding scenery began to change. When the two came to their senses, the magnificent temple they had just mentioned appeared in front of them. This speed was unbelievable. The two of them were in a state of panic, full of horror and shock. The supreme god of heaven and earth? This old turtle pretends to be a decent person, but it's a pity that he made a big mistake and left you to hide at the most critical moment. He has no responsibility at all. I thought he would come to fight me first." Colkey walked into the temple, and the other two followed him passively. Hearing his treasonous words in front of the statue, Bart and Shanfuri felt a wave of emotions, as if they were in a storm. "Evil demon! You can kill me, or cut me up as you wish, but don't make up lies to humiliate the supreme god of evil." Bart finally reached his limit, and pulled out the sword that had been sheathed. For direction, Supreme Ancestor knows that she said something similar before, but she is gone now. Coke said in a light tone, "I fight you." Under the gaze of the statue, Bart and the other man seemed to have found their way back from the wrong path, and drew their swords towards the evil demon in front of him. The two men chopped down with their swords with all their might, but before they touched the evil demon in front of them, they stopped at a distance of 30 centimeters and could not move forward. Under the cover of a burst of evil light, the flesh and blood of the two men began to undergo earth-shaking changes. In fact, the changes in their bodies had already begun, but the two men ignored them due to the interference of external forces. In the interference, the two men unconsciously revealed a lot of things they didn't want to say. The two men continued to tremble, and they couldn't even hold the swords in their hands. They fell to the ground with a clang, and then they crawled on the ground unwillingly, kneeling in front of the evil demon they hated in their hearts. "Evil demon, you will not die well. Roar!" The two men struggled hard, and blood mixed with sweat dripped quickly. "Why bother? Forget it. You two have at least escorted this wizard all the way. This is a kind of fate. I won't make things difficult for you." Seeing the two people's desperate appearance, Colt didn't dare to be bored. With a wave of his hand, the two were sent out of the temple. They fell to the ground outside and immediately fainted. Colt's figure changed and returned to his original appearance. This was Ivan. As a true king wizard, his speed was of course the fastest, so he arrived at this western city first and came to the temple dedicated to the Tortoise of Destruction. This time, in order to wait for the best time to counterattack, the high-end forces of the extreme beast plane withdrew completely, which was completely defenseless for the wizards. Is this cruel, or do you understand the style of wizards and think that we will not engage in meaningless killing? I hope you didn't really hide everything, otherwise, we wizards will also be furious. Standing in front of the statue of the Tortoise of Destruction, Ivan whispered coldly. He didn't mind delaying time with the enemy, provided that there was something that really attracted him. This was the first time they did such a big thing of plane plundering. They didn't have much experience, but their goal was very clear. Cultivation resources? It's not to underestimate the extreme beast plane. Compared with the wealthy Danila, this is a barren place, and cultivation resources must not be listed as the main goal. The life and soul of living beings? Wizards are not real evil demons from outer space. Although they have the means to deprive thousands of living beings of their lives and souls, they have never developed such a bad habit. Their purpose is actually very simple. Knowledge. The extreme beast plane is a plane completely different from Danila. After a long time, it has long nurtured a unique civilization. This civilization is composed of unique inherited knowledge, including the cultivation system here. The lifelong pursuit of a group of wizards is truth and knowledge. In the eyes of wizards, the knowledge and civilization derived from this place are treasures, and this is also the goal they have unanimously determined through careful consultation. In the final analysis, the extreme beast plane is still too barren, and there are very few things worth plundering. If the two sides were not so deeply hostile, the wizards would definitely not be willing to break in and do such a thankless task. You are sensible. Ivan followed the induction, and came to a place not far behind the main hall. A vast library appeared in front of him, with books and paper materials displayed on rows of bookshelves, neatly arranged. As soon as he entered the library, an invisible force spread out from him, instantly covering the bookshelves in front of him. Many books flew out from the bookshelves, opened by themselves under the invisible force, and turned over page by page, and a vast amount of knowledge gathered in his mind. Just as Ivan was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, a large army of wizards descended on the earth, and the weapons were aimed at major cities. Some people, like Ivan, quietly sneaked into the depths of the city to collect all kinds of knowledge that had not been taken away, and collected all kinds of rare things. Some people directly clashed with the people in the extreme beast plane. The whole earth officially fell into chaos. At the same time, in a certain secret space, there were a large number of figures hidden. These people looked particularly heavy, and were unwilling to speak for a long time. They were the group of the tortoise, who abandoned the trillions of creatures outside and chose to avoid them. This is only temporary. I know. The ice and fire twins and the evil breaking turtle were alone in a small space. The former looked at the latter with a little worry. If it weren't for his strong persuasion, the evil breaking turtle would definitely not choose to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Even if the persuasion succeeded, he would definitely be uneasy in his heart, and he had to calm down now. Based on my understanding of those wizards, they will not and dare not do anything reckless. After a while, they will either leave on their own, or it will be time for us to fight back. I know. We even left our cultivation method, and their goal has been achieved. If they are still not satisfied, I have nothing to say. At that time, we will do what we should do. I'm afraid those wizards don't think highly of our cultivation method. The two of them wanted to give it a try. Look, They even abandoned their huge family business just to delay time and wait for the best time to fight back, provided that they were not found by the wizards. On this point, the two of them said it with full confidence, but only they knew how sure they were in their hearts. Chapter 676. True Wizard Throne. What do you wizards want? I haven't thought about it yet. I think about it slowly after I beat you. Arrogant! Then come on, I let you know the price of underestimating my extreme beast plane. The evil demon from outer space descended, and just as the earth fell into a wailing, the long-awaited god of breaking evils finally appeared. He stepped forward, stood in front of the strongest evil demon, and issued a battle declaration to the other party. What the people in the extreme beast plane didn't know was that their god did not stand up by himself, but was found hiding by the enemy. After hiding for only 5 days, the secret place carefully prepared by the extreme turtle of breaking evils was dug out by the wizards, forcing the group to stand up and face the enemy directly. The flames of war ignited fiercely again on the entire continent. Now, there are only 2 of the 4 extreme ancestors of the extreme beast plane left. The Ice and Fire Extreme One is targeted by the Chong Kong Wizard King, and the extreme turtle of breaking evils is targeted by the True Wizard Throne. We only need to deal with the Ice and Fire Extreme Phoenix, and the breaking evil extreme turtle, and the other creatures are not a concern. In the sky, seeing the enemy on the opposite side being aggressive, the breaking evil extreme turtle has revealed the body of the extreme ancestor, but its appearance is very different from before. It was a yellow rock turtle with a single power attribute. At this time, it has become a giant lava turtle with a changed appearance and several times heavier aura. The giant turtle has increased in size by at least 50%, with 2 connected mountains on its back, a lava volcano on the left, and a cold pool ice peak on the right. The rest of his body is covered with a layer of dark green thick armor, which faintly exudes a deep breath of life. True Witch Demon, I will give you the most severe punishment on behalf of the extreme beast plane. The breaking evil extreme turtle shouted loudly. Is this the form of the plane guardian? Ivan revealed his true king body, which was 66 meters tall, but he looked a little short when he stood on the other side. Facing the wild momentum coming towards him, he kept looking at the other party. As far as he knew, the plane usually had its own exclusive guardian, and the guardian could borrow the power of the plane to the maximum extent. Looking at the current situation, the extreme tortoise of breaking evil was in this situation, adding power that did not belong to him to himself. If he analyzed it correctly, this should be the power of the other 3 extreme ancestors, and also the power of the extreme beasts unique to the extreme beast plane itself. Boom boom. The extreme tortoise of breaking evil pounced with a claw, carrying the power of the 4 rules of rock, wood, ice, and fire. The 4 powers were combined into one, and there was also an extremely powerful force. This claw looked like a falling pillar of heaven. As the pillar of heaven fell, it made a rapid booming sound all the way. On the other side, the 10,000 dragon banner in Ivan's hand grew taller in the wind, and the banner swept across the sky. The dragon images on it were vivid, as if ancient dragons had revived. The giant claws fell with boundless power, and the dragon banners were swaying around them. At the moment when the 2 clashed, the devil-breaking turtle widened his eyes, because his attack once again fell into the sea like a stone, as if absorbed by something. Bang! The next second, the dragon banner swept over, breaking the giant claws layer by layer. The devil-breaking turtle felt pain and roared, and the sound spread far away. He subconsciously retracted his claws and took a look at the bloody broken end, his face a little black. The majestic life energy came from the dark green thick armor, causing his broken claws to grow again at a very fast speed. Good banner. The evil-breaking extreme turtle gnashed his teeth and said. He never thought that his proud claws could not break the wizard's dragon banner. It can be imagined how extraordinary the quality of this treasure is. This is the damn foundation of the Great Plain. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only endure it. I will die. The evil-breaking extreme turtle would certainly not retreat. He shouted loudly, and rushed forward with his huge body to kill the enemy. This move was more direct and brutal than before. Big size has its advantages. Ivan is not stupid, so how could he fight against the evil-breaking extreme turtle head-on? At this moment, although he was suppressed by the extreme beast plane and could only exert 75% of his original strength, his speed should not be underestimated. The space shook, and the huge body dodged to the side, avoiding the impact brought by the front of the evil-breaking extreme turtle. He appeared at the lower right of the huge body of the evil-breaking extreme turtle, and poured the surging multi-phase power into the 10,000 dragon banner. The 10,000 dragon banner rose from bottom to top, and hit the belly of the evil-breaking extreme turtle fiercely. This blow was solid, and the dark green thick armor on the belly of the evil-breaking extreme turtle was the first to be shattered, followed by the tough turtle shell, which was torn inch by inch, revealing the flesh and blood inside, which was also injured. Big guys have thick blood. Ivan knew that such injuries were not enough to shake the entire giant turtle, especially after the opponent had the full support of the extreme beast plane. Before he could launch the second attack, he heard the sound of breaking air, and he quickly dodged to avoid the attack launched by the evil-breaking extreme turtle while enduring the pain. Then, Ivan relied on his speed and flexibility to circle the slightly clumsy huge turtle body, and raise the 10,000 dragon banner one after another, causing the evil-breaking extreme turtle to suffer a series of setbacks in his hands. This scene made the two parties below feel differently. Look! That's the person you trust, who is like a stupid target in front of the true wizard throne. Bah! You guys who come from the big plains are just relying on the treasures in your hands. If you have the ability, fight with bare hands, otherwise don't think of making us surrender. The Sky Wizard King was fighting against Binghua. Seeing the situation in the higher sky, the former showed a comfortable smile, and the latter scolded. At the moment, Binghua was of course worried about Pijigui, but she couldn't get away because she was also at a disadvantage. She had some support from the plane, but she was no match for the wizard with many treasures. Haha, do you think this wizard looks like a fool? Hearing this, the Sky Wizard King sneered, and his hands moved more vigorously. In someone else's territory, he was of course suppressed, and his strength was less than 70%, while the other party received greater gains and more support. The increase and decrease made him unable to defeat the enemy. However, this kind of thing is only a matter of time. Be careful. When the Sky Witch King was fighting, he did not forget to pay attention to the situation in the sky. Suddenly, his heart trembled violently, and he secretly exclaimed, and he was ready to go to help. Not far under the sky, Ivan was attacked by the broken evil turtle. Never expected that this guy would play a pig to eat the tiger. When the broken evil turtle was frustrated again and again, it stuck its head out in an impossible posture and suddenly spit out a colorful light at him. The light was in the shape of a four-color mountain and hit him at an extraordinary speed. This attack was obviously planned for a long time. Ivan's palm quickly retracted, and the 10,000 dragon banner also quickly retracted, but neither was as fast as the four-color aurora. At the critical moment, he could only protect his body with the wooden soul tower. After the four-color aurora enveloped him, a kind of overwhelming suppression emerged, causing his strength to drop suddenly. 70%. 50%. 30%. The extreme turtle of breaking evil was waiting for this perfect opportunity. He took advantage of the situation and rushed over without any care, knocking Ivan and all the items away. At this moment, Ivan turned into a meteor falling to the other side. Ha ha ha, don't think you are the only one who has the treasure. After a successful attack, the extreme turtle of breaking evil looked messy, but he laughed particularly happily. The wizard was enveloped by the Aurora Peak, and was hit by his own attack when he was at his weakest. The result must be that he was seriously injured, and then suppressed by the Aurora Peak. He laughed wantonly, and chased after him in the air. In terms of speed, except for the wizard who was knocked away, no one else was as fast as him. On the other side, after being knocked away, Ivan was indeed facing an unprecedented crisis. He couldn't even hold the 10,000 dragon banner in his hand, and threw it away halfway. The wooden soul tower protecting him was suppressed by the shining mountains outside, and its power could not be exerted, so the attacking force acted on his body. It was indeed a deliberate attack by the opponent. The attacking force was particularly abundant. When he was extremely suppressed, the pressure he had to face was extremely terrifying. I almost fell. Soon, Ivan regained his balance. Although his face was a little embarrassed, he was still calm. After all, he still had a top-grade treasure to protect his body, which was the seemingly unremarkable witch ghost face. The Wugui life mask looks like a thin robe, but it is actually a treasure with amazing defensive power. With the Wugui life mask, he was able to stay safe. At this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. He looked at the Aurora Mountain that was trying to suppress him. His huge body turned into a dark stream of light, and quickly fled outside. The giant turtle was coming soon. The most urgent thing was that he had to get rid of the suppression of this special treasure. Impossible. How could you get out of the predicament so quickly and not be in any trouble? After the Peiji turtle chased him, he saw him slip out of the suppression predicament. The Peiji turtle showed an unbelievable look on his face. Peiji Zu, you are very good. Let's see the truth in a while. Ivan had no obligation to answer this. He looked at him deeply, and used the power of rules to dodge. After a while, the two formed a confrontation again. The 10,000 dragon banner in Ivan's hand has returned to his, and the destroying extreme turtle has also retracted its aurora peak. Standing face to face, the two knew that this battle would soon have a result. With my personality, I'm too lazy to destroy this plane, but you've angered this wizard, Ivan said coldly. Don't pretend there, just show me what you can do. I take care of it in my extreme beast plane. The destroying extreme turtle's heart jumped, but his face did not change at all, and he did not lose the battle. Ivan said no more. His figure of tens of meters tall waved the 10,000 dragon banner vigorously. The banner fluttered, and ancient dragons emerged from it. 1, 2, 3. There were 9, and the banner stopped generating dragons. Each dragon was more than 150 meters long, which was larger than his true king body in comparison. Ivan stood on one of the giant dragons, and waved the 10,000 dragon banner. 9 giant dragons of different colors immediately attacked, and surrounded the evil-breaking extreme turtle on the other side. Roar! 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 Listening to the dragon roar coming from the opposite side, the evil-breaking extreme turtle looked particularly solemn. If he fought against a single giant dragon, he would certainly be sure to win the battle. Even if there were 3 or 5 dragons, he could still overpower the group of dragons. But now there were 9 dragons, and more importantly, there was a throne to cooperate. Facing such a situation, I'm afraid he couldn't use the Aurora Peak to sneak attack again. At this moment, no matter how reluctant he was, the evil-breaking extreme turtle could only fight the combination of the dragon and the wizard alone. When the battle started, he was trapped in the battle formation. Ivan was really angry. He tried his best to activate the 10,000 dragon banner in his hand, causing the surrounding space to tear apart layer by layer, and even the plane barrier was torn into cracks. The destructive power contained can be imagined. With the help of other giant dragons, the destroying extreme turtle was stunned in one go. The destroying extreme turtle realized that the other party was not bragging, and even the plane barrier became as thin as paper. The fact was just as he expected. With the interference of the giant dragon, he could not find any chance to sneak attack at all. His own situation was even worse than before. If it were not for the support of the entire plane, he would not have been able to hold on for a few seconds. Dust of the god of bewilderment. Ivan used all his means. After finding an opportunity, he used the true knowledge spirit lamp to hit a dust of the god of bewilderment, which also gave the destroying extreme turtle a chance to be sneak attacked. A trance appeared in the eyes of the destroying extreme turtle, and its huge body paused for a moment. Then, the 10,000 dragon banner accurately chopped the destroying extreme turtle's head. With one stroke, only half of the huge head was left, and the other half turned directly into dust. At this moment, the look of the extreme tortoise of breaking evil became even more confused. Ivan still did not stop, and led the group of dragons to beat it again. No matter how strong the vitality of the extreme tortoise of breaking evil was, and how fast it recovered, it was finally seriously injured and dying, and was suppressed under the dragon banner. It's over. Below, the remaining elite forces of the extreme beast plane with outstanding eyesight witnessed the great god of breaking evil being surrounded and killed, and finally defeated by the evil demon, and they were all confused. Not long after, the whole battle came to an end, ending with the victory of the wizard side, and also ended with the celebration of the wizard side. On the side of the extreme beast plane, a large number of people died, and the extreme tortoise of breaking evil and the ice and fire extreme one were both severely injured, and then suppressed and became prisoners. The spoils? Yes, an extremely special primary treasure, combined with the opponent's secret method, almost made me capsize in the gutter before, but if I guess correctly, it can only exert its maximum power in the extreme beast plane. In the sky, Ivan and the Sky Witch King did not participate in the celebration below. All trivial matters were arranged by the King of 10,000 Trees and others. The two of them personally guarded the prisoners. In someone else's territory, or in the plane, they didn't know what unknown means the other party had not used, so it was more reassuring to keep an eye on it themselves. The two were talking about Ivan's spoils, which was the Aurora Peak used by the extreme tortoise to attack. After the thing fell into Ivan's hands, he roughly figured out the ability of the Aurora Peak. The quality is indeed good. It is a primary force treasure, close to medium, much better than the Blood Thunder Monument. You can use it to study this plane in depth. Sky Witch King smiled. That's right. Ivan nodded slightly. How should we deal with these two supreme ancestors and this plane? The Sky Witch King skipped this topic and asked another more critical question. Let's discuss it later. When everyone is gathered, we can discuss it together. Ivan did not give a definite answer. No one had this kind of experience. In fact, Danala did not have much experience of this kind either. If you want to blame someone, blame Danala for having abundant resources. The top leaders do not want resources from outside. If other planes are taken in, once there is a big change, they are likely to become a burden. Given Danala's own situation, it is not suitable to consider such things. Chapter 677. In the West City, the temple dedicated to the Jitian Wanfupi god. On this day, the temple became a place of judgment, and the people being judged were the Pijigui and the Binghua Jilwan who were also imprisoned. You lost. You should have considered the consequences since you started plotting against my wizard world. What else do you have to say now? Several high-level wizards stood opposite the statue with extraordinary divine aura. Not far in front of them was a turtle and a phoenix. The rock turtle the size of a millstone was suppressed by a flag, and the phoenix next to it was pressed by an iron tablet. The turtle and the phoenix looked gloomy. When they heard the wizard's words, they did not move at all, like two stone sculptures. We are all decent people, so we will not use any special means on you. Let me ask you one last time, are you too willing to surrender and sign the chaos contract with us? Ivan did not care, and continued to ask. You are dreaming. This extreme ancestor will not surrender to anyone. Kill me quickly. The extreme turtle said sullenly. His voice was not loud, but full of determination to die. Me too. If you don't kill us, as long as we find an opportunity to take advantage of us, we will definitely let you return teeth and teeth, blood for blood. Ice and Fire Extreme One said coldly. These two extreme ancestors are very strong-willed people. Seeing this, Ivan and the others looked at each other. Okay, then I will fulfill your wish. Ivan did not force it anymore. They had discussed before that if the two extreme ancestors were unwilling to surrender, keeping them would only be two major hidden dangers, so it would be better to deal with them directly. No one present was a soft-hearted person. Not long after, two more extreme ancestor corpses appeared in the temple. What about you? Do you want to fight again or negotiate directly? Ivan asked the statue whose aura had dimmed. Negotiate. The statue did not speak, but the voice came from inside. Okay, then let's have a good talk. Don't worry, we wizards are not vicious people. We will not pull out your tendons and bones. Our requirements are simple. This trip cannot be in vain. Ivan was not surprised by this, and showed a smile on his face. The four extreme ancestors have all died. There is only one person in the entire extreme beast plane who is qualified to talk to him, that is, the plane's great will, that is, the mother of all things in the extreme beast plane. Compared with the mother of all things in Danala, this one in the extreme beast plane is far less comprehensive, but it can also communicate effectively. Since the war was defeated, of course, compensation must be paid. As for occupying the entire plane, considering that Danala is currently in a troubled time, the wizards have discussed it carefully and thought about it, and it is better not to make trouble. Then, after some bargaining, an unequal treaty was established. 2 years explore well. Enough. After the treaty was established, the identities of the wizards changed, and they became half-natives of the extreme beast plane. Within a certain period of time, they will not be targeted and repelled by the surrounding environment. It is worth mentioning that due to the characteristics of the plane given by the Star Realm River, if you leave the plane and come back in a short period of time, the accumulated suppression in the plane will not only not decrease, but will increase significantly. In the final analysis, the plane is the darling of the Star Realm River, and there are many means to restrict living beings. The next time, for the wizards, is the day to collect spoils, but this scares the original creatures of the extreme beast plane. The evil demons won't leave? Hush. Those evil demons are evil, you dare say that, you are going to die. The Lord of Breaking Evil was defeated, the Ice and Fire One God was suppressed, and the Holy Legion was defeated. No one could stop these evil demons from outer space, which made the surviving creatures anxious all day long, fearing that they would be cooked or boiled by the evil demons. After a period of time, the creatures in various places soon made new discoveries. The evil demons were not the kind of crazy people imagined. As long as they were not provoked and obstructed from doing things, most of the time, they would ignore themselves. Most people ate, sang, and danced as usual, which was not much different from before. Have you heard that the Bloom family has turned to the evil demon? How shameless. Have you heard that the evil demon has passed on his cultivation method to the people of Qingmu City? It is said to be a supreme method called wizard? Really? Then should we consider it? As time goes by, the creatures in the extreme beast plane get used to the existence of the evil demon and gradually form a new order. At the same time, the wizards headed by the true wizard throne began to explore the extreme beast plane, thoroughly understood the cultivation method here, and gradually discover the deep mystery of the power of the extreme beast. The cultivation method here is to work towards the direction of condensing the body of the extreme beast. To put it bluntly, it is a method of cultivating the potential of blood and improving the level of blood, using blood to drive the power of elements. It is closely related to the characteristics of the plane. In the extreme beast plane, there will always be 4 extreme ancestors born. This is the characteristic of the extreme beast plane itself. In other words, after the death of the extreme ancestors such as the extreme turtle that breaks evil, new extreme ancestors will come into being after a few years. However, it is unknown how long it will take for the 4 extreme ancestors to reunite and restore the grand occasion, especially since the extreme beast plane has extracted a lot of original force as compensation to the wizards. In the year 3295 of the Berta calendar, the wizard team returned triumphantly to Danila. So far, the matter of conquering the extreme beast plane has been completely settled. The wizards did not care too much about the possible revenge of the extreme beast plane. It is unknown how many years it will take for this plane to recover, not to mention that there are probably some hidden cards left in the places where they have been. If the extreme beast dares to attack, the wizards will not mind raising their sickles again to reap further benefits. After washing away the deep hatred of the past, the order in the wizard world has returned to its previous state. With the establishment of cities and teleportation arrays, the wizards' footprints have spread all over the Mondora continent and Long Luowan Island, and creatures from all over the surface have also come to the wizards' territory to travel. Compared with the past, the entire wizard world has become much more lively and prosperous. Similarly, the wizard's cultivation method has attracted more attention. As time goes by, more and more creatures secretly study it, including first-class races. The wizards did not stop this behavior at all. In the 3297th year of the Berta calendar, Ivan, as the true wizard throne, carefully selected 10 wizards to join the Black Star Corps, including 3 arcane wizards and 7 third-level wizards. In the 3299th year of the Berta calendar, Ivan took great pains to catch a blue devil and tried to recruit him into the Black Star Corps through the 3 born all things, but failed. He unexpectedly discovered that the demons were extremely special to him, and he could not use the 3 lives and all things to subdue them. It might be because they were destined enemies of each other. Year 3300 of the Berta calendar. Moon Creek Plain. There is a bright moon hanging in the sky all year round, and there is a bright streamer around the bright moon, which looks like a winding stream, so the plain is named Moon Creek. A team of uninvited guests came to a remote place on this day, a total of 10 people. Did you sense it? What? The breath of the abyss. Forget it, you may not be strong enough, I have sensed it, it seems we are not in the wrong place. Look, there is a red moon in the sky, exactly the same as the news I found out before. Master, what you said makes sense. After Locke brought his subordinates to the place, he did not act rashly, but looked up at the bright moon in the sky, which was a blood-red full moon. The moonlight shines on the earth, and there is no other light falling from the sky. The surroundings are shrouded in the hazy mood created by the moonlight. As far as he knows, the moon in the Moon Creek Plain is very interesting. There are 4 moons that alternate with each other, corresponding to different seasons, including red moon, purple moon, gray moon, and pink moon. This is the last time you will carry out a mission with me. You two should be smarter, understand? Locke continued. How can it be? No matter how our identities change, you are still our boss. No one can change this. If you have an edict in the future, we will definitely put down everything and respond, without any ambiguity, and you will also become the master of the Fungia. Hearing his words, Martin Casper, who was standing on the left, responded quickly. Okay, I don't want to hear you flatter me. Locke waved his hand and turned his head to look at the other side. What about you? Do you understand? Dante understands. Dante Casper, who was standing on his right, said, Martin and Dante are one tall and one short, one strong and one thin, and their personalities are also completely different. One is smooth and the other is dull, but they are the left and right protectors that Locke values the most. After receiving his strong support, the strength of the two has made great progress in recent years. The next step is to prepare for the promotion to the 5th level. Let's go, do the business, and return as soon as possible after the business is done. With Locke's big hand wave, the group bathed in the moonlight and flew to the other side. The information he obtained showed that this Moon Creek Plain is the cradle of the Moon Demon Clan's young. The Moon Demon Clan is a large clan in the Abyss Plain, with a very special mixed bloodline, not only with demon bloodline, but also with devil bloodline, which can be said to be unique. After getting the news, they took a lot of effort to get here. What a spectacular sight. After half a day, Locke and his men arrived in front of a moon pit. The so-called moon pit is a narrow rift on the earth, and its overall shape is like a half moon. Such a strange place will attract the moon energy sprinkled from the sky as a resource for nurturing young. At this time, you can see that the deep part of the rift is full of sticky moon liquid, and there are magic eggs floating in the moon liquid, large and small, strange shapes, and the overall scene is very spectacular. Huh? Just as the group carefully looked down, Locke suddenly noticed the unusual movement, and he made a prompt decision and pulled his left and right guards to dodge to one side. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sure enough, the next second after he hurriedly left the spot, an attack fell on that place, not just one, but three, from multiple directions, to kill them. Locke and the other two dodged in time, and his other subordinates suffered. Except for the people who were sent to other places to inquire about the situation not long ago, the rest all died in this sneak attack. Tosh! Aiden! Sifney! Good, 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 you three are very good. So you have united together. The news I got was not deliberately released by you. What a deliberate plan. After Locke stood still again, he keenly discovered that it was an acquaintance who committed the crime, and his face suddenly turned black. These three people were not others, but his colleagues, the big head of the Weinlingfang. He never thought that someone would go to great lengths to deal with him. Logically, he had no advantage in the competition for the master of the Fangjia. On the surface, he still supported the head of Wulaifang and never exposed his ambition. You are quite capable. You guessed it right. It is us. Master Locke, we have found out that you often collude with people from your original plane and use your official duties to help them do private things, again and again, without any remorse. We have solid evidence. Don't quibble. If you know what's good for you, just surrender. We will take you back to Weinlingfang to await trial. After being exposed by him, Tosh, Aiden, and Sifney, who stood in formation again, were not panicked at all. Instead, they looked righteous and shouted at him. Heh! Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Who do you think you are? Tosh, when did you become the master of the Fang world? Aiden and Sifney, how about you? Are you also the masters of the Fang world? Are you qualified to judge this master? Locke looked at these people who were talking nonsense, and was immediately laughed out of anger. We are all Grand Fanchong. No one is more noble than the other. When will it be the turn of these three people to judge me? It's really a big joke. You have violated the rules again and again. Anyone has the right to rebel and correct it. You are dying, and still want to sow discord. Don't talk nonsense with him, take him down first. Tosh, Aiden, and Sifney can't tell the priority, but in dealing with Locke, the three of them have the same attitude and seem very determined. In fact, Weinlingfang has developed faster than most people expected in recent years. So far, a total of 8 Grand Fangchangs have been born. If there is one more Grand Fanchang, everyone can start the competition for the master of the Fang world that everyone is jealous of. From the current situation, there is no doubt that some people can't wait to eliminate dissidents. Locke secretly blamed himself. He always thought that if he didn't get involved too much, he wouldn't be targeted. Now he was severely slapped in the face. What made him even more angry was that he was treated as a soft persimmon. Master Locke, you go first, we cover you. Martin showed his weapon to show his intention, and Dante nodded repeatedly, ready to fight to the death. Get lost, I'm not made of clay. Locke scolded, and secretly ordered, you two will find a chance to leave first, I have my own way to deal with it, this is an order, you just need to execute it. His plan also requires Martin and Dante to cooperate. At the critical moment, neither of them can be missing, otherwise, he would have used the 3 lives and all things to select the 2 generals in vain. And all the training would be in vain. He would never allow it. None of you can leave. Tosh sneered, his face grim. As he spoke, the 3 of them launched an attack. The 3 crime-killing mills grew in the wind, crushing down like mountains. Since their identities had been discovered, they simply stopped pretending, let go, and began to use the symbol of the master, the crime-killing mill. The Sin Extermination Mill has a terrifying power of blocking and suppressing. Locke, who is also a chief monk, is fine, but Martin and Dante are in a bad situation. Chapter 678. Assholes. Do you really think you're the only ones who have it? Seeing the 3 trying to suppress others with the Sin Exterminating Mill, Locke cursed and also offered his own Sin Exterminating Earth Mill, which instantly turned into a flying peak and blocked the sky. As soon as his Sin Exterminating Earth Mill came out, the pressure on the people below was reduced. As the chiefs of the Ween Spiritual Workshop, they all had 3 special treasures, the Sin Exterminating Mill, the Judgment Purification Code, and the Grinder Bracelet, which were specifically used to deal with the spirit of sin. At this time, it became a weapon for several chiefs to suppress each other, which was ironic. Chief Locke, I advise you not to resist stubbornly. You are not our opponent. Just follow us back. One side had 3 chiefs and 3 sin-exterminating mills, while the other side had only 1 chief and 1 sin-exterminating mill. The scene that was formed can be imagined. Locke was obviously at a disadvantage. Bah! If you have the guts, just smash us with the sin-exterminating mill. It's not that I look down on you, I'm just afraid that you don't dare to do it. But Locke didn't show any fear, and he didn't worry about the 3 people's sin-exterminating mill falling. The sin-exterminating mill, the Judgment Purification Code, and the Grinder Bracelet can be regarded as the holy weapons of the Ween spiritual workshop. Once they are used to kill their own people, the holy weapons will become dirty. How will the 3 of them explain when they go back? By then, let alone running for the master of the workshop, they may also be beaten into the spirit of sin. Show him a little more powerful. Seeing that he was so ignorant of the times, he didn't even take the initiative to admit defeat and make a chaos oath to support others, so Tosh and the other 2 decided to give him more strength. The 3 of them immediately showed the treasures they had used for sneak attacks before, and each of them held a scarlet sickle that exuded a foul smell. When the sickle came out, Martin and Dante got goosebumps. This thing was very fierce. Locke's eyes twitched. He saw clearly that the sickle was made of deep sin power, which had a restraining effect on spirits like them. No wonder it killed 3 of his 3rd-level subordinates at once. You talk so high-soundingly, but you hold the sin sickle in your hands to deal with your colleagues. Don't you think your face is ugly? It's just a weapon. It's right to use it for the right purpose. It seems that you still don't intend to give in. Is Wu Lai so worthy of your following? I don't want to waste time talking to you. Just come on. Locke knew the intentions of Tosh and the other 2, but he would not give in. As he spoke, he took out 2 sharp blades, 1 blade of judgment and 1 blade of sin elimination, and handed them to Martin and Dante beside him respectively. These were semi-forced treasures refined under the guidance of the true wizard throne. Martin and Dante immediately understood what to do next. Locke also had a sharp and unparalleled space blade in his hand, which was made by the true witch throne. Kill! With his loud shout, Martin and Dante merged. Martin and Dante were one body, or more accurately, twins. They were originally split from a whole, and had the same roots. Although the 2 merged again, they were a little hurt, but the situation was critical at this time, so they couldn't care so much. After merging, the 2 turned into a furious King Kong warrior, with a wilder temperament and a deeper aura, and followed Locke to kill in one direction. Stubborn. Seeing them coming fiercely, Tosh and Aiden immediately stepped forward to meet the enemy, while moving closer to each other to avoid being broken through by relying on their large numbers. Sydney was on the opposite side, behind Locke, waiting for an opportunity to move. For a moment, the wind and clouds rose again. Then, 2 explosions sounded in succession. The corresponding results were different. Locke used the space blade to cut a gap in the sin sickle in Tosh's hand, but the warrior formed by the combination of Martin and Dante was hit by Aiden. Come again! Seeing that Martin and Dante could stop Aiden, Locke was greatly encouraged, holding the space blade in his hand and repeatedly calling out to Tosh. As his opponent, Tosh was secretly surprised. He didn't expect him to have such a sharp weapon. He really underestimated this man, but it didn't matter. Maybe there was a chance to become his trophy. After a while, Sydney in the back joined the battle. It is worth mentioning that, according to the order of promotion of the Grand Master, Sydney ranked 8th, and her background was the shallowest among the 8 Grand Masters. Even so, the battle situation immediately changed when Tosh's side added a Grand Master. Locke was a little overwhelmed, and failed to find a chance for Martin and Dante to get rid of the entanglement. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before they are defeated. Asshole! Take my move. At a certain moment, Locke saw that the 3 enemies were standing in front of him, and the position was just right. He shouted angrily, and spit out a bright light from his mouth. The light was in the shape of a 4-color mountain, and the speed was extremely unusual. Tosh looked disdainful and disapproving of his noisy behavior. Be careful. As the peak of light approached, Tosh's face suddenly changed. Unfortunately, none of them had time to avoid it, and were covered by the peak of light. This peak of light was the Aurora Peak of the Extreme Tortoise. After the Extreme Tortoise surrendered, the Aurora Peak became the trophy of the True Witch Throne. Later, the True Witch Throne gave the thing to Locke. In this battle, Locke had been suppressed and beaten. After enduring for so long, he finally got a suitable opportunity to trick the 3 people. What is this? Not good, the power is rapidly decreasing. Get together to resist his sneak attack. Under the suppression of the Aurora Peak, Tosh and the other two suffered immediately. The power in their bodies was strongly suppressed and became obscure. Faced with this bad situation, the three people not only did not break out, but also moved closer, hoping to gather the strength of the three people to fight against the enemy together, so as not to be defeated by the other party one by one. Martin. Dante. You go back first. Master I. This is an order, execute it immediately. On the other side, under Locke's tough attitude, Martin and Dante stayed away from this place of trouble. Afterwards, Locke rushed into the coverage of the Aurora Tower, and killed Tosh and the other two who were in the cage by himself, with a particularly high momentum. Damn you, you tricked us. Tosh cursed. No match for you three. Locke looked indifferent. In the extreme beast plane, Aurora Peak can even suppress the true Witch Throne. Now, its power is not as strong as before, but Tosh and the other two are not the true Witch Throne, so it is more than enough to suppress them this time. Come, let's have some fun. Shameless, you must have colluded with the strong men from other planes, and disregarded the rules of my infinite spirit shop. Haha, then you can try to collude with one and see if someone can give you a force weapon. These are just your malicious speculations. The situation was reversed at this moment. Locke fought 1 against 3, and suppressed the 3 of them. Whether it was a physical fight or a verbal fight, he had the upper hand. The sin scythe in Tosh's hand soon broke. Sifney, hurry! Give me yours. The sin scythe is not easy to refine. It needs to collect the power of sin from the spirit of sin. This work is extremely tedious, and cannot attract the attention of the infinite spiritual square. The 3 of them only had one. The sin scythe in Tosh's hand was broken, and he asked Sifney for it very impolitely. I found a way to break through. We stop him, and you break the current predicament from the side. He was telling the truth. It was actually very simple to resist the suppression of the Aurora Peak. You can use the power of suppression to fight the power of suppression. They have the sin-killing ground in their hands. With the combined efforts, they will definitely be able to break out. The only thing that was unpleasant was that the force of suppression could not reduce the suppression they were under at this time. After adapting, their power reduction was better than before, but they could only exert about 60%. Okay. Sifney did not doubt him, and casually threw the sin scythe over. Locke saw everything, and could see that Sifney was actually a little reluctant. He ignored it, and continued to chase the 3 people, feeling particularly happy. The head of this temple is kind-hearted. I will teach you these lessons this time. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless to you. After a while, Locke withdrew with Aurora Peak. Leaving behind the 3 people in a mess, the field fell into a deathly silence. How ridiculous. After a long silence, Tosh's angry curse broke the atmosphere. After a battle, the 3 of them were injured. The sin sickles they had worked so hard to refine were damaged one by one, and they were also mocked by that guy in a veiled manner. The 3 of them were full of anger. This time, they lost all their face and dignity. What should we do now? Aiden asked. You can see that this bastard is very difficult to deal with. Let him go for the time being. He dare not say anything. It doesn't matter if he says anything. No one will cause trouble for him. Tosh pondered for a few seconds and said helplessly. It is obvious that he is the leader of the 3. With his strength, will he also want to compete for the position of the Lord of the Fong Realm? Sifney reminded. Just relying on him, Locke? Let me tell you the truth. Before he became the Grand Fan Chong, the pattern had been established. He is just the 6th seat. There will definitely be no position. Everyone does not allow it. Faced with her doubts, Tosh vowed. Seeing Tosh say this, Aiden and Sifney stopped talking about this topic. Boundless Spiritual Workshop. Locke returned to his territory safely. In fact, he returned later than Tosh and the other 2, because he had official and private matters to deal with, which all required time to deal with. Private matters refer to the matters entrusted by the true wizard throne, such as putting the seeds of the nether soul into the bodies of suitable creatures, and burying chess pieces one by one. The Moon Creek plane is related to the Abyss plane, which is particularly important. He had to go to several more places, including the Moon Crater and the bustling human kingdom, to cast a wide net. Official matters refer to the tasks of the spiritual workshop. He has the ambition to be the master of the workshop world, so he can't be careless. Master Locke, you are back. Martin and Dante had waited for a long time, and finally waited for his return. I beat up those 3 idiots and smashed all their treasures. How are you 2? Are you not hurt? If I had known it was someone else's trap, I would not have taken you to Ueshi. The 3 looked at each other, And fortunately, they all looked fine. Locke was still a little worried, and directly pulled the two to ask. Thanks to the protection of the head of the Fang, Dante, and I walked quickly, everything is fine, and it won't delay the big things. Martin said truthfully. Okay, everything is the same as before. I'm still waiting for you to fight for me. Locke breathed a sigh of relief. After what happened before, he felt a sense of urgency. A single leaf can tell the coming of autumn. The competition for the master of the Fang world may have entered a white-hot stage. Time is really tight. No, this matter can't be left like this. I'd be back soon, you guys should do your own things. He thought of something and turned and left while saying it. Chief, what are you going to do? Do you want us to support you? Martin asked immediately after hearing this. No, I'm just looking for someone to complain to give those three idiots something to do, so that they won't be too idle. Locke said without turning his head. Martin was stunned when he heard this, but his steps stopped. The chief was probably going to find Wu Lai. In name, the chief was a supporter of Wu Lai's election for the Lord of the Fang world. As he expected, Locke turned around and found Wu Lai, the senior chief, and angrily recounted the evil deeds of Tosh and the other two, but omitted the fact that he had beaten the three people in the end. Chief Wu Lai, look, they have all taken such extreme measures, and it must be more than this time. The situation is very unfavorable to us. Master Locke, please be patient. Why aren't you in a hurry? If we don't come up with some solutions, we can only watch Tosh become the master. By then, our situation will be bad. Keep calm. You are not talking about something that has just happened now, but has always happened. How is it possible? In order to appease Locke, Wu Lai told a lot of inside information. Through his narration, Locke realized that the struggle between the great masters has been going on for a long time, openly and secretly, and has never stopped. This is actually related to a basic element of the infinite spiritual workshop. As we all know, the size of the plane will limit the upper limit of the strength of the local creatures. No matter how special the infinite spiritual workshop is, it is essentially a plane between small and medium. It is difficult for such a plane to give birth to a throne, and the local creatures. There is no further progress after the spiritual cultivation reaches the 5th level. In other words, it is basically impossible for the grand monasteries to find a breakthrough point to become the monastery master in terms of strength. From the perspective of a senior monastery master, he can no longer improve his strength, and other means are not so efficient. He can only watch his competitors catch up step by step. There are also many amazing and decisive opponents. In such a situation, how can conflicts be avoided? Conspiracies and plots are staged one by one, and as time goes by, conflicts become more and more intense. Until 2 grand monasteries were killed in succession. This led to the rage of Wenlingfang, and all the grand monasteries at that time were warned and punished, so that the intense situation was improved. After that, everyone gradually formed a tacit understanding. At the end, Wu Lai said meaningfully. Locke was thoughtful after hearing this, but did not continue to ask the question. It's the most critical moment. Now, the tacit understanding has been broken. If I'm not mistaken, the Sydney you mentioned should have been forced by Tosh and Aiden to take the Chaos Oath. Who will be the Lord of the Fang realm in the end? No one can be sure until the last moment. Soon, Locke returned with a heavy heart. He could hear that Wu Lai's words also reminded and warned him not to have extra thoughts. 3 people? Or 4 people? So domineering. You want to define the position of the Lord of the Fang realm, and don't give latecomers a chance. I, Locke, want to give it a try. The situation is not optimistic, but Locke is not a person who gives up easily, not to mention that there is a throne behind him who fully supports him. Chapter 679. In the inner city of the City of Truth, no matter where you stand without any obstruction, you can see the Peak of Truth standing in the center of the city, which makes wizards fascinated. But few wizards know that the Peak of Truth is actually a medium-level force treasure that is infinitely close to the top. Even fewer people know that this mountain with 9 corners and 9 faces is essentially a large golden rock tower with 99 floors. All other golden rock towers are derived from it. Nowadays, the Peak of Truth has been completely refined and unsealed by the true wizard throne. After unsealing, the internal space of the Peak of Truth exceeds the inner city of the City of Truth plus the outer city, and the entire area is extremely vast. As the actual controller of the Peak of Truth, the true wizard throne lives in the golden rock tower in the Wizard King's court on the surface, but actually lives inside the Peak of Truth. What is the true spirit? Using one's own will as a bridge, the real spirit body, elemental body, and flesh and blood body are all integrated into one, evolving into a true spirit body. For us wizards, If we can condense the true spirit, we can expect the throne. What is the power of rules? It is the most fundamental power in this world, the starting power of all things, and can also be regarded as a true one. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Only with such continuous evolution can we have the splendid world we live in. What is the multi-phase power? My multi-phase power includes soul, life, space, flame, green wood, and earth. Among them, the power of soul is the core and cornerstone. On this day, a small true knowledge meeting was held in the closed space on the 60th floor of the Peak of Truth. It was called the True Knowledge Conference, but in fact, it was the True Witch Throne giving special treatment to the Sky Witch King and the 6 virtual kings, guiding the way forward for the 7 people. For this purpose, the group specially formed the Witch King multi-phase formation to facilitate the power transfer. The Supreme Formation was divided into 2 parts, and Ivan occupied one position alone. He had transformed into the body of the true king, and a huge 6-color wheel was hanging behind him, like an original god and demon. At this time, he deliberately presented the throne clearly. The other position was composed of 7 people. Under the leadership of the Sky Witch King, the 7 people revealed their spiritual bodies, so that they could barely equal the opposite side, and not let the formation lose balance all of a sudden. Let's stop here. Thank you, True Witch Throne, for leading us to pursue the truth. Such a close teaching method benefited the 7 people a lot, especially the Sky Witch King who missed the throne, and the King of 10,000 Trees, who was about to start the 6th level promotion. It can be said that Ivan broke down almost everything he had learned, including the higher elemental realm, the real spirit body, the true spirit body, the throne, the power of rules, and so on. Following the path he has taken, others have a better chance of winning the throne. Apart from him, there is probably no other throne master who is so generous. The 7 people also know this very well. After coming to their senses, they hurriedly expressed their most sincere and heartfelt gratitude. In fact, words are not enough to express the gratitude of the 7 people. No need to thank me. As long as the wizarding world can have better development, I will be happy. Ivan could feel the sincerity of the people in front of him, and smiled, and waved his hand. Of course, he has his own selfishness, which is not something that outsiders can tell. By the way, take a look at the spoils we got after defeating the extreme beast plane before. Everyone has a share. I was lazy and only had one style. Ivan continued, and as he spoke, beast-shaped seals floated out from his palms. There were 8 beast seals in total, which could be seen as phoenix-shaped. They were all force treasures, and the quality was divided into 3 grades, and the difference could be clearly seen. The True Witch Throne has good means, which makes people admire him. The eyes of several people lit up, and each of them took one. The most resistant beast seal was also a semi-force treasure, with a very high quality, and no one would dislike it. Flying treasures are rare, and it will be convenient to go anywhere in the future, especially after leaving Danila. The Sky Witch King took the second-tier beast seal, and after a careful inspection, he found that the beast seal was only a hair away from the primary force treasure. With his current strength, he could fully exert its power. Haha, then I won't hesitate to take the largest one. Ivan put away the last beast seal with the best quality again. This one was naturally a primary force treasure, and the materials were all taken from the force plundered from the extreme beast plane. Unfortunately, the extreme beast plane is not very rich. In order not to hurt the plane too much, their harvest is not much. It was nearly 2 years after returning from the extreme beast plane that he refined the extreme beast force into treasures. These are everyone's spoils of war, and he is not prepared to take them all by himself. Try it. Try it. It happens to be very spacious here. With the treasure in hand, how could the King of 10,000 Trees and others not try it? After the initial branding, they threw the beast seal out casually, and the beast seal grew in the wind and finally turned into a 4-winged phoenix. Several people jumped behind the phoenix and stood on it. The phoenix flapped its wings, and the power of earth, water, fire, and wood appeared with the wings, making the huge body flash to the distance, with a very impressive speed and very little consumption. True Wizard Throne, has the seal ever been named? No, I leave it to you. This phoenix bird has demonstrated the extreme speed to the fullest, so why not call it the Extreme 1 Seal, True Wizard Throne? What do you think? Very good. I seconded. The beast seal uses the force of the extreme beast plane as the main material. The force of the extreme beast plane is equivalent to the power of the extreme beast, with distinct characteristics. After being transformed by Ivan, it has created an extreme speed. The entire appearance is based on the ice and fire extreme phoenix, and the appearance is quite good. Frost Queen Philomena liked it very much, and immediately gave it a name that complemented each other, which was unanimously agreed by others. Soon, several people left with their gains. Ivan was the only one left in this closed space. The 60th floor of the Peak of Truth is where he studies every day, practicing secret methods, refining equipment, refining formations, etc. The defense strength here ranks among the top of all tower floors. It's really not easy to improve the power of rules. No wonder those people are still at the throne stage after practicing for thousands of years. The road of cultivation is like this. The stronger the strength, the harder it is to improve. After mastering the power of rules, it is more thoroughly reflected. From the throne to the supreme, the things involved are not difficult to say. He only needs to transform his body into a body of rules, and then slowly deepen and perfect the power of rules he controls, until this rule is pushed to the true realm, and this rule must be of high enough quality to reach a certain established threshold. That said, in practice, it is a slow process. The current cultivation speed may be equivalent to 1 day in the past and 1 year. Sure enough, there is a reason why the throne has such a long lifespan. Whether I can reach the realm of truth in the future is closely related to the power of rules that I control. My multi-phase power potential is sufficient. However, I cannot stop there. Soul, life, space, flame, green wood, and earth alone are not enough. I should accommodate more power. Like the power of water, wind, thunder, etc., one day, the multi-phase power will evolve into the power of all things, and even the world power corresponding to the world tree. By then, I will definitely be able to reach the realm of truth. He is very clear about the path he is taking. This is the idea he had before he was promoted to the throne. Now that he has achieved the first step, he only needs to achieve the second step, and the third step in the future. He will eventually enter the supreme level. Reflect on yourself 3 times a day. After re-examining the power of rules that he controls, Ivan rarely opens his data panel. Physical fitness, 86, spirit, 860, true soul power, 86, rule power, 86. Now, for him, these data have lost their original meaning. Everything is back to the true one. Several data are equal, there is no difference between high and low. However, compared with the upper limit of 66 scales when he was a virtual king, his strength can be described as a leap forward. He and Chong Kong Wuwang were promoted not much different in time. One achieved the throne, and the other became a witch king. In the teaching just now, he paid attention to the progress of Chong Kong Wuwang's strength. The strength of Chong Kong Wuwang converted into scales should be around 72 scales. It can be seen from this that the throne and the witch king seem to be at the same level of level 6, but the changes in strength are actually very different, and the upper limits of the two are also different. The upper limit of the throne will make the witch king far behind. In the final analysis, the source of this difference lies in the power of rules, and also in the rule body that is quickly transformed from the power of rules. After these years of transformation, his body has completely transformed into a rule body, so the physical data has grown so fast. After the rule body, it will be to deepen and improve the rule power that he controls, and this step is as slow as a snail. He didn't care too much, after all, other thrones are the same. Then, Ivan's eyes fell on the subject panel, which also underwent major changes, and the progress was gratifying. Level 20 subjects, witch civilization, rune literature, enchantment. Level 19 subjects, night breathing, plane studies, astrology, curse studies, meditation studies, energy particle studies, linguistics, biology, pharmacy. He is already a throne, and his vision is far beyond the past. As the saying goes, one mastery leads to 100 masters. These subjects have also been upgraded to the 6th level, among which some subjects were pulled up by strength. Along the way, he has experienced so many things. Logically, he should not care about the level of the subject. It doesn't matter if it's 1 level higher or 1 level lower. However, he cares about the light of wisdom brought by the subject upgrade. The light of wisdom is a kind of wisdom power. He doesn't know whether other inheritors have such treatment. Anyway, he uses this method to obtain the power left by the wise old man, which is similar to the way of obtaining the power of favor. So far, he has accumulated a lot of wisdom power. Among all the subjects, the witch civilization is the most, with more than half of the subject experience value, and it is not far from level 21. In fact, the reason why he is keen on promoting the development of the wizard world and generously imparting knowledge and experience to Chong Kong Witch King and others is also selfish in this regard, which can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 680. Witch King's Court, Number 1 Golden Rock Tower. After Ivan moved his residence to the interior of the Peak of Truth, he used this Golden Rock Tower as an office and leisure place, and many people related to him stayed here all year round. Good day, true wizard throne. Good day, true wizard throne. After Ivan became the true wizard throne, no matter what he thought, in the eyes of others, and even those close to him, his power became increasingly heavy, and fewer people could remain calm in front of him, or laugh and scold. On the 9th floor of the tower, a star gate that far surpassed the star gate stood in the center, and 2 arcane wizards were guarding in front of the gate. After he appeared, the 2 hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Ska, Candy, are you used to staying here?" Ivan asked. "I'm used to it. It's very quiet here. I just need to stare at the Luteon gate every day, and take turns on duty. There's no easier job than this," Scar said truthfully. He is an old wizard with white hair and beard. He prefers quietness to movement. "Yeah, if we are interested, we can also learn from your process of deepening the Luteon gate. How can we not get used to it?" Candy nodded in agreement. When she spoke, her eyes fell on the surroundings, full of joy. There are many star gates standing around, each more complex than the other. Compared with each other, you can clearly see the traces of research. These are actually the experiments left by Ivan's deepening of the star gate. After repeated adjustments and improvements, there is the Luteon gate in the center of the tower. Luteon gate, as the name suggests, communicates with the heavens and builds the gate of Luoyang. Ivan gave the Ghost Soul seeds to Locke more than once, allowing Locke to spread the Ghost Soul seeds to each plane while performing official duties. In this regard, Locke has been carrying out the work in an orderly manner. If you do too much, it is inevitable that traces will be left. In the Moon Creek plane, Tosh and others did not wrongly accuse Locke before, but they did not find any evidence. So many Ghost Soul seeds were spread out, and as time went by, some of them sprouted and bore fruit, bringing reserve members to the Black Star Army. Ivan had anticipated this situation long ago. Due to the long distance, he could not check one plane after another. In order to facilitate communication, he developed the Luteon Gate based on the Star Realm Gate. Use the Luteon Gate to connect many members of the Black Star Army, especially these newly emerged reserve members. Just get used to it. Have you made any new discoveries recently? Yes, a little girl named Tammy contacted us. According to her description, we compared the plane list you left and found that she was in the small plane Chuanhua plane. According to the rules you set, we have taught her the corresponding breathing and meditation methods, as well as the matching spells and secrets. According to your judgment, is this Tammy really a little girl? I'm afraid not. No matter what, as long as she accepts the power seeds you spread, she will eventually not escape the palm of our Black Star Army, right? That's right. We Black Star Army never force anyone. You are right. Unlike the Gazan plane under the fairy plane, the current Ghost Soul seeds are not used to derive totem creatures. After all, that is too ostentatious and requires careful cultivation and effort. The Ghost Soul seeds in recent years have been cast widely, and many of them are just tokens. If someone covets power, they will take the bait and contact actively. In fact, Scar and Candy are also members of the Black Star Corps. There are 3 arcane wizards like them, all of whom have difficulty in being promoted to level 5 ancient kings for various reasons. Joining the Black Star Corps can gain Legion benefits and represent a new hope for promotion. Speaking of which, Candy Lilac is an acquaintance of Ivan. Originally, she followed the Ice Queen, and later followed him to guard the Suzaku Valley. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable, and her training went wrong. After he explained the pros and cons, Candy joined the Black Star Corps without thinking much, and the relationship between the two sides took a step further. The remaining arcane wizard is Devon Tyron, whose honorific title is the Water Lizard Lord. He has other important tasks, and was sent to other places. This wizard wants to talk to her. I hope she won't let you down. Ivan came close to Luotian Gate, and Luotian Gate started quickly, with divine light shining on it. Soon, a figure clearly emerged in the middle of the slightly rippling gate. He glanced at it, and then put in a bit of power, accompanied by a wisp of soul thought. Who? Tammy greets the Lord God. No need to be polite. The mirror in the gate was like a void, revealing the appearance of a little girl, who looked like a fledgling sea girl. After noticing the abnormality, the young girl was a little flustered, but quickly calmed down. As Ivan spoke, the figure on the mirror changed drastically. This was not a little girl, but a sea snake man who was more than 3 meters tall, with a snake tail, 8 arms, and gray skin. The place where he was should be an exquisite underwater palace. Your move is indeed extraordinary. Seeing this, Candy praised softly. That's right, such a trick will definitely not be hidden from this wizard. Ivan responded without modesty. At this time, He was doing two things at the same time. A part of his consciousness had passed through Luotian Gate and descended to the Chuanbua Plain, which was countless trillions of miles away. As the source of the Black Star Army, as long as he wanted and the conditions were right, he could project his consciousness to any member. Of course, new members like this were unruly, and Ivan just thought they didn't understand the benefits of the Black Star Army and usually didn't care about them. If there was any resistance, just suppress it. This time was the same. When Tammy, who was at the third level of strength, turned his face and refused to recognize him, he suppressed him with his backhand, making the other party calm down. Let me ask you, is there anything free in this world? Not to mention the magic formula that can be cultivated to the level of a lord. Yes, it is the inheritance left by our ancestors. I have left a call on it. You should know before activating the power seed that things are not so easy to get. Timmy is ashamed. From now on, I am willing to obey the command of the god and serve the god. Even though she is not as powerful as others, this god is still willing to reason. Timmy doesn't think it's too bad. She gritted her teeth and bowed down in front of the god. In fact, not everyone can activate the soul seed. Ivan has set a hidden threshold on it. Most of the creatures that can be activated are those with excellent talents. After all, the Black Star Army cannot accept everyone, so as not to waste resources in vain. You are a teachable child. Temmie is not a child. Temmie's attitude changed quickly. When she heard him say that, she immediately showed a charming posture and her eyes were rolling. Her face was indeed more beautiful, but unfortunately, her figure was very burly, whether it was because of her bloodline or other reasons, and she looked very uncoordinated from top to bottom. Ivan had seen all kinds of women, and her seductive glances were destined to be in vain. Put away your ugly face. Don't forget, you are also the mother of 41 children. Soon, Ivan became a little speechless, and called out her other identity. God, how did you know? Tammy was shocked. Sorry, I'm just a little curious. In a way you don't understand. Ivan didn't explain. He naturally used the power of the soul. At this time, he was still in Tammy's consciousness space. Through the fluctuations of the soul and the overflowing power, it was very simple to search for some important memories. He could also use more powerful means to read Tammy's life memories and do everything in detail, but there was no need for this. God is awesome. After Tammy came back to her senses from the shock, she became confused again, and her eyes staring at her became seductive. This made Ivan speechless again. Then, he understood what was going on. In this Chuanbua Plain, being able to give birth represents a kind of ability and charm, and Tammy is obviously the best among them. Moreover, sea snakes are oviparous, and their reproduction methods and various concepts are very different from those of humans. For a period of time, Ivan borrowed Tammy's body to stay in the Chuanbua Plain. After a deep understanding, he gradually figured out what kind of plain this was. The Chuanbua Plain is actually a plain dominated by the ocean, with not much land. At a certain age, the sea water will swallow all the land. Such a plain naturally has abundant water energy particles. In addition, the water also contains a peculiar vitality, which makes it easier for creatures in the ocean to give birth and reproduce. This is also the origin of the name of the plain, Chuanbua. Too high a reproductive capacity will lead to a large number of creatures. In order to compete for living space, killing often takes place in this ocean. Tammy's real identity is the lord of the underwater city, who is in charge of a sea area. Even if she is in a high position, the pressure of survival is not small. She has more than 100 daughters, and most of them have been killed. God, are you leaving now? Tammy still wants to continue to serve you. In less than a month, Tammy was convinced by Ivan's omnipotence. She and the city benefited a lot, making her reluctant to leave. Seeing that you are quite sensible, I will officially accept you into the Black Star Corps. Huh? I was before. You were just an extra staff member before, and the benefits you could enjoy from the Corps were minimal. Before leaving, Ivan used his own means to formally incorporate Tammy into the Black Star Corps. The reason for doing so was that the Chuanbua Plain aroused his interest in him, not Tammy herself. Ignoring Tammy's retention, this part of his consciousness returned to Danila. The Peak of Truth, the court of the Witch King, the highest floor of the #1 Golden Rock Tower. Ivan stood in front of Luotian Gate for a month, and Candy and Scar guarded beside him for a month. Aren't you the messengers of God? If you are interested in exploring the Chuanbua Plain, you can find Tammy to communicate yourself. Looking at the two people with envy, Ivan said indifferently that when facing new members, the two of them mostly appeared as messengers of God. I dare not ruin your arrangement. Scar said. The consciousness cannot be projected over, there is a layer between them, and there is no real experience. It doesn't matter if there is no communication. It would be better if there is a cross-plane teleportation array. Candy muttered. You still want to attack someone else's plane. Be careful, or you won't be able to come back. Ivan said with a smile. Master Truewitch, you haven't researched interdimensional teleportation, have you? Candy asked, keenly aware of something. You will know later. Ivan didn't answer directly, but the two of them were sure of it. In fact, the two of them were right in their guess. The interdimensional teleportation array has been initially developed, thanks to his control of the power of space rules. Compared to ordinary teleportation arrays, the realization of interdimensional teleportation is extremely complicated, requiring someone to actively cooperate in another plane and build a super-large teleportation platform in advance. Due to the influence of the distance, size of the plane, and characteristics of the plane, there are many interferences, and there are also various dangers. Take the Black Star Army as an example. According to his speculation, if a large-scale interdimensional teleportation is carried out, someone interferes or something unexpected happens, it is possible that more than half of the troops will be lost during the transmission process. I go around for a bit, you two can go back. Through Luotianman, Ivan invested another part of his strength and consciousness into it. Borrowing the body of another Black Star member, he began to explore another plane. The Burning Iron Plane, whose name combines iron and fire, is indeed a plane between small and medium. This is a unique plane. When he first came, he was a little shocked that the Burning Iron Plane was actually a plane that developed technology. Later, he figured out that the technology here is derived from two materials, namely burning iron and melon oil. The former is a special iron ore, and the latter is an oil-producing plant. The combination of the two has created an extremely developed refining and mechanical splendor in the plane, and it has also been integrated into a system with the way of cultivation. He has a strong desire to explore this. In fact, not only the Burning Iron Plane, through the Nether Soul Seed and Luotianman, Ivan can now easily explore many planes without leaving home and obtain a huge amount of unique knowledge. In a corner that no one noticed, a web of the heavens was slowly spreading. Chapter 681. Time flies, and more than 10 years have passed. It is the year 3315 of the Beta calendar in Wizard time. Moon Creek Plain. This is an extremely special plane. Whether it is day or night, there is always a bright moon in the sky, and the moonlight is always shining on everything on the earth. Compared with the plains with sunshine, the light in the Moon Creek Plain is far less. Even so, there are still tens of thousands of creatures living and multiplying in the Moon Creek Plain. These creatures form tribes and countries, telling the extraordinary of this land. Among all the forces, the country called Yongwe is the most powerful. This Yongwe country is a country established by the Moonlight people. Black Lion King, Vern Bridges. The pink moon is shining in the sky, and the king of Yongwe is holding a major event of the transition from the old to the new. The old king suddenly passed away. After more than half a year of consultation, someone finally ascended the throne of the king. The new king is the 13th Prince Vern Bridges, titled Black Lion King. The whole country celebrated on this day, and the royal court in the capital was the most lively. After the coronation ceremony, the Black Lion King entertained a group of princes and ministers in the name of the king. At the banquet, most people seemed very comfortable, and it can be said that they all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, for the entire capital, the blood shed in the past 6 months far exceeded the previous 10 years combined. In these 6 months, no one knows whether the blade will fall on their necks in the next moment. From today on, such days will be gone forever, and everyone will of course breathe a sigh of relief. The royal family is really full of talents. Yes, it turns out that there are so many brilliant princes, each with a good reputation. I never thought that the most unknown one would become the winner. Who would have thought that someone would bring back a powerful army from the Holy Valley? You must have seen the lion hunting army, it is indeed amazing. The blood flowing in the royal court has not yet dried, and this topic is naturally not so easy to forget. Many people are whispering about the new king, and they all admire and respect him. When the Black Lion King came over, these people immediately changed their smiles. Marquis Lawson, Earl Kyle, what are you talking about? Your Majesty, we are talking about your bravery. The Holy Valley is so dangerous. Only people like you who are not afraid of hardships, and can overcome all difficulties can have the ability to command the holy envoys there to serve you. You are praising me. I have this opportunity because of the ancient blood of the royal family itself. As a winner, the Black Lion King changed his previous aggressive attitude and became courteous to his subjects. After a conversation, many people felt that he would be a wise king. Wherever the Black Lion King went, he was the most eye-catching presence, facing a series of flattering or sincere smiling faces. This scene made those who were defeated curse hypocrisy in their hearts. In any case, after a banquet, it can be said that both the host and the guests were happy, which indicates that Yonghui Kingdom will open a new chapter. After the banquet, the guests left in cars one after another, going in all directions, and the hustle and bustle in the royal court dropped by half. The Black Lion King came to the lion hunting court without stopping. After entering the heavily guarded secret room, he suddenly knelt down inexplicably facing the empty position. Fern respectfully invites the god to come to the world. Fern, you got what you wished for and became the new king? Well, thanks to the god's advance reminder, there were indeed people who made trouble in today's coronation ceremony, but it did not cause any waves. I am now the Black Lion King of Yonghui Kingdom. You are happy, but remember one thing, don't indulge in power. Power is just an accessory of strength. Thank you for your advice. Fern will keep it in mind. In fact, there is a figure in black robes in the sea of consciousness of the Black Lion King. This person has a slender figure and a handsome face. The most eye-catching thing is his temperament, as if he is the embodiment of wisdom. In front of this person, the previously majestic Black Lion King became unusually submissive. This person is the true witch throne from Danila. The reason for this is that Fern is also a member of the Black Star Legion. When he first joined the Legion, Fern was weak and unknown, and he was a very inconspicuous one among many princes. Later, he was favored by the god, who not only helped him purify his blood, but also personally guided his cultivation, so that his strength increased continuously in a short period of time, and even successfully promoted to the Lord level. Under the arrangement of the god, he also entered the Holy Valley, and brought out a large army from it with the means given by the god. Get up, don't slack off when you come back, I'm waiting to witness the day when you become the king of Moon Creek. Yes, Fern will definitely not slack off. Looking at the new king who was neither arrogant nor impatient, Ivan was quite satisfied. Fern in front of him could be said to be taught by him personally. He was both a subordinate and a disciple. Without his support, Fern's strength would not have improved so quickly. Of course, there were deep reasons for him to do so, mainly based on blood. The entire Moon Creek plain can be divided into two parts. One is the moon crater that absorbs moonlight wantonly, and the other is the country built by various races. The former is actually the Holy Valley mentioned by the Moonlight people, which is rich in holy envoys, that is, the mixed blood moon demons. The latter has the strongest power among the Moonlight people. Logically speaking, the moon pit is full of demon eggs, so it should be more valuable. In fact, it is not entirely true. After his in-depth investigation, he found that the moon demons nurtured in the moon pit have defects. In fact, they are used as soldiers, and can be easily controlled by the superior moon demons to form a combat corps. On the other hand, the blood of the Moonlight people is thinner on the surface, but it is actually a relatively ancient blood. Especially the royal family of the Moonlight people. Through his research and investigation, he found that the royal blood is not only ancient, but also very pure. Tracing back to the origin, it can be traced back to an ancestor of the Abyss Plane. With these factors, he will vigorously cultivate Fern. Fern is also quite competitive. Given time, he may be of great use. The All-Heaven Net has begun to show results. Compared with the Scarlet Legion in the past, this method can't make much noise, but it is safe and hidden, and won't make enemies on all sides. Thanks to Locke. In the Infinite Spiritual Square, Locke is only a big head of the square now. If he can take the position of the master of the square world, it will definitely be a very profitable thing. For this wizard, not only can the Black Star Army be strengthened and the All-Heaven Net be expanded, but also the authority to further explore the Void Well can be obtained to improve the power of space rules and cross-dimensional transmission. After Ivan gave Fern a few words, this part of his consciousness returned to Danila through the Lution Gate. Although Fern is a little special, he is just a small ring in the All-Heaven Net. After so many years of development, the All-Heaven Net has spread to many places, which also means that Ivan's tentacles have reached into countless planes, including many large planes, and even the Abyss Plane is no exception. Otherwise, how could he get the news about the Moon Demon Clan? He also knew in more detail that this ancestor of the Moon Demon Clan had gone deep into the chaotic world and returned with injuries. He had fallen into a deep sleep, and used the power of the Abyss Plane to repair himself. If the other party did not show up, he could also give the entire Moon Demon Clan great protection. You can't be too impatient about things in the Abyss Plane, or you will easily lose all your previous efforts. For the Abyss Plane, Ivan not only laid many hidden pieces of the Heavenly Net, but also sent 2 teams of wizards there. One team was led by the Water Lizard Lord, who had joined the Black Star Legion. The second team was another arcane wizard, Gary Maldaw, honored as the Shadow Bat Lord. He had mastered the meditation method, the ghost mask, and the Great Transfiguration. At present, both teams have sneaked into the Abyss Plane. After all, this was a high-end mission assigned by the Mother of all things. It was hard to imagine how difficult it was. Ivan did not want to complete it in a short time, but chose to do it slowly, so as not to reveal his flaws and be wiped out. The overall strength of the Abyss Plane was much higher than that of Danila. In front of the strong men of the Abyss Plane, his throne was not enough. Wuyin Lingfang. At this time, although the 9th Grand Master had not yet appeared, the competition for the Master of the Fang realm had already been put on the table, and the intensity could be described as beyond words. These two little brats, you have to fight for your breath, otherwise this Master will not forgive you. On this day, as the 6th Grand Master, Locke inspected the two palaces not far apart as usual. In the palace, Martin Casper lived in one room and Dante Casper lived in the other. To this day, Martin and Dante have been in seclusion for many years, trying to break through the bottleneck of the 5th level Ancient King. As far as he knows, Martin and Dante are not the only ones in the Wuyin Lingfang who are in seclusion. Many people want to take advantage of this last period of time to fight, and see who will break through the barrier first and become the last big head before the Master of the Fang world appears. It is precisely because of this that Locke's heart is increasingly difficult to calm down. If it really doesn't work, just use ruthless hands and fight to the death. However, now these people have become very cautious, and it is not easy to be ruthless. Anyway, anything can happen until the last moment, and it is not time to admit defeat. Standing in front of the White Palace, his thoughts were flying in his mind. After standing for a long time, he turned around and left, rushing directly to another area. Today, Locke is going to visit someone, and he wants to visit openly. In the 8th district, Sifmi, as the host, did not show much enthusiasm after seeing him. Master Marichadan, why are you here? We made an appointment, come and have a chat. It's up to you, but don't expect to get any help from me, or the people you support. I'm here today on my own behalf. Sifmi was not surprised by Locke's direct expression of his ambitions. He had already been exposed for his painstaking efforts to cultivate his two capable subordinates. Everyone knew it. Afterwards, Sifmi led him into her palace, and the two sat down separately. Sifmi signaled that he could speak. You should know something about me, right? Locke said. Of course, it is said that after your ambition was exposed, you once irritated Wooly Elliot and yelled at him, calling you an ungrateful person, calling you. Hearing his words, Sifmi thought for a moment and replied. Stop, you can skip this, I'm not talking about this. Locke was so upset that he quickly asked her to stop, saying that he was not here to be scolded. Then what are you talking about? Remember when we were in the Moon Creek Plain? Tosh once said something, you remember it clearly, right? You colluded with people from the original plane and used your official duties to help them do private things, one after another, without any remorse, and you must be punished by law? Sifmi's words made Locke fall into silence for a moment. In response, Sifmi smiled and looked at him. Let's change the topic and talk about the Chaos Oath. Locke said again. You talk, I listen. The smile on Sifmi's face disappeared. The Chaos Oath can actually be washed off, especially the verbal oath without setting up an altar and offering sacrifices, right? Locke asked tentatively. I know. Sifmi stared at him deeply. This is also an extremely cunning guy. He clearly pointed out that there was someone behind him, but he acquiesced in a way that left no handle, thus showing that he has the ability to break the Chaos Oath. It's a pity that Tosh is very careful, and would not leave such an obvious flaw. So that's it, it's really me who was reckless. Seeing the other party nodded, and then shook his head, Locke was undoubtedly a little disappointed. It seems that he can't start with the Chaos Oath, otherwise the price to pay will be too high. He doesn't want to bring big trouble to his boss. In fact, we can also make an agreement. He continued. Agreement? Sifmi looked at him in confusion. Yes, in the election of the Lord of the Fang realm, if you have the opportunity and choose to support me, I can give you a primary force treasure afterwards, and I will never lie. Locke promised firmly. You mean, the election of the Lord of the Fang realm will not be affected by the Chaos Oath, or even invalidate it? Sifmi was surprised. It is possible, isn't it? Locke did not give a direct answer this time. Of course, he could not come to such a conclusion. The conclusion was drawn by Wizard Ivan based on the special nature of the infinite spirit Fang, and it was also because of this that they did not take tougher measures to eliminate competitors one by one. In fact, with the current strength of the Black Star Army, it is entirely possible to kill some big Fang heads in secret, just like what some people did many years ago. Of course, he chose to believe the boss's judgment. You won't suffer any loss anyway. This is a fair transaction. If the transaction goes smoothly, you can get a complete elementary force treasure. Besides, Tosh doesn't seem to have cultivated you much, so you don't need to be so loyal to him. We are all big shop heads, no one is more noble than anyone else, so why should you support someone who has plotted against you? Locke didn't say much about this topic, but just persuaded Sui Zhang from the perspective of the transaction. Even in Danila, elementary force treasures are not something that can be easily obtained, let alone in the Infinite Spirit shop. The thing he regretted most was that he didn't go to the Dragon Ancient Ruins on purpose when he was in the Danila Plain. In the Dragon Ancient Ruins, the boss and Ginny both gained a lot, but he missed it. He regretted it more than once after hearing it, and it can be said that his intestines are almost green with regret. Okay, I promise you. Sydney pondered for a long time, and finally agreed to his request. After the two signed an agreement, Locke left quietly, his steps obviously much lighter. Chapter 682. Danera, the fifth floor of the underground world. There is such a place. The space is full of dim and heavy fog, and there are winding dragons in the fog. When you look closer, it turns out that they are countless ancient tree roots. These ancient tree roots are like jade pillars of the earth, exploring from all directions, hanging in the air, and finally interweaving in the middle of this space. In fact, there is a different island in the middle, and few people know that this is the residence of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, the master of the Earth's core lineage. The whole place is called Fangyu Paradise. This is a place full of sadness. You are right, welcome to Fangyu Paradise, the true witch throne. Three figures suddenly appeared and landed accurately on the edge of the island. They are the true witch throne, Ginny, and the Sea Mother. Ivan was originally in the Peak of Truth. The Sea Mother Brave came to the City of Truth in person, and invited him on behalf of the Earth's core. With Ginny's face, he followed all the way here. Undoubtedly, this is a secret place, and it is rare in the world to be secretive. What exactly is this place? He asked involuntarily. It is not difficult to sense that this is a space filled with the atmosphere of dusk, and everything seems to be heading towards decline. Lilibet's residence. The Sea Mother said so. Well, it is also a very quiet place. Ivan quickly added that he did not expect the Dark Knight Mother to live in such a ghost place. Haha, I think Lilibet must be very happy to hear this. The Sea Mother smiled. As she spoke, a figure walked out leisurely. Wasn't it the Dark Knight Mother they were talking about? Lilibet Elsop, one of the four supreme powers in the Danila Plain. How dare Ivan neglect him? He hurried forward to greet him. He had been speculating and analyzing the other party's purpose in his heart. The attitude of the Sea Mother was more friendly than before. The most likely reason was that she had a request. What he couldn't figure out was how powerful the Earth Core was. How could it come to him? He hoped that he was wrong. The island was not very large, and there were scattered palaces on the ground. Under the leadership of the Dark Knight Mother, a group of people entered one of the palaces. It was spacious and bright inside, and it was obviously a hidden world. Finally, they came to a larger garden. The garden was full of colorful flowers and treasures. Some of them Ivan couldn't recognize, and they should not be native to Danila. These flowers surrounded a statue, which was the Great Mother of the Earth. Seeing this, Ivan bowed from a distance. He had borrowed the name of the Mother of the Earth's core many times in the past, and the deeds of the Mother of the Earth's core were also very admirable. This used to be my mother's palace. Many years ago, we loved to play here. It was a time that we miss very much. When he was about to get straight to the point and ask the other party why they were looking for him, he heard the sad voice of the Dark Knight Mother. Is this the origin of the name of Paradise? Ivan followed her words. Wizard Ivan, you are still so smart and sharp. The Dark Knight Mother praised. Thank you for the compliment. I just said it casually. Even the Dark Knight Mother, who always had a bad face, was like this. I was afraid that the matter was not small. Ivan had the urge to run away. However, in the same plane of Danila, where could he go? Why do the Earth Core lineage like to do such embarrassing things? Wizard Ivan, Ginny should have told you that she won the bet in front of the ancient dragon ruins. This god owes you something, but you never mentioned it. Do you have any concerns? The Dark Knight Mother Goddess then mentioned another thing. Ginny said it, but I didn't participate in the bet between you. I'm sorry, I can't accept it. Ivan shook his head. If it wasn't necessary, he certainly wouldn't accept this kind of bet with the meaning of charity. Ginny is Jenny, he is him, they can't be confused. It seems that you care about our aggressive things before. The Dark Knight Mother Goddess said. To be honest, a little, but not much. Not to mention that you did provide a rare opportunity, but I have other opportunities. When the Earth Core lineage forced him to hand over the World Tree Seed, Ivan was indeed quite angry at the time, but he gradually let it go afterwards. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and there is nothing you can do if you are not as strong as others. If we talk about aggressiveness, the Golden Throne targets wizards more. We can live in peace. There has been no major conflict recently. Maybe. The Night Mother looked at him deeply and finally talked about today's topic. You must be curious about the purpose of our visit to you? Please explain. Ivan's heart trembled slightly. Do you know? In fact, all members of our Earth Core lineage have injuries and have not recovered completely. This is the case for the Sea Mother and me. The reason why the Night Elves were able to obtain my protection is that they helped me recover from my injuries, but later they lost their effect. But they were lucky. They brought Ginny back from the surface for me and regained my protection. The Dark Night Mother Goddess stated slowly and without a hurry. There is no doubt that this is a big secret. The contribution made by the Earth Core vein in the original war was admired by all living beings, and so was I. Ivan thought to himself that it was indeed so, but he remained calm. I am not saying this to show off my achievements. There is actually a very critical factor that has prevented us from recovering from our injuries. It is because our Earth Core vein is missing an extremely important thing. That thing is equivalent to the treasure that stabilizes our veins. The Dark Night Mother Goddess continued to speak, revealing another shocking secret. Ivan was numb when he heard it. Is such a secret really something he can listen to? Wouldn't Lilibet want him to find the thing for her? No way. That treasure is called Fangyitu. The Dark Night Mother Goddess ignored what he was thinking and directly told him the name of the treasure, and was ready to say it in more detail. My lord, please forgive me for being rude. I don't think you should tell me this information. I can't afford it. Ivan reacted and interrupted the other party without caring about anything else. He felt that if he continued to listen, his life would be in trouble. You can. The Dark Night Mother said firmly. Huh? Ivan didn't believe it. Why should I? This is the guidance from my mother. The Dark Night Mother turned her head and stared at the statue of the Mother of the Earth. Ivan didn't know how to refute her words. In front of the Mother of the Earth, the other party would definitely not tell lies, even if the Mother of the Earth had passed away. Ivan couldn't question the Mother of the Earth. This answer was flawless. If I see that Fangyitu someday, I can bring him back for you and hand him over to your Earth Core clan. He had no choice but to agree sullenly. The Dark Night Mother Goddess knew that his wish was not high, but this was a revelation from her mother, and she had to tell him. Then, the Dark Night Mother Goddess told more detailed information. The way Fangyitu disappeared was rather unexplainable. He was exiled by the strong men from the Abyss Plane, Shadow Plane, and Ash Plane in the original war. No one knew where he was exiled. In the original way, it was possible to be exiled to any corner of the world. Over the past thousands of years, the Earth Core clan has used almost all the methods they can use and searched all the places they can find, but they have no real clues at all. They are almost giving up. As Ivan listened, he was analyzing in his mind, what virtue and ability did he have to complete this commission? Could it be the initial formation of the heavenly net? Or is it related to the power of wisdom? Indeed, not long ago, I used the power of wisdom to nourish the prophet's book to a medium-level force treasure, which was a big improvement compared to before. But how high-grade is the treasure of the Earth's core vein? How can a mere medium-level force treasure predict it? It's good that you can agree to it. Seeing that he didn't hold a grudge, the Dark Night Mother Goddess was relieved. I agree, but I can't guarantee anything. Ivan hurriedly added. Seeing this, the Dark Night Mother Goddess didn't force it. With the previous gap, she didn't expect the other party to become active all of a sudden. This matter can only be done slowly. Today, she expressed her intention first, and then see the truth in the future. Fate is playing tricks on people. Wuyin Fang. The election date for the Lord of the Fang realm is getting closer and closer, and the time of the entire Wuyin Fang is like a clockwork, making the Grand Fang Masters feel that it is passing faster and faster. Who will be the 9th Grand Fang Master? How will the election for the Lord of the Fang realm begin? And who will win in the end? These questions deeply trouble the Grand Fang Masters. Rumble, rumble. On this day, the earth suddenly shook violently, and there were major changes inside the Wuyin Fang. A new area was rapidly generated, and such a big movement made people look sideways. Those who know the inside story understand that only when a new Grand Fang Master is born will the plane open up a new area on its own. In other words, the 9th Grand Fang Master of Wuyin Fang finally appeared. I meet the Fang Master. I have kept you waiting for a long time. At the same time, on a certain mountain peak, The long-closed white palace opened, and a very tall and burly figure walked out of it. When he saw the people waiting outside, he bowed down. This respectful attitude is the same as always. Ha ha ha, good job, you look so dull on weekdays, but it turns out you are a talented person, Dante. You were too low-key in the past, even I misjudged you, you are better than Martin, haha. Locke kept looking at the person in front of him, smiling continuously, and did not hesitate to praise him. It's no wonder he was happy. Dante was so motivated that he was promoted to the ancient king in one fell swoop. This was something he had not thought of in advance. There is no doubt that Dante gave him an unexpected surprise. That's right, Dante is the 9th chief of the Wuinlingfang. No, Martin had some problems, which delayed him for some time. He should be able to reach this step soon. Hearing his words, Dante spoke well of Martin. You've talked a lot. Not bad. You be a big boudoir master in the future. You can't be too taciturn. The past is the past. You don't have to worry about it. Locke was still happy. He knew that Dante was so quiet because he had suffered under the great mill of extermination. After all, he was the one who sent him there himself. Time has passed, and the right and wrong at the time have disappeared like smoke. Boudoir master, I'm telling the truth. Give Martin some more time. He will be promoted soon. I can sense it, Dante emphasized. Really? Really? I hope he can still make it. Come on, I take you to take over the area you will be in charge of in the future. After confirming again and again, Locke's eyes were shining, but he knew in his heart that Martin might not make it in time. After all, no one knew whether the election for the Lord of the Boudoir would start immediately. Then, the two of them went down the mountain with a group of subordinates and walked towards the newly formed 9th area. When they arrived at the new area, there were already quite a few people waiting there. Seeing the two people appear, many of the Grand Masters looked unhappy. You go, I talk to them. Locke didn't care, glanced at the newly generated sin-killing mill, and motioned Dante to go and verify it. After Dante walked to the sin-killing mill in the center of the area, he flew directly to a large stone on one side, where a group of Grand Masters stood, led by Tosh, Powell, Wooly, and Dewey. Oh, several Grand Masters are here. Locke knew that the four had reached an agreement long ago, and would join forces to suppress others, trying to circle the position of the Lord of the Fang world to one of the four, and never give it to the other Grand Masters. But there is only one position, so this agreement is actually a bit ridiculous. Locke, I advise you to be more sensible, otherwise, you will not have a good result in the future. Seeing him so arrogant, Tosh warned coldly. The other three also looked unkind, and they did not speak, but their meaning was the same. So, you are sure that the Lord of the Fangjia must be in your pocket? Haha, then let's wait and see. Seeing that the four people were not pretending, and they were not on the same page, Locke had nothing to say. Humph! Wait for the pain. The few people did not leave, but were all paying attention to the movements on the other side. Not far away, Dante quickly completed the fusion with the sin-killing mill, and brought this new area under his control, which also meant that he officially became the 9th Grand Fanchang. As expected, after the 9 Grand Fangchangs gathered, the Wuinlingfang had a more wonderful situation. In the sky, a black and white mist was growing, and the mist was surrounded by thunder and lightning, which were also black and white, as if something was brewing. How could the people present not understand that this thing must be related to the election of the master of the Fang world, and their hearts were lifted up. What people didn't expect was that the mist kept spinning, becoming thicker and thicker, and gradually turned into a huge mill shape, but it didn't stabilize for a long time. 1 day. 2 days. 9 days. For the big Fanchang below, 9 days is insignificant, but at this point in time, it seems particularly tormenting. Several people still didn't leave. Until the increasingly thick mist suddenly split into 2 groups of power, the power was like a running snake, and disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye, so fast that people couldn't see where it went. The next moment, a familiar vibration sound was heard, and it sounded from 2 places, which made the chief monk below stunned. At this moment, 2 more chief monks appeared, which undoubtedly made the situation more complicated. Locke quickly came to his senses, pulled Dante aside, and whispered a few words, and immediately confirmed that one of them was Martin. Although he didn't know the reason behind it, it was really a great blessing. Then, the 2 hurriedly ran to the other side, running to the newly generated area. There was still a little time, and maybe they could get another helper. Chapter 683. Here it comes. Yes, it's finally about to start. Don't forget what we agreed to do. Just wait and see. Time passed quickly. At this moment, the 11 Grand Masters of Wen Lingfang all felt that the long-awaited election for the Master of the Fang world was coming. Accompanied by a neat jingle, chains fell from the sky and landed accurately in front of the Grand Masters. The Grand Masters, who were originally scattered in groups of 3 or 2, immediately reached out to grab the chains that fell in front of them and held them tightly. Some people didn't even want to delay for half a second to seize the opportunity and climbed up quickly. Master Locke, we also go up. There may be some benefits to being the first. People are often like this. If someone takes the lead, others will not be willing to lag behind. At this time, the Grand Masters did not care whether it was appropriate or not, and began to climb up along the chains. The chains started to move on their own, moving upwards while pulling everyone to the middle of the plain, so that a group of people came to a position not far away. The big Fang lords on the chains were even more stimulated and kept climbing up. The whole scene looked quite spectacular. Not long after, they arrived below the black and white mist. The terrifying pressure came from above, and many people were cold and stiff. My goodness, this is probably what the sinful spirit feels like under the sin-killing mill. Don't tell me that we will also experience crushing and shattering again and again. It's not easy to be the lord of this Fang world. It's come to this point. It's impossible to give up. Locke couldn't help but slow down his climbing speed, looking up and staring at the mist above, always feeling that there was great terror inside. When the time came, no matter how uncomfortable he felt, he could only go on. My goodness, there are spots of light on my body. The chains hanging above kept rising, as if someone was pulling at the top. Everyone was blown by the mist outside, and all kinds of spots of light immediately appeared, blood red, dark green, purple and blue, like a group of manifestations of curse power with varying degrees. Locke immediately thought of the analysis of his boss, Wizard Ivan. According to the situation when they first came here to serve as the master of the workshop, it is very likely that they need to further whitewash to be promoted to the master of the workshop, cutting off all the shackles and constraints of the past, and washing into a clean body. In other words, these spots of light of different colors are all kinds of oaths, agreements, contracts, and covenants that have nothing to do with the Wen Lingfang. The boss is the boss, everything can be predicted. Now, everyone will be free, and it's up to you to choose who to choose. All the calculations in the past are in vain. As a person who strives to be the best, Locke's mind is full of thoughts, but his hands do not stop moving. He moves up and up, and soon, he is submerged in the mist. The mist is actually composed of high-level sin-killing power and purification power. After his body completely entered it, he experienced the horror of the sin-killing power and purification power for the first time. As the rotating mist washed over him, he felt as if he was being cut into pieces. After being washed by the mist, the light spots on his body really became lighter. The connection of the three birth all things secret method is also being purified. I have to go back and find the boss and Ginny to recharge it. Locke did not forget to sense the changes in his body. It was normal for the three birth all things to be washed away. The only thing he was worried about was Dante. He had sent Dante to the bottom of the sin extermination mill and crushed him day and night. It was reasonable for him to bear a grudge and rebel. In this way, he endured the pain deep in his soul, endured the impact on his mind, and continued to move up. The other big heads were the same. It was difficult for them to keep calm and constantly weighed the pros and cons. It was unknown how long it had been, but this tormented road finally came to an end. Figures emerged from the bottom one after another. They only felt that their bodies suddenly lightened and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is a simple yet not simple world. There is a giant mill with no end on it, and there is also a giant mill with no end under it. Both giant mills are made of the power of sin extermination and the power of purification. Each giant mill is composed of two parts. One half is white and the other half is black, clearly distinguished, and obviously of higher quality than the sin-killing giant mills on Earth. The chain extended from the giant mill above, and retracted itself after the people arrived. After a while, the 11 chiefs of the Wen Lingfang arrived here. A group of people looked at each other. Sure enough, the light spots on everyone's body that looked like curses were washed away, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. However, they knew their limits, and no one acted rashly. After all, there was a gaze from nowhere, watching their every move. Here it comes. It seemed particularly quiet here, and suddenly, some paper fell down. The chief monastics felt nervous, watching the paper float in front of them, and they reached out to take it. A white paper, with a black chain pattern on one side, and a black millstone pattern on the other side, nothing else. They knew that these three different things represented the Judgment Purification Code, the Soul Prison Chain, and the Sin Extinguishing Mill, which also corresponded to their identities as chief monastics. They could also sense that the small page of paper carried a great power. However, the paper did not belong to them, but needed to be voted for the monastic master in their minds. The more the better, the more they would win. In this way, a deputy monastic master would be selected to temporarily exercise some of the authority of the Infinite Spirit monastic. The people present understood that this was how the monastic master was selected, and their hearts became hot. According to the plan, Powell couldn't help but speak. He said to the several chief monastics nearby. The four of them had already made an alliance. Haha, this method is good, fair, just and open. Locke interrupted with a smile. The two people's voices broke the silence. As soon as they finished speaking, they were inexplicably concerned, and the pressure on them increased greatly, as if they were warned by the eyes of the Mother of all things in the infinite spiritual square. Not only that, they were also punished. The Mother of all things silently passed down the decree, ordering them to vote first and second, and make a decision immediately. I am confident that I can bring the infinite spiritual square to a new height. I choose myself as the master of the square world. Powell had already made up his mind. I, Locke Marichattan, choose myself. Locke did the same, and said the answer in his mind without hesitation. The two did not vote for others, and the paper was still in their hands. It was the next Grand Master's turn. Tosh's face became a little embarrassed. It was obviously his turn to vote. Tosh, don't forget. Dingling. Powell was about to persuade him not to forget the previous covenant, but a chain fell down quickly, binding him right in the middle, and dragged him into the giant mill above to endure the pain of being cut into pieces. When he was released, his whole face became extremely depressed, and his body was shaking unconsciously, which showed how heavy the punishment was. This was used to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. I vote for myself too. Tosh immediately said, causing Powell to look up and glare at him, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Seeing this, Locke smiled. These guys are all ambitious people. The so-called four-man alliance to prevent others from claiming the position of the Master of the Covenant was, as expected, of little use. However, his idea was soon slapped in the face. The Covenant was still useful, and Dewey, one of the four, followed it. Powell Jones, I want to respect you as the Master of the Fong world. The Covenant between the four people listed various possible situations. In this case, according to the content of the agreement, Powell should be chosen. Besides, Powell is only a temporary replacement, and others may have the opportunity to replace him. After Dewey made his choice, the paper in his hand floated in front of Powell, and Powell changed his previous gloomy expression and grabbed it. Powell was still not satisfied, and looked at Wu Lai and other people who had made an agreement with him with burning eyes. The meaning was self-evident. Perhaps his eyes were too naked, which once again aroused the dissatisfaction of the Mother of all things. The Mother of all things did not punish him this time, but urged others to immediately choose the master of their choice. Locke Marichattan, I want to honor you as the master of the Fong world. Tosh Bartoba, I want to honor you as the master of the Fong world. Powell Jones, I want to honor you as the master of the Fong world. For a moment, many people's voices came out at the same time, and the field was very lively. After the selection, the paper used for voting flew towards the selected target. This scene was particularly eye-catching. With everyone's eyesight, it was completely clear. The 11 people were divided into 3 parts, 4, 2, and 5. The result was clear at a glance. Impossible. How could it be you? He. Some people's faces turned black, some people were directly broken, and some people showed a winner's smile. No matter what they thought in their hearts, the ending had been decided. The first head of the Wuyin Lingfang was Locke Marichattan, and what he had to pay was 2 primary force treasures. In fact, Locke not only won over 2 people, but also signed a total of 4 contracts. Fortunately, in the end, there was no danger. Clatter. With a series of light sounds, all the pages flew to his side and fell into his hands. In the sight of everyone, all the power contained in the pages was divided into 3, and Locke's 3 treasures of the Grand Master floated out, and the power represented by the chain was integrated into the prisoner soul chain, that is, the grinder bracelet. The power represented by the millstone was integrated into the mill of extermination. The power represented by the white paper itself was infused into the Judgment Purification Code. The 3 treasures of the Grand Master glowed with divine light, and began to transform to a new level. Soon, they all jumped from semi-force treasures to primary force treasures, and continued to improve. After a long while, the transformation of the 3 treasures stopped. This indicates that the identity of the acting abbot has become worthy of the name. Great Mother of all things, thank you very much for your gift. We will not disturb your peace any more. Locke took back the treasure with satisfaction, and then understood and said goodbye to the Mother of all things. Before others followed suit, a group of people were sent out. When they looked up again, the mist on the top of the sky had disappeared. Ahem. Greetings to the abbot. Greetings to the abbot. A certain abbot pretended to cough, and someone immediately responded, which made others feel particularly bad, but no matter what, the surface face could not be torn, and they could only bear the unhappiness and salute. Abbot Locke, I agree with that sentence very much, really. Martin said sincerely. What are you talking about? Martin. Locke knew that he wanted to do something bad, and couldn't help laughing. Under your leadership, my Weanling Fawn will definitely be able to reach a new height. Martin continued. Hearing the two people agreeing, Powell's face turned pale. This was clearly what he had said just now. How could this be possible? That's a good point, but don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Yes, the master's words are thought-provoking. Martin will remember them in his heart. The winner has the attitude of a winner. Locke, Martin, and Dante certainly have reason to be happy, but he still has a lot of things that he hasn't figured out thoroughly, so he's not in a hurry to change anything for the time being. Locke gestured to the few people and took them away. Tosh, look at what you did. We set the rules in advance. Why did you change sides at the last minute? If not, how could an outsider get the advantage? As soon as the others left, Powell could no longer hold back and directly challenged Tosh. If Tosh hadn't messed around, there wouldn't have been such an embarrassing situation. What rules? Your rules, or the rules from above? Stop making trouble. He's just the acting master now. I don't believe you will remain indifferent. Just wait and see. How could Tosh let Powell scold him without fighting back? He also thought clearly that although the current acting master was unpleasant, he still preferred the current situation to Powell's promotion, and there was a higher probability of surpassing the past. At this moment, he keenly noticed that the power level restrictions brought by the Infinite Spiritual Workshop were slowly loosening, which meant that he would have the opportunity to break through to the next level first. Once he did this, the position of the master would change. There was no need to talk so much nonsense with Powell. You are unreasonable. Tosh led his men away in a straightforward manner, but Powell was very angry. He hated this guy who was not good enough, but always made trouble, and was still making excuses. The others did not want to talk much and left one by one. On the other side, Locke had just returned to his residence when he fulfilled his previous promise. Symphony Marcus, I won't say much to thank you. I am a trustworthy person. This is yours. Thank you, Master. According to the chronological order of becoming the Grand Master, Symphony was the 8th seat. Compared with Tosh's coercion and inducement, she finally chose greater benefits. Marcus was the 10th or 11th seat. He and Martin were assisted by the Mother of all things and pushed at the last minute. They became Grand Masters at almost the same time, regardless of order. Marcus also wanted to obtain a primary force treasure, so he blocked Locke and got a space blade. There is not much difference in their physiques, and the use of space blades complements each other. After receiving them, the two hurriedly expressed their gratitude. There is no doubt that the space blades came from the hands of the true Witch Throne. Locke has 3 pieces in total. If one more person supports him, he will have to give away the space blades he used before. You don't have to be greedy. When there is a chance next time, I will ask the true Witch Throne for a space blade for each of you. Watching the two people leave, Locke turned back to Martin and Dante beside him. Martin and Dante repeatedly said that they didn't need it. They knew very well that without Locke's support, they would not have the opportunity to become an ancient king in a short time. How could they not be satisfied? The spiritual house is evolving, and we can't relax. Seeing this, Locke didn't say much, but just a little emotional. As the acting owner, he knew better than anyone that the infinite spiritual house seemed to have entered a new stage. The plane power was slowly increasing, and the original strength restrictions on local creatures were loosening little by little. Thinking of the people around him with evil intentions, Locke couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. Chapter 684. Woo! Clang! Clang! In the wilderness, a train with long black smoke roared past, causing the frightened beasts around the rails to run away, thinking it was some kind of vicious long insect. After a distance away, without noticing the danger, the herds of beasts stopped and looked back blankly. At this time, a head popped out of the train compartment and grinned at them. The herds of beasts were really scared this time, and they collapsed to the ground one by one. No way, is my smile that scary? Locke was also stunned when he saw this, and then said speechlessly, "What do you think? The strength of these fire-browed antelopes is only level 1 at most. Compared with your life level, it is too different. It's good that they didn't convulse to death." The person sitting opposite him said casually that if there were familiar people, they would definitely recognize that this was the true witch throne of Danila. But as the true witch throne, Ivan was wearing a gorgeous and exquisite aristocratic costume at this time. This is not Danila, but the burning iron plane. Ivan is not his real body, but borrowed the body of a Black Star member and transformed through transfiguration. The two sat leisurely in the luxury carriage of a train, and the train was heading to the newly opened new city Black Flame City. After Locke became the head of the Infinite Spiritual Square, he couldn't wait to come to see Ivan as soon as he had time. The burning iron plane was one of the several contact points agreed by the two. "Boss, do we need to go through so much trouble? It's more convenient for me to go directly to the little black beard plane to find you." Locke continued to mutter. "You are the master of a world after all. You must avoid suspicion when you should. Don't commit crimes against the wind. Do you understand?" Ivan said. Temporary. Locke waved his hand, but the smile on his lips betrayed him. After planning for so long, he was sincerely happy to become the master of the Fangia. What made him even happier was that all the plans were made by himself. Of course, the help of the boss was indispensable during the period. "Look at you, you are so happy. Tell me, what are the differences compared with the past, or what new discoveries have you made after becoming the previous Fangia master? Speaking of this, should we replenish the 3 lives and all things first? I am not used to it at all without the legion increase you shared." Locke looked closely at the person opposite him, fearing that he would refuse. The most enviable thing about the Black Star Legion is the increase in strength, but after experiencing the painful whitewashing of the Infinite Spiritual Square, this layer of internal connection has become almost gone. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Not only he was reluctant, Martin and Dante were also reluctant, and they came to him as soon as they had the chance. "You, the acting abbot, are you not going to take over as the official abbot? The mother of all things over there can tolerate you once, but not necessarily twice or 3 times. Ivan did not answer him directly. "Boss, you don't really have such a plan, do you? Let me make it clear first. This is not okay. I am your man in life and in death. I would rather not be the abbot of a useless abbot." Hearing this, Locke got anxious and stood up suddenly, almost overturning the table in front of him. He never thought of going out on his own. Seeing him like this, Ivan smiled and was about to speak when there was a hurried knock on the door outside the carriage. He must have heard a loud noise inside. "Brother, excuse me, are you okay?" "It's okay. I was lost in my thoughts on combat skills." "Brother, you're really so hard working on the train. You didn't know how to rest well, and I, your sister, was worried about you." After hearing Ivan's answer, the people outside the door left with peace of mind. It was not difficult to tell from the voice that it was the clear and pleasant voice of a young girl. "Boss, did you bring your sister?" Locke asked curiously. "What do you think?" Ivan gave him a look and let him experience it himself. "Oh, the sister of this body." Locke quickly realized that he had asked a very stupid question. The boss did have a sister, Paget Marichathon. He remembered that under the care of the boss, she had lived to the limit of the lifespan of ordinary people, but she had also passed away for more than 100 years. Her name is Shirley Virginia, the youngest sister of Savami Virginia. The relationship between the siblings is quite good. Seeing that he was a little curious, Ivan briefly introduced the specific situation of Savami. Virginia was a Duke family, and Savami was the eldest son of the Duke. Savami had a good family background, but unfortunately, his good fortune didn't last long. An accident occurred in his childhood, which caused him to be disfigured and lame. Since then, his status in the family has plummeted, and even the old Duke and the Duchess began to ignore him. However, his sister, who was born later, did not despise his lame appearance. In this way, Savami has been hanging around until he was nearly 40 years old, and his life has ushered in another turn. Then he should thank me, and he should thank you, the boss. Locke knew what the so-called turn was. It was because of the transformation of the soul seeds that he spread that Savami had the opportunity to join the Black Star Army and get the guidance of his own boss. "Boss, look at what I just said." "As you wish. As for the rest, let's take it one step at a time." Ivan really thought about letting Locke temporarily leave the Trinity and pursue the authority of the Infinite Spiritual Workshop with a clean body, but Locke was obviously unwilling, so he could only give up and think of a way to deal with the future later. Hearing this, Locke couldn't help but sweat for himself. Ivan was actually prepared. Under Locke's urging, he followed the original deep connection and performed the secret method 3 lives of all things again, restoring Locke's identity as the Trinity. In the final analysis, the infinite spiritual workshop is still in its growth stage, and its overall size is average. The previous whitewashing was not completely cleaned up, otherwise, he would not be able to easily reverse it. It's still the most reliable. Locke's heart was finally at ease, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then, he talked about the changes that took place in the infinite spiritual workshop after he became the head of this generation of workshops. The most intuitive one was, of course, the transformation of the 3 treasures under his hands into primary force treasures. The Sin Exterminating Mill, the Judgment Purification Code, and the Soul Prison Chains all have their own uniqueness, just like the Aurora Peak to the Extreme Beast Plane. These 3 treasures are the same, containing some of the unique rule power of the infinite spiritual workshop, and the power they can unleash far exceeds that of ordinary primary force treasures. Secondly, the location of the infinite spiritual workshop can be basically established. It is in the eternal silence void on the left side of the Star Realm River. This was only confirmed not long ago. I performed the Netherworld escape technique and teleported here through the void well. During the process, I keenly discovered this point, and it is absolutely correct. Seeing that Ivan was confused, Locke explained confidently. After becoming the previous master, his perception and cognition of the boundless spiritual house has improved a lot. In addition, the boundless spiritual house is evolving and experiencing turmoil, so he made such a discovery. So that's it. It seems that our previous analysis is correct. The boundless spiritual house is an extremely special existence, comparable to the sun and moon at the end of the galaxy. Ivan nodded slightly. The entire universe is composed of 3 parts: the Star River, the Chaos World, and the Eternal Void. The Star River is the cradle and gathering place of the plane, and the Eternal Void is a dark void. There should be nothing. The appearance of the boundless spiritual house undoubtedly broke this view. And what else? Our mission scope has expanded. Expanded? Yes, it used to only target spirits, but now we also need to arrest the most evil people, those guys who wantonly destroy the plane. Most of these guys are tough guys. Compared with now, it looks more like a small fight. Locke said with some distress. The most evil people are not easy to deal with, but as the head of the Dean, he must set an example. He took the opportunity to ask, "Boss, I also want to ask you for 2 space blades, which will be given to Martin and Dante to use, so that we can attack together and fight a beautiful battle. Do you think it is convenient to have them in your hands? What did you wait for the force treasure at the beginning? Cabbage?" Ivan rolled his eyes at him. No, I just think that you are very capable, and you are different from others who can't easily do things. Don't flatter this wizard. If you want the space blade, you can bring the materials yourself. Okay, let's talk about this later. Locke knew that he was somewhat unreasonable. After all, he worked hard to be promoted to the Dean, and only gained 3 primary force treasures. The reason why he wanted to ask was actually because the boss had given too much before, including an Aurora Peak and 3 space blades, and the boss himself had a lot of force treasures. Ignoring this question, the two talked about all aspects of the infinite spiritual square for several hours. It was not until the afternoon that Locke was ready to leave. "Boss, I have another question. Is there anything special about this burning iron plane? It is so worthy of your attention. Didn't you choose the contact point this time?" "Hee, I chose it according to your preferences. You can't hide it from me. You are the one who thinks too much. Take these and get out of here." Ivan threw out 2 space blades, half-force level, engraved with special true symbols, which can burst out with power comparable to primary force treasures at critical moments, but can only be activated 3 times, after which the space blade will be scrapped. "Thank you very much. I knew that you loved me the most, boss." Locke thanked him, and happily left with the space blade. He had just taken up the post of acting master, and had a lot of things to deal with. He really took time out to meet him this time, unlike the boss who could be distracted. Ivan was not in a hurry to leave. He had a premonition that the train was about to have an accident. Sure enough, accompanied by a sharp noise, the front of the train actually drove out of the steel track and ran to one side, making the front of the train shaky. "Emergency brake, maximum brake, execute immediately." Brother, are you okay?" The train was noisy. When Ivan heard Shioli's voice, he casually cast a spell, and a gray light spread along the bottom of the train, making the wheels of the train stick to the track. Under the influence of many factors, the train slowed down rapidly, but the carriages were still shaking violently. Ivan's body was shining slightly, and the whole person turned into another look. He pushed the door and walked out. There were many anxious people outside the door. Brother, Lord Savami, keep calm, there will be no problem with the train. I built this train, and no one knows it better than me, the inventor. Savami, who was controlled by Ivan, appeared. Infected by his calm attitude, the other panicked people calmed down one by one. Savami is the backbone here. Then, the two brothers and sisters, surrounded by guards in front and behind, walked towards the front carriage, and the train soon stopped in the wilderness. The group came to the outside of the train, and other passengers in the carriage also ran out to check the situation, mixed with various shouts of relief. Lord City Lord, I suspect someone destroyed our rails, causing the train to derail. This is clearly a premeditated crime. No doubt. They are coming. Sami interrupted the train conductor's report, his eyes staring at the back of the hill not far ahead, where many people were hiding. There was no doubt that these people were coming for him. It's the horse bandits. There are also some behind. The Black Flame Guards obey orders, and swear to defend Lord Savami to the death. There are hills on both sides of the place, and a large group of people and horses, who have been waiting for a long time rushed out. At this moment, the steel armor on their bodies and horses is particularly shining under the sunlight. The burning iron plain is rich in burning iron and melon oil, from which a brilliant cultivation system, the Iron Knight, has been derived. The Iron Knights have effectively combined the power of iron and fire. Basically, each person has one piece of armor. This armor is closely related to the practice of the Iron Knights, and can be passed down to future generations. Sami was unfortunate. He failed to inherit the 3 divine armors passed down by the Virginia family. One divine armor was on the old duke, and the other 2 fell into the hands of his 2 younger brothers. Originally, he almost lost the right to succeed the duke because he failed to inherit the divine armor. Quick, get back on the train. Lord Sami, you. Send someone to bring my beloved horse. Brother, you protect Shirley and step back. The horse bandits came fiercely, and the people inside and outside the train were in a panic. Some carriages were already in a mess. Sawami's expression was still calm. At his call, he ran out of the carriage in an ordinary style of armor. At this time, he keenly heard the roar of horses in the rear carriage, and the sound was full of impatience and pain. If nothing unexpected happened, their mounts were attacked and killed. From this, it can be inferred that there was an insider on the train, and there should be many insiders among his subordinates. Sabami shook his head slightly. It seems that this guy has been sinking for too many years, and the level of managing his subordinates needs to be improved. What is more gratifying is that he has never slacked off in terms of strength, and is enough to deal with the current situation. It is difficult to have such an opportunity, you can do it yourself. Yes, Lord God. Just do it, if there are other changes, I will cover it for you. Okay. Lord God, please watch, Savami will not let you down. Ivan disdains to deal with a group of seemingly powerful horse bandits. In the blink of an eye, Savami's entire temperament changed a little. Facing the approaching enemies, and the sound of fighting, he actually showed a bright smile on his face. Chapter 685. Facing a fierce enemy, he can still smile. This person is either stupid or confident. Dylan, the leader of the horse bandits, doesn't think that the son of a duke would be a fool, but the arrow is on the string, and he can't think more. He can only kill forward with all his strength. He raised the knight's lance in his hand and shouted loudly, "Brothers, form a blood wolf formation, follow me to kill all the people in front, leaving no one alive. Kill, kill, kill!" The horse bandits responded with louder shouts, and their armors produced a mechanical change with a click. In an instant, all the armors had 2 wolf heads and shoulders, and the helmets, breastplates, and waists all had wolf-shaped deep patterns. A faint light like blood flames diffused from the armor, connected together, and then condensed into a roaring wolf shadow. It turned out that what was in front of them was the notorious large horse bandit group Blood Wolf Bandits. This time, the entire bandit group may have been dispatched. There are nearly 200 people in front alone. At this moment, seeing the large number of horse bandits on both sides, many people felt cold in their hearts. Lord Savami, why don't you retreat to the train first, and use the train as a barrier to resist these Blood Wolf Bandits? Protect Shueli, I will go to meet them. There are guards loyal to Savami on this train, but most of them are stationed in Black Flame City, not on the train. The number of guards is far less than that of the Blood Wolf Bandits. The situation is precarious. Savami said a word, and he jumped up directly after putting on his armor. Under the unbelievable eyes of many people, the armor on his body quickly changed, turning him into a steel flying tiger, with a majestic tiger and flames wrapped under his sharp claws. The iron flying tiger was 6 or 7 meters long, and it looked like a huge beast. No, this should be the inherited armor of the nobles. Shut up. No matter what kind of armor it is no match for us Blood Wolf. Seeing this scene, there was some confusion among the Blood Wolf bandits, but they soon calmed down under the scolding of the leader Dylan. The iron flying tiger over there flapped its wings and rushed over at an unexpected speed. Dylan knew that the Duke's son in front of him was not easy to deal with, and he couldn't help but curse the person who sent him intelligence. He held his spear tightly, and all kinds of power gathered at the tip of the spear. Roar! As the distance between the two sides got closer, the iron flying tiger let out a deafening roar, and thick fire smoke spewed out of the tiger's mouth, covering the sky and the earth and rushing forward, mighty and majestic. Dylan and his gang never thought that the Iron Knight could launch such an attack. Unexpectedly, they were drowned in the heavy fire and gray smoke. The iron flying tiger took advantage of the situation and rushed into the fire and smoke. In the thick smoke, screams were heard immediately. Look! Look! It's Lord Savami. This lord is so powerful. Is he wearing the divine armor of the Duke's family? Lord Savami's recent rise is obvious to all. It is reasonable that he can regain the recognition of the Virginia family. In the smoke, the Blood Wolf bandits were also seen being blown away by the huge force, one after another. This shocked the people on the train who were secretly paying attention to the battle situation, and they all forgot that there were still criminals attacking on the other side. Seeing this, the guards on the train were in high spirits. At the call of the captain, they tried to go and tangle with the bandits on the other side. Soon, a steel flying tiger rushed out of the much lighter smoke and rushed to the other side of the train, leaving behind only a pile of people whose lives and deaths were unknown, and panicked horses. Victory! Victory! Lord Savami is mighty! Lord Savami is mighty! In the face of absolute strength, the vicious Blood Wolf bandits were quickly annihilated, some dead and some captured. Compared with the slow-reacting train guards, Savami, who had not shown much skill in the past, turned the tide this time and won the applause and respect of everyone, including the surviving passengers. Afterwards, the damaged rails were repaired, and the train was moved back to the right track section by section. The train set sail again. Brother, isn't this the family's divine armor? Yes. I understand. Brother Savami must have another inheritance, and it's an ancient inheritance. Brother is really, he didn't tell Shueli anything, causing Shueli to worry about you for so long. Shueli is really smart. Brother, what level are you at now? Yes. Savami has received a lot of admiration, especially from his sister Shueli. Looking at his sister, who was very excited, Savami's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. The family's divine armor is not as powerful as the 100 Changes armor made by the god. So far, he has only shown a part of the power of the 100 Changes armor, like the tip of an iceberg. As for the level of strength, once he bursts out with all his strength, the whole country will be shaken, and his sister Shueli will probably be shocked. Brother, are you listening to me? Listening. Tell me, how dare these Blood Wolf bandits rob our Virginia stuff? The reason is simple, there is someone behind them supporting them. Ah? Savami ignored his sister's surprise. A hint of coldness grew in the depths of his eyes. This time, it was not only the Blood Wolf bandits that caught his attention, but also some dead soldiers mixed in. The overall strength of these dead soldiers even exceeded that of the bandits, and they ended up with the same fate. As for who sent them? He didn't need to torture them, he could guess most of it. I didn't expect that even though I had gone far away to the borderland, there were still people who cared about my things. Just like when I was very young, did they really think I was made of mud? On the wild road, the train clanged all the way, and after more than half a day, it entered a city through a hole in the thick city wall. This steel city standing in the deserted land is Black Flame City. On the city wall, a cannon is set up at intervals to deter all invading enemies. Lord City Lord, I heard that you were attacked on the road. Just a bunch of petty thieves, Gray, put the captives on the train in jail and wait for my decision. Then. No need to do anything extra, I know what's going on. Gray is the chief guard of Black Flame City. He has long been accepted as a confidant by the city lord and is considered one of the non-staff members of the Black Star Army. He knows the real strength of the city lord very well, and is not worried about the city lord getting hurt. He is more concerned about the internal response around him, and he must check it out once. But the city lord is unwilling to act rashly, so he can only give up for the time being. What he doesn't know is that Savami did this just to confirm one thing. After receiving the new news, Will those people behind the scenes choose to stop or tear their faces directly? This is very important to Savami. Yes, Savami had tortured the captives on the train. With some other methods taught by the god, he already knew who was behind the attack, which was not much different from what he guessed. 2 days passed in a flash. In the morning of that day, a large number of people came to the gate of Black Flame City, and the time had not yet come for the gate to be opened, so the team was naturally stopped outside the city. You are blind. Look carefully. This is the second young master from the Duke of Virginia's family. Why don't you open the gate to welcome us in? Gray, who rushed over after hearing the news, took a closer look and saw that the noble riding on the unicorn had a facial contour that was indeed somewhat similar to the lord of the city, but was far less heroic than the lord of the city. Seeing that Gray was just looking at a monkey, the people below were so angry that they cursed again. Are you deaf? You are the guard Captain Gray. Open the city gate quickly, or you will be in trouble. The people below were obviously well prepared, and they knew Gray very well. What are you arguing about? No one can open the city gate in advance without the order of the city lord. Be careful, or I will bombard you with artillery. I don't care who you are, all of you retreat, at least 500 meters, blocking the city gate like a piece of shit. Gray didn't tolerate the other party, and cursed back on the spot. With his gesture, many artillery on the city wall adjusted their angles, and aimed at the people below. The second young master of the Duke of Virginia family is useless here. He only listens to the orders of Lord Savami. The people below looked dark after hearing this, and someone gave a hidden look to the city wall. Commander, this is really the second son of the Duke's family, tied in Virginia. I have seen this gentleman from afar. Do you think you should open the city gate and let him in first? After all, he is the city lord's brother. Cole, are you sure? Yes, I am sure. The captain of the city guard nodded without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked hard by Gray and flew backwards for a distance. He fell to the ground and grimaced in pain. I hate people who betray me the most. Keep it down. I will report to the city lord and then make a decision. Reckless man. The scene on the city wall fell into the eyes of the people below. Seeing that Gray was serious, the group thought for a moment and chose to temporarily give in and simply stayed away from the city wall. They didn't want to be stared at like criminals. Master Tied-In, you don't need to be angry. We will settle the score with him after we enter the city. Do you think Savami has noticed something? So what? Everything he has was obtained with the help of the Virginia family, and you, Master Tied-In, should have a share. That makes sense. Without the family, Savami would not have everything he has today. It is not difficult to hear from the conversation between the two that the second young master of Virginia is here to pick peaches. There are too many interests involved in the train, the new city, the new mine, and even the position of the Duke. There are too many people who don't want Savami to rise. After waiting for more than an hour, Tied-In and his group finally entered the Black Flame City, and went straight to the city lord's mansion in the center of the city. Dear Hayden, I am very unhappy that you can come to see me, your eldest brother, so soon. You should stay in jail for a while. What? When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, before Hayden could start to attack, Savami, who used to be soft-tempered, got angry first. Hayden was stunned for a while. When he came to his senses, he found that the boss was already wearing armor, and turned into a ferocious steel tiger, rushing towards them with big strides. Lord City Lord, so powerful. Seeing this, Gray, who followed, had bright eyes and chose to help the city lord without saying a word. He had long wanted to beat these disgusting guys. Asshole Savami. You started it first. Hayden was not easy to mess with. He was the one who inherited the magic armor of the Virginia family. Then he turned into a steel rhino, looking as good as the giant tiger on the opposite side. Unlike him, the steel armor of others could only be partially deformed, and their bodies were not as good. After the confrontation began, the steel giant tiger slapped on the left and then on the side. No one who blocked him could resist, and was slapped to both sides. Next came the iron barbarian rhino. As soon as he showed his head, he was also slapped in the face, and was dizzy from the heavy tiger claw. Hayden was stunned by this claw. This is not right. How could the inherited armor obtained by the eldest brother from outside be comparable to the family's divine armor? Before he could figure this out, the iron giant tiger came up and slapped him with another tiger claw, causing him to completely faint. The others soon followed suit. A farce ended here. After the city lord's mansion was repaired and cleaned, it was as if nothing had happened. Time passed day by day. The third brother is smarter than the second brother. He knows that he can't just enter someone else's territory casually, even if that person is his brother. After a few days, the person that Savami was really waiting for did not come, which made him feel disappointed and relieved. He was a grateful person. No matter how much the Duke's family did not value him, he was still the eldest son. What he ate, wore, and used was better than 99% of the people in the world. He had seen clearly that the Duke's mansion had invested too much energy in the second and third sons, and there was no place for him there. Moreover, he had a higher vision now. With the blessing of the god, he no longer needed the Duke's mansion's trifles. Of course, there was a premise here, that is, the people in the Duke's mansion did not care about their own things. Brother Savami, my father has arrived. Why don't you hurry up and go out of the city with me to greet him? A month later, the third son Wilder still appeared in Black Flame City. He also invited the old Duke of Virginia, and his expression was full of pride. This caught Savami off guard. These people are really aggressive, leaving no room for others. They are all from the same family, so why can't they see me stand up again? Brother Savami, you won't even see my father, right? Seeing that his face was a little gloomy, Wilder continued. Go and tell my father that I will be waiting for him at the city lord's mansion. This matter should come to an end. Savami shook his head slowly, and said very seriously, Okay, if you are brave enough, I will listen to you, Savami. For some reason, Wilder had a bad premonition in his heart after hearing this. He quickly put this idea behind his mind, and walked out of the city happily. It can be predicted that the Duke of Virginia will be furious. If the Duke of St. Realm gets angry, it is estimated that the city will tremble. There will be a good show to watch. Savami also understood this, but under the gaze of the god, he must perform well, even if the Duke of Virginia, whom he was most afraid of before, comes. Chapter 686. In Black Flame City, there is a wide main road that starts from the city gate and leads straight to the main gate of the city lord's mansion. A long team walked slowly on the main road, led by the Duke of Virginia of the kingdom. The old Duke rode on the back of a black-scaled horse. His face was gloomy, and his old but sharp eyes stared at the end of the road. At this time, the Duke of Virginia seemed to be an old general in armor heading for the battlefield. Behind and around the old Duke, the other people in the team were also silent. Even Wilder, who was happy before, had a tense face, for fear that he would not be able to help laughing. As the group continued to go deeper into the city, the surrounding air pressure seemed to be much lower. Not long after, the group arrived at the main gate of the city lord's mansion. For some reason, there were no guards at the door, and the door was so casually open. Is Savami inside? The old Duke asked in a deep voice. Well, Brother Savami said he's waiting for you to see him inside. Wilder hurriedly replied. He knew his father well, and this was a sign of his impending rage. Everyone wait here, I go see Savami. The old Duke said, then walked in, leaving the team waiting at the gate. Looking at the back that quickly disappeared, Wilder's mouth and eyes showed a faint smile. Now Savami, that idiot, is going to be in big trouble. I hope my father won't tear down the city lord's mansion that he is about to get in his rage. On the other side, deep in the city lord's mansion. You're here. Savami sat upright on the main seat in the hall. He stood up slowly and greeted him casually until the old Duke walked in. Savami, my eldest son, what do you want to do? The old Duke said word by word. I don't want to do anything. Savami replied. Don't want to do anything? Then why didn't you come back for many years? Why did you repeatedly ignore the orders of the family? Why did you murder the people sent by the family? Why did you imprison your brother? Why were you so rude today? Answer me. The old Duke asked back. His tone became more and more severe, and his eyes became sharper and sharper. Since you want me to answer, then I will give you an answer. The reason is very simple. I have no intention of returning to the Virginia family to fight for anything. Whether you are willing to give everything of the family to the third or the second, I will not interfere. However, Black Flame City belongs to me, Savami, and has nothing to do with Virginia. I hope you don't worry about it. Savami thought about it, and said seriously, What a big tone. The old Duke almost laughed at this. How dare you say that you didn't borrow the name and resources of Virginia? Do you think you can achieve such great success without Virginia's protection? It seems that you must incorporate everything here into Virginia. This place belongs to Virginia. Savami looked at the resolute old Duke in front of him, and he slowly closed his eyes. Well, I agree. The old Duke then said coldly, You are sensible, but these cannot offset the mistakes you made. Hearing this, Savami made the final decision. He opened his eyes, and his eyes became sharp. Listen to me, I hope that after you go back this time, you will pass the Duke's throne to me, and live a good life in the future. Hee. The old Duke couldn't help laughing, and his laughter was full of gloom. The next moment, a surge of breath spread from Savami and directly acted on the old Duke, causing the smile on his face to freeze, and his old eyes burst into moving shock. He actually felt great pressure from his eldest son. So that's it. Savami's strength has quietly reached the holy realm, not inferior to himself. No wonder he speaks so confidently. Indeed, the second and third sons are not as good as Savami. For the old duke, joy followed. But facing Savami's cold eyes, the old duke's fiery heart seemed to be poured with a basin of ice water. He realized one thing. The son in front of him looked so strange that the two of them didn't look like a father and son. Is this what you rely on? Savami. You underestimate Virginia too much, and you underestimate this duke too much. The old duke's heart soon burst into a nameless fire again. We know after the fight. If you lose, please hand over the title of duke to me. Virginia will be led by me from now on. Savami said heavily. As he spoke, the armor of change flew over and was put on him. He didn't want to argue too much and was ready to speak with strength. Since these people had provoked him again and again, they must be prepared to pay the price, and the price is the entire Virginia family. Arrogant! The old duke stared at the armor on his body with a serious look. It was like a precious armor whose depth could not be seen, and the combat effectiveness of the Iron Knight was greatly related to the iron armor. But the old duke did not refuse this invitation. Afterwards, the father and son came to a large parade ground in the city lord's mansion. The so-called holy realm of the burning iron plane is actually the lord level recognized by all the galaxy realms. The lord's core that the Iron Knight comprehends is the Iron Sacred Heart. The Iron Sacred Heart, combined with the iron armor, can make the holy Iron Knight invincible. At this moment, there was no one else on the parade ground except the father and son. The iron armor on the two people changed with a series of clicks, and there were two more iron giants there. On the left is the savage rhino giant, with a rhino head and a human body, 8.8 meters tall, holding a spear in his hand. On the right is the savage tiger giant, with a tiger head and a human body, also 8.8 meters tall, holding a heavy hammer in each hand. The one on the left is clearly the Duke of Virginia, and the one on the right is Savami. The two gave each other room, and did not change to the highest fighting posture. Savami, it's not too late for you to stop now. As long as you agree to return to the family, this duke can be more generous and not pursue your guilt. Father, your vision is like a cold frog under the iron mine ridge, so low that you only see Virginia. Okay, take my shot. The old duke thought of his son's strength. When the time came, he didn't want to increase the gap. He wanted to give each other a way out, but when he heard the extremely arrogant words from the other side, his heart was suddenly hurt. The battle started. He didn't know that Savami was telling the truth. After the careful teaching of the omniscient God, Savami's vision was no longer limited to the Iron Plane, let alone a small duke family. Under the guidance of the god, he also deeply realized the flaws of the Iron Knight, and his own practice had long been out of the original cage and embarked on a new path. At this moment, both sides looked like Saint Iron Knights, but they were fundamentally different. When the two Saint Iron Knights started to fight, an invisible protective film immediately rose in the parade ground, covering up the huge movement inside. Savami, I admit that you have some luck and fortune. It's a pity that your methods are too inferior. If you continue to mess around, the good situation here will fall apart. At that time, it will be Virginia's interests that will be lost. It will be different if I, Wilder, take over. Not only will it not weaken, but it will also be able to run another dukedom. You should continue to be your invisible person as before. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, Wilder pricked up his ears, trying to listen to the movement inside, while thinking about how to plan and reform after taking over everything in Black Flame City. After a long while, new movement finally appeared inside. A figure ran out in a hurry, panting and shouting to the people outside the door, Master Wilder, the lord of the city, and the lord of the duke ordered you to go in. Come on, follow me to see my father. Hearing this somewhat rude words, Wilder frowned slightly, staring at the guard Captain Gray who brought the message with dissatisfaction, but he understood that now was not the time to care about trivial matters. There were still big things waiting for them inside. Everyone entered in a line, ignoring Gray, and did not notice the uncontrollable joy on his face. He, the lord of the city, finally figured it out. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Now the lord can be proud of it. No, I have to watch the fun. This is a rare scene. Gray was the last one to fall behind. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something. He quickly closed the door and ran after him. When he arrived at the main hall, there were not only Wilder, several important figures from the Duke's family, but also tied in, who had been under house arrest for many days. The matter should not have been announced yet. Greg consciously found a corner to hide. His arrival naturally could not be hidden from others, but as Savami's right-hand man, the old Duke had no intention of expelling him. Tied on, Wilder, listen carefully. Father, please speak. After my investigation and repeated confirmation, I think Savami Virginia is the best of all my children. I have made up my mind to hand over the Duke's position to Savami soon, and Savami will lead the whole Virginia to a more glorious future. As the old Duke continued to speak, Wilder and Titan's mood became more and more depressed, and finally, both of them became stunned. After a few seconds of silence, Wilder and Titan looked at each other to confirm that they were not hallucinating. Their father really wanted to pass the title of Duke to his stupid brother. Father, you. Titan, I don't want you to disobey me. Do you understand? I understand. Titan wanted to refute, but the Duke looked at him and gave him a stern warning, so he stopped. Seeing this, Wilder cursed in his heart that the second son was too disappointing. Various ideas flashed through his mind quickly, hoping to find a suitable response, but things happened too hastily and completely unexpectedly. It was difficult for him to think of a way out in the chaos, and it was difficult for him to think of what had just happened. Wild, my dear son, you understand, don't you? The old Duke did not ignore Wild. I don't understand. Under the pair of old eyes full of oppression, Wild was still unwilling and retorted with his neck stiff. You must understand. The old Duke heard this and took a few steps forward, staring at him. No, father. Bang. Wild's rebellious psychology rose up, and he didn't care about so much. Even the majesty cast by the old Duke was useless. He opened his mouth to argue. What greeted him was the old Duke's fist, which hit his abdomen calmly and powerfully. Wild bent down in pain, but he quickly raised his head and looked at the old Duke stubbornly, obviously still unconvinced. The old Duke stared at his most promising son in the past, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. But thinking of the terrifying strength of his eldest son, that reluctance quickly dissipated without a trace. Crack. Crack. 1 palm, 2 palms. Wilder's 2 legs were broken by the old Duke, and Titan, who was not far away, was trembling in fear, trying to reduce his presence to avoid being affected. Father, stop it, I understand. Wilder was also scared, and he chose to surrender. The old Duke handed him over to others, turned his head and said to Savami, who had been watching coldly, Wilder is ignorant, I have punished him for you. I hope you don't care about it anymore. Okay, I will give my father a face, and the past will be dissipated as smoke and clouds. Savami could of course hear that the old Duke was not only talking about the current situation, but also some dirty things in the past. He didn't expect that the major mistake was really related to the third brother, who was really his good brother. However, it has been so many years since the incident, and he has reconciled with me long ago, and I am too lazy to care so much. As for the future, it depends on whether the third son knows what is going on. The old Duke's face may not work next time. Father, when do you think the date of the succession should be set? The sooner the better. We will leave on your train in the afternoon and return to the family territory to prepare for all matters. It's a rare trip to Black Flame City. Why don't you stay a few more days? Next time. The old Duke knew that his past neglect had led to a very weak relationship between the two sides, so there was no need to stay here to get in the way. He should go back and finish the next things as soon as possible to ease the relationship between the two sides. This is very important to the Virginia family. Wilder and Titan's ideas are no longer important. Like many years ago, the old Duke once again chose the option that is most beneficial to the family. That afternoon, except for those who stayed to teach Savami the etiquette of succession, the others left with the old Duke. This time, they came and went in a hurry. Lord God, can I ask you a personal question? Of course, I am always happy to help others. Lord God, do you think I did the right thing this time? Is it important to be right or wrong? There is only one rule in the world. The strong have the power to force other creatures to agree with what they say. What they say and the decisions they make, whether right or wrong, are unquestionable. In Ivan's opinion, Savami's hesitation is that he has experienced too little and cannot see the essence of this world clearly. Speaking of which, the burning iron plane does have its limitations. There is no doubt that this is an extremely special plane. At the same Lord level, the combat effectiveness of the Saint Iron Knights here is far from enough. What's even more strange is that the lifespan limit of the Lord level is not much higher than that of ordinary people in Danila. He has not figured out the deep reasons behind this for the time being, so he pays more attention to this plane. But he was not in a hurry. He was very patient to begin with. Now that he had an unusually long lifespan, he did not need to be in a hurry. Instead, it was a pleasure to explore slowly. This was not only true for the Burning Soul Plane, but also for other planes with special conditions. Chapter 687. 3325th year of the Berta calendar. It has been several years since Savami took office as the Duke of Virginia. He has become a mature nobleman, and his business is thriving, especially the promotion of trains, which soon penetrated most areas of the world. Correspondingly, the power he represents is growing stronger, and it has become easier to collect various information and explore various secrets. With his hard work, the doubts about the burning iron plane gradually became clear, and the answer finally appeared in Ivan's eyes. What a big deal! There is a force that absorbs the life of living beings through burning iron. It can be said that the entire plane is under the control of the other party. Is it here? I want to see what is going on. Also, being creatures of the 4th level, the Arcane Wizard has a life limit of 1,000 years, the Night King is 500 years, and the Saint Iron Knight is 200 years at most, and at least the same as ordinary people in Danila. This is undoubtedly a very strange place. Ivan had a strong desire to explore this. Before he encountered the iron-burning plane, he had never known that his lifespan could be taken away so silently. On this day, he found the source of the change, a dark green river between the mountains. At first glance, it looked like a pool of dead water with a dead poison. The river water entered the underground. It turned out that the water veins changed the earth and nurtured the iron-burning ore. The melon oil tree was just a mutated accessory. Ivan was suspended in the air, like a steel man, with his wings flapping slowly behind him. His eyes penetrated through the barriers and took in everything below. After observing for a long time, he took action and slowly landed on the ground, heading straight for the dark green river. Suddenly, his figure suddenly stopped in midair, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Just now, he had a premonition that there would be a great crisis if he went down further. Since I'm here, how can I return empty-handed? Ivan was not a man who would give up easily, so he chose to continue to land. Then, he noticed something, and with a flip of his hands, a pair of heavy hammers appeared in his hands, and he hit the bottom fiercely, and fireworks suddenly spread all over the prairie. There was indeed something fishy about that place. With his hammer, a giant python emerged from the empty place, like an illusory dark green python with its mouth wide open, covering the sky and the sun. The vast fireworks disappeared as soon as they touched it, without causing any waves. Ivan saw a hint of teasing in the python's eyes. The idea is tricky. He knew that he had no chance of winning with the little power of Savami alone. He turned around and turned into a steel eagle in the blink of an eye, running away without looking back. The steel eagle flapped its wings and flew into the sky, and the deep blue python chased it closely. One fled and the other chased, up to the sky and into the ground. But the distance between the two sides has never been pulled apart. Impossible. Can a dragon hide in shallow water? Ivan realized that something was wrong. He had used a power far beyond Savami's own, accelerating the space, speeding up the rules, and using all means, but he could not get rid of the entanglement behind him for a long time, and the power in his body was rapidly consumed. It stands to reason that the Burning Soul Plane is not as good as the Extreme Beast Plane, and it is impossible for such a powerful existence to exist. This guy actually wants to play tricks on me. Forget it, let's stop here. At this point, he knew that he had no choice but to give it a try. Otherwise, when the other party lost the mood to play cat and mouse, it would be the moment when his body would die. The next second, a steel eagle reversed its direction, flapping its wings and expanding, and pounced backwards with all its strength. The back was still the python's mouth that was several times wider than the steel eagle. The whole scene seemed as if the steel eagle just happened to drill into it, which was particularly weird. With a loud bang, the steel eagle exploded when it was close to the python's mouth, and chaos ensued for a while. Not far away, an extraordinary pulling force, across thousands of miles, fell on Ivan, who had separated from the steel eagle, trying to pull him away from this place of trouble. Roar! This action directly angered the deep blue python. It did not care about the violent power in front of it at all, swallowed forward, and finally bit the phantom that had escaped into the depths of space. The phantom disappeared without a trace. The deep blue python did not give up and continued to chase after it. Soon it retracted its head, staring at the place with a sinister and fearful look, and then it slowly disappeared without a trace after a while. Danera, Mondora Continent, Truth City. The Peak of Truth, the Court of the Witch King, the top floor of the number 1 Golden Rock Tower, Luo Tianmin stood in the center, and at this time the entire gate burst into an unprecedented strong light. Puff! A figure squeezed out of the strong light, and the breath could be said to be extremely weak. This was Savami. After this dangerous tossing, Savami lost most of his body, and black poisonous blood kept flowing out of the gap. The remaining part of his body was blue and purple, and his flesh and blood were rapidly swelling, and there was a tendency that could not be stopped. Fortunately, there is still a breath left. The Luotian gate dimmed quickly, and 3 figures stood in front of the gate. The leader was naturally Ivan the Venerable, and there were Candy and Scar who had been guarding here for many years. Hearing Ivan's words with a little relief, the 2 people next to him did not refute. They knew that the means of the true witch throne were profound and far beyond their cognition. The 2 looked at this extremely tragic person curiously, secretly speculating what had happened. Under the gaze of the 2, Ivan waved several powers in succession, surrounded the dying Savami, and sprinkled a few drops of vitality potion until there was a clear heartbeat inside. The glow dissipated, revealing the figure inside. Although Savami's body was incomplete, the blood stopped flowing, and various negative factors were cleared up, and it would not get worse again, and the crisis was resolved. Take good care of him. I'm going to see someone first. Don't worry, we will definitely not let Savami die. As the guardians of Luotianmen, Candy, and Scar certainly knew Savami. That was why they were even more curious. However, since the true witch throne didn't tell them, they didn't foolishly ask. After Ivan finished his instructions, he took a step and appeared in the Supreme Council. Without alerting others, a strong man like an iron tower appeared on the wall of the Supreme Council. Ivan hurried forward to greet him. Greetings to the ancient ancestor of the Dark Mountain. I didn't expect to alert you. This is my fault. I was so quiet that I wanted to move. I just came out for a walk. That's right. The strong man in front of him was the strongest creature in Danala, the ancient ancestor of the Dark Mountain, an 8th level ancestor. Seeing him appear, Ivan immediately understood. No wonder the strange python didn't continue to chase. It turned out that it was attracted by the breath of Anshan Guzu. Otherwise, Savami and his soul would not be able to survive. Ivan thanked him sincerely again and invited Guzu to come in as a guest. It's nice here. Do you know what was chasing you just now? Anshan Guzu stood there without moving his feet, looking at the whole true city. A strange green python. I don't know what kind of creature it is. I was just about to ask you, sir. Ivan shook his head and quickly recounted the previous situation. To be honest, he still couldn't figure it out. You believe too much in the limitations of the plane on creatures. This world is so big that there will always be some existences that break the rules. It's not an exception. And Anshan Guzu continued. Are there many such existences? Ivan asked again. On the contrary, such existence is extremely rare, you just happen to encounter it. The ancient ancestor knew what he was worried about and gave a reassuring answer. As for the creature just now, its strength level must be higher than yours, you better not provoke it again. I understand, such existence is not something I can deal with. Hearing the ancient ancestor's warning, Ivan nodded hurriedly. If his strength is not at the supreme realm, he will definitely not set foot on the burning iron plane again, and he will not even get in touch with everything left there, and he will have to give up everything. He didn't feel it was a pity. Through the 3 life and all things in Luotianen, he had laid out so many planes, and he was lucky to only encounter a tough guy. Every failure makes you wiser, and you will be more careful in the future. You are a hard-working person, and your strength has improved well. The ancient ancestor turned his head and glanced at him, nodding with satisfaction. There is still a long way to go, Ivan said modestly, but he was somewhat satisfied in his heart. Since the formation of the All Heavens Net, he has collected the unique knowledge and cultivation systems of these planes through the Black Star members of various planes, and compared the unique strength of these planes. Over time, he has greatly enriched his own foundation. The collision and integration of various knowledge has benefited him a lot. His strength, which was originally growing slowly, has begun to improve rapidly, and he has made the current progress. Even the ancient ancestor couldn't help but praise him. Let's go! See you off, ancient ancestor. The war is approaching, and you wizards will have to contribute. The ancient ancestor took a step forward and didn't know how far he had reached. Only the sound was transmitted back vaguely, clearly ringing in his ears. Ivan waited for a while before standing up straight. War, preparations have been made for a long time, and it's finally coming. Of course, he knew which war the ancient ancestor was talking about. Both Danila and the Ash Plain were large plains. It can be predicted that the war between the 2 plains must be an extremely fierce war, unlike the previous small fights. In fact, this is not the first time that Ivan has heard someone remind him. Many years ago, When he was in Fangyu Paradise where the Dark Night Mother Goddess lived, the Dark Night Mother Goddess once reminded him that the war with the Ash Plane would break out in less than 10 years. This is not much different from what the Dark Mountain ancient ancestor said. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Take one step at a time. It was something he had expected long ago, so he would not lose his composure now. Moreover, the wizarding world has developed very well recently, and has a certain ability to protect itself, so it will not be crushed to ashes in the war. Nowadays, in addition to his true wizard throne, the entire wizard world has two other wizard kings, namely the Sky Wizard King and the 10,000 Trees Wizard King. That's right, the original 10,000 Trees King entered the 6th level not long ago, but failed to condense the throne. As for the virtual king, the former great sage Batel Gardner successfully promoted to the 5th level, and obtained the new title of the King of the 100 Mountains. With this decrease and increase, the number of virtual king wizards remains unchanged. As for the 4th level, there are 57 arcane wizards, and 64 other lords, which are all increased compared to before. In general, the entire wizard world is full of momentum, and is not afraid of the upcoming war. True Wizard Throne, why are you standing outside instead of going in? In the Hall of Truth, the Queen of Frost Philomena, who was sitting inside, found Ivan's location. Seeing that he was a little dazed, she quickly approached him. Frost Queen, the war is approaching. Huh? Notify everyone, except the Ice Queen who is in seclusion, and ask all the Witch Kings and the Void King to come to the meeting. We must arrange everything as soon as possible. This war is no joke. Okay, I go and notify them now. Seeing the serious look on the true witch throne, Philomena's heart trembled slightly. She said no more, and hurried back to the Hall of Truth. Not long after, many high-level wizards gathered, and the group discussed for 3 days and 3 nights. The 3rd level of the underground world. The Thrill Paradise, this is a strange place that other creatures avoid. At this moment, the ancient King Nicole, who was sitting here, was in a state of 200% anxiety, and the whole person kept flying around in the Great Rift Valley where the paradise was located. What should I do? What should I do? Julia and the others are in great danger. If we don't rescue them, they will never come back. No, the paradise cannot live without everyone. But Nicole can't save everyone by herself. Nicole goes to ask that neighbor, the Azure Throne? That's not right. That place is so dangerous. We have no friendship. Why should we ask the Azure Throne to save people? Why don't we go to the True Witch Throne? But will he agree? Nicole deceived the True Witch Throne last time. Under the bright sunshine, Nicole's smaller figure rushed to the edge of the rift several times, and retreated again and again, which shows her inner conflict. Most of the creatures in the paradise are plants, and Nicole is the same. She is a 9-leaf 9-flower, sensitive and shy by nature. Even though she successfully became an ancient king due to the strange environment of the paradise, it did not change her original temperament. For Nicole, who had never left the park, staying in the park was already her best effort. It seemed beyond her ability to do other big things. Has anyone been to the surface? Nicole went back and forth there many times, which made others dizzy. Finally, thinking of the situation of Julia and others, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. No one answered her. No. No matter, Elena, Helen, you come with me to the surface. We will go to find the very reliable wizard Ivan. Is it the real wizard throne? Yes, we must find him as soon as possible. Let's go. Huh? Then, regardless of whether others were willing or not, Nicole waved her hand, pulled the other 2 tall figures, and flew out of the Great Rift Valley without hesitation. Time passed quickly, and the 3 of them traveled through mountains and rivers, and finally appeared in the City of Truth after several twists and turns. When Ivan saw the real person, Nicole, and the other 2 were in a mess. After asking, he found out that the 3 had taken the wrong road several times, and were confused all the way. This made him more or less laughable. After all, he was an ancient king with 2 lords. Not to mention that he had been sweeping all the way, he actually had such a low-level problem. I have to say that the Thrill Paradise is a very magical place. True Witch Throne, Nicole begs you to save Julia and the others, okay? Nicole and the other 2 suddenly knocked to the ground, and their bodies were as low as they could, hoping to show their sincerity. Ash's Plain? No problem, I take you there. You? Agreed, that's great. Hearing Ivan's simple agreement, Nicole raised her little face in disbelief, feeling like she was crying and laughing.